3 years ago, Victoria Davenport pushed a contract across the table toward me. The stark white of the paper reflected a face colder than ice. Sign it. Her voice was as devoid of warmth as the rest of her. $1 million. For 3 years of your life. As my husband. My name is Ethan Keller. At the time, I was drowning. My father's business had gone under, burying us in a mountain of debt. Our family diner, the one my grandfather had built from nothing, was mortgaged to the hilt. $1 million wasn't just money. It was a lifeline, the only chance I had to pull us back from the brink. I picked up the contract. It was thin, maybe 5 or 6 pages, but each one felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. What do I have to do? I asked. Act. She leaned back in her leather chair, a queen surveying her new acquisition. Act like a husband who adores me, who lives to please me. In public, you are my shadow. In any private crisis, you're my shield. Understood. I flipped through the pages. The terms were brutally clear. Party A, Victoria Davenport. Party B, Ethan Keller. Term, 1,095 days. Scope of services, to perform the role of a husband, including but not limited to managing family expectations, attending corporate functions, handling private matters inconvenient for Party A, and absorbing all malice directed at Party A. Compensation, a one-time payment of $1 million upon successful completion of the term. I saw the addendum on the final page, written in bold type. This agreement is a purely commercial transaction, involving no genuine emotional or physical intimacy. During the term of the agreement, Party B must recognize his role as a tool and shall not develop any inappropriate feelings toward Party A. Fine. I picked up the pen without a moment's hesitation and signed my name on the line for Party B. In that instant, I sold my dignity, my emotions, my freedom. I sold myself. My boss was my wife. My job was to love her. It was a hell of a job. The first day, I moved into her penthouse, a place so vast it felt like you could park a helicopter on the terrace. She laid down the law. You will not touch the decor. You will not enter my study. You will not go to the second floor without my permission. She pointed to a small room in the most remote corner of the first floor. That is your bedroom. Then she tossed a thick binder at me. You have 3 days to memorize everything about me, my preferences, my habits, my entire social and professional network. I will not have my husband looking like a fool in public because he doesn't know how his own wife takes her coffee. Right? Pre-employment training. I got it. For 3 days and 3 nights, I crammed that Victoria Davenport encyclopedia, a volume thicker than my old SAT prep books. I thought the job would be nothing more than playing a part and memorizing lines. I was painfully naive. The word shield was about to be defined for me in blood and tears. Our first public appearance as a married couple was at the Davenport Corporation's annual gala. I stood in a tuxedo her assistant had procured, a suit that cost more than a down payment on a house back home, feeling like a marionette. With her arm linked through mine, we stepped into a glittering ballroom, a sea of couture gowns and the clinking of champagne flutes. Remember, say little, smile much, she warned in a whisper only I could hear. Do not embarrass me. Understood, Ms. Davenport, I replied out of habit. She frowned, clearly displeased. In public, you'll call me Victoria. Right, Victoria. I corrected myself smoothly. Throughout the evening, I was her most unremarkable accessory. She schmoozed with titans of industry while I stood by, deploying a pleasant, gentle smile whenever it was required. Victoria, my dear, so this is your mysterious husband? It's a pleasure to finally meet the man. A slick, middle-aged man with a practiced smile approached us, a glass of whiskey in his hand. Mr. Henderson, a potential business partner, according to the binder. You're too kind, Mark, Victoria said with a polite smile. This is my husband, Ethan Keller. And what do you do, Ethan? Henderson's eyes scanned me up and down with a poorly disguised mix of appraisal and contempt. The binder had a pre-approved answer for this very question. I smiled. Oh, I'm a freelance chef. With Victoria's crazy schedule, my main job is making sure she eats well. I mostly just experiment with recipes at home. The line was perfect. It painted me as a harmless, domestic type who wouldn't overshadow her, while also shutting down further questions. Henderson's face settled into an expression that said, I get it. It was the look people give a kept man, a trophy husband who hit the lottery. I didn't care. My pride wasn't worth $1 million. But I soon learned that a little lost pride was just the appetizer. Halfway through the gala, Victoria's arch-nemesis, Caleb Vance, the heir to the Vance Industries fortune, swaggered over. He looked polished on the surface, but there was a predatory glint in his eyes he couldn't hide. "Victoria, long time no see. You look better than ever." His gaze roamed over her body without an ounce of subtlety. "Caleb." Victoria's tone dropped several degrees. "I heard you got married." Didn't even send me an invitation. His eyes landed on me, full of provocation. "So this is the guy? Doesn't look like much." I kept smiling. The contract stipulated that for this level of taunting, my response should be emotional stability. More than enough for me. Victoria shot back without missing a beat. Caleb's face darkened. He suddenly snatched a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray and, in one fluid motion, flung it directly at Victoria. It happened so fast, no one had time to react. But I did, because one of my core job functions was to intercept any and all sudden physical attacks directed at Party A. In the split second before the wine could touch her white evening gown, I moved, a pure reflex, stepping directly in front of her. The cold, sticky liquid splashed across my face, running down my hair and into my collar. My white dress shirt was instantly stained with a massive splash of crimson. The entire ballroom went silent. Every eye in the room was fixed on me, the pathetic wine-soaked hero. I could feel the syrupy liquid dripping from my chin. I wiped my face, then turned to Caleb and produced a pained, professional smile. "Mr. Vance, my sincerest apologies," I said. "That was entirely my fault. I lost my balance and bumped into you. Such an expensive wine, a shame to waste it. Allow me to make it up to you." With that, I grabbed 3 full glasses of champagne from a nearby table and downed them, one after the other. Caleb, clearly not expecting this turn of events, just stood there, his face a shifting collage of anger and confusion. After the 3rd glass, a fire started burning in my stomach. I forced myself to stay upright, turning to Victoria. "Victoria, I need to use the restroom." Then, under a hailstorm of gazes, pity, mockery, contempt, I turned and walked as quickly as I could out of the ballroom. The moment I was inside the men's room, I collapsed against the marble sink, vomiting violently. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, face smeared with red wine, a complete and utter wreck. For some reason, I wanted to laugh. "Look at you now, Ethan." I splashed cold water on my face, straightened my soaked clothes as best I could, and put my pleasant and gentle mask back on, ready to return to work. I walked out and ran right into Victoria. She was standing in the shadows of the hallway, just watching me. "Well played," she said, her tone unreadable. "Let's go back. The party isn't over." I looked at her. There wasn't a trace of concern on her face, not a hint of guilt. It was as if the man who had just taken a public humiliation for her wasn't her husband, but merely an employee who had performed his duties satisfactorily. "Yes, Ms. Davenport," I said quietly. This time, she didn't correct me. She just took a card from her clutch and handed it to me. "I'm adding $50,000 to your bonus this month." She looked at me, her eyes like those of a trainer regarding a well-behaved dog. "Remember," she said, "you're just my shield. Your only value is to absorb trouble for me. There will be more nights like this." I took the cold, plastic card and nodded. I understand. In that moment, the last flicker of any foolish, romantic notion I might have harbored was extinguished. The wine incident was only the beginning. I quickly learned what Victoria meant by more trouble. She used her husband to the absolute fullest extent. At the office, I was a pawn to manage her board of directors. She would deliberately show me extra affection in front of a senior VP, making him nervous enough to fall back in line. During a critical project meeting, she would publicly solicit my uninformed opinion on a complex matter, using my ridiculous suggestion as a tool to undermine a veteran executive who was challenging her authority. I became the most unique and awkward fixture at the company. Everyone knew I was Victoria's guy and treated me with a forced reverence that barely concealed their disdain. At home, I was the perfect prop for dealing with the Davenport clan, a family that still believed the world should be run by men. The monthly family dinner was my personal crucifixion. Her father, the chairman, a stern old man, would grunt every time he saw me, his look of contempt cold enough to cause frostbite. Her mother, a perfectly preserved society dame, would hold my hand and ask condescending questions, all of them circling the same point. When was I going to help her capable daughter produce a son to inherit the empire? And then there was her worthless brother, Kevin, a spoiled trust fund brat who invented new ways to humiliate me. Hey, Ethan, I heard you used to run a diner. When are you going to cook for us? Of course, our kitchen is all German appliances. You probably don't know how to use them, right? Bro, I just had a new Ferrari. Want to take it for a spin? Oh, wait, I forgot, you probably don't even have a driver's license. Every single time, I just smiled, nodded, and played the part of the deferential in-law. And Victoria would just sit there, watching it all with cold attachment. She never defended me, never told her family to stop. In her eyes, this was all part of the job description. I was taking her $1 million. This was what I had to endure. The worst was on our first anniversary. That night, for the first time ever, Victoria didn't work late. She told me I was to accompany her to a private party. I assumed I'd be playing the part of a wallflower, as usual. But the host was Caleb Vance. Victoria had to be there to close a major deal. When Caleb saw us, he grinned like a cat that had cornered a mouse. He made a show of walking over to us, his arm around a stunning actress. Victoria, you made it. He raised his glass. Tonight is my engagement party to the lovely Fiona. I'm so glad you could be here. The color drained from Victoria's face. I knew from the binder that she and Caleb had a history. The details were sparse, but I could guess it hadn't been a pleasant one. Congratulations, Victoria squeezed out through her teeth. Thanks. You know, today's a special day for you too, isn't it? Caleb's smile widened. If I remember correctly, 1 year ago today was your wedding day with Mr. Keller here, wasn't it? It was deliberate, announcing his engagement on her anniversary, inviting her and rubbing it in her face in front of everyone. I could feel Victoria, whose arm was linked with mine, start to tremble. I turned my hand and clasped her cold fingers. Then I looked up at Caleb and gave him my brightest smile. You're right, Mr. Vance, what a great memory, I said. Victoria and I have been married for a whole year. And, you know, I never properly thank you. Caleb looked confused. Thank me. Of course, I said, my voice sincere. If you hadn't been blind enough to let a woman like Victoria go, I never would have had the chance to marry her. You're like a modern-day Cupid. A saint, really. To you. I grabbed a glass of champagne and downed it in one go. Caleb's face turned a shade of green. The people around us were desperately trying to stifle their laughter. Watching the look on his face like he just swallowed a bug, I felt a sick thrill of victory. But I paid for my impulsiveness almost immediately. The drive home was thick with a silence colder than the night air outside. Who gave you permission to speak? Victoria's voice was arctic. I was just, Ethan, have you forgotten your place? She slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the side of the road. She turned to glare at me, her eyes furious. Did you think you were helping me? Your petty little performance was disgusting. Do you think humiliating him makes me happy? Do you have any idea that tomorrow he's going to take out every ounce of his anger on my business deal? I was defending you. I shot back, my own anger flaring. I don't need your defense, she scoffed, as if I'd told the world's most pathetic joke. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to defend me? Remember, you are a tool I purchased. A tool does its job and keeps its mouth shut. Her words were knives, each one dipped in ice, and they plunged straight into my heart. I looked at her face, contorted with rage and disgust, and I felt like the biggest fool in the world. I had actually felt a flicker of protectiveness for the woman who treated me like a dog. I was pathetic. I'm sorry, Miss Davenport, I said, my voice flat and empty. I overstepped. And one more thing, she said, her eyes boring into mine. Don't ever touch me again. She was referring to when I had held her hand at the party. Understood. After that night, I buried any and all inappropriate emotions. I became the perfect machine. Whatever she said, I did. If she wanted me to smile, I would never cry. If she told me to go east, I would never even glance to the west. I became a shadow without a soul, trailing quietly behind her, waiting for the 1,095 days of my sentence to end. Time passed, gray and featureless. Before I knew it, we were in the final year of the contract. A lot happened that year. Under Victoria's leadership, the Davenport Corporation expanded aggressively, making a lot of enemies in the process. The attacks, both overt and covert, became more frequent, and I, the shield, became more and more proficient at my job. Once, a bad call for Victoria cost the company tens of millions on a key project. The old guard on the board was furious, nearly ousting her from the CEO position. As she was fighting for her corporate life, I stepped forward. I fabricated a series of emails between myself and an executive at a rival company. Then, I made sure her assistant accidentally discovered them and turned them over. The emails made it look like I had taken a bribe to feed Victoria bad information, deliberately misleading her. The news exploded. Victoria Davenport's useless husband, a corporate spy. The story became the biggest joke in the financial world. Ethan Keller, became a pariah, and Victoria, seamlessly, transitioned from a CEO who made a disastrous mistake to a poor, tragic victim betrayed by the man sleeping in her house. The board was pacified. The crisis was averted, and I was publicly banished from the penthouse to a remote apartment, my movements restricted, all in the name of protecting the company's reputation. Of course, it was all for show. During that time, I stayed alone in that empty apartment. My days consisted of eating, sleeping, and staring out the window. Sometimes I'd wonder if it was all worth it. $1 million. Was it really worth all this? Yes. Every time I wavered, I would pull out my phone and look at the picture of my father, his face aged 10 years by stress. I look at the photo of our diner, the windows boarded up, a foreclosure notice slapped on the door. Yes, it was worth it. As long as I could get back the business my family had built for 3 generations, it was all worth it. After the scandal died down, Victoria brought me back to the penthouse. She gave me a new debit card. "There's $200,000 on this," she said. "A bonus for your excellent performance." I looked at the card, feeling nothing. I just nodded numbly. I thought that was the worst it could get. Taking the fall, being publicly shamed, losing my last shred of a reputation. I never imagined I would one day take a knife for her. It was an ordinary afternoon. I was with her at a ribbon-cutting ceremony for a new building. The crowd was large, and the security was a mess. Just as the event ended and we were about to leave, chaos erupted. A man, who looked mentally unstable, burst from the crowd. In his hand was the cold, sharp glint of a utility knife. "Victoria Davenport, you corporate monster. Give me back my life savings," he screamed, lunging toward her. Everyone froze. The bodyguards were too far away to intervene. In that moment, there was no time to think. My body reacted before my brain could. I shoved Victoria out of the way and threw myself in front of him. There was a sickening, tearing sound. A searing, violent pain shot through my left arm. The hot poker. Warm, thick liquid gushed from the wound. I looked down. My white shirt was already soaked in blood. The man was tackled to the ground by security. The scene devolved into a mess of screams, shouts, and camera flashes. I felt my strength draining away, my vision blurring at the edges. The last thing I saw clearly was Victoria. She was standing a few feet away, watching me. Her face held none of the panic or fear I might have expected. It was an incredibly complex expression. Shock, disbelief, and a flicker of something else. Something I couldn't decipher. A kind of frantic confusion. Then I heard her say to her assistant, her voice still terrifyingly calm, "Lock down the story. Get PR on the phone. The stock price cannot be affected." Then she turned, got in her car, and left. She never came over. She never looked me in the eye. She didn't ask if I was in pain. She didn't ask if I was going to die. Lying there on the cold pavement, watching her car speed away, I suddenly realized the wound in my arm didn't hurt that much anymore, because a deeper pain was spreading from my heart through every inch of my body. It was the feeling of your soul dying. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks. The gash in my arm was deep. The doctor said if it had been an inch over, I would have lost the use of my arm for good. Victoria never visited. Not once. She sent her assistant every day with gourmet, nutritionally balanced meals and hired the best private nurse money could buy. Oh, and she deposited another $300,000 onto my bonus card. $300,000. Hush money for my arm. So generous. The day I was discharged, her assistant picked me up. Back at that familiar, cold penthouse, I limped to my room in the corner. On my desk sat a calendar. A date was circled in red pen. Tomorrow. Tomorrow was day 1, 095. The day the contract ended. I stared at that red circle for a long, long time, and then I smiled. Like a man who had wandered the desert for 3 years and finally saw an oasis. My sentence was finally over. That night, I slept more peacefully than I had in years. I woke up early the next day. I packed my things. It didn't take long. All I owned fit in a single backpack. I changed into the same clothes I had worn when I first arrived 3 years ago, a plain t-shirt and jeans. I folded the expensive suits neatly and left them in the closet. The debit cards Victoria had given me, I left on the desk. I hadn't touched a penny of the bonus money. I may have been poor, but I still had that much pride. All I wanted was the $1 million I was owed. The million I had earned with 3 years of my dignity, my reputation, and my own blood. I sat in the living room and waited. At 10 o'clock sharp, a notification lit up my phone. Chase Bank, a direct deposit of $1 million has been made to your checking account. I stared at that long string of zeros, and my eyes started to burn. Dad, we can reopen the diner. I stood up and took one last look around the magnificent cage I had lived in for 3 years. There was nothing here I would miss. I opened the door and walked out without a flicker of hesitation. The moment I stepped out of the building, the sunlight hit my face. It was warm. I squinted, feeling like I'd just been reborn. The first thing I did was pull out my phone, find Victoria's number, and, without a second thought, block and delete it. I deleted her on every app, every platform. I scrubbed my life clean of any way for her to contact me. As of today, Victoria Davenport, the untouchable CEO, and I, Ethan Keller, were complete strangers. I hailed a cab. Grand Central Station, please. I didn't want to spend another second in this city. I bought a ticket for the first train heading upstate. Sitting on that train, watching the city skyline shrink in the distance, I felt like the last 3 years had been some kind of bizarre, surreal nightmare. Now I was awake. I, Ethan Keller, was finally going home. It was past 11 at night when Victoria Davenport got home. A full day of back-to-back meetings had left her exhausted. She kicked off her heels by the door and tossed her handbag on the console table, a familiar routine. The penthouse was pitch black, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. She frowned. Where was Ethan? Usually, no matter how late she got home, there was a soft lamp left on for her in the living room. And in the kitchen, a small pot on the warmer would hold a bowl of simple, warm broth for her stomach. Tonight, there was nothing. Annoyed, she flipped on the living room lights. The harsh glare illuminated the vast, empty space. The penthouse was spotless. Everything was in its perfect, designated place. But it was this excessive tidiness that sparked a strange sense of unease in her. The home felt empty. It was missing something. She walked to the kitchen and opened the small warming pot. It was empty and cold. Her frown deepened. That man, was he getting lazy? Neglecting his duties now? A surge of anger propelled her toward his bedroom. She was going to march in there, drag him out of bed, and demand an explanation. But when her hand touched the doorknob, she hesitated. She suddenly remembered what day it was. The day the contract expired. Her heart stuttered, skipping a beat. She pushed the door open. The room was empty. The duvet on the bed was folded with military precision. On the desk, the debit card she had given him lay in a neat stack. The closet door was open. Inside, the designer suits she had bought for him hung, perfectly pressed. But his own clothes, the cheap, worn ones he'd arrived in, were all gone. He was gone. The realization hit Victoria like a bolt of lightning. He had actually left. Just like that. Not a single word of goodbye. Not a trace of reluctance. Just as he had arrived 3 years ago without a sound, he had vanished in the same way. Victoria stood in the empty room, suddenly feeling like a stranger in the home she'd lived in for years. The air seemed to hold a faint, lingering scent of him, something clean like soap, but it was already fading. On autopilot, she walked to her own bedroom. She opened the door. It was the same as always, a cold, sterile palette of black, white, and gray. But tonight, it felt different. She lay down on her king-sized bed and tossed and turned. Normally, sleep came to her instantly, but tonight it eluded her. The penthouse was too quiet, a deep, unnerving silence that made her heart race. She closed her eyes, but his face appeared in her mind, unbidden. His image as he stood before her, drenched in red wine. His gentle, submissive smile as her brother humiliated him at family dinners. The shocking splash of red on his arm when he took the knife for her, and the look in his eyes whenever he watched her. A complex emotion she had always willfully ignored. It was a mix of patience, resignation, disappointment, and a flicker of a warmth she couldn't understand. Victoria shot up in bed. She grabbed her phone and dialed the number she had never once called herself. A cold, automated voice answered. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." No longer in service? She tried again, disbelieving. Same result. She opened her messaging app to text him, only to be met with a single, glaring line of red text beneath his name. "You're unable to message this contact." He had blocked her. Blocked, deleted, changed his number. He had been so thorough, so absolute, as if he was trying to rip the last 3 years out of his life by the roots. Victoria sat in the darkness, clutching her phone, motionless. Outside, the moonlight streamed through the window. For the first time in her life, she felt the cold grip of panic. At first, Ethan's absence was like a small stone tossed into the vast lake of Victoria's life, creating only the faintest of ripples. She even felt a strange sense of relief. Finally, she was free of that man and his complicated stares. Finally, she could have her home back to herself, without the unsettling presence of a stranger. She hired a new live-in assistant, a professional, efficient middle-aged woman who would never look at her with anything other than professional deference. The assistant managed her life with impeccable precision. Breakfast was a nutritionally optimized meal with a precise calorie count. The penthouse was always immaculate. But something was wrong. Victoria felt it growing day by day. Her stomach problems returned with a vengeance. She'd always had a sensitive stomach, but after Ethan arrived, he had made it his mission to cook for her. Endless variations of gentle broths and soothing risottos. Her stomach pains had vanished. Now, the professionally crafted, soulless meals did nothing to calm the stomach he had so carefully nursed back to health. She started having insomnia. Before, no matter how stressful her day, she would come home, smell the aroma from the kitchen, see the quiet silhouette of Ethan reading under a lamp, and the tightly wound spring inside her would unconsciously relax. Now, she came home to a vast, cold, and soulless space. She lay in her massive bed, staring at the ceiling, night after sleepless night. Worse, things at work began to unravel. She was only now realizing just how much her shield had been protecting her from. Before, she could send Ethan to the tedious networking events she wanted to avoid. She could push him in front of the prying, difficult relatives she couldn't be bothered with. She had even, on occasion, used her husband as a convenient excuse to solve thorny personnel issues at the office without getting her own hands dirty. Now, everything fell to her. She had to face every single challenge head-on, alone. She felt like a knight who had worn armor for so long she'd forgotten what it was like to be without it. And now, suddenly, the armor was gone. Every arrow, every blade, was striking her directly. She was beginning to feel overwhelmed. "Victoria, you don't seem yourself lately," said her best friend in SOO, Chloe Sullivan, looking at her with concern. "Is this because Ethan left? What does he have to do with it?" Victoria retorted, her voice sharp. "I'm just overworked." "Don't lie to yourself, Vic," Chloe sighed. "Do you know what people at the office are saying?" "What?" "They're saying that ever since your useless husband left, your decision-making has become more reckless. You're not the same calculated leader you used to be." The words were a physical blow. "I tried to find him," Chloe admitted. "The address for his family's old diner is empty. He took his father with him. No one knows where they went. Who told you to look for him?" Victoria's voice rose, sharp and defensive. "Victoria, can you honestly tell me you don't miss him?" Chloe asked, her gaze steady. Victoria fell silent. Did she miss him? She didn't know. All she knew was that her world felt chaotic, exhausting, and wrong. She knew that every night when she came home to that empty penthouse and saw the dark, vacant room in the corner that used to be his, she felt a hollow ache in her chest, as if a part of her had been carved out. She knew that she couldn't stop thinking about him, about the meals he cooked, about the way he deflected insults for her, about the wounds he took for her. She had always believed it was a transaction. Only now was she realizing that in this transaction, what she had received was worth far more than what she had paid. And she, with her own 2 hands, had thrown away her most valuable asset. Victoria started searching for Ethan herself. She leveraged every contact, every resource at her disposal. She tore through the city like a woman possessed, expanding her search across the country. But Ethan Keller had simply vanished. He hadn't used his ID to buy a plane ticket or a train ticket. He hadn't checked into any hotel. He and his father had disappeared into thin air. Victoria's temper grew shorter and more volatile. At the office, employees walked on eggshells around her. She would erupt in fury over the smallest mistake, once hurling a marketing proposal across the boardroom at a project manager. Everyone said the CEO had changed. She was no longer a dormant volcano. She was an active one, ready to blow at any moment. Only Victoria knew the truth. It wasn't anger. It was fear. She couldn't find him. The man she had treated like a tool, like a dog, like a shield she could summon and dismiss at will. He was gone, and she couldn't find him. Just as she was about to give up hope, Chloe sent her a video clip. It was a snippet from a food blogger's TikTok. The video was shot in what looked like a rustic, elegant private kitchen. A man in a clean white chef's coat stood with his back to the camera, working at a stove, tossing ingredients in a wok with a fluid, practiced grace. The camera only caught a fleeting, blurry glimpse of his profile. But Victoria recognized him in an instant. It was Ethan. He was leaner, tanner, but the familiar set of his shoulders, the intense focus in his posture. It was him. The video was geotagged. A small, charming town in the Hudson Valley, a few hours north of the city. Victoria's hands were shaking as she stared at the screen. She had her assistant book the first flight out. She didn't even hesitate, canceling a critical board meeting she had spent a week preparing for. Nothing else mattered. She had to see him. Now, she wanted to ask him why he'd left without a word. She wanted to ask him where he'd been for the past 3 months. She wanted to ask him. What did she want to ask him? Victoria didn't even know. Her mind was a chaotic mess. All she knew was that she had to find him. Her flight landed at a small regional airport that evening. She took a car service directly to the address from the video. It was a small restaurant tucked away on a quiet, cobblestone side street. There was no flashy sign, only a simple, hand-carved wooden plank hanging by the door that read, "The Hearth." The courtyard was filled with bamboo and lit with warm, yellow lanterns. It looked peaceful, welcoming, a world away from her cold, sterile penthouse. She stood at the entrance for a long time, steeling herself before she finally walked in. A host greeted her at the door. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but we're fully booked for the evening." "I'm here to see someone," Victoria said. "I'm looking for your owner, Ethan Keller." "You're looking for the chef?" The host sized her up. "Do you have a reservation?" A reservation? She needed an appointment to see him. The absurdity of it all hit her like a punch to the gut. "I'm his friend," she managed to say. "Please wait here a moment. I'll ask." The host disappeared inside. Victoria waited in the courtyard, her hands clenched into fists. She was nervous. It was an emotion she hadn't felt in years. A moment later, the host returned, an apologetic look on his face. "I'm very sorry, ma'am. The chef says he doesn't know you. He says he's very busy tonight and can't see any visitors. And he also said that if you're here to discuss a business proposal, you can pick up a request form at the front. His schedule is booked through next month." "He doesn't know me?" Victoria was sure she had misheard. The man who had been at her beck and call for 3 years, who had memorized every detail of her life, was claiming not to know her. A wave of pure, hot humiliation washed over her. "You go tell him to come out here. I'll talk to him myself." She lost control, trying to push her way inside. 2 staff members quickly moved to block her path. "Ma'am, please, you need to calm down, or we'll have to call the police." Victoria stared at them, then at the small courtyard she couldn't even enter. She suddenly felt like a pathetic clown. Who was she? She was Victoria Davenport, CEO of the Davenport Corporation. A woman whose name carried weight, whose decisions could shake an entire industry. And she was being denied entry by a man she once wouldn't have even bothered to look at. She trembled with rage, spun on her heel, and stalked away without looking back. She locked herself in her hotel room and didn't sleep all night. The next day, she didn't leave. She couldn't accept it. She refused to believe that she, Victoria Davenport, couldn't get a meeting with someone if she wanted one. She changed into a simple pair of jeans and a sweater, removed all her jewelry, and went back to the hearth, looking like any other customer. She arrived early, but there was already a long line forming outside the door. In the line were well-dressed business types and trendy young influencers. All of them waiting patiently, waiting for the man who used to cook for her every single day to grant them the privilege of a table. Victoria stood at the very end of the line, feeling the weight of 100 curious stares. When had she ever subjected herself to such an indignity? Several times, she was tempted to just walk away. But the image of Ethan's face, blurry in her memory, yet painfully clear, kept her rooted to the spot. She waited all morning. Finally, it was her turn. "I'm so sorry, miss, but we're completely full for lunch," the same host from the night before told her politely. I waited in line for 3 hours. Victoria's voice trembled with a rage she was struggling to contain. "I truly apologize. We're a small establishment, and we can only serve a limited number of guests each day," the host said. "Perhaps you could try again this evening?" Victoria stared at her, biting her lip so hard she could taste blood. In the end, she said nothing. She just turned and walked away. She came back that afternoon. She came back that night. She became the most devoted pilgrim, making her daily trek to his shrine. She didn't even know what she was hoping to accomplish anymore. All she had was a stubborn, obsessive, desperate need. She had to see him. She had to look him in the eye and demand to know why. Why was he able to walk away so easily, to forget everything so completely? And why was she the one left haunted by the past, tortured by memories she had once held in such contempt? I saw her from the kitchen window, the woman who had come for 3 straight days and been turned away for 3 straight days. I felt nothing. I'll admit, the first time I saw her, I was surprised. I never thought she would actually track me down here. But that was it. Just surprise. "Boss, that woman, Ms. Davenport, she's back again," said my business partner and childhood best friend, Leo. "You just gonna let her stand out there? It looks like it's gonna rain this afternoon." "Waiting in line is her choice," I said without looking up from the fish I was filleting. "Whether she gets in or not is my rule." "Ethan, man, isn't this a little harsh?" Leo looked uncomfortable. "I mean, come on, she was what?" I turned to face him, my eyes cold. "Leo, have you forgotten how I got this scar on my arm?" I pushed up my sleeve, revealing the ugly, centipede-like scar that ran down my forearm. Leo flinched and fell silent. 3 years ago, she and I signed a contract. It was all there in black and white, I said. Goods and services were exchanged. The slate is clean. Now the contract is over. I don't know her. I turned back to my cutting board. The knife fell with a steady, rhythmic tap-tap-tap. That afternoon, just as Leo predicted, it started to rain. A cold, fine mist that soaked everything. Through the kitchen window, I could see her, still standing stubbornly under the awning of the shop across the street. She didn't have an umbrella. The rain plastered her hair to her face and soaked through her expensive-looking trench coat. She looked miserable, pathetic, like a stray cat abandoned by its owner. I felt something twist in my gut, a tiny prick of something, but it was gone as quickly as it came. I looked away. "Don't be weak, Ethan," I told myself. "Have you forgotten how she treated you? Have you forgotten 3 years of humiliation and indifference? Everything you have now, you earned it. You fought for it. You're not going back to that hell." The rain got heavier. The sky grew dark. Leo came back into the kitchen. "Dude, she's still there," he said. "She looks pale, and she's shivering. If she stays out there much longer, she's going to get sick." My hand paused over the vegetables I was chopping. "Call the cops," I said. "What?" I said, "Call the cops." I repeated myself. "Tell them someone is harassing my business." Leo looked at me like I'd grown a second head. He sighed, shook his head, but pulled out his phone and walked outside. A few minutes later, a police car pulled up. I watched as 2 officers approached Victoria and spoke to her. She seemed to argue with them, but in the end, they escorted her into the back of their cruiser. The car's flashing lights disappeared into the rain. And finally, there was peace. I put down my knife and let out a long, slow breath. I walked to the window and stared out at the empty street. But I didn't feel the relief I expected. Instead, there was a heavy stone in the pit of my stomach. Victoria was held at the local police station for a few hours for disturbing the peace before they let her go with a warning. By the time she got back to the hearth, the restaurant was closed for the night. The lights in the courtyard were off. Only one window was still illuminated. The kitchen. Ethan was still in there. As if pulled by an invisible string, she walked around to the back of the building. The service door was unlocked. She pushed it open and stepped inside. Ethan was alone in the kitchen, sitting on a stool by the stove, slowly eating a bowl of soup. He wasn't wearing his chef's whites, just an old, gray hoodie. It had a cartoon cat printed on the front. Victoria froze. She recognized that hoodie. He was wearing it the first day he moved into her penthouse 3 years ago. She had hated it. She thought it was cheap and childish. She told him to throw it away. But he kept it. Ethan must have sensed her presence. He turned around. His eyes widened for a second when he saw her. Then his brow furrowed in annoyance. "How did you get in?" The door was unlocked, Victoria said, her voice hoarse. I'm not here to cause trouble." "Then why are you here?" His tone was cold, guarded. Victoria looked at him, and 1,000 words caught in her throat. She wanted to yell at him, to curse him, to demand an explanation. But looking at him now, at his eyes, which were colder and more distant than she had ever seen them, she couldn't say a thing. All she felt was an overwhelming, unfamiliar wave of raw vulnerability. "Ethan," she said, her eyes welling up. My stomach hurts." Ethan was silent. He just looked at her, his expression unreadable. After a long moment, he stood up, ladled a bowl of the soup he'd been eating, and set it on the prep table in front of her. "Eat it, then leave." He turned his back on her and started cleaning his station, not giving her another glance. Victoria stared at the bowl of steaming chicken and rice soup. Tears she could no longer hold back fell, one by one, into the bowl. She picked it up and began to eat, gulping it down. The soup was hot, so hot it burned her tongue, but it was warm. It was the only warmth she had felt in months. She finished the soup and placed the empty bowl back on the table. Ethan had finished cleaning. He slung a backpack over his shoulder and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" she asked instinctively. "Home." She stood up, wanting to say, "I'll drive you," but she swallowed the words. Why did she have to say that now? She watched him walk out the back door and disappear into the night. She stood alone in the empty kitchen for a long, long time, and she finally realized she had been wrong. Utterly, fundamentally wrong. She thought she had come here to drag him back to the cage she had built for him. But now she understood. There was no cage between them anymore. She was the one who was trapped. From that night on, Victoria changed her strategy. She stopped trying to get into the restaurant. She stopped causing a scene. She rented a small studio apartment in the building across the street. And every day, she sat by her window and watched. She watched the people come and go from the hearth. She watched Ethan's busy shadow moving in the kitchen. She became his most faithful audience member, watching the story of his life unfold, a story that no longer included her. She saw him laughing with his partner, Leo, throwing an arm over his shoulder. She saw him give a warm, gentle smile to the young hostess at the front. She saw him, after closing, sitting alone in the courtyard, playing an old acoustic guitar. She never knew he could play the guitar. She never knew his smile could be so real, so bright and effortless. It was nothing like the polite, distant mask he had always worn for her. Victoria's heart was being slowly, methodically shredded. She was realizing that she had never really known Ethan at all. She had only known the character defined in her contract, the husband. The real, living, breathing Ethan was a complete stranger to her. A wild, consuming jealousy began to grow inside her. She was jealous of Leo, who could make him laugh. She was jealous of the hostess who was the recipient of his gentle smile. She was even jealous of the old guitar that heard the songs he played alone in the dark. She wanted to be the one who could make him smile like that. But she wasn't. She had lost him. One rainy evening, she watched the young hostess leave for the night without an umbrella. Ethan, without a second thought, handed the girl his own. Then he pulled up his hood and ran home through the downpour. Victoria sat by her window, watching this simple act of kindness, and her chest ached so fiercely she could barely breathe. She knew that spot, under his protection, had once belonged to her. She remembered time. It had been raining, and she had forgotten her umbrella. Ethan had taken off his suit jacket, held it over her head, and shielded her all the way to her car. He'd been soaked to the bone. And what had she said? She remembered frowning and saying, "It's filthy." Then she had tossed the expensive, soaking wet jacket onto the back seat without a second thought. How could she have treated him like that? How could she have so casually trampled on his kindness? Victoria curled up in her chair, burying her face in her knees. For the first time, She truly understood the meaning of regret. And it was a pain worse than losing a $100 million deal. I knew Victoria was living across the street. I wasn't blind. I just chose to ignore it. I figured she'd last a few days, get bored, and go back to her own world. I never expected her to stay for a month. For a month, she was like a ghost haunting the street outside my restaurant. Never approaching, never leaving, just watching. Sometimes, I get a strange sense of déjà vu, like we were back in the penthouse. She was the observer on high, and I was the bird in her cage. No, that wasn't right. Now, I was the one who had locked her in a cage of my own making, a cage of complete and utter indifference. The thought gave me a strange, dark satisfaction, but also gnawed at me. What did she want? Did she really think this pathetic, silent penance would make me forgive her? Naive. I wasn't the same desperate kid from 3 years ago, willing to sell his soul for cash. The Hearth was the hottest restaurant in Hudson Valley. Investors were lining up, begging to partner with me. I didn't have to answer to anyone anymore, especially not to her. Just when I thought we would be locked in this silent standoff forever, something happened. Caleb Vance found me. One night, I had just locked up when Caleb and a few of his thugs cornered me in the alley behind my restaurant. He looked even more menacing than I remembered. Vance Industries had been taking a beating lately. Rumor was Victoria had orchestrated a multi-company campaign to cripple his business. He was here for revenge. Ethan Keller, Caleb sneered. You're harder to find than I thought. What do you want? I asked calmly, wiping my hands on a rag. Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to have a drink with an old friend. He nodded to his men, who began to close in on me. I knew I couldn't talk my way out of this. I clenched my fists, ready to go down swinging. Just then, a figure shot out from the end of the alley. It was Victoria. She moved like an enraged lioness, planting herself directly between me and Caleb. Caleb, her voice was lethal. You touch him, and I will burn your entire empire to the ground. Caleb blinked, then laughed. Well, if it isn't Victoria Davenport. Still playing with your pet. I heard he dumped you, and now you come crawling back? How pathetic can you be? Victoria's face went pale, but she didn't move. I'll say it one more time, she said, her voice shaking with rage. Let him go. If you have a problem, you deal with me. Deal with you? Caleb's grin was sadistic. All right, then get on your knees and beg me. You beg, and I'll let your boyfriend go. Everyone stared at Victoria. I stared at her back, so slender, yet so unyielding. My heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. I knew her pride. There was no way she would ever kneel. But I was wrong. I saw her take a deep, shuddering breath. And then her knees began to bend. No, the word tore from my throat. I lunged forward, grabbing her arm and hauling her to her feet, pulling her behind me. I faced Caleb, my eyes burning. Vance, I said, my voice low and dangerous. If you want to get to her, you'll have to go through me. That night, I fought Caleb's men. They beat me badly. My face and ribs were bruised and aching. But Caleb didn't walk away clean. I broke a bottle over his head. The fight ended when Leo called the police. Victoria and I ended up sitting on a bench in the hallway of the police station, waiting to give our statements. Neither of us spoke. The silence was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Why? Did you? We both started at the same time, then stopped. I was the one who finally broke the silence. Why did you come here? I asked, my voice raw. She looked at me, then at her hands. Why were you going to kneel for me? I pressed. I wasn't, she shot back, defensive as a cornered animal. My knees buckled. I looked at her stubborn pride, and a small, weary smile touched my lips. Victoria, I said, my voice softer now. You know you look ridiculous right now, right? Her face flushed crimson. You're the one who looks ridiculous. Did you think doing that would make me forgive you? I would just pack up and go back with you. I asked, my voice flat. She fell silent. She looked down, picking at a loose thread on her jeans like a guilty child. No, she mumbled. I didn't think you would come back. Then what do you want? She looked up, and her eyes were red-rimmed and shining with unshed tears. I just wanted to see you, and I wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hearing those 2 words from this woman, a woman whose pride was her entire identity. I admit it hit me. I looked at her eyes filled with a pain and regret that was startlingly genuine. I sighed. Victoria, I said, it's over. It's in the past. It's not, she cried, her voice cracking. Ethan, look at me. She reached out and pointed at the still angry scar on my forearm. This, her voice trembled. I owe you for this. And this, she said, her hand moving to gesture my heart. I owe you for this, too. I know saying sorry is cheap. I know nothing I do can make up for what I did. But, Ethan, she looked at me, her gaze stripped of all its usual arrogance, leaving only a raw, desperate plea. Can you please give me another chance? A chance for me to get to know you, and for you to get to know me. For real this time. I looked at her and said nothing. I didn't know what to say. My head was screaming at me to say no, to send her away. We were from different worlds. But my heart was wavering, and I realized, in that moment, that I had never truly hated her. I hated Ms. Davenport, the CEO who had treated me like a possession. But this woman in front of me, the one who could cry, who could feel regret, who could cast aside her pride for me, I didn't think I could hate her. In the end, I didn't say yes, but I didn't tell her to leave, either. She stayed in the little apartment across the street. But she was no longer just a spectator. She started, clumsily, to try to be a part of my life. She would come over after I closed and help me clean the dining room. She would silently hand me a glass of water when she saw me slumped over in exhaustion. She even tried to help in the kitchen. That ended with a shattered stack of plates and a near grease fire. I'd drag her out by the arm and say, exasperated, Ms. Davenport, this is not your natural habitat. And she would look down at the floor like a chastised schoolgirl and whisper, okay. Leo thought it was hilarious. Dude, give a woman a break, he told me one night. She's a billionaire CEO who's basically acting as your unpaid janitor. What more do you want? I didn't answer. It wasn't that I didn't want to forgive her. I was just scared. I was scared this was all just a phase, a novelty for her. I was scared that once she got bored, she would revert to the cold, calculating Victoria I knew. I was scared of being hurt again. My heart had only just finished healing. I didn't think it could survive being broken a second time. The turning point came on my father's birthday. I closed a restaurant for the weekend to go visit him. I was sure that when I got back, she would be gone. But she wasn't. Not only was she still there, she had somehow gotten a key from Leo and had cleaned my entire apartment, which I had left in a state of chaos. On the stove, a pot of soup was simmering. She stood there, wearing an apron, looking at me with an expression of anxious hope, like a puppy waiting for praise. And in that moment, the last wall of ice around my heart began to crack. I stared at her. You didn't leave? If I left, how would you find me when you got back? She said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I looked at her for a long, long time. Finally, I sighed. Victoria, I said, what are you really after? You, she said simply, her eyes shining. I'm after you. I was a fool. I thought money could buy anything. But now I know the most important things can't be bought. Like someone who makes you soup when your stomach hurts. Like someone who throws himself in front of a knife for you. Like someone who, even after you've hurt him beyond measure, still pulls you up when you're at your lowest. She stepped closer, her gaze locked on mine. Ethan, I once paid you $1 million for 3 years of your life. Now, she pulled a new document out of her purse and handed it to me. I opened it. My breath caught in my throat. It was a stock transfer agreement. She was signing over 10% of her shares in the Davenport Corporation. To me. Now, she said, her voice trembling slightly with nerves and hope, I want to offer you the rest of my life in exchange for the rest of yours. Will you accept? I looked at her eyes filled with a raw vulnerability I never thought I'd see. I looked out the window at the sun, slowly rising over the quiet town. I knew the iceberg in my chest was finally, completely melting. I picked up a pen and signed my name. Then I walked over to her and pulled her into my arms, holding her tight. I've signed the contract, I whispered in her ear. But Victoria, this time I'm in charge. And my name is Ethan Hayes. Yesterday, I personally ended a 5-year marriage. My other half was Claire Sterling, a name that's been splashed all over financial headlines and rich lists lately. This city's newest tech billionaire. Sounds insane, right? A regular guy, a corporate drone, kicks his multi-billionaire wife to the curb. Everyone says I'm crazy, that I've lost my mind, or that this is just some kind of elaborate 4D chess move to win her back. Only I know the truth. This divorce? It was worth it. It was liberating. It was damn well overdue. holding that heavy stack of divorce papers, staring at the astronomical figure of my settlement. I let out a long, slow breath. It wasn't about the money, though it was certainly enough to let me coast for the rest of my life. It was because the boulder named Claire Sterling that had been crushing my chest was finally gone. 5 years. Do you have any idea what my life has been like for the past 5 years? It wasn't that I was afraid of her being poor. I was terrified of her being rich. Back when her company was on the verge of bankruptcy, drowning in debt, she was about to lose everything. It was me. I emptied my savings, mortgaged the starter home we were about to buy, and swallowed my pride to beg and borrow from everyone I knew, who pulled her back from the cliff. Back then, we were crammed into a damp, dark studio apartment in Oakland, living on instant ramen. She'd curl up in my arms, her eyes shining, and say, "Ethan, when I make it big, I'll buy you the best car, the biggest house, and we'll have a whole bunch of kids." I believed her. I believed in the light in her eyes, the warmth of her hand in mine. But money is a real son of a bitch. It can rocket you to the stars, but it can also corrode the purest parts of a person until they're unrecognizable. Claire's company took off like a SpaceX rocket. The day it went public, her net worth exploded. She became the city's new myth, a San Francisco success story. And me? I was still the same 9 to 5 cubicle jockey, getting bossed around by middle management. The gap between us became an invisible chasm. She got busier and busier. Our home became her 5-star hotel. I had to schedule time to see her. Talking to her felt like a board meeting. Her orbit filled with new people, handsome executive assistants fawning business partners, and the bouquets of expensive, exotic roses from different admirers that started appearing on her desk every few days. I'm not blind, and I'm not an idiot. Something had soured. The final nail in the coffin was hammered in one afternoon. I got off work early for once, and I thought I'd make her some of that chicken noodle soup she loves when she's stressed. I brought it to her office in a thermos. The door to the CEO's suite was slightly ajar. I was about to knock when I heard the syrupy voice of her best friend, Jenna, on speakerphone. "Oh my God, Claire, that Carter Hayes from the Forbes profile is seriously hot. Handsome, charming, super successful. And I heard he went to Stanford, too? You're telling me there's nothing going on there?" My heart, for no good reason, skipped a beat. Then came Claire's familiar, slightly weary voice, punctuated by the soft click of a makeup compact. "Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends." "Friends? Please." Jenna scoffed, her tone oozing with know-it-all confidence. "Who gives a friend a Mercedes-AMG GT 63? That thing's got to be close to 200 grand, right? Even for you, my dear new billionaire, that's not just pocket change." Boom. My world just went blank. An AMG GT 63. I knew that car. Intimately. Years ago, squeezed onto our lumpy sofa in that crappy studio, we were scrolling through Motor Trend on my phone. I pointed to a picture of that sleek, muscular sports car. "Claire," I'd said, half joking, "when we're rich, we're getting this. I'll take you cruising up the coast." Her smile was so sweet then. She leaned her head on my shoulder. "Okay, it's a date. We'll get that one." Now she was rich, and the AMG GT 63 had been bought. Only the passenger seat wasn't reserved for me. From inside the office, Claire's voice remained cool and detached, with the casual indifference of someone at the top. "It's just a car. It's not a big deal." Jenna let out a long, meaningful "okay" on the other end. Fine, if you say so. But a guy like that, you better lock that down before one of these Silicon Valley vultures swoops in. You hear me? "Whatever," Claire replied breezily, and hung up. Standing outside the door, I was ice cold. The hot soup in the thermos felt like a cruel joke. Just friends? Whatever, in the adult world, what man and woman are ever just friends like that? Not shutting it down, not drawing a line. That's a green light. She forgot our promise. Or maybe she remembered. She just didn't think it mattered who she kept it with. That night, she came home in a great mood. She was showing off a TV news segment about her IPO, pointing to the handsome, articulate host on the screen, Carter Hayes. "What does your wife look on camera?" she asked, preening. People on Twitter are already calling me their wife. I stared at the man on the screen. The face, the charisma. Yeah, he was a good-looking guy. Yeah, he's handsome, I said, forcing a smile. Then I changed the subject. "Hey, I've been thinking about getting a new car." Her eyes lit up, a hint of guilt-driven eagerness in them. Okay, what do you got your eye on? We can go pick it up tomorrow. I turned and locked my eyes on hers, my voice calm. A Mercedes-AMG GT 63. The smile froze on her face. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She covered up fast, but not fast enough. She bit her lip, her tone a little too casual. You know, didn't you say you liked the Porsche Panamera, too? Why don't we look at that one? It's a little more sophisticated. I laughed, a cold, empty sound. Sure, the Panamera it is, but I want the top-of-the-line Turbo S model. The top-spec Panamera costs more than the AMG GT. I just needed to beat him, even if it was only in my own head. The day after I brought the car home, it happened. I was driving through an intersection downtown. Traffic wasn't even moving that fast. I was going straight. In the lane next to me, a painfully familiar Mercedes-AMG GT 63 suddenly, without signaling, swerved across the solid white line and slammed right into my front end. Crunch! The shriek of twisting metal was deafening. The airbag exploded into my chest, knocking the wind out of me. I took a second to clear my head. I didn't get out. No point arguing with this moron. I'd wait for the cops. The police arrived quickly. They checked traffic cams, my dashcam footage. The verdict was immediate and obvious. The AMG was 100% at fault. The owner, Carter Hayes, stood on the sidewalk, his face a thundercloud. He stared at his car, caved-in grille, shattered headlights, a wheel bent at a sickening angle. His features twisted in anguish. He pointed a finger at me as I finally got out of my car. Are you fucking blind? He shrieked. You see me merging. Why can't you just let me in? I don't give a damn about the ticket. Now both cars are totaled. Are you happy now? His tone, his attitude. A perfect, spoiled man-child. A guy in the car behind us rolled down his window. What? You think owning an AMG makes you king of the road? This ain't your living room, pal. You made an illegal lane change, and you're blaming him? Grow up. I ignored him and gave my statement and the dashcam file to the officer. Carter was still fuming until he got a clear look at my face. In that instant, the anger and arrogance on his face vanished, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief and guilt. His eyes darted away. He couldn't look at me. He turned to the cop. Just get this over with, he mumbled. My insurance will handle it. Then, like he'd seen a ghost, he jumped into another car that had arrived for him and sped off. Watching him flee, the suspicion in my gut solidified into certainty. That son of a bitch. He knew who I was. And this crash? It was no accident. He was panicking. He was afraid I was in his way. Good. The more he panicked, the faster I needed to move. I called my best friend since childhood, Leo Martinez. He's one of the sharpest divorce attorneys in the city. Leo, I need you to draw up a divorce agreement for me. The line was silent for a few seconds. Ethan, Leo's voice was incredulous. Are you drunk? Or am I having a stroke? Claire Sterling is the richest woman in the state. You suffered through 5 years of hell to get here, and you're cashing out now? What for? For some peace and quiet, I said calmly. Are you doing it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. No, wait, he yelled. I'll do it. I'll have it for you first thing tomorrow. Dude, are you sure you want to do this? Just think about it. Think. I'd done all my thinking the moment I heard she'd given Carter that car. The next morning, Leo showed up with dark circles under his eyes and handed me a thick folder. His expression was a mix of pity and awe. Man, you're the most badass trophy husband I've ever met. The agreement is exactly like you asked. You're not taking her to the cleaners, but you're not getting screwed either. You're getting exactly what you're owed, not a penny less. I clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks, man. I took the agreement and went straight to Claire's office. She was buried in paperwork. She looked up, surprised to see me, then offered a practiced corporate smile. Honey, what brings you here? Is something wrong? I walked up to her massive desk, planted my hands on the glossy surface, and leaned in close, forcing her to look me in the eye. Claire, I need a favor. She leaned back, unnerved by my intensity, but kept her voice gentle. You don't have to ask for favors. What is it? I need something from you. What? The keys to that Mercedes-AMG GT 63, I said, enunciating every word. The air in the office turned to ice. The smile vanished from her face. Her eyes grew sharp, like daggers trying to pierce my motives. We stared at each other. Neither of us blinked. Seconds stretched into an eternity. Finally, the sharpness in her gaze faded, replaced by exhaustion and surrender. "Ethan, don't do this," she said, her voice low. "It's just a car. It's not worth that much." My face was a mask. "Can you give them to me?" She stared at me, her brow furrowed, trying to figure out if I was being jealous or just having a breakdown. "You'll have them tomorrow," she finally conceded, her voice strained. I pulled back with a slight smirk, turned, and walked away without another word. As my hand touched the doorknob, her voice came from behind me, hesitant and resentful. "Are you doing this because you're jealous?" I paused, but didn't turn around, if that's what you want to call it. The second the door clicked shut, I heard a sharp crash from inside, the sound of a glass being thrown against a wall. With the cold AMG keys in my pocket, I arranged to meet Carter. The location was a coffee shop in the lobby of the Forbes building where he worked. He looked worse than he did on TV. Puffy eyes, dark circles. When he saw the Mercedes keys on the table, his pupils contracted, and a flash of humiliated anger crossed his face. He sat down heavily across from me. "Mr. Hayes, what's this? Showing off the spoils of war? Proving you're the one in charge." He deliberately ran a hand through his perfectly styled hair, showing off his admittedly handsome face. "You know," he said with a taunting smirk, "a woman like Claire, when something she gives away gets taken back, it just makes her feel like she owes me. She'll probably give me something even better to make up for it." I nodded. "Good point." My agreement seemed to inflate his ego. "An act like this, Mr. Hayes, doesn't it just embarrass Claire? Humiliate her?" I smiled and slid the keys across the table towards him, as casually as passing the sugar. "Her feelings," I said, watching his eyes narrow with suspicion, "are not my problem. Mr. Hayes, with my current net worth, one car is nothing to brag about. The only reason I wanted these back," I paused, enjoying the shifting expressions on his face, "was so I could give them to you myself. Properly." Carter froze, his brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" I leaned forward, lowering my voice so only he could hear, each word a perfectly placed dagger. "If you want something, I can give it to you, but you don't get to steal it. Understand? My dear brother." Clatter. The coffee cup fell from his hand, splashing brown liquid across the white tablecloth. His face went chalk white. He stared at me like he'd seen a ghost, his lips trembling, unable to form a word. He thought I didn't know. He thought it was his little secret. Carter Hayes, my biological half-brother, the son of the woman who broke up my parents' marriage. The same woman who stormed into our house with him in tow, forced my mother out with nothing, and tried to take custody of me. The same people who, when that failed, tried to arrange an accidental end for me. We hadn't seen each other in over 20 years, and here he was, sniffing around my wife. What a perfect little family drama. I could just picture it. My loving stepmother had probably planned it all. Once Carter secured his position, she'd show up with her innocent son, tears in her eyes. "Oh, Ethan, it was all a misunderstanding. Carter didn't know she was your wife." "Yeah, right. I wasn't falling into the same trap twice." The silence stretched, broken only by the drip of spilled coffee. Carter's face went from white to red, then to a sickly gray. Finally, as if accepting defeat, or maybe seeing a new angle, he forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace. "Ethan, we were just kids then. I didn't know anything. I was innocent. Dad and my mom, they've been looking for you for years, really. We're brothers. We're blood." "Stop." I held up a hand, cutting off his pathetic performance. "Don't even try, Carter. You and your mother screwed me over once. There won't be a second time. Save the act." The brotherly love on his face vanished, replaced by a dark, cunning look. He leaned back in his chair, his voice dripping with condescending pity. "Claire told me your marriage was already over in all but name. She said being with you is exhausting. I didn't deny it. Maybe, but that has nothing to do with whether or not you have a shot with her." I stood up, ready to end this disgusting conversation. "Little brother," he called after me, his voice twisted with a sick pleasure. "Making you divorce Claire. I think I came out on top here." I didn't break my stride. I just tossed a final cold insult over my shoulder. "Don't flatter yourself. You were just a fuse. Back home, I started to act out. Things I used to tolerate now set me off. She came home late. I'd hit her with sarcastic remarks. Her tone was even slightly bossy. I'd snap back. She tried to get close, I'd flinch away like she had the plague. The atmosphere in our penthouse turned arctic. When a wedding planner called to confirm details for our long-delayed formal ceremony, I told them, cancel it. Postponed indefinitely. When Claire found out, she stormed home, demanding to know what I was thinking. I pulled the divorce agreement from my briefcase and slapped it on the coffee table. Read it. If you have no objections, sign it. Ethan, are you out of your mind? She shrieked, her eyes wide with shock and fury. I sat on the sofa, as calm as if I were discussing the weather. Do I look like I'm out of my mind? Claire, you know as well as I do how things have been. We should have ended this years ago. Her chest heaved. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Is this because of Carter? I know he's your. You don't know jack shit. I shot up from the couch, the rage I'd suppressed for years finally exploding. If you really knew who he was to me, you would have stayed a million miles away from him, and you never would have bought him that car. What, was my life getting too comfortable for you? Did you just have to find a way to screw it up? She was stunned into silence by my outburst, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide as if seeing me for the first time. In all our years together, I had never yelled at her like that. After a moment, her eyes welled up. She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around me, her voice choked with sobs. I was just trying to help you. I wanted you to reconcile with your father. I've been going back and forth on what to do, and then you found out. I only gave him the car because Jenna was chasing him, and I was afraid she was just playing with his feelings, so I pretended to get close to him. Reconcile. Help me. My body went rigid. A wave of profound, tragic absurdity washed over me. Tears, hot and traitorous, filled my eyes. I pushed her away, my voice hoarse. Claire, you don't know anything. You don't know a damn thing. She shook her head frantically. I do. I know you secretly saw a therapist 5 years ago. I know everything. I know you have scars. You can't heal a wound you don't understand. I cut her off, pointing at my own chest, my voice trembling. You don't know how that woman and her son swooped in and took everything. You don't know how she forced my mother out with nothing. How my mom almost died. You don't know how they plotted to make me disappear. Carter is just like his mother. Deceit is in his blood. He got close to you for the same reason his mother got close to my father. To stage another hostile takeover. To steal everything I have all over again. The more I spoke, the more the 20 years of resentment and fear poured out of me. You gave him a car? You flirted with him? You were stabbing me in the heart, over and over. Do you get that? Claire was completely frozen, her face pale. The bloody truth I just laid bare, rendering her speechless. I bent down, picked up the divorce agreement, and brushed it off. I held it out to her again, my voice now chillingly calm. Remember what we promised when we got married? If either one of us wanted out, the other wouldn't stand in the way. You could decide the financials. I just want my fair share. But I'm adding one condition. Your future husband can never be Carter Hayes. She didn't take the papers. She just stared at me, her eyes red, her voice a broken whisper. Ethan, after everything, do I deserve this? She rushed at me, shoving me against the wall, her hands gripping my shoulders, her nails digging into my skin. Why? She screamed, her voice raw. What did I do that was so wrong? Why are you being so cruel to me? I looked into her red-rimmed eyes. I saw anger, hurt, confusion. Everything but the one thing I needed, understanding. I gently pried her hands off me and looked out the window at the glittering, indifferent city below. Claire, maybe years from now, you'll thank me for this, I said, my voice distant. Human nature, it can't withstand that kind of test. It was like all the fight went out of her. Her hands dropped, and she swayed on her feet. Then she collapsed against me, her arms wrapping tightly around my waist, her face buried in my chest. Hot tears soaked through my shirt. Honey, do we really have to do this? She mumbled, her voice thick with desperation. My heart twinged, but a deeper exhaustion quickly smothered it. Don't, I said, trying to push her away. Please, Ms. Sterling, for the sake of all the years I put in, just sign it. She jerked her head up. The beautiful eyes I once adored were now filled with nothing but wounded pride and ice. She glared at me. I met her gaze, my own eyes a dead, empty wasteland. It was a silent war that lasted only a few seconds. Finally, the fire in her eyes died, leaving only ashes. She shoved me away, stumbled to the coffee table and snatched up the pen. Without a single glance at the thick document, she flipped to the last page and scribbled her name. She threw the pen on the floor. She grabbed the agreement, shoved it into my chest, and then, without looking back, she ran out of the apartment. Slam! The sound of the door shook the entire penthouse, and it shattered the last remaining thread between us. The official process was quick. When I was handed the finalized divorce decree, the sunlight felt too bright. I packed a small bag and went to my mom's place. She opened the door, her face lighting up, then she peered behind me. "Ethan, where's Claire? Didn't she come with you?" My throat felt tight. "She's busy. Big meeting at the office." "Oh," my mom said, a little disappointed. Then she started fussing. "Claire's career is set now. You two should really be thinking about kids. You're not getting any younger." She kept on like that through dinner, sighing dramatically every few minutes. Looking at her graying hair and the wrinkles around her eyes, the words I needed to say were stuck in my throat. My mom was the one who got forced out with nothing by my dad and his mistress. She almost didn't survive the depression. She raised me on her own, saw me get married, and thought I'd finally found my happy ending. And now I was supposed to tell her I was divorced too? That I was following in her footsteps? I chugged my beer. The cold liquid was bitter going down. "Mom," I finally managed, my voice raspy. "Claire and I, we got divorced." Clink. Her chopsticks fell from her hand. She whipped her head around to look at me, as if I were a stranger. I pulled the divorce decree from my jacket pocket and handed it to her. She snatched it, her hands trembling as she read it, her face growing paler by the second. "Ethan," she smacked my arm, her voice full of anguish. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack? What did Claire ever do to you? Huh? Now that she's successful, you think you're too good for her? Is that it? You just had to ruin it." I took another long swallow of beer. "Don't worry, Mom. The settlement was huge. It's enough for both of us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives." "And then what?" she demanded, her chest rising and falling. "You have money, so you're happy? You don't need a wife? You don't need a family?" "Yep, I'm happy," I mumbled, the alcohol making my head fuzzy. "It's quiet." My mom looked at my pathetic state and sighed heavily. She sat down next to me, her voice softening with a heavy dose of guilt. "This is my fault. What happened back then? It made you lose faith in marriage." I shook my head and put my arm around her frail shoulders. "It's not you, Mom. It's the world. It's people. Look at her business partners. Every single one of them is divorced. The ones who aren't are openly playing the field. When there's that much money, the temptations pile up. People change. Claire's not like that," my mom insisted. "She's a good person. I can see it. You have to trust her." "Trust?" I gave a bitter laugh. "Mom, you only see the sweet, respectful daughter-in-law she shows you. You don't see the ice-cold CEO giving orders. You don't see the look of admiration she might have for Carter Hayes. You don't see the ever-widening distance between us." "Mom," I said, putting down my bottle, "I'm just a normal guy. But Claire, her journey is just beginning. Richest woman in the city? That won't be enough for her. In a few years, she'll be one of the most powerful women in the country, maybe the world. Her world will keep getting bigger. The people she knows will be more and more elite. And me?" I paused, a self-deprecating smile on my face. "I'll just be the baggage she can't keep up with. People used to call me Ethan. Now, everyone calls me Mr. Sterling." My mom fell silent, her eyes filled with a helpless, heartbreaking pity. After leaving my mom's apartment, I bought a one-way ticket and just started wandering the globe. From the humid jungles of South America to the freezing winds of Antarctica to the scorching sun on a beach in the Maldives. I tried to wash away the emptiness inside me with new scenery. Lying on a lounge chair, watching beautiful women in bikinis, sipping an icy drink. My phone rang. A number that was strange, but vaguely familiar. I answered, annoyed. "Hello, Ethan." A deep, raspy, and cautiously tentative older man's voice came through the phone. It was my biological father, Robert Hayes. "I heard. You and Claire are divorced," he asked, his tone oozing fake concern. "Why don't you come work in my company? I'm getting old. This whole thing will belong to you and your brother one day." Me and my brother? Almost laughed out loud. "Mr. Hayes," I said, my voice dripping with ice-cold sarcasm. "You're not just old, you're senile. Your sad little company would have gone under years ago if Claire hadn't been throwing you a few charity contracts every year. Your son gets a single Mercedes, and he loses his mind? And you want to cut me in on that? I heard a violent coughing fit on the other end. Then, a sharp, shrewish female voice snatched the phone. My dear stepmother, Ethan, what are you so proud of? Just wait until my son marries Claire. We'll be sure to invite you to the wedding. You'd better show your face. I let out a cold laugh. Listen, you old hag. After all these years, you're still as shameless as your precious son. You both have a taste for other people's leftovers. You, she shrieked. In the background, I heard my father yelling, enough! Two brothers fighting over one woman. What does that look like? Carter can marry anyone he wants, but it won't be Claire Sterling. I scoffed. Old man, has dementia finally set in? Do you have any idea what Claire is worth now? What is your son? A nobody. Your company only got those contracts because of me. Keep dreaming. I couldn't be bothered to listen to them anymore. I hung up. Finally, the world was quiet. I drifted for 2 months. The novelty wore off, leaving only fatigue and a deeper sense of emptiness. There's no place like home. I booked a flight back to the States. I've been back less than 2 days when Leo called. Ethan, you have to save me. High school reunion. We haven't had one in over a decade, and we finally got almost everyone to agree. You have to come. If you don't, the whole thing will fall apart. I'm begging you, man. He wore me down. I agreed. I knew why they needed me there. I was the legend, the guy who married the prom queen turned billionaire and then dumped her at her peak. The reunion was in a private room at a fancy hotel downtown. As Leo and I walked up, we could hear the roar of conversation from inside. One obnoxious voice stood out. It was Mark Zhang, the biggest loudmouth in our class. See? I told you. Claire and Ethan were never going to last. Who doesn't get a big head when they get rich? I know I would. Ethan must be kicking himself now. Worked his ass off for her for years and ended up with nothing. Serves him right. Someone else chimed in. Dude, you're just jealous. You saw the news, right? That was one of the biggest divorce settlements in the country. Even now, Ethan's net worth could buy and sell all of us 10 times over. Besides, Anya Sharma is still single, you know. Mark wasn't having it. So what if he's rich? His wife left him. I bet Claire was cheating on him. Why else would a nice guy like Ethan be the one to file for divorce? He's probably crying into his pillow every night. Yeah, crying into a pillow made of gold. Ha ha. Leo shot me an awkward glance. Look, man, you know how Mark is. Don't let him get to you. I just smiled and pushed the door open. The room went silent. Dozens of eyes swiveled to me. I saw shock, curiosity, pity, and a healthy dose of schadenfreude. Whoa, Ethan, Leo, you guys finally made it. Mark was the first to jump up, a fake smile plastered on his face, trying to cover his ass. Leo quickly took charge. All right, everyone's here. Tonight, we eat, we drink, we have fun. And you know the rule, richest person pays. He slapped me hard on the back. Everyone got the hint and started laughing, and the party atmosphere returned. To Ethan, a true legend, some guy I barely remembered said, raising his glass. Had both of the hottest girls in school chasing him. And hey, Anya's still available. I clinked his glass. He was practically shouting. If there's one guy I respected in high school, it was Ethan. He had the guts to marry Claire when she was broke, and the balls to divorce her when she was a billionaire. A real man. It sounded like a compliment, but it felt a little off. Leo quickly changed the subject, getting everyone to go around and share what they'd been up to. A couple of hours and several drinks later, the party was in full swing. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. A bright, musical female voice filled the air. Leo, I can't believe you. Throwing a big reunion like this, and you didn't even invite me? The least you could do is let an old classmate pick up the tab. That voice. My hand, holding my glass, froze mid-air. Every head in the room turned towards the door. The click-clack of high heels on the floor announced the arrival of a tall, stunning figure who commanded the room the moment she entered. Claire Sterling. She wore a tailored, cream-colored pantsuit, her hair in soft waves, her makeup flawless. She flashed a perfect smile as her eyes scanned the room, finally landing on me. Leo scrambled to his feet, his own smile a bit stiff. Claire, I know how busy you are. I didn't want to bother you. Claire walked straight to the empty chair next to me and sat down, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. She tilted her head towards Leo, her tone a mix of playful admonishment and something else. Affection. You should have. I had to come. She paused, her gaze flicking towards me for a split second. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the now silent room. Otherwise, my husband might actually divorce me for real. The room imploded. Every eye was on me again, a mixture of utter confusion, shock, and ravenous gossip. I swear to God, I nearly coughed up blood. Claire, what the hell are you playing at? We're divorced. The papers are signed. The money is transferred. What is this soap opera bullshit? Seeing my expression, Leo jumped in to save me. Hey, Ethan, so now that you're a free man, what's your type? Listen on it. If all else fails, I could always take a little trip to Thailand and come back for you. I knew he was trying to give me an out. I played along, stroking my chin thoughtfully. I'm thinking a mature, sophisticated older woman. Someone who knows what she wants. Someone who will take care of me. The words were barely out of my mouth when I felt 2 daggers of eyes being stared into the side of my head. I could literally see the color drain from Claire's face. The rest of the party was torture. I finally managed to slip out early, using the excuse of needing some fresh air. I was in the hotel's courtyard garden when I saw Anya Sharma leaning against a white Porsche, apparently waiting for someone. She was a friend from college and also my former therapist. A beautiful, intelligent, and slightly mysterious woman. Been drinking? She asked with a small smile, handing me a bottle of water. I'll give you a ride. My head was spinning a little, so I didn't argue. I got into the passenger seat. The car was filled with her faint, pleasant perfume. Her profile was soft under the garden lights. Anya, I said, suddenly feeling mischievous. Okay, listen. I'm going to snap my fingers, I said, and then snap them loudly. And you're going to forget you ever ate shit. Anya blinked, then her brain caught up. She looked both annoyed and amused, raising a hand to hit me. Wait, I never ate it in the first place. What are you talking about? I nodded sagely. I know. No, I really didn't. Do you understand? She insisted. I understand, I said, placating her. She was getting genuinely flustered. No, you can't just make up something insane and then tell me I ate it. I didn't. I haven't forgotten anything. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. So you remember it now? She was completely trapped, her face turning red. I never ate it. You get that, right? Right, of course you didn't. I struggled to keep a straight face. I never ate it. Never. She finally broke, playfully punching my shoulder. I laughed and caught her wrist. Okay, if you forgot, you forgot. It's no big deal. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was pounding on the car window. I turned my head. Outside the car, Claire's face was a mask of glacial fury, her eyes locked on my hand holding Anya's wrist. The rage in her eyes could have melted the glass. My scalp prickled. I dropped Anya's hand and got out of the car. You work fast, Ethan, Claire said, her voice laced with icy sarcasm. Already found my replacement? We're just circling back to an old flame. She shot me a withering glare, then pulled me behind her like a protective mother hen. Then, before anyone could react, she raised her hand and, smack, slapped Anya across the face. Claire, what the hell are you doing? I yelled, grabbing her arm. She deserved it. Claire was breathing heavily, pointing a trembling finger at Anya. Was it fun, Anya? Plotting against me like this? Anya held a hand to her cheek, but she didn't cry. She just straightened up and looked at Claire, her expression a complex mix of pain and understanding. I did plot against you, Anya said, her voice quiet and resigned. But I warned you. I told you the plan was high risk, that it could easily fail, burning it all down to be reborn. That doesn't work for everyone. Plotting, risk, burning it all down. I froze, looking from the furious Claire to the calm Anya. A chill ran up my spine. What had these two been doing behind my back? Claire ignored Anya, grabbed my arm, and dragged me over to a nearby decorative fountain. The night breeze blew her hair, carrying her familiar scent, but it did nothing for me anymore. She looked up at me, the garden lights dancing in her eyes. A few months ago, Anya came to me. She began, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. She said you had serious psychological issues, stemming from your childhood trauma. that you had a deep-seated insecurity about marriage and family. She said the only way to heal you was to help you reconcile with your father, with that. Family. I felt a jolt. Oh no. Claire's gaze drifted to the shimmering water. The company was going public, and Forbes wanted to do a profile. I knew the host, Carter Hayes, was your half-brother. I thought, maybe this was a chance. If I got to know him, maybe I could help you fix things. She laughed bitterly. And then, my friend Jenna, you know how she is, she was chasing Carter. I was worried she would just use him and hurt him. And he's still your family, technically. So, I pretended to be interested in him, to get Jenna to back off, and maybe, to build a bridge between you two. So, the car was a lie? The flirting was an act? It was all to help me? Huh. Claire let out another cold laugh, this one filled with hatred and defeat. That woman. Oh no. She set me up. She never told me that the history between you, Carter, and his mother was a dead end. That was a blood feud that could never be resolved. All I did was push you further away. I made you think I betrayed you. I destroyed the last bit of security you had. She whipped her head back to face me, her eyes red and desperate. Ethan, let's get back together. I don't want any of it. I'll hand the company over to someone else. We can leave, go somewhere nobody knows us. I'll have your babies. As many as you want. Please. The truth. It was all out. No cheating. No betrayal. Just two women who thought they knew best. Who tried to save me with a plan that only drove me deeper into my own personal hell. The boulder on my chest loosened, but in its place came a profound weariness and clarity. I looked into her hopeful eyes and slowly shook my head. Claire, I said, my voice calm, feeling a sense of finality. Thank you for trying to help me with that. But my decision to divorce you, that doesn't change. The light in her eyes died. Why? She demanded. Because we're on different paths, I said, looking towards the distant city lights. The life I want is simple. A wife, kids, a quiet home. The smell of dinner cooking. Stability. And you, I looked back at her, my gaze honest. Your stage is the world of business, under the spotlights, at the peak of wealth and power. That's where you belong. If we force this, we'll only torture each other. I can give it up, she cried, grabbing my arm. None of it matters. I can sell the company. I can give all the money away, as long as I have you. Don't be ridiculous, I said, gently removing her hand. That's not who you are, Claire. If you change for me, you'll be miserable, and I'll feel guilty. Let me go, and let yourself go. We're just not meant to be. She stared at me, the light in her eyes fading to gray. After a long moment, she seemed to finally give up. She pulled her lips into a smile that was more painful than tears. Then, come home with me, for one last drink, a farewell toast. When I woke up, it was noon the next day. Sunlight stabbed through a gap in the curtains. My head was splitting. I pushed myself up, and then I saw the carnage. Shredded, expensive Balenciaga stockings on the floor, a wadded-up lace bra, the tangled, wrinkled sheets, and the empty space beside me in the bed, still holding a trace of warmth and her familiar scent. I rubbed my temples. Last night, I blacked out. That farewell drink. It got a little out of hand. In the days that followed, Claire didn't bother me again. She just switched targets. She started bothering my mom. She was in my mom's apartment every other day, bringing food, taking her for walks, keeping her company. She was a better son than I was. A month later, I went to my mom's for dinner, and of course, Claire just happened to be there. In the middle of the meal, she put down her chopsticks, pulled a small plastic stick from her purse, and casually handed it to my mom. Here, Mom, can you take a look at this for me? Does this mean? My mom took it, squinting. A few seconds passed. Oh my God, she shrieked, slapping her thigh. Her eyes were as wide as dinner plates, her face erupting in pure joy. 2 lines. It's 2 lines. She's pregnant. Pregnant. My grandbaby. She shot up from her chair, abandoning her dinner. Stay right there. I'm gonna make you some chicken soup. You need your strength. My hand holding my fork was frozen in midair. I stared at the little pregnancy test, then at Claire's slightly flushed, triumphant face. My mind was a complete blank. What the hell was happening? The farewell drink came with a party favor. A few more months passed. I was driving Claire to a doctor's appointment for a checkup. While we were stopped at a red light, A flashy red Ferrari pulled up next to us. The driver was a handsome guy in sunglasses, one arm resting coolly on the open window frame. The sun glinted off the car's perfect lines. I couldn't help but stare. "What is it, honey?" Claire asked from the passenger seat, following my gaze. A soft smile played on her lips. "You want one?" I nodded automatically, my eyes still glued to the Ferrari. "Yeah, that thing is beautiful. If you like it, I'll buy you one," she said, her tone light and indulgent. I whipped my head around. "Are you serious? Those things cost a fortune." Claire placed a hand on her own gently swelling belly, her expression soft and resolute. "Of course. What's the point of making money if you can't use it to improve your quality of life? Besides," she turned to me, her eyes shining just like they did in that studio apartment all those years ago. "Who else am I going to spend it on, if not my husband?" A wave of warmth washed over me. I leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. "You're the best, babe. So, when are we going to the dealership?" Claire blinked, then burst out laughing. She gave me a playful swat. "You go buy some sunglasses. What would we do at a dealership?" Sunglasses?" I looked at her teasing smile, then back at the cool sunglasses on the Ferrari driver's face. "Oh, damn it." I looked at Claire, who was practically crying with laughter, and then at her pregnant belly. "Fine. Sunglasses it is. At least, this time, whether it was an AMG or a Ferrari, it was all mine." The end. My name is Ethan Hayes, and I am screwed. I'd woken up in a king-size bed big enough for 5 of me. The digital clock on the nightstand flashing 7:00 a.m. A fragment of unfamiliar memory exploded in my brain, telling me one impossible thing. I'd woken up inside a novel. Specifically, I was the ultimate simp in some cheesy corporate romance, the disposable side character whose only purpose was to lose the girl to the hero. And my fiancée? She was the book's primary antagonist, the Ice Queen villainess whose life mission was to make the heroine miserable before the hero inevitably ruined her and her family. Her name was Sophia Sterling. According to the plot, today was my first day on the job as a professional doormat. My mission was to show up at Sophia's penthouse at 7:30 a.m. sharp with her favorite breakfast, fresh-pressed green juice flown in from California and an artisanal avocado toast. Yeah, screw that. I muttered to the empty room. Juice flown in from California? I drink coffee that's been sitting on a burner for 3 hours. Still, I had to play the part. The plot was God, and I had to follow the script if I wanted to keep my head down, stay alive, and wait for the hero and heroine to fall in love. Then, hopefully, Sophia would get sick of me and kick me to the curb with a nice severance package. I practiced in the mirror, working on a smile that was the perfect blend of pathetic and devoted, with a hint of infatuation. Yep, that was the look. But her favorite breakfast? Not a chance. My goal was to get her to hate me fast. So, I left the building, walked down to the corner, and bought 2 glazed donuts from Street Cart, the kind that leave a grease stain on the bag, and a large coffee. I made sure to tell the guy to put extra sugar in it. The book mentioned offhand that Sophia Sterling, the untouchable corporate queen, despised cheap, greasy street food more than anything. Perfect. I arrived at her door, breakfast in hand, and rang the bell at precisely 7:30 a.m. The door opened. A face devoid of any emotion greeted me. She was beautiful, but it was an aggressive, intimidating beauty, like a priceless vase in a museum that you'd never dare touch. She wore a silk robe, her hair tied up messily, a few strands framing her face, lending a sliver of warmth to her otherwise frosty aura. This was Sophia Sterling. I immediately plastered on my practice smile, holding the greasy paper bag out to her. My voice was so soft it was practically a whisper. "Sophia, good morning. I brought you breakfast." Her eyes landed on the stained bag, and her brow furrowed, just enough for me to notice. I was ecstatic. Yes, that's it. That's the look of disgust. Despise me, hate me, yell at me, throw the donuts in my face, and tell me to get lost. Mission accomplished. Sophia opened her mouth to speak, but then she froze. She heard a voice, a clear, cheerful voice that was the polar opposite of the pathetic, fawning expression on the man in front of her. Damn, that Ice Queen glare is something else. Too bad she's the villainess, and not too bright either. Falling for a two-faced phony like Caleb Vance. Just tell me to scram, so I can go back to my life of doing absolutely nothing. Sophia blinked. She glanced around the hallway. It was empty. Where did that voice come from? Was she hearing things? Seeing her hesitation, I pushed the bag a little closer. Sophia, is something wrong? I got it especially for you. Give it to me. She cut me off, her hand reaching out and taking the greasy bag. I just stood there. Question mark. That's not how the script went. She didn't yell at me. She actually took the breakfast. What the hell? Did she not sleep well last night? Did she lose her sense of taste? No, the book says she should have thrown this straight in the trash at first sight. Hearing the bewildered voice in her head, Sophia looked from the bag to my face, which was now a perfect mask of disappointment and hurt. A bizarre, unprecedented feeling washed over her. She didn't say another word, just a quiet, thank you, before closing the door. I stood in the hallway for a full minute, my hands empty. Thank you. She said thank you to me. Great. It was day one, and I'd already broken the plot. My heart pounding with uncertainty, I drove the original Ethan's flashy Maserati to the Sterling Corporation headquarters. As Sophia's fiancé, I held the pointless title of special assistant to the CEO. It was a fancy way of saying I was a human ornament who could wander around the office freely. My desk was in a glass-walled cubicle right outside her office, a perfect vantage point for her to summon order me around at a moment's notice. I'd barely sat down when a man in a tailored suit, looking impossibly handsome and slick, walked over. Caleb Vance, the hero of the novel. He was holding 2 cups of coffee, a warm, charming smile on his face. He walked straight past me and pushed open Sophia's office door. Sophia, I saw you didn't drive this morning. Did Ethan give you a lift? Here, have some coffee to get you going. His voice was just loud enough for me to hear. I rolled my eyes. Here we go. The phony hero makes his grand entrance. Seriously, this guy's acting is Oscar-worthy. Look at his eyes. They're practically screaming, I'm going to bankrupt your family and take over your company. How does Sophia not see this? It's scary what a pretty face can do to a woman's common sense. Inside the office, Sophia was about to start on her files. She hadn't touched the donuts, and her stomach felt a little off. But what was more unsettling was the voice that kept popping in her head. And now it was back. She looked up at Caleb. He was the business partner her father had chosen for her. Young, successful, and sophisticated, a golden boy in everyone's eyes. She'd always thought he was a good choice, too. But today, listening to Ethan's inner commentary, she looked at Caleb's perfect smile and thought she could see, for the first time, a flicker of greed hiding behind it. Thanks. She took the coffee, but set it aside without drinking it. Caleb didn't seem to mind. He placed a folder on her desk. Sophia, this is the final proposal for the South Bronx Development Project. I've optimized a few things. You should take a look. We need to sign it. The longer we wait, the more variables come into play. I sat outside, my ears perked. Here it was. The first major plot trap. This is it. This is the deal that screws her over in the book. The company loses a fortune, and Caleb swoops in like a savior, investing his own capital in exchange for 15% of the company's shares. You idiot. Say no. Don't sign it. If you sign that, you're one step closer to bankruptcy. I was screaming internally, but on the outside, I was staring intently at my phone, playing a game of solitaire. Sophia's fingers rested on the folder. Ethan's frantic internal screaming was a stark contrast to Caleb's gentle persuasion. She suddenly felt exhausted. For years, she had operated like a machine, all for the sake of the family business. Everyone around her, including her own father, told her that Caleb was the best choice. But Ethan's inner voice was like a stone tossed into the still waters of her mind, sending out ripples. As obnoxious as the voice was, it was also shockingly honest. She picked up the folder, flipped through it, then closed it and pushed it back toward Caleb. I need more time to think about this project. For the first time, the smile on Caleb's face faltered. Sophia, we've been tracking this project for a long time. I said, I need to think about it. Her voice was quiet, but it carried an authority that was impossible to question. Caleb's expression shifted for a second before he smoothed it back into his usual pleasant mask. He picked up the folder and nodded. All right, I respect your decision. But Sophia, sometimes you need to trust the judgment of professionals and not be influenced by irrelevant people. His eyes flickered meaningfully toward my glass cubicle. I caught his gaze and immediately sat up straighter, put my phone away, and adopted an innocent expression that said, "I don't know anything, I'm just a handsome idiot." After Caleb left, Sophia sat in her chair, motionless for a long time. She looked at the man in the glass cubicle, who was sitting ramrod straight, but whose phone screen clearly showed the victory animation for a completed game of solitaire. For the first time, she felt a flicker of genuine curiosity about her simp fiancé. Just before quitting time, the intercom on my desk buzzed. "Drive me home." The voice was as cold as ever, completely flat. I jumped to my feet and practically sprinted to the parking garage to get the car. Well, what do you know? She's actually willing to ride in my car. I thought she hated the Maserati, said it was too flashy, and lowered her class. I chattered away in my head as I drove. Sophia sat in the passenger seat, her eyes closed as if she were resting. But in reality, she was listening intently to the broadcast. "So, did Mr. Vance upset you today?" I asked carefully, playing the part of the concerned fiancé. "No," she replied flatly. "Oh, well, I think he's a pretty great guy. Successful, ambitious. A good match for you," I said, my heart bleeding with every word. "A good match, my ass. One's a two-faced snake, and the other's a love-drunk fool. They should get married and leave everyone else alone. Just give me a fat check to break this engagement, and I'll disappear from your lives forever. $1 million. No, 5 million. The Sterlings are loaded. What's 5 million to them?" The corner of Sophia's mouth twitched uncontrollably. 5 million? The nerve. She opened her eyes, turned to look at me, and changed the subject. "I remember you mentioned wanting to invest in a VR gaming project." My heart skipped a beat. Here it was, the next trap. In the book, the idiot Ethan, trying to prove he wasn't useless, was desperately looking for a project to invest in. Caleb helpfully suggested a VR gaming company, claiming it was the next big thing. Ethan bought it hook, line, and sinker. He begged Sophia for the money, and she, wanting to get him off her back and look generous in front of Caleb, gave it to him. Of course, the project was a total scam. The money vanished, and Ethan became the laughingstock of their entire social circle. It's happening. The plot is trying to kill me. This project is going to lose everything, down to the last penny. I have to convince her not to do it. No, wait, I can't break character. I have to act super enthusiastic, make her think I'm a brainless moron, and then she'll definitely refuse me. I took a deep breath and put on a look of pure fanaticism. "Yes, Sophia, you remembered. I've been researching it, and it's going to be huge. The metaverse, you know. If we get in now, we'll be the next Jeff Bezos." I rambled on, hyping up the project like it was the second coming. Sophia just watched me quietly, her expression unreadable. "Come on, give me that look you give morons." Then tell me coldly, "Ethan, can you please be more mature?" Yes, that's the line. I looked at her expectantly, but all Sophia did was nod. "Sounds interesting." I blinked. "Interesting? What part of that sounded interesting? Did you even hear what I was saying? You're buying this?" "Oh, no. Is she actually going to invest? There goes my $5 million severance package." Panicked, I tried to backtrack. But the initial investment is pretty big, and the risk is... It's also really high." Sophia watched my anxious flailing and suddenly found it amusing. He was desperately trying to sell it on the surface, but internally, he was about to have a heart attack. She leaned back against the seat and said calmly, "Money isn't an issue. If you believe in it, then go for it. Have your project manager bring the business plan to my office tomorrow." Then she closed her eyes, ignoring me for the rest of the ride. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. "Lady, are you reading the wrong script? I'm the useless side character. You're the villainess. We're supposed to be at each other's throats until the righteous hero takes us both down. Why are you suddenly being so supportive? This is illogical. This is unscientific. This is making me really nervous." Sophia's eyelashes fluttered. Supportive? She hadn't realized it herself, but since that morning, her cold, calculated decision-making processes had started to go haywire, all because of this human pop-up commentary machine next to her. 3 days later, the Sterling family hosted a corporate gala. This was a major turning point in the novel. At this event, Caleb was supposed to publicly humiliate me with a complex business question, making me look like a complete idiot. Then, he would step in and save the day, impressing Sophia and all the elders, highlighting his brilliance and my incompetence. I was ready. Tonight, My only job was to make a fool of myself. I wore a flashy white suit, my hair slicked back with too much gel, and wandered through the ballroom with a glass of champagne, smiling like a prize-winning idiot. Come on, humiliate me and get it over with. I just want to be a useless, rich layabout. Don't make me actually work for a living. Once this engagement is over, I'll take my 5, no 10 million and buy a beach house. I'll throw parties every day and live the good life. Sophia, stunning in a black evening gown, held my arm as we stood at the center of the room. She could hear my inner celebration loud and clear, and looking at the lost, wearing my expression on my face, she felt a headache coming on. Right on cue, Caleb approached with a glass of wine. He made small talk with Sophia before turning to me with that same warm smile. Ethan, haven't seen you around the office much. Working on something big. I immediately stammered, and no, not really. Just looking at things. Is that so? Caleb's voice was casual, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. I heard you were looking into that plot of land on the west side. It's a complicated piece of real estate. Involves several different companies. Even Mr. Sterling found it tricky. I was wondering what your take on it was. Here we go. This was it. That land was a minefield. Anyone who touched it would get burned. In the book, I tried to act smart, spouted a bunch of nonsense, and got verbally destroyed by Caleb. I was just about to open my mouth and repeat the same stupid lines from a novel. But then Sophia spoke. The grip on my arm tightened. Her voice was cool and clear, carrying across the room. Ethan is my most important advisor. He was the first one to warn me about the risks associated with the West Side property. We've already decided to pass on it. The entire area fell silent. Everyone's eyes were on me, filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion. Caleb's smile was frozen on his face. I was completely dumbfounded. Huh? Did I say that? When? I don't remember saying that. Oh, wait. I think I was in her office the other day, bored out of my mind, and I was looking at the file and complaining about it in my head. Did she? How did she know? A coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. She must have had her own doubts and just used me as an excuse. I was frantically trying to rationalize it. Caleb looked furious. He wasn't about to let some useless idiot steal his spotlight. He took a deep breath and lobbed another grenade. Well, if you've passed on the West Side project, then the partnership with that Nordic venture firm, Aurora Capital, must be Sterling Corp's top priority. I hear their representative is in town. Sophia, this deal is critical. There's no room for error. This Aurora Capital was a firm Caleb had introduced. It looked great on paper, but it was actually a vulture fund specializing in hostile takeovers. In the book, this was the deal that crippled the Sterling Corporation as Caleb and Aurora worked together to steal their core technology. Alarm bells were screaming in my head. Oh, this is even worse than the land deal. This isn't a partnership, it's inviting a wolf into the house. Aurora Capital's background is dirty as hell. They're notorious in Europe for shady business, and they're about to be investigated by Interpol in 3 months. Anyone who partners with them now is jumping into a volcano. Sophia, you idiot, wake up! I was stomping my feet in my mind, but my face still wore that dopey, agreeable smile as I nodded along. Mister, Vance is so right. Sophia listened to my internal tirade, a flicker of amusement in her eyes that no one else saw. She looked at Caleb, her tone as placid as if she were discussing the weather. Oh, I forgot to tell you. We've already terminated all contact with Aurora Capital. What? Caleb couldn't maintain his composure any longer. Sophia gave him a cool glance. Then, she turned her head, looking directly at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Because Ethan said they seemed shady. Boom. My brain went completely blank. If the first time was a coincidence, what about the second? The way the other guests were looking at me had changed from amusement to a kind of awed, searching respect you'd give a hidden genius. I stood there, frozen, a chill running up my spine. She can't actually hear what I'm thinking. Can she? I practically fled the gala and locked myself in my room, where I spent the entire night replaying every single interaction I'd had with Sophia. Her bizarre acceptance of the donuts. Her baseless rejection of Caleb's golden project. Her using my internal rants as her rationale for 2 major business decisions at the gala. A terrifying thought began to form in my mind. I had to test it. The next morning, with dark circles under my eyes, I showed up at Sophia's penthouse again. When she opened the door, I put on my best simp face, my voice dripping with concern. Sophia, you look tired. The gala must have been exhausting. Simultaneously, I issued my first internal command. Okay, experiment number 1. Get her to make me a cup of coffee. The Ice Queen CEO making coffee for her simp fiancé. If this happens, I'll be 50% convinced. Sophia's gaze lingered on my face for 2 seconds before she turned and walked back inside without a word. I followed her in. She went straight to the kitchen, opened the espresso machine, ground the beans, and brewed a cup. The entire process was smooth and efficient. A few minutes later, a steaming cup of black coffee was placed on the table in front of me. My hand started to shake. No way. Maybe she just wanted coffee for herself, and made me a cup, too. Yeah, that has to be it. I picked up the cup and took a sip, burning my tongue. Experiment number 2. Level up the difficulty. Make her do something she would absolutely never, ever do. Something outside her entire frame of reference. Like wearing a pair of pink high heels. Yes, pink. As far as I know, this woman's closet contains nothing but black, white, and gray. Not even a single colored thread. I sent out the second command from the privacy of my mind. Sophia sat on the couch, watching me flail around after burning my mouth. She picked up her phone, unlocked it, and opened a shopping app. Her fingers flew across the screen. A few minutes later, she placed an order, paid, and tossed her phone aside, picking up a document as if nothing had happened. I waited, my anxiety mounting, for the rest of the morning. Just as I was about to give up and chalk it all up to a massive coincidence, the doorbell rang. A courier in a crisp uniform from Saks Fifth Avenue stood there, holding a designer shoebox. Sophia signed for it and closed the door. Then, right in front of me, she opened the box. Inside was a pair of offensively pink, crystal-encrusted killer stilettos. I forgot how to breathe. Sophia took the shoes out, slipped off her slippers, and revealed her small, perfect feet. Then, as naturally as if she were putting on sneakers, she slid them into the heels I'd only ever seen on a Barbie doll. She stood up, suddenly half a head taller than me. She walked across the hardwood floor, the pink heels making a sharp, clicking sound with each step. Every click felt like it was hammering directly on my heart. Finally, she stopped in front of me, looking down at me, her face a perfect blank mask. Well, she asked, how do they look? My entire worldview shattered into a million pieces. I stared at her, my mouth hanging open, unable to form a single word. I was petrified, literally petrified. After confirming that Sophia could, in fact, read my mind, I went into a 3-day-long, self-imposed exile. I didn't go to the office. I didn't see her. I didn't even dare think about her. It was terrifying. It was like I was standing naked in front of her 24/7. All my stupid, weird, and wild thoughts were broadcast directly into her brain. My whole persona was a lie. She must think I'm a complete psycho. Is she going to have me killed to shut me up? On the 4th day, as I was contemplating starving to death, Sophia called. Get to the office. It was an order. I dragged myself to the Sterling building, my legs feeling like jelly as I walked into her office. Sophia was sitting behind her desk, reading a file. She was dressed in a normal black business suit, her face set in its usual frosty expression. You never know, she was the same woman who had worn those pink stilettos. She pushed a contract across the desk toward me. Caleb's new proposal. Take a look. I picked it up, and my heart started hammering again. It was another one of Caleb's traps, a stock swap agreement that looked good on the surface, but was full of loopholes. If she signed it, a key subsidiary of Sterling Corp would be completely gutted. What do? If I just tell her the contract is bad, I'm admitting I've been acting this whole time, that I'm not a real simp. Will she get mad and throw me out the window? We're on the 38th floor. But if I lie and say the contract is good, her company goes down, and based on the law of disposable side characters, if she's ruined, I'm definitely not getting away clean. I might even get framed as an accomplice and end up in jail. I need a plan, a way to warn her without breaking character. I racked my brain, sweat beading on my forehead. Sophia just watched me, not rushing me. Finally, I looked up, my face arranged in the simp's signature expression of earnest humility. Sophia, this contract, it looks really good. I began validating Caleb first. Then, I changed my tone, injecting a note of fear and concern. But, but I just have this feeling, isn't Caleb's plan a little too risky? I'm worried you'll get hurt. I looked down, avoiding her eyes, my fingers nervously picking at the edge of the contract. I'm not smart enough to understand all this complicated stuff. I just couldn't sleep last night, so I was looking up some things online and, look, these case studies, they seem kind of similar to our situation. I pulled a crumpled piece of paper from my pocket. On it were printouts of several corporate fraud cases I'd found during my all-nighter, with key points that mirrored Caleb's traps circled in red pen. I handed her the paper, my voice barely a whisper. Don't laugh at me. I know I'm just being paranoid. Sophia took the paper, which was slightly damp from my sweaty palms. She looked at the circled sections, then back up at my face, which looked like it was on the verge of tears. She heard the scream in my head. Lady, please play along. I'm just trying to survive. And then, for the very first time, the corner of her tightly controlled mouth curved into the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. Okay, she said. I'll listen to you. You little idiot. You finally figured out a way to tell the truth. I couldn't hear her thoughts, but when I saw that ghost of a smile, I felt the knot in my stomach finally unwind. I let out a long sigh of relief. I just walked back from the edge of a cliff. From that day on, an unspoken, incredibly strange understanding formed between us. With my inner voice as a superpower, Sophia and I became an unstoppable team. Caleb Vance found that his life had suddenly been switched to expert mode. He tried to short one of Sterling Corp's tech subsidiaries on the stock market. A day before, I'd already mentally walked through his entire plan, from his funding sources to his trader's habits. Here we go. Slimy Caleb is making his move. Target is Astratech. He'll pay off a few trashy finance bloggers to spread rumors about a flaw in their core technology. Then, when the stock dips, he'll use that offshore shell fund of his to buy up shares on the cheap. Such a dirty player. Listening to my live commentary, Sophia called a press conference the next day. She presented Astratech's newly filed patents and a government contract, both of which sent the stock soaring. It hit the daily limit up. All of Caleb's ammunition was wasted. Next, he tried to poach Sterling's core engineering team. 2 days before, I was at home, sighing dramatically in my head, mentally listing the names of the people he was targeting, the salaries and positions he was offering, and even the coffee shop where the meeting was supposed to happen. Sigh. Mark from R&D is about to get poached. That snake Caleb offered him triple his salary and a CTO title. DR. Chin is a goner, too. Caleb is using a spot for his kid in that elite private school as bait. It's a low blow. Sophia, is your war chest big enough? If you don't give out some raises soon, you're going to be the captain of an empty ship. The next day, Sophia held a meeting with her key engineers, announced the formation of a new, independent R&D lab, and gave everyone a 100% raise in stock options. She also took care of Dr. Chin's son's school problem. Caleb's head of HR waited at the coffee shop all day and never saw a single soul. After a few more rounds like this, Caleb was bleeding money and losing his mind. He looked haggard, and the way he looked at me had changed from disdain to a deep, venomous suspicion. He couldn't figure out how Sophia was anticipating his every move, countering them with surgical precision. It was like he had a traitor in his inner circle. He started frantically investigating everyone around him. Meanwhile, I sat outside Sophia's office, sipping the coffee she made me, pretending to play solitaire while giving him some helpful hints in my head. Go on, investigate everyone. Fire your assistant, your secretary, your driver. I'll let you in on a little secret. Your driver, Dave? He's a spy for your biggest competitor. And your housekeeper? She spit in your soup last week. And so, Caleb's team began to fall apart at an astonishing rate. Watching him tear his hair out was the most fun I'd had in ages. That's what you get for being the hero. That's what you get for being better looking than me. Now you know who's really pulling the strings in this world, don't you? Just as I was basking in my own genius, Sophia's office door opened. She handed me a file, her expression unreadable. Your bonus for this quarter. I paid it in advance. I opened it. Inside was a cashier's check for $5 million. I was stunned. Sophia glanced at me. Your inner drama, she said flatly, is very profitable. I just stared at her. Suddenly, having my mind read didn't seem so bad after all. The days of us teaming up to screw over Caleb flew by. As he fumbled from one failure to the next, the dynamic between Sophia and me began to change. She was no longer just the untouchable Ice Queen CEO, and I wasn't so desperate to run away anymore. She started remembering things I'd only thought about, like a craving for a specific bakery's cheesecake. I'd find it waiting for me in my car after work. She'd hear me mentally complaining about the plot of a TV show, and the next day, a full dossier on the show's head writer would be on my desk with a note. You could probably do better. I got used to giving her mental status reports, sharing my thoughts and feelings. She never responded, but I knew she was listening. It was a strange and wonderful feeling, like having a soulmate who was permanently online. Then, one day I got sick. Just a common cold, but it hit me hard. My head felt like it was full of concrete, and my throat was on fire. I wanted to call in sick and die peacefully in my bed, but I dragged myself to the office anyway. Can't stay home. I have a feeling Caleb is planning something big today, and I need to be there to provide live commentary. What if Sophia misses the broadcast and gets screwed over? I haven't even had a chance to spend my $5 million bonus yet. I stumbled into the office, and the moment I sat down, the room started spinning. A second later, the intercom buzzed. In here, I pushed the door open. Sophia was frowning at me. Why is your face so red? It's nothing, probably. Achoo. I let out a massive, body-rattling sneeze. She stood up, walked over, and placed the back of her hand on my forehead. Her skin was cool, a welcome relief against my burning fever. You're burning up, she stated. I'm fine, really. Nothing a little water can't fix, I insisted. Holy crap, she's touching my forehead. She's actually touching me. Why are the Ice Queen's hands so soft? Oh God, my heart is racing. Am I actually falling for the villainess? No. Get a grip, Ethan. You're the disposable side character. She's the heroine's enemy. You two are doomed. Her hand paused for a fraction of a second. Her expression became complicated, a mix of frustration, concern, and something else I couldn't name. Go home, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. No, I can't. I have to stay at the office. I'm taking you home. She cut me off, grabbing her car keys and my jacket from the coat rack, draping it over my shoulders. On the way, I drifted in and out of a feverish daze in the passenger seat. She's being so nice to me. Does she actually like me? No, that's impossible. I'm the simp's sidekick. How could I end up with the villainess? As soon as Caleb is completely out of the picture, I still need to run. Take the money, buy a private island, and never come back. I mumbled my escape plan in my delirium. Beside me, Sophia's hands tightened on the steering wheel. She glanced at my flushed face and heard me unconsciously muttering, Sophia, don't sign it. In her own mind, she replied with a single word I couldn't hear. Too late. Caleb was on the verge of a complete breakdown. He couldn't understand how Sophia knew his every move before he made it. He'd investigated everyone in his life, even hiring private investigators and hackers, but found nothing. It was like Sophia had developed a sixth sense, blocking him at every turn just moments before he acted. And all of it started when that useless fiancé of hers, Ethan, came into the picture. A single failure can make a man reflect. A series of inexplicable failures will make him obsessed. He became convinced that I held some secret. Maybe I had dirt on him, or maybe I had a secret genius advising me. After another disastrous investment wiped out the last of his liquid assets, Caleb's sanity finally snapped. He decided to solve his problem in the most primitive way possible. I was at home, recovering from my fever and sipping chicken soup that Sophia had sent over, happily scrolling through my phone and planning my future life of leisure. Suddenly, a news alert popped up. Local tech mogul Caleb Vance under SEC investigation for suspected financial fraud across multiple companies. I nearly sprayed a mouthful of soup across the room. Whoa, already? The plot is accelerating. In the book, Caleb doesn't go down until the final act. Well, this is great news. The final boss is almost dead, which means it's time for this side character to collect his severance and get the hell out of here. I was excitedly planning my post-engagement life when a strange sense of unease crept over me. A cornered animal will lash out. What would a self-obsessed narcissist like Caleb do when he had nothing left to lose? I frantically searched my memory of the novel's plot. Nothing. In the book, Caleb was a villain, but he always maintained a veneer of civility. He never resorted to physical violence. But now, thanks to me, the plot was completely off the rails. Something's wrong. Very wrong. A guy like Caleb won't go down without a fight. What if? What if he does something desperate, something illegal? Like kidnapping? The thought terrified me. No way, right? This is a civilized society. But what if? His target would definitely be Sophia. He probably thinks she has the evidence against him. I have to warn her. But how? If I just tell her, she won't believe me. I'll have to send her a mental broadcast. I focused all my energy and started spamming her in my head. Danger, danger, danger. Sophia, be careful. Caleb might try to kidnap you. I repeat, this is not a drill. Caleb might try to kidnap you. He's lost his mind. Hire more bodyguards. Take an entire army with you when you leave the house. Sophia was in a board meeting, listening to her CFO's report. Suddenly, the frantic, siren-like voice exploded in her mind. Her expression hardened. She held up a hand, silencing the CFO. She picked up her phone and quickly typed out 2 messages. One was to her security firm, requesting additional agents for 24/7 protection, effective immediately. The other was to an old friend who was a high-ranking officer in the city's police department. With that done, she looked up, her face calm again. Continue, she told the CFO. But in her mind, she had already made a decision. If Caleb was really foolish enough to make a move, she would use this opportunity to destroy him completely, ensuring he could never be a threat again. She would let him walk right into her trap. Caleb moved faster than I'd expected. That evening, as Sophia was driving home from work, 2 cars boxed her in on a deserted stretch of road. Everything was going according to Sophia's plan. Caleb's men were professionals, but her new security detail was better. But then, something went wrong. While her bodyguard were engaged with the other men, one of them slipped around the back and yanked open Sophia's car door. And I was sitting in the driver's seat. I had insisted on coming with her, under the guise of protecting her. In reality, I was worried she hadn't taken my mental warning seriously and wanted to be there just in case. I have the worst luck. It's actually happening. I should have just stayed home. So much for my life of leisure. I wailed internally. The kidnapper was clearly after Sophia. He lunged across the car for her in the passenger seat. In that split second, I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was all the coffee she'd made me, or the cheesecake she'd bought, or the memory of her cool hand on my feverish forehead. Acting on pure instinct, I unbuckled my seatbelt and threw myself in front of her. A searing pain shot through my back, like I'd been stabbed with a red-hot poker. I let out a choked cry and felt my body go limp. Ethan, I heard Sophia's voice. For the first time ever, it was laced with panic. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Caleb's men scattered. He got out of the car behind us, his face pale and his eyes wild. He stared at Sophia, now shielded by her bodyguards, then at me, slumped over her. He screamed, "Why? Sophia, tell me, how did you know my plan?" Sophia didn't answer him. She was looking at me, her eyes wide with fear. The police swarmed the scene, tackling Caleb and pinning him to the ground. He was still struggling, yelling at me. "It was you. Ethan, it had to be you. What did you do, you useless piece of trash?" I was in so much pain, I could barely breathe. The air tasted like blood. I was draped over Sophia, and seeing the terror in her eyes, only one thought crossed my mind. Well, crap. I really owe her one now. This is a workplace injury, right? It counts, doesn't it? When I recover, maybe I can ask for a bigger severance package when we break up. Like adding a 0 to that 5 million? Hearing my dying words, Sophia looked at me, on the verge of passing out, but still trying to calculate a bigger payday, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A tear escaped and fell onto my cheek. It was warm. My last thought before everything went black was, why is she crying? Is it because I'm about to die and she'll miss my running commentary? I spent 2 weeks in a hospital. The knife had missed any vital organs, thankfully. For those 2 weeks, Sophia canceled all her meetings and stayed by my side, never leaving. She peeled apples for me, fed me soup, and read me articles from the Wall Street Journal. Her face was still a mask of indifference, but the worry in her eyes was impossible to hide. I lay in bed, enjoying being waited on by a queen, but my resolve to escape only grew stronger. This was dangerous. If I stayed any longer, I'd get too comfortable and never want to leave. Caleb had been arrested. With multiple charges against him, he'd be spending the rest of his life in prison. The main threat was gone. It was time for me to retire. The day I was discharged, Sophia came to pick me up herself. Back at her penthouse, I asked her to sit on the couch. I took a deep breath and stood before her. I summoned all my acting skills, putting on an expression that was a complex mix of gratitude, reluctance, and grim resolve. Sophia, thank you for taking care of me. But now, with Caleb gone, I think it's time we ended our engagement. I looked down, my voice heavy with sorrow. You're a wonderful woman, and you deserve someone better. I hope you find true happiness. I waited for her response. If this were a movie, she'd make a token effort to protest, then agree for my sake. She'd hand me a check, and we'd go our separate ways. Internally, I was already celebrating. Ha ha ha. Freedom. I'm finally free. My beach house. My pool parties. My life of doing absolutely nothing. Here I come. I fought to keep from grinning as I watched her out of the corner of my eye. Sophia just sat there, listening, her face unreadable. She didn't say anything. After a long, tense silence, just as I was about to break character, she stood up. She walked over to a drawer in the living room console, pulled out a file, and placed it on the coffee table in front of me. My heart leaped. Here it was, the breakup agreement and the check. I picked it up and read the title. My eyes went wide. It wasn't a termination of engagement agreement. It was lifelong employment contract, spousal edition. Employer, Sophia Sterling. Employee, Ethan Hayes. Term of employment, life. Compensation, 50% of employer's total assets. I was speechless. WH, what is this? I stammered. Sophia walked toward me, her powerful presence making it hard to breathe. She backed me up against a wall, placing a hand next to my head, pinning me there. She leaned in close, her stunning face just inches from mine. Her voice was cold, with a dangerous edge. Thinking of running? Ethan, you've listened to all my secrets, laughed at all my mistakes, and saved my life. And now you think you can just walk away. You're not going anywhere. Not for the rest of your life. Wait a minute. What you just said, she didn't think it. She said it out loud. I stared at her in shock, and she stared right back. Our eyes locked, and suddenly I understood. This was it. She was laying all her cards on the table. At that exact moment, I heard her voice, loud and clear, explode in my mind, laced with a mix of annoyance and pure possessiveness. You idiot. You're only just now figuring it out? Too late. The door is locked. I've welded the windows shut. You're never escaping me. For the second time since I'd arrived in this world, my brain shut down. Ethan Hayes, a man whose only ambition was to live a life of leisure, had failed to escape. I went from being Sophia Sterling's simp fiancé to her officially licensed lifetime spouse. Life didn't change all that much. I still spent my days at home, trying out new recipes, playing video games, and mentally complaining about bad movies. And Sophia became the happiest CEO in the world. Her favorite part of the day was coming home from work, opening her laptop, and listening to the one-man comedy show playing in my head. Like when I was in the kitchen. Okay, scrambled eggs. Do I add sugar or salt? The eternal culinary war is about to be decided in this very pan. This is so stressful. Screw it, I'll add both. A new era of scrambled eggs begins today. Sophia, reading a report in the living room, would smile to herself. Or when I was watching a cheesy romance movie. Seriously? This kind of toxic, possessive billionaire trope still exists? It's so cringe. If it were me, I'd just cook for her every day. Make her gain 20 pounds so she could never leave me. That's how you really trap someone. Sophia would put down her work, walk over, wrap her arms around me from behind, and rest her chin on my shoulder. I'm hungry, she'd whisper. Life was lazy, and it was sweet. I had almost completely forgotten that I was just a character in a book, that this was all a world made of words. Until one night, we were curled up on the couch. I was looking at the moon and feeling a little sentimental. Sigh, this life is pretty amazing, but sometimes I miss being single. The freedom, you know? Doing whatever I want. It would be nice if she couldn't hear my thoughts sometimes. Just for one day. Just to have a little mental privacy. It was just a fleeting thought. But the moment it crossed my mind, A completely unfamiliar, cold, and robotic voice echoed in my head. Alert. User strong desire detected. Mind reading block activated. Duration 24 hours. Enjoy the trial. New user. I shot bolt upright on the couch. What's wrong? Sophia asked, startled. I stared at her. Her eyes were clear, pure, and a little confused. The look was gone. That knowing, I heard that look. She really couldn't hear me? I tested it, thinking, Sophia Sterling is a silly goose. She just blinked at me. What are you thinking about so hard? I tried again. Sophia Sterling is the most beautiful woman in the universe. She still looked confused, reaching out to touch my forehead. Are you feeling okay? My inner voice was actually blocked. This wasn't a passive curse I was stuck with. It was a system. This mind-reading thing wasn't a weird side effect of being in a novel. It was a feature, an upgradable, controllable superpower. I looked at Sophia's concerned face and felt the silence of the now dormant robotic voice in my head. A whole new, much larger, and far more ridiculous world seemed to be slowly opening up right in front of me. My peaceful, lazy life was about to get complicated again. The family wanted me to marry the Ice Queen CEO, Victoria Sterling, but she only ever cared about her assistant. Ethan, order some flowers for me. Daniel's allergic to pollen. Ethan, did you book the restaurant? Daniel has a sensitive stomach. He can't eat anything spicy. Then one night at a bar, I found a drunk girl with the face of an angel. Hey, mister, want to get married? I'm super sweet. The next day, I slapped our marriage certificate on Victoria's desk. She finally panicked. Have you lost your mind? I wrapped my arm around my new bride and raised an eyebrow. Victoria, meet my wife. Later, Victoria cornered me, her eyes red. I made a mistake. The little terror in my arms suddenly popped her head out. Honey, who's this sad lady? Ethan Rhodes was a name that carried weight, a name that sounded like old money and good breeding. But in the grand chess game of his family's corporate ambitions, he was little more than a gilded pawn. A pawn whose ultimate purpose was to become the legal husband of the untouchable queen of Sterling Industries, the one and only Victoria Sterling. Victoria. The name was as crisp and cold as the woman herself. She had a face so beautiful it looked like it was carved from ivory by a master sculptor, but it was perpetually coated in a thin layer of frost. One glance from her could make you shiver in the middle of a heat wave. In her presence, Ethan's existence registered somewhere between the expensive, perpetually ignored ficus in the corner of her office and a piece of sentient furniture. Ethan, the voice, clear as ice cubes dropping onto a marble slab, shattered Ethan's 1,000-yard stare out the panoramic window. He pulled his gaze back to the immaculate figure behind the expansive desk. Victoria didn't even look up, her fingertips gliding across a tablet screen as if she'd just summoned a smart assistant. Not her fiancé. Order a bouquet of flowers, she said, her tone flat. Have them sent to Daniel's apartment. White roses, make sure the arrangement is elegant. He pulled an all-nighter, finishing the project proposal. He's earned it. Daniel Cole, Victoria's omnipotent assistant. In Victoria's world, Daniel's name was mentioned with a frequency second only to quarterly earnings report and board resolution. And Ethan, her actual fiancé, he probably ranked somewhere after watering schedule for the office plants. A muscle twitched in Ethan's jaw. He didn't answer. He was slouched in a ridiculously expensive Italian leather armchair, his posture so casual it bordered on insolent, a stark contrast to the sterile, high-achiever chill of the CEO's office. Order flowers? For Daniel? His role as fiancé was looking more and more like Victoria's unpaid personal assistant. No, that wasn't right. An assistant at least got a paycheck. He was basically paying for the privilege of running her errands. Victoria didn't seem to need a response. Her finger paused on the screen. And book a table for dinner. 7 o'clock tonight. Aura. Daniel has a sensitive stomach, so remind the kitchen. Absolutely no spice in any of the dishes. She finally lifted her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Ethan with the detached air of someone confirming a task had been received. Got it. That look. Calm, emotionless, devoid of the authority she used on her staff, but also utterly lacking the warmth one might show a partner. It was the look of someone processing a transaction. An indistinct, irritating feeling, like a vine tightening around his heart, took hold. His throat felt dry. He pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, swallowing the sarcastic retort that was clawing its way up. He stood, his 6-foot-plus frame casting a momentary shadow, but Victoria's gaze had already dropped back to her screen. "You got it, boss," Ethan said, his voice deliberately lazy. He even managed a tight smile. "White roses, no spice dinner. I'll make sure Mr. Cole is pampered and primed to continue generating value for Sterling Industries." He bit down on the words Mr. Cole. Victoria's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of annoyance at his flippant tone, but that was all. Her attention was already gone, lost to the glowing screen. "A Cole" was her only reply. Ethan turned and strode out of the opulent, freezing office. The heavy-wood door closed silently behind him, sealing him off from that world of ice. Night fell like spilled ink, soaking the city. Neon lights flickered to life, smearing blurry reflections across the rain-slicked asphalt. The air was a cocktail of exhaust fumes, the damp tang of earth after a storm, and the restless, electric hum of a city that never slept. Outside a bar called Chroma, Ethan leaned against the cold brick wall. The cigarette between his fingers had burned down to the filter, its cherry red tip glowing and fading in the gloom. He took a final, deep drag, the harsh smoke searing his throat, trying to smother the fire of pure frustration smoldering in his gut. Victoria's entitled commands, her gaze that was more vacant than the one she gave her office supplies. It all replayed in his head on a silent, infuriating loop. Daniel's allergic to pollen. Daniel has a sensitive stomach. Ethan, you'll handle it. Handle this. Ethan viciously stubbed out the cigarette on a nearby trash can, the cheap metal hissing in protest. The family. The merger. Victoria. To hell with all of it. He was a person, wasn't he? Not some damn puppet who'd just dance on command. He pushed open Chroma's heavy, soundproof door and a wall of sound. Thumping electronic bass, a haze of alcohol and hormones, hit him like a fist. The dance floor was a writhing mass of shadows, sliced apart by kaleidoscopic laser lights. Ethan cut through the crowd and made a beeline for the bar. "Whiskey neat," he said, his voice barely audible over the beat as he rapped his knuckles on the counter. The bartender slid a glass of amber liquid toward him. Ethan tilted his head back and threw down half of it in one go. The fire that burned from his throat to his stomach brought a welcome, numbing shock. Good. Again, he needed that raw, sensory assault to wash away the crap festering inside him. At the other end of the bar, on the edge of the VIP booths, a small figure caught his hazy attention. It was a girl. She was swimming in an oversized white hoodie with a cartoon rabbit on it. The hood flopped down over her hair. Her thin legs were curled up on the booth's leather seat. She was clutching a beer stein, so massive it hid half her face, her small shoulders slumping as she stared into it. He was too far away to see her expression, but the palpable cloud of "I'm miserable, leave me alone" energy was a strange island of gloom in the middle of the thumping party. The thing was, Ethan narrowed his eyes. Despite the pathetic posture, the sliver of face visible from under the hoodie had the smooth, rounded lines of a porcelain doll, with a delicate, pointed chin. Even from this distance, he could see a fragile, almost childlike beauty in the way the oversized hoodie draped over her torso. Well, there was nothing childlike about that. An angel-faced bombshell? The term popped into his head, unbidden. The whole picture, the girl, the grimy bar, the ridiculously large stein in her hands. It was a work of surrealist art. As he watched, she suddenly moved. With a look of grim determination, she lifted the giant stein with both hands, aimed for the straw, puffed out her cheeks, and took a massive, heroic slurp. And then, PFFFD, cough, 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 cough. A truly epic, lung-shredding coughing fit erupted from the small frame. She shot up from her seat, her face turning crimson, tears and snot instantly streaming down her face as she hacked and sputtered, looking like she was about to cough up a lung. She looked like a kitten that had accidentally swallowed a ghost pepper. Heads turned from the nearby tables, their expressions a mix of amusement and pity. Ethan just stared. A corner of his mouth twitched. It was kind of funny, but he also felt a little bad for the kid. The liquid in that stein was nearly black. It was definitely not beer, probably some high-proof, syrupy concoction. She coughed until she was seeing stars, and when she finally caught her breath, her face was scrunched up in misery. Her dazed eyes scanned the room with a look of pure confusion, as if to say, "Who am I? Where am I? And why does this taste like death?" She tried to stand, but her legs gave out, and she collapsed back into the booth, her head thudding against the backrest with a small, pathetic whimper. Watching her miserable, dizzy state, Ethan found himself, against all better judgment, walking over, his half-finished whiskey in hand. "Hey, kid," he said, stopping by her booth. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the music. "You even old enough to be drinking that stuff?" His tone was teasing, a little bit of a jerk enjoying the show, a tone he hadn't even realized he was using. The girl turned her head in slow motion. Her big, wet eyes, like dark grapes soaking in spring water, were clouded with a thick fog of alcohol and confusion. She struggled to focus, her gaze wavering over his face before finally locking on. And then something completely unexpected happened. Her face, flushed from the coughing and the booze, suddenly lit up, breaking into a massive, goofy, and utterly dazzling smile. She shot out a small hand and grabbed the hem of his shirt with surprising strength, nearly pulling him off balance. "Mister," she chirped, her voice sweet and syrupy, thick with a nasal twang that somehow sliced through the noise. It was like getting hit in the face with a warm, fluffy marshmallow. "You're really handsome." Ethan froze. In his 20-something years, this was a first. Being hit on by a blacked-out girl who looked like she should be a high school dance, using language so blunt and silly it was almost charming. She paid no attention to his stunned silence, giggling to herself as she waved her other hand erratically, her eyes shining. "Mister, are you married?" He instinctively shook his head, trying to pry his shirt from her surprisingly strong grip. "No." "Yes," she cheered, her voice jumping an octave, filled with the sheer joy of discovery. She tightened her grip on his shirt, her body swaying as she leaned forward. Her pretty, baby-fat lace face was suddenly inches from his, her warm, boozy breath ghosting over his chin. Her eyes were sparkling with a desperate, almost innocent, and completely insane light. "Mister, let's get married," she announced, each word a sugar-coated hammer blow to Ethan's booze-soaked, numb-to-the-world brain. "I'm super sweet. For real. I'm not lying. If you marry me, I promise you'll—" Hic! She let out a loud, undignified hiccup, but her conviction didn't waver. "You'll be sweetened to death." The air seemed to freeze. The curious glances from nearby tables intensified. Ethan was completely floored. His brain felt like it had been force rebooted by that bombshell of a proposal. The alcohol, Victoria's coldness, his family's suffocating pressure, and this ridiculously vibrant, utterly unreliable face in front of him. All of it swirled together in his mind, churning out a single, absurd, insane, and lethally tempting idea. To hell with Victoria Sterling. To hell with the arranged marriage. To hell with being a pawn. He stared into the girl's wide, wet, expectant, or just plain drunk eyes. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. It was one part rogue, one part self-destruction, and a whole lot of reckless abandon. "Yeah, okay," he heard himself say, his voice strangely calm, like a string-pulled taut. "You're on, kid. You're not going to back out on me, are you?" She immediately started nodding like a bobblehead doll, so vigorously she almost head-butted him in the chest. "No backing out. Pinky swear. Cross my heart and hope to die." She stuck out a delicate pinky finger, waving it wildly in the air. Ethan let out a low chuckle, a deep vibration in his chest. He reached out and hooked his own pinky around her wavering one, giving it a firm shake. "Deal." The next morning, 10 o'clock sharp. The air in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Sterling Industries Tower was, as always, a precise and comfortable 72 degrees, courtesy of a state-of-the-art climate control system. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, slicing the plush carpet into clean, geometric patterns of light and shadow. Not a speck of dust was out of place. Victoria Sterling sat behind her massive desk, dressed in a perfectly tailored champagne-colored suit that made her skin look like snow and amplified her frigid, distant aura. She was looking down, reviewing a document, her fingertips occasionally swiping across a tablet with a soft, rhythmic sound. Daniel Cole stood beside her, slightly bowed, quietly reporting on something with an air of deferential respect. Everything was orderly, precise, like a finely tuned machine. Suddenly, BM, the heavy, solid wood door of the office was thrown open with brutal force, the sound echoing through the room and shattering the carefully curated calm. Victoria and Daniel both looked up, frowning at the entrance. Ethan stood in the doorway, one hand still on the door panel. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His hair was a mess, and faint shadows bruised the skin under his eyes. A light stubble was emerging on his jaw. He looked like he was still shaking off a hangover, but his eyes were blazing like two burning embers. He strode into the room, his dress shoes sinking into the soft carpet with heavy, muffled steps. He was on a mission, heading straight for Victoria's desk. Victoria's brow tightened. She put down her tablet, her voice laced with its usual chill and a healthy dose of annoyance. "Ethan, have you lost your mind? This is an office." Her eyes swept over his disheveled appearance, a flicker of undisguised disgust in her gaze. "Where were you last night?" Daniel instinctively took a half-step forward, as if to shield Victoria, but a single look from her stopped him in his tracks. Ethan ignored her. He walked right up to the desk, his eyes lingering for a second on Victoria's ice queen face before his lips curved into a defiant smirk. He reached into his pocket and pulled out two small, square, hard-covered booklets. The gesture was as casual as pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Then, under the stunned, confused, and slightly concerned gazes of Victoria and Daniel, Ethan flicked his wrist. Slap! The two little booklets, light as feathers but carrying the weight of a ton of bricks, landed squarely on top of the expensive-looking document in front of Victoria. They were bound in a crisp, official-looking blue fabric. Victoria's gaze froze on them. On the cover, the gold-embossed state seal and the words marriage certificate were starkly clear, reflecting the cold office lights with an undeniable, absurdly real glow. The air was sucked out of the room. The low hum of the climate control system became the only sound. The color drained from Victoria's face. For the first time, her perfectly composed, emotionless mask cracked. Shock, disbelief, a surge of indignant rage. A storm of emotions churned in her eyes before settling into an icy abyss. She snapped her head up, her sharp gaze like a shard of ice stabbing at Ethan's face. Her voice was sharper than he'd ever heard it, laced with a tremor she couldn't hide. "Ethan, are you done with this spectacle?" Her question finally broke the dead silence in the office. Ethan shoved his hands in his pockets, leaning back against the edge of the desk. He looked down at Victoria's face, which had finally lost its perpetual frost and was now a canvas of shock and fury. He felt a long-held knot of resentment in his chest finally, blissfully, unravel. He tilted his head, the roguish smile on his face deepening. His eyes held the bright, taunting glint of someone enjoying the show. "A spectacle," he repeated slowly, drawing out the word. "You've got it all wrong, Victoria. I'm not the one making a scene." He raised a hand and, with one finger, gently tapped the two certificates lying innocently on her desk. His movement was infuriatingly calm. "Allow me to introduce someone," he said, his gaze shifting to the doorway. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly through the office. "This is Ms. Chloe Parker." All eyes instantly shot to the small head peeking around the doorframe. Chloe was cautiously peering in, only half her face visible. She was still wearing yesterday's oversized cartoon rabbit hoodie. Her hair was haphazardly tied up in a messy bun, with a few stray strands clinging playfully to her forehead. The hangover had left her face a little pale and her eyes slightly puffy, but those big, round eyes were now shining with a mixture of curiosity, excitement, and the shy apprehension of someone entering a new and intimidating place. She looked like a pixie who had wandered into the world of giants, completely out of place in this cold, serious CEO's office. Ethan held out a hand to her, his tone softer than she'd ever heard it, laced with an almost imperceptible indulgence. "Come on in." As if she'd been granted a royal pardon, Chloe's face broke into a sweet smile. She bounced in like a little rabbit, unhesitatingly running to Ethan and grabbing his outstretched arm. The movement was natural and affectionate, full of complete trust. Ethan smoothly pulled her close, his arm naturally wrapping around her shoulders, securing her firmly at his side. He glanced down at the top of Chloe's fluffy head, and when he looked back up at Victoria, the amusement and defiance in his eyes were on full display. He paused for effect, articulating each word with crystal clarity, is Mrs. Rhodes. Boom! Those two words were a bomb detonating right next to Victoria's ear. A rush of blood shot to her head, and for a second, her vision went black. The fingers she had braced on the desk tightened until her knuckles were white, her perfectly manicured nails digging into the hardwood. She stared at the girl nestled in Ethan's arms, a girl who looked harmless, even a little silly. Then her gaze snapped back to Ethan, the shock in her eyes completely replaced by the raw fury of humiliation. Ethan! Her voice was strained, distorted by rage, sharp and piercing. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I do. Ethan cut her off smoothly. He even gave Chloe's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, feeling the small body in his arms stiffen for a second. He couldn't tell if it was from nerves or excitement. I'm perfectly aware. It's a marriage. We got a license. It's legal. It's binding. No takebacks. He cocked his chin toward the certificates on the desk. Want to check the notary stamp? It's still warm. Victoria's chest heaved, so enraged she could barely form a coherent sentence. She had never imagined that this man, this pawn in her family's merger, this person she could ignore at will, would dare to do something so insane, so utterly humiliating. This wasn't just a betrayal. It was a complete and total desecration of her, of Sterling Industries, and of the entire arranged marriage pact between their families. Her sharp gaze swept over Chloe like a searchlight, filled with undisguised judgment and contempt. Her? You chose her? Ethan, are you out of your mind? This nobody. Hi, nice to meet you. Chloe suddenly piped up, her voice bright and clear, full of the innocent fearlessness of a puppy, completely derailing Victoria's attack. She tilted her head back, her big eyes blinking, her face alight with a guileless, purely friendly smile. She even cocked her head, her tone so sincere it was almost painful. So you're the famous Victoria Sterling. You're so pretty. You have such an amazing presence. You're even more impressive than the powerful women on TV. She paused, as if just now processing the hostility in Victoria's words. Her little brow furrowed, and her mouth turned down in a small, pouty frown. But what does nobody mean? Does it mean I'm cute? She turned to Ethan for confirmation, shaking his arm. Honey, she's complimenting me, right? Ethan almost burst out laughing. This kid, was she genuinely this dense, or was an act? Either way, her ability to twist the knife was a natural gift. Victoria was so blindsided by this bizarre, off-key compliment and feigned pout that she choked, nearly swallowing her tongue. Her perpetually icy face was now a fascinating kaleidoscope of red and white, her carefully constructed composure threatening to shatter. She looked at Chloe's innocent face and felt a rage building in her chest, a fire with nowhere to go. Daniel, standing to the side, looked equally aghast. He glanced at Ethan holding the strange girl, then at Victoria trembling with fury, his expression a complicated mess. He opened his mouth, as if to mediate or defend Victoria, but under her murderous glare, he silently closed it again. The atmosphere in the office plummeted below freezing. The air itself seemed to crystallize. Get out, Victoria hissed, the words squeezed from between her clenched teeth. Her voice was cold enough to crack bone, her eyes like poison-tipped needles aimed at Ethan and Chloe. Both of you get out. Ethan raised an eyebrow, not surprised by this outcome. He even gave a gracious nod, as if to say, my pleasure. You got it, boss. You have a busy day. He kept his arm around Chloe's shoulders and turned to leave, his steps light, almost leisurely, like a victorious gladiator. At the door, he seemed to remember something. He paused, turned back, and gave the furious Victoria and the grim-faced Daniel a brilliant, infuriatingly smug smile. Oh, by the way, he said conversationally, I already ordered the flowers and booked the restaurant. Make sure you follow up. Don't worry, it's all just as you asked. White roses, no spice menu. I'm sure Mr. Cole. He deliberately dragged out the name, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Daniel. We'll be very comfortable. With that, he turned his back on the two human statues who looked ready to spontaneously combust, and, with his arm around his missus, Rhodes, he left the suffocating office without a backward glance. The heavy doors swung shut behind them, sealing off the bone-chilling atmosphere within. The second the door closed, Chloe let out a long, dramatic sigh, her hand flying to her chest. Whoa, that was terrifying. That pretty lady is so intense. Her eyes are like daggers. She looked up at Ethan, her big eyes wide with a mixture of residual fear and exhilaration. Honey, do we just successfully complete the mission? Ethan looked down at her lively, post-battle expression. The last lingering shadows of his frustration with Victoria suddenly vanished. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her messy hair. It was as soft as a kitten's fur. Yeah, he said, a genuine smile spreading across his face, his voice softer than he realized. Mission accomplished, kid. Chloe's face lit up. Like a mouse who'd just stolen a block of cheese, she hugged his arm tighter, rubbing her cheek against his sleeve. That's great. You're amazing, honey. The undisguised affection and praise stirred something in Ethan's chest, a strange warmth seeping through him. He led her to the elevator and pressed the button for the parking garage. They were alone in the elevator. Chloe was still buzzing from their victory, chattering away. Honey, where are we going now? Are we going home? What's our home like? Does it have a big, soft couch? A giant TV? Can we watch cartoons? She was a whirlwind of questions. Home. The word caught Ethan off guard. He owned several properties, but could he really call any of those cold, sterile, perfectly decorated showrooms a home? He looked at the vibrant, chattering girl beside him, and for the first time felt a vague sense of anticipation for the word. Yeah, we're going home, he said, his voice a little deeper as he pressed the button for the underground garage. I'll show you our den. Yay. Chloe cheered, then let out a small yawn, a tear welling in the corner of her eye. Her head drooped onto Ethan's arm, her voice sleepy. Honey, I'm still a little dizzy. That black stuff last night tasted awful. Ethan looked down at the girl leaning on his arm, yawning without a care in the world. Sunlight streamed through the elevator's glass wall, casting a soft glow on her face, illuminating the fine, downy hair on her cheeks. Her long lashes, like tiny fans, cast soft shadows as she breathed. The wide collar of her hoodie had slipped, revealing a delicate collarbone, and below that, Ethan's throat went dry. He quickly looked away. The light in the bar had been dim, and between the booze and the chaos, his senses had been blurred. Now, in the bright light of day, he was getting the full, high-definition impact of his new wife. The angelic face was real, a small, doll-like face with a hint of baby fat. And the bombshell figure. That was no exaggeration either. The soft fabric of her oversized hoodie was stretched taut over an impressive, full curve that rose and fell with each breath, pressing warmly against his arm with a surprising softness and resilience. Even more intoxicating was her scent, a faint, sweet fragrance mixed with a hint of clean shampoo and the lingering, warm scent of a hangover drifting up to his nose. Ethan felt his arm tense. He was a normal, red-blooded man, holding a soft, sweet, and completely oblivious creature like this. It would be a lie to say he wasn't feeling anything. But what little remained of his reason and morality was screaming at him. This girl was wasted. Yesterday was a drunken whim. Who knew if she'd even remember it today? Taking advantage of her? He wasn't a complete monster. He took a deep breath, trying to force down the rising heat, and gently shifted his arm, trying to straighten her up and create some distance. Chloe whimpered, disturbed by the movement. Instead of moving away, she burrowed closer, like a kitten seeking warmth, rubbing her face against his arm to find a more comfortable position, even smacking her lips contentedly. Ethan's body went rigid. This was sweet, sweet torture. The elevator dinged, announcing their arrival at the parking garage. The doors opened, and a rush of cool air swept in. Ethan practically had to half-carry, half-peel the little koala bear off him as they exited the elevator. He found his understated black SUV, opened the passenger door, and gently wrestled her into the seat, buckling her in. The moment Chloe hit the plush seat, her sleepiness seemed to intensify. Her head lolled to one side, her long lashes resting quietly on her cheeks, her breathing becoming deep and even. Just like that, she was asleep. Ethan stood by the open door, looking at the peaceful, sleeping girl in the passenger seat. He let out a long, silent breath and rubbed his temples. He walked around to the driver's side and started the car. The low rumble of the engine echoed in the empty garage. The car pulled out of the garage and merged into the midday traffic. Sunlight streamed through the windows, warming them both. Ethan drove, his eyes occasionally glancing at the sleeping girl beside him. She was deeply asleep, her mouth slightly open, her pink lips like budding flower petals. The sun traced the soft, lovely contour of her face. Her innocent, unguarded trust was like a sudden ray of light, piercing through the oppressive, calculated world he lived in. Ethan's grip on the steering wheel tightened. A hard, cold corner of his heart seemed to soften, melted by that unexpected warmth. He suddenly thought that maybe, just maybe, yesterday's insane decision wasn't so bad after all. At the very least, this unguarded sleeping face was a hell of a lot easier on the eyes than Victoria's permanent Ice Queen scowl. Ethan's apartment was in a high-end complex in a quiet corner of the city center. It was a top-floor duplex with a stunning view. The decor was a stark, modern minimalism, all blacks, whites, and grays, with clean lines devoid of any personal warmth. It was the perfect setup for a wealthy bachelor, or more accurately, a pawn set aside by his family. The fingerprint lock beeped, and the door swung open. Chloe stood in the doorway, her mouth slightly agape, her big eyes wide with wonder, looking like a tourist on her first trip to the big city. Whoa! She breathed a long, genuine sigh of amazement. Her head swiveled back and forth, taking in the cavernous living room and the panoramic view of the bustling city skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Honey, your place is huge. And so clean. She struggled for an adjective, finally settling on clean. Clean? Ethan smirked. It was more like a high-end showroom, a model home completely lacking any sign of life. Like a deer let loose in a meadow, Chloe kicked off her slightly grubby sneakers, a last-minute purchase from a convenience store, and, barefoot, bounced onto the cool, polished marble floor. "It's cold," she yelped, wiggling her toes. Her attention was immediately captured by the massive windows. She ran over and pressed her face against the glass, gazing excitedly at the ant-like cars and people below. "Wow, it's so high. Honey, look, doesn't that car look like a little beetle?" Ethan watched her, a smile touching his eyes. He set down the shopping bags he was carrying, filled with basic necessities and snacks he'd grabbed at the supermarket, on the entryway console and slipped on a pair of house slippers. "Yeah, I guess it does," he said, walking over to the open-plan kitchen's island and pouring himself a glass of ice water. His hangover headache was still throbbing. Chloe explored the living room, and once the novelty wore off, her attention shifted to the colorful pile of snack bags on the island. Her eyes lit up as if she discovered treasure. She ran over and started rummaging. Chips, chocolate, gummy bears, and, strawberry milk. She held up the pink carton, shaking it happily. "You're the best, honey. How did you know I like this?" Ethan took a long drink of water. "Just a guess. Don't all girls like sweet, sugary things?" Chloe was already tearing open a bag of chips, munching away with a satisfying crunch, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. "Honey, your place is great and all," she said, her words muffled by the chips, "but it's a little cold." She pointed at the bare walls. "There isn't even a single painting, and the TV is so big, but everything feels so empty." She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Can we buy some stuff to decorate? Like a big, fluffy rug, and soft, squishy pillows. And, we should get a little fish tank and some goldfish. The red ones, they're so pretty when they swim." She got more and more excited, gesturing wildly. Ethan looked at the little whirlwind of a person already planning a home makeover, listening to her cheerful, lively plans, and then looked around at his cold, empty showroom. A strange, unfamiliar feeling began to grow inside him. Maybe adding some of those things wouldn't be so bad. Before he could answer, the phone in Chloe's hoodie pocket started vibrating violently, its ringtone a ridiculously catchy and childish song about family trees. Chloe froze, the smile vanishing from her face, the crunching of chips coming to an abrupt halt. She looked like someone had hit the pause button, her big eyes wide with panic. She fumbled for her phone and stared at the caller ID, the dictator. Her face fell, a storm cloud passing over her sunny expression. She looked up at Ethan, her eyes pleading like a puppy about to be abandoned, her voice trembling. "It's over. Honey, my dad. He's coming for me." Ethan raised an eyebrow. The dictator? Interesting nickname. It seemed his little bride's drunken, impulsive marriage wasn't entirely without reason. Chloe took a deep breath, as if heading to her own execution, and shakily swiped to answer, holding the phone gingerly to her ear. "Hi, Dad," she squeaked, her voice barely a whisper. A booming, furious roar immediately erupted from the other end. Even without speakerphone, Ethan could make out a few key phrases. "You little brat. Didn't come home. Think you can fly now? Where are you? Get your butt back here right now and explain yourself, or I swear I'll break your legs." The roar was so powerful it seemed to shake the entire apartment. Chloe flinched, holding the phone away from her ear, her face scrunched up as she weakly tried to defend herself. "Dad, please don't yell. I'm fine. I'm at a friend's house." "A friend? What friend? A guy or a girl? Address. Give me the address right now. I'm coming to get you myself." The dictator on the other end clearly wasn't buying it. Chloe was so flustered she started stomping her foot, her eyes begging Ethan for help, screaming, "Save me. Honey, do something." Ethan looked at his new wife, who was on the verge of tears, and listened to the thunderous rage on the other end of the line. He felt a strange sense of amusement and a flicker of empathy. Were they both just pawns desperate to escape their families? He held out his hand, gesturing for the phone. Chloe, grabbing onto the lifeline, immediately thrust the hot potato of a phone into his hand. Ethan cleared his throat and put the phone to his ear. Her father's tirade was still going strong. "Did you hear me? Say something. Are you mute?" "Hello, sir," Ethan said, his voice calm and steady, carrying a natural authority. The yelling on the other end stopped instantly. It was as if someone had hit the mute button. After a few seconds of dead silence, the father's voice returned, noticeably quieter but still laced with suspicion and a heavy, leonine presence. "Who is this?" Ethan glanced down at Chloe, who was nervously wringing her hands, her eyes fixed on him. He reached out and took her small, cool hand in his, their fingers lacing together. Her hand was so small and soft, completely enveloped in his own warm, dry one. He felt the faint tremor of her hand and the thin sheen of sweat in her palm. He squeezed her hand gently and looked out at the vast skyline through the massive windows. He spoke clearly and deliberately into the phone. "My name is Ethan Rhodes. I'm Chloe's husband." A much longer silence fell on the other end. A dead silence. It was as if the signal itself had frozen. Ethan could almost picture the kaleidoscope of expressions on the dictator's face. Shock? Rage? Utter disbelief? The seconds ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. Just when Ethan thought the man might have had a rage-induced stroke, his voice finally came through again. It was a low, strained sound, as if squeezed through clenched teeth, carrying the terrifying pressure of a storm about to break. "Address. Now." No yelling, no questions, just those two words, which felt heavier and more threatening than all the previous shouting combined. Ethan, unfazed, recited the apartment's address. He could hear the heavy, suppressed breathing on the other end. "Wait there," the father said, before hanging up with a decisive click. "Beep, beep, beep." The dial tone sounded unnervingly loud in the quiet living room. Chloe's face was ashen. The small bit of courage she'd gained from his touch vanished. Her eyes were wide with terror, her voice trembling. It's over, it's all over. Honey, my dad, he's going to kill me. Do you think he'll really break my legs? He actually did break our dog's leg once." The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, her whole body starting to shake. Ethan put down the phone and looked at his trembling, terrified little wife. He felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. He reached out and pinched her cheek. "What are you afraid of? If he breaks your legs, I'll carry you." His tone was teasing, but his eyes were serious. Chloe froze, stunned by his words, as if the phrase, I'll carry you had shocked her out of her fear. Ethan glanced around his cold, lifeless apartment, then back at the vibrant, terrified girl beside him. He made a decision. He pulled out his own phone and dialed a number, his voice carrying its usual commanding tone, but with a new sense of urgency. It's me. Get the villa at Cypress Creek ready. Now. Furnishings, decor, everything. Something a young girl would like. Get it done fast. All the daily necessities, have them delivered immediately. You have 2 hours. He hung up and pulled a still-dazed Chloe to her feet. Let's go. Huh? Where are we going? She asked, letting him lead her to the door. We're moving, Ethan said succinctly. We need a better battlefield. This place, he glanced disdainfully at the cold living room, isn't equipped to handle your father's wrath. Cypress Creek was a high-end, gated community on the west side of town, quiet and secluded. Ethan's villa there was rarely used, only periodically cleaned. When they arrived, a team was already bustling inside. The efficiency was astonishing. The massive crystal chandelier in the living room cast a warm glow. The stark black and white color scheme had been softened with a plush cream-colored rug, a mustard yellow velvet sofa, and an assortment of fluffy pillows and colorful abstract paintings. The air smelled faintly of new furniture and fresh carpet. Chloe let out another whoa, her eyes sparkling. The fear had been replaced by a childlike wonder. Honey, this place. It's so warm. It feels like a home. She let go of his hand and ran around the living room like a happy bird, touching the soft sofa, hugging a giant teddy bear, and peering out the French doors at the manicure garden. Ethan watched her, his nerves finally starting to settle. At least this battlefield looked like it could withstand a siege. He had just sat down on the sofa to catch his breath when the doorbell rang. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The cheerful sound was like a hammer blow. Chloe froze mid-twirl, her face instantly draining of color. She looked in horror at the door, then pleadingly at Ethan. Ethan stood up, straightened his collar, his expression calm. The inevitable had arrived. He walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a tall, imposing man in his 50s. He was dressed in a tailored dark-colored traditional jacket, with a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and eyes as sharp as a hawk's. He radiated an aura of power. Half a step behind him stood a graceful, well-preserved middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Chloe, her face etched with worry. It was the dictator and his empress, David and Helen Parker. David's gaze shot past Ethan, instantly locking onto Chloe, who was frozen in the living room. His eyes were heavy with judgment, anger, and a flicker of concealed concern. Dad, Mom. Chloe's voice was a whisper, her head bowed so low it almost touched her chest. David didn't answer. His sharp eyes finally fell on Ethan, who was blocking the doorway. His gaze was intense, scanning him from head to toe, as if assessing a piece of merchandise for value and risk. You're Ethan Rhodes? David's voice was deep, commanding. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Mr. and Mrs. Parker, I'm Ethan. Ethan's tone was respectful but firm. He stepped aside. Please come in. David snorted and strode into the house, Helen following closely, her worried eyes darting between her daughter and Ethan. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing. The newly installed warmth couldn't dispel the crushing pressure. David stopped in the middle of the room, his eyes sweeping over the obviously brand-new decor before landing back on Ethan, his gaze even sharper. Rhodes? From that Rhodes family. He clearly knew who Ethan was. My daughter was crying her eyes out at home yesterday, and today she's suddenly Mrs. Rhodes on your marriage certificate? You move fast, son. Real fast. Using my daughter as a shield, are we? After failing to snag that Sterling girl? What do you take my family for? Dad, that's not it, Chloe cried, finding a sliver of courage and peeking out from behind Ethan. It was me. I asked him to marry me. At a bar. He only said yes because he felt sorry for me. It's not his fault. You be quiet, David roared, turning on her. Chloe flinched back, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Helen, her heart aching for her daughter, quickly grabbed her husband's arm. David, let's talk about this calmly. Don't scare her. David shook her off, his anger flaring. Calmly? How can I be calm? Look at what she's done. A bar? A proposal? Because he felt sorry for you. Chloe, did I raise you all these years just so you could go get drunk and marry the first man you see? Where's your brain? His anger grew, his chest heaving as he pointed at Ethan. And you, Rhodes, I don't care what your game is. This marriage, you're ending it. Today. Right now. No. Ethan's voice was quiet, but it was clear and firm, with an undeniable strength that cut through David's rage. David's head snapped toward him, his eyes like daggers. Ethan met his gaze without flinching. Sir, the certificate is real. Chloe is my wife now. As long as she wants to be. He glanced at Chloe, who was now biting her lip behind him, her eyes red, his look both a question and a promise. As long as she is my wife, I will protect her. Anyone who wants to hurt her, including you, his gaze shot back to David, suddenly sharp and confrontational, will have to go through me first. The audacity, it was breathtaking. The living room fell silent. David stared at Ethan, his hawk-like eyes burning with rage. But strangely, beneath the fury, there was a flicker of something else. Assessment? Even a reluctant admiration? This kid had guts. It had been years since anyone had dared to challenge him like this. Helen was stunned. She looked at Ethan, protectively shielding her daughter, then at Chloe, who was clutching his shirt, and her expression became incredibly complex. Chloe was completely floored. She stared at Ethan's broad, steady back. He was a solid wall, protecting her from a storm. His promise to protect her echoed in her ears, filling her with a sense of security she had never known. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, and a strange heat crept up her cheeks. So this is what it felt like to be chosen, to be protected. David's face twitched, as if he were fighting back a volcanic eruption. He stared at Ethan, his eyes promising murder. After a few suffocating seconds, he threw up his hands and let out a short, dangerous laugh. Fine. Just fine. You've got guts, Rhodes boy. He ignored Ethan and glared at Chloe. Chloe, you're coming home with me. Now, this isn't over. Dad. Chloe shrank back, clutching Ethan's shirt like a lifeline, shaking her head frantically. I'm not going back. I'm married. This is my home now. Her voice was tearful, but surprisingly firm. You. David looked like he was about to have an aneurysm. Helen rushed to his side, patting his back. David, maybe we should just let her cool down. We can talk later. David shot Ethan one last murderous glare, then snorted a reluctant agreement. He turned and stormed out of the house. Helen gave her daughter a worried look, then a complicated one to Ethan, before hurrying after her husband. The heavy front door slammed shut. The living room was silent again. Chloe's legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed. Ethan caught her, guiding her to the soft sofa. That was terrifying. She gasped, her face pale. My dad's eyes. I thought he was going to eat me alive. Ethan sat down beside her, letting out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Dealing with the dictator was more exhausting than closing a billion-dollar deal. He handed her a glass of water. Here, drink. She gulped down half the glass. When she put it down, she turned to him, her big eyes shining with a gratitude so bright it was dazzling. Honey, she whispered, her voice soft and a little stuffy, like a purring kitten. Yeah, he answered, turning to her. Suddenly, she launched herself at him, her arms wrapping tightly around his neck, clinging to him like a koala. Ethan's body went rigid. Her soft, fragrant body was pressed against his, her warm breath tickling his neck. The impressive softness of her chest was crushed against his. Honey, you were so cool back there, she squealed at his ear. Thank you. Thank you for protecting me. I was so scared. Her voice was a soft, trusting, adoring murmur against his sensitive skin. Boom! A wave of heat shot through him. The blood rushed from his head to a single, insistent point. He had to use every ounce of self-control not to lose it right there. This girl was going to be the death of him. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to tame the fire, and then, somewhat awkwardly, he peeled the little koala off him, setting her back on the sofa. His voice was rough. Sit up. What do you think you're doing? Chloe, pushed back onto the sofa, looked up at him, dazed and confused, her big eyes asking why he'd pushed her away. Looking at her innocent, seductive face, Ethan felt the fire surge again. He shot to his feet, knocking over the glass of water. I have some work to do in my office, he bit out, before practically fleeing up the stairs, his retreat hasty and undignified. If he stayed, he was going to turn into an animal. Chloe watched him disappear, then looked at the spilled water. "Honey, is acting weird," she mumbled. "Did my dad scare him?" She tilted her head, then a sweet smile returned to her face. "Whatever. My husband is the best." She bounced up to find a cloth, humming a cheerful, off-key tune. Upstairs in the office, Ethan leaned against the cold door, closing his eyes and breathing deeply, trying to calm the storm inside him. Images flashed through his mind. Victoria's cold eyes, David's furious face, and finally, the soft, fragrant girl in his arms, her big, shining eyes full of trust and adoration. He ran a hand through his hair and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, Rhodes. You're completely insane." The days that followed were like a bizarre, high-sugar content reality show. Chloe, the energetic little hamster, had completely taken over Ethan's cold, sterile villa. The living room now sported a fluffy, cloud-shaped rug. The sofa was buried under an avalanche of strange pillows, from a giant carrot to a crying cat meme. And the massive TV screen was in a perpetual loop of Hayao Miyazaki films. The kitchen began to smell of instant ramen, her only culinary skill, delivery fried chicken, and the occasional burnt offering from a failed baking experiment. Ethan went from initial discomfort, like nearly breaking his neck after slipping on a banana-shaped pillow, to gradual numbness, to the demonic laughter of Totoro, and finally, to a strange realization that this chaotic, lived-in warmth was infinitely more interesting than his previous life of stagnant, noble boredom. Especially when a certain little monster would pad over, barefoot and clutching a bag of chips, and insist on squeezing next to him on the sofa to watch Spirited Away. When No Face silently protected Chihiro, she'd get teary-eyed, sniffing and burrowing into his side, mumbling, "Honey, No Face is kind of like you. A little mean sometimes, but really, really nice." Ethan looked down at the fluffy head in his lap, then at the silent, masked black figure on the screen, and his mouth twitched. Like him, Ethan Rhodes, whatever. No point arguing with a drunk. He resignedly shifted, letting her get more comfortable. The warm, soft weight in his lap, the scent of sweet milk and potato chips. It wasn't so bad. The real test of his willpower, however, came at night, when the little monster, dressed in her Pikachu pajamas with a neckline wide enough to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of her collarbones, would appear at his bedroom door, rubbing her eyes and sleepily asking, "Honey, I'm scared to sleep alone. Can I? To be a beast? Or not to be a beast?" That was the question. Each time, Ethan would, with a blank face and a heart at war with itself, grab the back of her collar like a naughty kitten, stuff her back in her own room, and slam the door. He'd then lean against it, listening to her muffled, pathetic protests, and engage in some deep, painful self-reflection. Life was a beautiful, painful struggle. Victoria, meanwhile, had vanished. After the bombshell at the office, she'd gone completely silent. The pressure from his family had also mysteriously disappeared. Ethan was happy for the peace and quiet, focusing all his energy on feeding and fending off the temptations of his little monster. This continued until a gloomy Friday afternoon. Ethan had just finished a long video conference. He walked out of his office, rubbing his temples. Downstairs, Chloe was sitting cross-legged on the rug, staring at a tablet, her face scrunched up in a frown. "What's wrong?" he asked, sitting down beside her and instinctively ruffling her hair. Chloe looked up at him, her face a mask of misery. "Look, my professor. He's a demon. This data analysis report for the model is due next week, and it's so hard. My brain is going to explode." The screen was a mess of complex charts and equations. Ethan, with his background in finance, glanced at it. "It wasn't that difficult. Where are you stuck? Let me see." Chloe's eyes lit up. She scurried closer, pointing a small finger at the screen. "Here, and here. How do you do this regression analysis? And this significance test?" She leaned in close, her sweet scent wrapping around him again, her hair brushing against his arm. Ethan steadied himself, trying to ignore the tingling sensation as he took the tablet and started to explain. His voice was low and steady, his explanations clear and concise. The complex model began to make sense. Chloe listened intently, her head nodding, occasionally letting out a triumphant "oh." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a silhouette of the two of them, huddled together on a rug. The air was filled with the quiet, peaceful sound of his voice and her occasional questions. And then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Ethan's voice faltered. Chloe looked up, confused. Huh? Who could that be at this time? A delivery? She started to get up. I'll get it, Ethan said, stopping her. He had a bad feeling. On the video intercom screen was a familiar, cold face, Victoria. She was wearing a sharp black suit, her hair pulled back in a neat bun, revealing a long, slender neck. She looked pale, with faint shadows under her eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line. Her usually calm, emotionless eyes were now a stormy sea of complex emotions, fatigue, desperation, and a hint of resolve. Ethan frowned. What did she want? To chew him out? To act as an envoy for their families? He pressed the talk button, his voice flat. Victoria? Can I help you? On the screen, Victoria seemed to take a deep breath before speaking, her voice tight, strained. Ethan, open the door. We need to talk. Chloe curiously came over, standing on her tiptoes to see the screen. Who is it, honey? When she saw Victoria's face, she let out a surprised, "Oh, it's the pretty lady." Ethan glanced at Chloe, then back at the clearly distressed Victoria on the screen. He hesitated, then buzzed the gate open. Some things you just couldn't avoid. The villa's heavy. Ornate iron gate slid open. Victoria walked in, her high heels clicking on the stone path. Her steps were elegant, but heavy with exhaustion. She entered the living room, her eyes first sweeping over the space, so different from her memory of Ethan's style, now filled with warm colors and signs of life. Her gaze faltered for a second, then landed on Ethan and Chloe, standing side by side. Her eyes lingered on Ethan, her expression unreadable, before finally settling on Chloe. There was judgment, a flicker of jealousy, and a deep, overwhelming weariness. Chloe shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, instinctively shrinking behind Ethan, her small hand finding the hem of his shirt. To what do I owe the pleasure, Victoria? Ethan asked, his tone distant, polite, but with a clear, unwelcoming edge. Victoria's gaze finally moved from Chloe back to Ethan. She didn't answer immediately, just stared at him, her eyes seeming to pierce through time, heavy with unspoken things. The living room was silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling the leaves outside. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Her voice was no longer the crisp, clear instrument he remembered. It was dry and hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time, or as if something was lodged in her throat. Ethan, she said his name, her voice soft, but it landed like a hammer blow in the still air. She took a step forward, the click of her heel sharp on the floor. Her eyes were locked on his, a storm of emotions churning within them, finally coalescing into a deep, bottomless well of pain and regret. Her lips trembled, as if it took all her strength to force out the broken words. I made a mistake. The words were quiet, but they exploded like a thunderclap in the living room. Ethan's pupils contracted. He thought he must have misheard. Regret? Victoria? The eternally aloof, untouchable Victoria Sterling was saying. She made a mistake? Chloe's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth forming a small O. She looked for Victoria, to Ethan, her grip on his shirt tightening. Victoria looked as if a massive weight had been lifted from her, or as if all her strength had been drained away. Her body swayed slightly. She looked at Ethan, her eyes filled with a fragile plea, her voice choked with a sob. Ethan, I know I was wrong. I ignored you. I used you. She seemed unable to continue. A tear, unbidden, rolled from her usually cold eyes, tracing a path down her pale cheek. She choked out the words, I regret it. I really regret it. Can we please start over? The proud head was bowed. The tears, a weapon of weakness she never would have used, were deployed. All to win back a man she had once treated like dirt. The living room was dead silent, filled only with her suppressed sobs. Ethan looked at the weeping, pleading woman before him. He didn't feel joy or satisfaction, but a complex, almost absurd feeling. The ice sculpture he'd once had to tiptoe around was now crumbling before him, begging for a second chance. How ironic. He remained silent. The seconds ticked by, and Victoria's sobs became more pronounced, more humiliating. Just then, honey, a bright, sweet, slightly confused voice, like a cheerful babbling brook, shattered the heavy silence. Chloe appeared, carrying a small, elegant tray. On it were two beautiful glass bowls, piled high with scoops of ice cream, drizzled with chocolate sauce and rainbow sprinkles, like two miniature snowy mountains. She bounced over from the kitchen, her face beaming with the pride of a child showing off a new toy. She ran to Ethan's side, completely oblivious to the extra person and the tense atmosphere, and presented the tray to him. Try it. I got new ice cream. Strawberry and vanilla swirl. It's delicious. It was only then that she seemed to notice the third person in the room. She cocked her head, her gaze moving past Ethan to the tear-stained, makeup-smudged, frozen face of Victoria. Chloe's clear, innocent eyes filled with pure, unadulterated curiosity. She tilted her head, her long lashes fluttering, her face a mask of confusion, as if to say, this lady looks really weird. And then, in a voice so clear and innocent it could silence the world, she asked, sweetly and loudly, "Honey, who's this sad, crying lady?" Kaboom! The blood drained from Victoria's face. She went white as a sheet. Lady. A sad, crying lady. The word, in that context, was like two poison-tipped daggers, plunged directly into Victoria's heart. More devastating than any cold rejection from Ethan could ever be. All her vulnerability, all her regret, all her swallowed pride, was instantly shredded by that single, innocent question. All that was left was a raw, gaping wound of humiliation. She snapped her head up, staring in disbelief at the girl holding the ice cream, her face a picture of innocent confusion. Her eyes, which had been full of pain, now blazed with a white-hot rage, a fire that could have incinerated Chloe on the spot. Ethan, too, felt a jolt. He looked down at his wife. Chloe was looking up at him, her big eyes blinking, as clear and pure as a mountain spring, as if she really was just curious about the strange, crying woman. Was she doing it on purpose? Or was this just a fatal dose of natural airheadness? Either way, the effect was nuclear. Victoria's body began to tremble violently, her nails digging into her palms. She stared at Chloe, her eyes filled with a venomous hatred. She opened her mouth, as if to scream a curse, but the sheer force of her rage and humiliation seemed to choke her, and all that came out was a strangled, gasping sound. You, she stammered, pointing a shaking finger at Chloe. Chloe, startled by her ferocious expression, instinctively shrank into Ethan's side, burying her face in his chest, leaving only her wide, frightened eyes peeking out. Honey, the lady is so mean. Does she not like my ice cream? She mumbled. Ethan was speechless. Victoria looked like she was about to have an aneurysm. Enough! She finally managed to shriek, her voice cracking. She whirled on Ethan, her eyes wild with the fury of betrayal. Ethan, you're just going to let her humiliate me like this? Ethan looked down at his trembling wife, then at the hysterical Victoria. The whole scene felt absurd. He patted Chloe's back reassuringly, then looked at Victoria, his own eyes calm, almost bored. Victoria, he said, his voice flat, Chloe is young. She speaks her mind. She didn't mean any harm. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Victoria's disheveled state. As for humiliation, you're overthinking it. She just doesn't know who you are. She just doesn't know who you are. Those quiet words were the final, crushing blow, shattering all of Victoria's pride and hope. In his world, she, Victoria Sterling, was now a complete stranger, someone his new wife didn't even recognize. Victoria staggered back, her face completely colorless, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had been ripped out. She looked at Ethan, at the way he protected the girl, at the natural, easy intimacy between them. A tidal wave of regret and despair washed over her, cold and suffocating. Fine, just fine. She laughed, a broken, bitter sound, as fresh tears streamed down her face. Ethan, you win. She didn't look at anyone, just turned, like a puppet with its strings cut, and stumbled toward the door. Her high heels clicked a messy, desperate rhythm on the floor. Bam! The door slammed shut, the frame rattling. The living room was quiet again. Chloe peeked out from Ethan's arms, glanced at the closed door, then looked up at him, her big eyes still wide with a feigned fear. "Honey, what's wrong with that pretty lady? She ran away so fast. Do you think she really didn't like my ice cream? I even got her a bowl." She looked down at the lonely, melting bowl of ice cream on the tray, her face a picture of confusion and disappointment. Ethan looked down at the innocent, bewildered face. Her clear eyes almost made him believe that her lethal use of the word lady had been entirely unintentional. He reached out and gently flicked her on the forehead. "Ouch!" Chloe yelped, rubbing the spot. "Why'd you do that?" "You little monster," he said, his voice low, with a hint of smile and affection. Chloe blinked her long lashes. "I'm not a monster. I'm super sweet." She scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and, standing on her tiptoes, held it up to his mouth. "Honey, try it. Is it sweet?" The pink strawberry ice cream looked tempting. Ethan looked at the spoon, then at her expectant eyes, and, against his better judgment, he opened his mouth. The cold, sweet flavor melted on his tongue, a sweetness that spread all the way to his heart. "Yeah," he said, swallowing. He noticed a smudge of cream on the corner of her lips, and his throat went dry. His voice was a little rough. "It's pretty sweet. 1,000 times sweeter than Victoria's belated, tear-soaked regret." After that day, it was as if Victoria Sterling had vanished from the face of the earth. No hysterical phone calls, no pressure from the family, not even a ripple in Ethan and Chloe's life. Her regret felt like a bad one-act play that had closed, leaving nothing but a mess of embarrassment backstage. Ethan was happy for the peace. His role as a shield seemed to have ended with Victoria's complete exit. The family had also backed off, seemingly accepting his outrageous marriage. The weight that had been on his chest for years was suddenly gone, and even Chloe's incessant chattering started to sound like music. Life settled into a strange, stable routine of feeding the little hamster and fending off her unintentional advances. This continued until Sunny Weekend. Chloe's demon professor had finally shown some mercy, and her model report was a success. She was ecstatic and insisted on going out to celebrate, to experience real life. She chose a trendy, new fusion restaurant downtown, famous for its desserts. The restaurant was nice, full of plants, and with a relaxed vibe. Chloe stared at the menu, her eyes sparkling, drooling over pictures of lava cake and strawberry souffle, ordering a mountain of food. Ethan leaned back in his chair, relaxed, his gaze drifting over the bustling street outside. The sun was warm, his chattering wife was happy, and for the first time in a long time, he felt a sense of peace. "Honey, look at that. Mango sticky rice. It looks so good." Chloe pointed excitedly at the menu, leaning forward. The wide collar of her t-shirt gaped open, revealing a sliver of smooth, white skin and her delicate collarbone. Ethan's eyes instinctively flickered down, then quickly away. He took a sip of his lemon water, his voice a little gruff. "If you want it, order it." "Hee, you're the best, honey," Chloe said, satisfied, and waved over a waiter. Just then, there was a small commotion at the entrance. Ethan glanced over. It was Victoria, dressed in a chic pearl-white suit, her aura still cool and distinguished. She was walking in with a man in a light gray casual blazer, who had a gentle, refined air. The man was tall and slender, his head slightly bowed as he spoke to her, their posture intimate and familiar. It was Daniel. Ethan's eyebrow shot up. Well now, this was an interesting development. Victoria clearly saw them too. Her steps faltered for a fraction of a second, the rare softness on her face instantly freezing over. Her expression became a complex cocktail of embarrassment, awkwardness, and a poorly concealed distress. She quickly looked away, pretending not to see them, and followed the host to her table. It was just one plant-filled partition away from them. Not too close, but not too far. Daniel, following her gaze, naturally saw Ethan and Chloe as well. His eyes lingered on Ethan for a moment, a look of judgment and a faint hostility. Then his gaze fell on Chloe. When he saw her youthful, vibrant face, he froze, the hostility replaced by a deeper, more complex shock. He quickly looked away, his face resuming its polite, gentle smile as he said something to Victoria, and they sat down. Chloe was too busy with her mango sticky rice to notice the drama. She scooped up a large piece of sweet, golden mango and popped it in her mouth, her eyes closing in bliss. MMM. So good. Honey, you have to try it. She scooped up another spoonful and, out of habit, held it up to Ethan's mouth. Ethan looked at the spoon, which was now glistening with a bit of her saliva. He hesitated for half a second. Then, under her expectant gaze, he ate it. It was sickeningly sweet, just how she liked it. Good, right? She asked, beaming. Yeah, he said, his eyes casually drifting over to the other table. Victoria was sitting with her back to them, her posture ramrod straight, but with a palpable tension. Daniel was sitting opposite her, attentively pouring her water and speaking in a low voice, but she seemed distracted. Ethan looked away, a smirk playing on his lips. It seemed the great CEO's regret had a very short shelf life. Had she already moved on to her loyal assistant? The plot thickened. He slowly cut into his steak, but his ears were on high alert, picking up the hushed conversation from the next table. Victoria, don't overthink it. A girl like that, who doesn't know her place, isn't worth your time, came Daniel's gentle, soothing voice. Victoria didn't answer right away. After a few seconds, her tired, hoarse voice drifted over, laced with resentment. I just didn't expect him to be so cruel, to move on so fast. Daniel finished for her, his tone dripping with understanding and indignation. Victoria, you deserve better. Ethan Rhodes was never good enough for you. He only chose that little girl to spite you, to act out. Is that it? Victoria's voice was bitter. Maybe, but the way he looks at her, her voice trailed off, choked with a sob. Ethan's hand, holding his fork, paused. The way he looked at her? What way was that? Victoria, Daniel's voice became even softer, almost hypnotic. Let the past be the past. We've known each other for so long. I've always been here for you. You know how I feel. Give me a chance. Give yourself a chance. Okay, I'll prove to you who really deserves you, who truly loves you. And there it was. The classic backup plan to the rescue speech. Ethan was intrigued. He raised his wine glass, took a sip, and waited for Victoria's response. A brief silence. The air was thick with anticipation. Victoria seemed to take a deep breath. Ethan could almost picture her tortured expression. Finally, she spoke, her voice laced with a weary resolve and a fragile hope. Daniel. Just then, Danny, a bright, cheerful female voice, like a happy songbird, shattered the restaurant's tense quiet, cutting off Victoria's reply. A girl in a yellow sundress, her long hair flowing behind her, her smile dazzling, came running in from the entrance, making a beeline for their table. As Victoria froze and Daniel's face went white, the girl bounced over to Daniel and threw her arms around his, her face beaming. Oh, and who's this? She finally noticed Victoria, looking her up and down with curiosity. Victoria's face had gone from stiff to ashen, and now to a ghastly, unbelievable white. She stared at the girl clinging to Daniel's arm, at Daniel's panicked, fumbling attempts to push her away, and her expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to a blazing, humiliated fury. Daniel! Victoria shot to her feet, her voice a piercing shriek of betrayal. Who is she? The entire restaurant turned to stare. Daniel's face was chalk white, sweat beading on his forehead. He frantically tried to push the girl away. Victoria, let me explain. She's just what? The girl in yellow pouted, hugging him tighter. She looked at Victoria with innocent confusion and a hint of judgment. Ma'am, why are you yelling at my Danny? I'm his girlfriend. We've been together for 2 years. Kaboom! Ma'am, girlfriend, 2 years. Each word was a bomb, detonating in a chain reaction over Victoria's head. Her carefully constructed pride, her fragile defenses that had just begun to lower under Daniel's gentle persuasion, the safe harbor she thought she'd found for her wounded ego, all of it was blown to smithereens. So she, Victoria Sterling, was just a fool to be played, a backup plan, a pathetic creature to be condescendingly called ma'am. She looked at Daniel's panicked, deceitful face, then at the innocent, vibrant young girl, and a tsunami of shame and rage washed over her. She began to shake violently, her lips trembling, unable to form a single word. Puffed, a loud, undisguised chuckle drifted over from the next table. Victoria's head snapped around, her red, tear-filled eyes locking onto the source of the sound. Ethan was leaning back in his chair, his chin propped on his hand, a look of pure, unadulterated amusement on his handsome face. He even raised his wine glass to her in a mock toast, his eyes seeming to say, "Enjoying the show, Victoria?" That look was like a red-hot poker, searing her already bleeding dignity. "Oh!" Victoria let out a primal scream, a sound of pure agony. She couldn't take another second of this humiliating hell. She grabbed her water glass and hurled it at Daniel's face. Splash! Ice water and lemon slices rained down on him. The girl next to him shrieked. Victoria didn't even look at them. Like a wounded lioness, she grabbed her purse, and under the shocked, pitying, and judgmental stares of the entire restaurant, she stumbled out, her high heels clicking a desperate, chaotic rhythm on the floor before she disappeared. A carefully planned confession, a much-anticipated moment of comfort, had ended in a spectacular, soul-crushing train wreck. The restaurant was silent. Everyone was stunned by the soap opera that had just unfolded. Daniel stood there, dripping, a lemon slice clinging to his hair, his expensive suit soaked. His face was a work of art, shifting from white to green to a furious black. The girl next to him, recovering from the shock, was now fuming. "Danny, what the hell was that? Who was that woman?" Daniel opened his mouth, but no words came out. He just glared venomously at the partition. Ethan had already turned away, as if the whole dramatic episode had nothing to do with him. He picked up his napkin and slowly wiped his mouth, then looked at his date. Chloe was holding a small bowl of strawberry souffle, her cheeks puffed out, her big eyes wide with a look of pure, unadulterated shock, her face a perfect picture of what in the world did I just witness. A little bit of white cream was smeared on the corner of her mouth. "Finished?" Ethan asked, a hint of a smile in his voice. Chloe nodded mechanically, then shook her head, pointing at the door. "Honey, that pretty lady, and that guy, were they filming a movie?" she asked, her words muffled. Ethan finally let out a low laugh. He reached out and gently wiped the cream from her mouth, a natural, intimate gesture. "Yeah," he said, his eyes twinkling, "and it's a wrap." The ending wasn't great. Chloe nodded, still looking confused, then took another large bite of souffle. "That guy was a jerk," she mumbled. "He has a girlfriend, but he's out with another pretty lady." She swallowed, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Ethan. She suddenly stuck out her pinky, which was now also covered in cream. "Honey, pinkies swear. You can't ever do that." Ethan looked at her creamy, outstretched pinky, then into her clear, earnest, trusting eyes. His heart felt like it had been brushed by the softest feather. He hooked his own pinky around hers, giving it a firm shake. "Yeah, pinkies swear," he said, his voice deep and steady, his eyes locked on hers. "I'll only eat with you. Only with you." Chloe's face lit up, her eyes crinkling into happy crescents. "Hee, you're the best, honey. As a reward, you can have a bite of my souffle." She scooped up another spoonful and held it to his mouth. Ethan leaned forward and ate the sickeningly sweet dessert right off her spoon. The sweetness spread from his tongue all the way to his heart. He looked up, his gaze drifting past her fluffy hair to the window. The sun was bright, casting a warm glow on their table. Victoria, Daniel, all the shadows that had once suffocated him, were now just irrelevant background noise. This little creature in front of him, eating like a messy kitten, her mind as simple and pure as a blank sheet of paper, yet somehow always managing to pull him out of the mud. She was the only light in his life. He suddenly reached out and, to Chloe's surprise, lifted her right out of her chair. "Whoa!" Chloe yelped, nearly dropping her spoon. Without a word, Ethan swept her up into his arms. Chloe shrieked and threw her arms around his neck, her face turning bright red. "Honey, what are you doing? Everyone's watching." "We're going home," he said, striding toward the exit, a smile on his lips, his eyes hot and bright. "To celebrate." "Celebrate? Celebrate what?" she whispered, her arms tight around his neck. "To celebrate." He lowered his head, his warm breath ghosting over her ear, his voice a magnetic whisper, the fact that Mrs. Rhodes has successfully scared off all the annoying people. Chloe's face exploded in a blush the color of a ripe tomato. She buried her face in his neck, too embarrassed to look at anyone. I didn't. I didn't mean to, she protested weakly. Ethan chuckled, a deep vibration in his chest. He tightened his grip on the warm, fragrant bundle in his arms, feeling her real, solid warmth and the frantic beat of her heart as he strode to his car. The car door closed, sealing them off from the rest of the world. Ethan didn't start the engine right away. He turned, looking at Chloe in the passenger seat, her face flushed, her eyes wet and wide like a startled fawn's. The space inside the car suddenly felt small and charged. Kid, he leaned in, his voice low and raspy, full of a dangerous temptation. We've had the ice cream. We've tasted the souffle. His fingers gently brushed against her hot cheek, the rough calluses of his fingertips a stark contrast to her soft skin. Now, his breath was hot on her lips, his gaze dark and intense, like a predator cornering its prey. It's time to taste something else sweet. Chloe's breath hitched. Her long lashes fluttered like a trapped butterfly's wings, her hands gripping the seat beneath her. She looked at Ethan's face, so close to hers, his deep eyes churning with an emotion she couldn't understand, but that made her heart pound. What else? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Ethan just chuckled, a low, rumbling sound, and answered her with his actions. He lowered his head and captured her trembling, petal-soft lips. MMPH. Chloe's eyes shot open, her mind going completely blank. The sensation on her lips was warm and strange, full of his dominant, possessive presence, instantly overwhelming her. It was a dizzying, intoxicating experience, as if all the strength had been drained from her body, leaving only the tingling, heart-stopping feeling on her lips. Ethan's kiss, which had started as a gentle exploration, quickly deepened, becoming demanding and undeniable. One hand cupped the back of her head, angling her for a better kiss, while the other instinctively slid around her waist, his calloused fingertips tracing the incredible curve of her body through the thin fabric of her shirt. Her unique, sweet scent, mixed with a hint of milky dessert, filled his senses, the most potent aphrodisiac he'd ever known. The temperature inside the car skyrocketed. The sound of their kisses and her soft, helpless whimpers wove together into a symphony of raw, unadulterated desire. After what felt like an eternity, just as Chloe thought she might pass out from lack of oxygen and the overwhelming tide of new sensations, Ethan finally, reluctantly, let her go. They were both breathing heavily. Chloe's face was flushed a deep, beautiful red, her lips swollen and glistening. Her eyes were hazy, clouded with a post-kiss fog, as she stared at him, dazed and innocent, as if she still hadn't fully processed what had just happened. Ethan looked at her, so beautifully ravaged, and the fire in his eyes burned hotter. His throat was dry, and the desire he'd been suppressing for months roared back to life. No, if they stayed here any longer, he was going to take her right here in the car. He straightened up, took a deep, shuddering breath, and forced down the raging inferno. His voice was hoarse. Sit up straight. Seatbelt. Oh, Chloe mumbled, obediently buckling herself in, her head still spinning. She unconsciously licked her swollen lips. Ethan saw the small, innocent movement in the rearview mirror and nearly crushed the steering wheel in his hand. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the black SUV shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The car screeched to a halt in the villa's garage. The second Chloe unbuckled her seatbelt, Ethan was there, opening her door. Out, he commanded, his voice still rough. Chloe obediently got out. The moment her feet touched the ground, Ethan swept her up into his arms again. Ah, she cried, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He carried her into the villa, kicking the door shut behind them. The motion sensor lights in the entryway flickered on, illuminating the tense line of his jaw and the raw desire in his eyes. Honey, Chloe whispered, nestled in his arms. Ethan looked down at her, in the soft light. Her neck was flushed a tempting pink, the wide collar of her shirt having slipped again, revealing a delicate collarbone and a smooth, rounded shoulder. Her swollen lips were slightly parted, an unconscious invitation. All his remaining self-control shattered. He carried her directly to the large, soft rug in the living room and gently set her down. His tall frame immediately covered hers, trapping her in his shadow. Little monster. He braced himself above her, his eyes blazing with a dark, hungry fire. His voice was a low murmur, a lover's whisper, but it held an undeniable authority. Now, it's time for some advanced studies. His mouth descended on hers again. This time, his kisses weren't confined to her lips. They trailed down her neck, leaving a trail of fire, his hands hot on her skin as they slipped under her shirt, his calloused fingertips sending electric shocks through her. Honey, that tickles. Chloe's body trembled, waves of a strange, new pleasure washing over her, leaving her helpless. All she could do was let out little kitten-like whimpers, her hands weakly pushing against his chest, but the solid, hot feel of his muscles only made her fingertips tingle more. Her feeble protests were, to him, the sweetest invitation. He chuckled, capturing her mouth again, swallowing her protests, his hands becoming bolder, more skillful, easily finding the clasp of her bra and freeing the soft, full globes that had never been touched before. Oh! Chloe's eyes flew open, her body arching like a drawn bow. The unprecedented stimulation wiped her mind clean. All she could do was cling to his broad shoulders, her nails digging into the fabric of his shirt. Ethan felt the incredible, soft, resilient flesh in his hands and nearly lost his mind. His breathing became ragged, his kisses more demanding, his other hand sliding down her slender waist, his fingers dipping below the waistband of her pants. Just as they were on the verge of losing all control, Growrowall, a loud, insistent, and horribly timed growl from Chloe's stomach echoed between them like a gunshot. Ethan froze. Chloe froze. Time stopped. Ethan pushed himself up, staring in disbelief at Chloe's flat stomach. Chloe stared at her own stomach, her face shifting from red to white, then back to red. Finally, with a mortified whimper, she buried her face in his chest, her hands clutching his shirt, as if trying to burrow into the floor. Ugh, honey, I didn't mean to. Her voice was muffled, full of tears and shame. It was the souffle. It wasn't very filling. Ethan was speechless. He remained poised above her, looking down at the little ostrich who was dying of shame, her stomach still gurgling. The raging fire of his passion was extinguished as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving only a bewildered, absurd sense of amusement. He closed his eyes, took a long, deep breath, and slowly let it out. A vein throbbed in his temple. Finally, he resignedly rolled off her and collapsed onto the soft rug, throwing an arm over his eyes, his chest still rising and falling. The only sounds in the silent living room were the intermittent growls from Chloe's stomach and her quiet, humiliated sobs. After a long moment, Ethan lowered his arm and turned his head to look at the little wife who was still hiding in his chest. He sighed, a sound of pure resignation and affection. Get up. Chloe didn't move, her small shoulders still shaking. Chloe, he said, his voice a little louder, if you don't get up and order some food, you can just starve until morning. The word food was like a magic spell. The little head buried in his chest finally moved. She cautiously peeked up at him, her big eyes red and wet like rain-washed grapes. See, can we really order food? She asked timidly. Yes, he grunted, sitting up and grabbing his phone. Chloe instantly forgot her tears and her shame. Like a cat who just smelled fish, she scrambled up and scooted next to him, her head resting on his arm as she eagerly stared at his phone screen. I want fried chicken, a large bucket, and a Coke, with ice. And Ethan glanced at the little monster who had instantly come back to life and was now rattling off her order with glee. He then glanced down at a certain part of his own body that was still stubbornly at attention with nowhere to go, and he silently added to the order in his head, and a large, calming herbal tea. For him, double-sized. 6 months later, the CEO's office of a Rhodes Corporation. Outside the massive windows, the city lights twinkled like a galaxy of fallen stars. Ethan sat behind his large desk, reviewing a document. The roguish, devil-may-care attitude he'd had 6 months ago had settled into a quiet confidence. The only time his old playfulness surfaced was when he glanced at the photo of a certain contact on his phone, a soft, almost imperceptible warmth entering his eyes. His phone buzzed. It was a special notification. He swiped it open. A message from his top contact, my little dragon, popped up. It was a photo taken in a brightly lit airport terminal. A girl in a fluffy white hoodie with two bunny ears on the hood was pushing a giant suitcase covered in cartoon stickers, flashing a big V for victory sign at the camera, her smile so bright it could melt glaciers. The caption read, "Reporting for duty, honey. The dragon has landed and is ready to plunder." Mwah. Ethan's smile deepened. He tapped out a reply. "Copy that. Be safe. Use my card for whatever you want." The reply was instant. "Yes, sir. You're the best, honey. XOXO." He had just put down his phone when the intercom buzzed. His secretary's voice came through. "Mr. Rhodes, Ms. Sterling from Sterling Industries is here. She says she has an important project she'd like to discuss with you." Victoria? Ethan's brow furrowed. In the past 6 months, Victoria had completely disappeared from his life. He'd heard Sterling Industries had gone through a major shakeup and that she had changed. Why was she here now? Send her in. The office door opened and Victoria walked in. She was still beautiful, but the sharp, icy edge had been smoothed away, replaced by a permanent weariness in her eyes. She was wearing a simple but elegant navy blue suit, her gaze calm. When she saw Ethan, there was none of the old emotional turmoil. "Mr. Rhodes," she said with a nod, her tone strictly business. "Ms. Sterling, please have a seat." Ethan gestured to the chair opposite him, his tone equally formal. Victoria sat down and got straight to the point. "Mr. Rhodes, take a look at this. The land in the new East Side development. I know the Rhodes Corporation is also interested. Instead of driving up the price in a bidding war, I propose a joint venture. The plan and the profit-sharing breakdown are all in here." Ethan was surprised. Victoria, taking the initiative to collaborate? That wasn't her style. He took the file and quickly scanned it. The proposal was impressive, the terms generous. She clearly put in a lot of work. He closed the file. "This is a very generous offer, Ms. Sterling. It's just business," she said flatly. "There's no need to bring personal history into it. What do you think, Mr. Rhodes?" Ethan looked into her calm eyes. There was no resentment, no regret, just a pure, calculated focus on profit. It seemed the public humiliation and the upheaval in her family had truly changed her. "The proposal looks good," Ethan said, placing the file on his desk. "I'll have my team work out the details with yours." "Good." Victoria stood up. "Then I won't take up any more of your time." She turned to leave. At the door, she paused. Without turning around, she said, her voice soft, with a hint of acceptance, "She's very cute. I wish you both happiness." Then she opened the door and walked out, her posture straight, her steps light with a newfound freedom. Ethan leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. Victoria's final blessing was unexpected, but it made sense. The long, tangled mess between them had finally come to a decent end. He picked up his phone and looked at Chloe's goofy, smiling face, his own expression softening completely. Happiness? He was pretty happy right now. He had a lively, troublemaking little dragon at home. His days a chaotic but sweet-filled whirlwind. He opened his messaging app and sent a voice note to the little dragon who was currently plundering a foreign country. "Hey, dragon, finish your plundering and come home soon. Your husband has some new homework for you." The Cypress Creek Villa. The moonlight was soft, filtering through the sheer curtains of the bedroom. On the large, soft bed, Chloe was curled up like a lazy kitten in Ethan's arms, her face flushed, her eyes still showing the faint traces of tears, her breathing deep and even. She was clearly exhausted and fast asleep. Ethan lay on his side, his arm around her slender waist, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on her smooth skin. His wife was warm and fragrant, with the satisfied, languid air of a woman well-loved. He watched her sleep, her long lashes casting soft shadows, her lips slightly pouted, as if still protesting the difficulty of her recent homework. His heart was full of a warm, overwhelming emotion he'd never felt before. Was this belonging? Or was this love? He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. His phone vibrated on the nightstand. It was a message from Chloe's father, the dictator. Ethan picked it up. The profile picture was a majestic landscape painting. The message, however, was anything but, "Kid, I hear you've dragged my daughter overseas again. You better take care of her. If she comes back even 1 ounce lighter, I'm holding you responsible." And what about that Southeast Asia port project I mentioned? You still thinking about it? Don't let a good deal go to a stranger. Ethan looked at the message, then at his sleeping wife, and smiled. His father-in-law, though still gruff, had long since accepted him. They were even doing more and more business together. He tapped out a reply. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure she's well fed. Send the project details to my email. He put the phone down and pulled Chloe closer, resting his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. Outside, the moon was bright. In his arms, his wife was warm and soft. The Ice Queen, the arranged marriage, the corporate battles. They were all just distant noise now. Right now, all he wanted to do was hold his little dragon and sleep. Oh, and one more thing. As he drifted off, Ethan had a final, drowsy thought. The next time they had homework, he'd have to make sure she was well fed first. A hungry little monster was far too dangerous. And I wasn't panicking at all about being the fake heir to $1 billion fortune, because tomorrow I was getting kicked out on my ass. But before that happened, I had one last piece of business to take care of. I pushed open the door to the room of this story's leading lady, my supposed fiancée, the Ice Queen CEO, Sophia Sterling. My name is Ethan Vance, just your average, run-of-the-mill guy who got dropped into a novel. And my current situation was intense. I was lying in a ridiculously oversized bed, the kind of bed you could host a small gymnastics meet on. The air smelled faintly of her, a cool, clean fragrance that was impossible to place. And lying next to me, beautiful enough to literally stop your heart, was Sophia herself. She was the undisputed main character of this cliché-ridden book I'd found myself in, titled something like The CEO's Secret Weapon Returns. And me? I was the disposable side character. The fake heir engaged to her, destined to be unceremoniously dumped the moment the real hero showed up, only to meet a miserable end. That's right. I was the imposter who'd been living someone else's life for 18 years. According to the original plot, today was the day. The true heir to the Vance fortune, the book's hero, Caleb Thorne, was set to return with all the subtlety of a freight train. My identity would be exposed in front of everyone. And to curry favor with the real deal and his mysterious, all-powerful mentor, the Vance family would toss me, the son they'd raised for 18 years, out like yesterday's trash. The original Ethan, the poor sap whose body I was borrowing, was a complete moron. After the big reveal, he refused to leave. He clung to Sophia's leg, sobbing about how he truly loved her and begging her not to abandon him. The result? Caleb kicked him halfway across the room and had him thrown out like a stray dog, turning him into the laughingstock of the entire city. But I'm not him. I read the book. I wasn't about to make the same mistake. Are you kidding me? Make a scene? Grovel and beg? Not a chance. My plan was simple. Enjoy one final night of absurd luxury before my cover was blown. Then, when they dramatically exposed me, I'd graciously accept their hush money and walk away with a smile. After that, the world was my oyster. I'd be free from these one-dimensional characters and their predictable drama, free to use my severance package to start a new, fantastic life. As for last night, that was a complete accident. I just wanted to sample a bottle of 82 Lafite from the wine cellar, get a taste of the 1% lifestyle. I didn't realize this body had the alcohol tolerance of a housefly. A few glasses in, and the world was spinning. Then, fueled by liquid courage, a truly audacious and frankly idiotic idea popped into my head. I was getting the boot tomorrow. Anyway, my status as Sophia Sterling's fiancé would be null and void. So, before it expired, wasn't it fair for the official fiancé to exercise a few contractual rights? One thing led to another, and I somehow ended up at her bedroom door. The craziest part? It wasn't even locked. And then, well, looking at the woman beside me now, her stunning face serene in sleep, long lashes like butterfly wings fluttering faintly, only one thought crossed my mind. Totally worth it. This whole transdimensional trip was worth it for this moment alone. I carefully slipped out from under the covers and got dressed. Just as I was pulling on my shirt, Sophia's eyelashes fluttered again, and her eyes slowly opened. They were chillingly beautiful, like ancient glaciers. But right now, they held a rare flicker of confusion and something complicated. Our eyes met. The air in the room turned to glass. I saw a flash of shock in her gaze, quickly replaced by a frost that could freeze hell over. You. She managed one word before I cut her off, plastering a look of perfectly calibrated concern and gentleness on my face. You're awake? You had a little too much to drink last night. I was worried something might happen, so I stayed to look after you. I delivered the lie without blinking, my heart rate as steady as a rock. Sophia's brow furrowed. She seemed to be trying to piece something together, but the hangover had her mind in a fog. She looked at me, and the ice in her eyes seemed to thaw just a fraction, replaced by an emotion I couldn't quite read. She didn't say anything else. She just pulled the comforter up higher, wrapping herself in it like a fortress. I shrugged and turned to leave. I'll head downstairs. You get some more rest. I had to go. If my timing was right, Caleb Thorne was about to make his grand entrance. This was the premiere of the season's biggest drama, and I wasn't about to miss it. My startup capital depended on it. When I got to the living room, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. My dear old fake dad, Robert Vance, and my darling fake mom, Helen, were perched on the edge of the main sofa, their expressions grim. Standing opposite them was a tall young man with a rebellious fire in his eyes. He was wearing a cheap, faded hoodie and jeans, but he carried himself with an air of world-conquering arrogance that no amount of worn-out fabric could hide. Well, there he is, the man of the hour, Caleb Thorne. The moment I appeared at the top of the stairs, every head snapped in my direction. Helen's gaze was laced with disgust and contempt. Robert's was filled with cold disappointment. And Caleb looked at me and smirked, his eyes full of the kind of amusement you'd reserve for a clown at the circus. So you're Ethan? The imposter who's been warming my seat for 18 years. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence, dripping with the judgmental authority of a king addressing a peasant. Here we go, the classic opening line. Next up was the part where the original Ethan was supposed to lose his mind, scream, "I'm the real son of the Vance family," and then get brutally shut down. But I'm not the original Ethan. I looked at Caleb and broke into a wide, brilliant smile. That's me. Bro, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you. My cheerful shout threw everyone for a loop. Caleb's condescending smirk froze on his face. Robert and Helen just stared, completely blindsided by my reaction. Ignoring their stunned silence, I jogged down the stairs and clapped Caleb warmly on the shoulder. Man, you have no idea how rough it must have been for you out there all these years. Here, sit down. From now on, you're the man of the house. Caleb was so thrown off by my sudden friendliness that his whole body went rigid. He had a whole speech of taunts and badass one-liners prepared, and I just derailed all of it. It was like winding up for a haymaker and hitting a pillow that not only absorbed the blow, but also fluffed itself up and asked if your fist was okay. The frustration on his face was priceless. Robert finally snapped out of it. He cleared his throat, his face a thundercloud. Ethan, stop this nonsense. Now that Caleb is back, there's no longer a place for you in this family. He pulled a check from his jacket pocket and slapped it down on the coffee table. This is $10 million. Take it and get out of our sight. From this day forward, you are forbidden from stepping foot in this house again, and you are never to associate yourself with the Vance family in any way. 10 million. My eyes lit up. Holy crap, that was 5 million more than in the book. Was this some kind of butterfly effect from last night's activities? This was fantastic. In front of everyone, I lunged for the coffee table with the speed of a striking cobra and snatched the check, stuffing it safely into my pocket. Then, I turned to Robert and Helen and gave them a deep, respectful bow. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I'll never forget everything you've done for me. I hope you and Caleb have a wonderful life together. I won't bother you anymore. Done with them, I turned back to a still reeling Caleb, patted his shoulder again, and said in a grave, man-to-man tone, "It's all on you now, bro. By the way, there are a few pairs of unwashed socks under my bed. They're getting a little ripe, so I might want to take care of that. Oh, and best of luck to you and Sophia. Hope you two have a long, happy life and lots of kids." Without another word, I spun on my heel and headed for the front door with a jaunty spring in my step. The living room was dead silent. They were all completely stunned by my smooth, seamless exit strategy. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't he be crying and begging us to let him stay? Shouldn't he be consumed with jealousy, ready to throw hands with Caleb? Why? Why does he look so damn happy? Just as my hand reached the doorknob, a cold voice echoed from the staircase. Stop. I turned. Sophia was standing there. She'd changed into a sharp, white power suit, her hair pulled back in an elegant bun. With her flawless makeup, she was back to being the untouchable, high and mighty CEO. Except right now, her face was colder than a Siberian winter. Her gaze swept over everyone in the room before landing squarely on me. Where do you think you're going? I looked at her, my stomach doing a little flip. Oh no, you don't. Don't you dare start improvising. I'm so close to freedom, money in hand. I offered her a weak smile. The world is a big place. Thought I'd go see it. Sophia didn't smile back. Her eyes moved from me to Caleb and the Van Cess, and the temperature in the room dropped another 20 degrees. What you all doing? Robert flinched under her glare, but managed to puff out his chest. Sophia, it's good you're here. There's something you need to know. This young man is my real son, Caleb Thorne. Ethan, he was just a mix-up at the hospital. And Sophia cut him off, her voice like ice. So you're kicking him out? Helen's voice turned shrill. What do you mean, kicking him out? We gave him $10 million. After raising him for 18 years, we've more than done our part. 10 million. A scornful smile touched Sophia's lips. 18 years of raising a son is worth a mere 10 million? The Vance family's affection is cheaper than I thought. Robert and Helen's faces flushed with shame and anger. Caleb stepped forward, his eyes locking on Sophia with a mixture of awe and possessiveness. You must be Sophia. My master told me about you. Don't worry. From now on, I, Caleb Thorne, am your fiancé. This imposter isn't worthy of you. He delivered the line with all the swagger of a king, a classic hero move. Sophia, however, didn't even give him a second glance. She was staring only at me, walking toward me one slow, deliberate step at a time. Ethan, don't you have anything to say to me? Her eyes were a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, disappointment, and something else I couldn't decipher. What was I supposed to say? Hey, last night was a beautiful mistake. Let's not make it a thing. I'm taking the money and running. You have fun with your destined hero. I had a feeling that would get me killed on the spot. So I just shrugged, putting on my most innocent face. Say what? Congratulations to you and Caleb. A match made in heaven. Sophia swayed on her feet, the color draining from her face. She looked at me, and the last bit of warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by an endless, chilling hatred. Fine. Just fine, Ethan Vance. She repeated the word fine, then spun around. Before anyone could react, she swung her hand. Crack. The sharp, clean sound of a slap echoed through the vast living room. Time seemed to freeze. Caleb stood there, clutching his cheek, utterly dumbfounded. He, the legendary wolf of the Northern Territories, undefeated on any battlefield, had just come home to be slapped by his own fiancée. What the hell was happening? The Van Cess were equally stunned, their mouths hanging open. And me? I was mentally giving Sophia a standing ovation. Nice one. Now that's a leading lady with some backbone. Just then, a mechanical, electronic voice chimed inside my head. Ding. Host has successfully initiated a 5-alarm drama. The ultimate spectator system is now activated. Host, Ethan Van Spectator Points. 100 activation bonus. System function. Host can earn spectator points by creating or witnessing conflicts, scandals, and moments of epic humiliation involving the original characters. Points can be used for lottery draws or to purchase items from the system store. Newbie Starter Pack has been delivered. Open now. Holy crap, a system, and it was a drama watching system. This was literally made for me. Barely containing my glee, I mentally shouted, open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Newbie Starter Pack. 1. $100 million in cash. 2. A-list actor skill book grants Oscar-worthy acting abilities upon use. 3. Danger Sense. Passive skill automatically alerts host to any approaching threats. I stared at the system notification in my mind and almost laughed out loud. $100 million. Add that to the $10 million from the Van Cess, and I was already a 9-figure man. Plus, I had God-tier acting skills and a personal danger alarm. These were the ultimate tools for watching drama, shifting blame, and making a clean getaway. System, you're the best. Back in the living room, The atmosphere had gone from Arctic to absolute zero. Caleb, nursing his bright red cheek, glared at Sophia with a look of pure humiliation and rage. "Why did you hit me?" Sophia let out a cold laugh, her eyes looking at him as if he were already dead. "Hit you? I'm also breaking the engagement." She pulled a document from her purse, the engagement agreement, and with a sharp rip, tore it to shreds in front of everyone. "As of today, I, Sophia Sterling, have nothing to do with the Vance family, and certainly nothing to do with you, Caleb Thorne. This pathetic little show you all cooked up has been truly eye-opening." She thought it was all a conspiracy, that the Vances and Caleb had orchestrated this entire scenario to force her hand. First, they'd let her compromise her reputation with the fake heir, Ethan, and then have the real heir, Caleb, swoop in to play the hero, leaving her with no choice but to accept the marriage. What a brilliant, underhanded scheme. What a despicable plan. The more Sophia thought about it, the angrier she got, her chest heaving. She turned her head, her gaze landing on me again, the hatred in her eyes burning even brighter. "And you, Ethan, I was so wrong about you. I thought you were different from them, but you were part of this plan all along. You make me sick." I just stood there. "Wait, what? Lady, your ability to jump to conclusions is truly next level. I was just trying to get my money and get out of here." I opened my mouth to try and explain, but Sophia gave me no chance. She shot me one last venomous glare and stormed out, the sharp clicks of her heels on the marble floor sounding like a final judgment. "Ethan Vance, you just wait. This isn't over between us." Watching her retreating back, I sighed. What a mess. At that moment, Caleb and the Vances finally snapped back to reality. Caleb's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He pointed a shaking finger at me, roaring, "This was all you're doing. What the hell did you do to her?" Robert Vance was equally furious. "You worthless boy. Look what you've done. You've disgraced the Vance family name." I casually cleaned out my ear, the picture of innocence. What's it got to do with me? She's the one who broke the engagement. She's the one who slapped him. Why are you all yelling at me? I held up the check and gave it a little wave. "Payment received. Contract fulfilled. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Adios." With that, I ignored the sputtering clowns behind me, pulled open the heavy front door, and stepped out into the glorious sunshine, a free man. Behind me, I could hear Caleb's enraged howl. "Ethan Vance, I, Caleb Thorne, swear I will hunt you down and tear you limb from limb." I turned around, gave him the middle finger, and shouted back with a grin. "Good luck with that. I'm rooting for you." I got out of that gated community as fast as I could. Sitting in the back of a taxi, watching the scenery blur past, I felt incredible. $100 million had been wired directly from the system into a new bank account I'd set up. With the $10 million from the Vances, my net worth was now a cool $110 million. "Driver, take me to the most expensive hotel in the city." "You got it," the driver said, glancing at me in the rearview mirror with a curious expression. I leaned back against the seat and started exploring the system in my head. The ultimate spectator system. Just like the name implied, my job was to be a professional spectator. As long as the main characters were beefing, I got points. If I was the one who personally instigated the drama, the points were even higher. The system had judged that I was the indirect cause of the broken engagement drama, hence the 100 starter points. Those points could be spent in the system store on all sorts of amazing things. I took a quick look. God-tier martial arts, miraculous medical knowledge, blueprints for futuristic tech companies. You name it, they had it. Of course, the point costs were astronomical. Looked like I'd have to do my part to encourage more interactions between Caleb and Sophia. I was daydreaming about my future as a professional pot stirrer when the system dinged again. Ding. Main quest issued. The spectator's code. Quest description. A professional spectator needs a comfortable viewing platform. The host must purchase a personal residence within 24 hours to serve as a future drama watching base. Quest reward. 1,000 spectator points, Michelin star chef skill book. Buy a house. I could definitely get behind that. I immediately told the driver to change course and head for the city's most exclusive residential building, the Pinnacle. The Pinnacle was located in the absolute heart of the city. Rumor had it the prices were so insane that only billionaires and royalty lived there. It was also a key location in the original novel, one of the main stages for Caleb Thorne's flexing and face-slapping. He was supposed to come here, get looked down upon by a snobbish sales manager, and then reveal his true identity, shocking everyone by buying the penthouse in cash. Well, today I was going to steal his thunder. When I walked into the opulent sales office of the Pinnacle, a saleswoman in a sharp suit and perfect makeup greeted me. "Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Pinnacle. Do you have an appointment?" Her smile was professional, but I could see a hint of dismissal in her eyes as she scanned my outfit. Dressed in clothes that cost less than $50 total, I probably looked like I'd wandered in by mistake. I shook my head. "No appointment. I'm here to see some apartments." The woman's smile tightened a little. "Of course, sir. My name is Chloe, and I'll be your consultant. What size unit are you interested in?" I glanced around the ridiculously lavish lobby and said coolly, "Show me your biggest, best, and most expensive." Chloe froze for a second. The dismissal in her eyes morphed into undisguised contempt. Another one, she was probably thinking. "I'll talk, no cash." She'd worked here long enough to see all kinds. Young guys trying to impress their girlfriends or film a TikTok, making big claims they could never back up. "Sir, our most expensive property is the Celestial Penthouse. It's 9,500 square feet with a private infinity pool and a rooftop helipad. The list price is $380 million. Are you sure that's what you want to see?" She enunciated the price clearly, trying to scare me off. Before I could answer, a slimy voice cut in from the side. "Hey, Chloe, since when do you waste your time with guys like this? He's dressed like a pizza delivery boy, and he wants to see the Pinnacle? Can he even afford the toilet?" Chloe flushed with embarrassment. "Manager, this gentleman said he wanted to see the Celestial Penthouse." "The penthouse." Kevin let out an exaggerated, screeching laugh. Chloe, are you an idiot? Don't let every bum off the street wander in here. It lowers the tone of the whole building." He pointed a finger right at my nose, his face a mask of scorn. "Listen, kid, this isn't the place for you. Scram before you stink up the joint." I looked at his smug, punchable face and felt nothing but amusement. The classic judging a book by its cover trope. "Too bad for you, buddy. Your hero isn't coming today." I pulled out my phone and said calmly, "Do you accept payment in full?" Kevin laughed like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. "In full? Ha ha ha. Kid, do you even know how much the penthouse costs? $380 million. You couldn't afford a single zero on that price tag if you sold every organ in your body." "Oh," I said, nodding. Then I dialed my bank's VIP line. "Hi, this is Ethan Vance. Yes, I need to authorize a wire transfer. $400 million. To the developer of the Pinnacle. That's right. I need it done now. Immediately." My voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the suddenly silent sales office. Kevin's laughter died in his throat. He sounded like a duck being strangled. Chloe's eyes were wide with disbelief. Less than a minute later, a shriek came from the finance office in the back. "It's here." The wire came through. $400 million. It's all here. Boom. The sales office erupted. Everyone stared at me like I had grown a second head. Kevin's face turned a delightful shade of purple. His lips trembled as he pointed at me, unable to form a single word. You. I hung up the phone, walked over to him, and, mimicking his earlier gesture, poked him in the chest. "So, can I see the property now, Mr. Manager?" Kevin's face went from white to green, sweat pouring down his forehead. He couldn't believe it. This kid in a cheap hoodie could casually drop $400 million like it was pocket change. $400 million! That was an insane amount of money. He could sell condos here for 100 lifetimes and not make a fraction of that. "Yes, of course. Sir, my lord, whichever unit you want to see, I'll take you personally." Kevin's back bent into a deep bow, his face plastered with the most sycophantic grin I'd ever seen. The speed of his attitude change was truly impressive. I ignored him and looked at Chloe, who was still frozen in shock. You'll show me the penthouse." Chloe snapped back to reality, looking stunned and honored. "And me? Who else?" Yes, sir. Right this way, sir." Her face was bright red with excitement as she hurried to lead the way. As I walked past Kevin, I paused and said quietly, "I don't want to see you here again." Kevin flinched as if he'd been struck by lightning, all the color draining from his face. He knew he was finished. After offending a VIP who could throw around 400 million without a second thought, his career as a sales manager was officially over. I followed Chloe up to the celestial penthouse. 9,500 square feet of pure luxury. 360-degree floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire city. State-of-the-art, smart home technology, decadent furnishings, and that shimmering infinity pool sparkling under the afternoon sun. I nodded in satisfaction. Yep, this'll do just fine as my drama-watching headquarters. I'll take it. You can handle the paperwork for me. Of course, Mr. Vance. Chloe's tone was filled with reverence. The way she looked at me was pure hero worship. After signing the papers and getting the keys, I was officially the owner of the most expensive piece of real estate in the city. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. The Spectator's Code. Rewards have been issued. 1,000 spectator points. Michelin Star Chef Skill Book. Use Michelin Star Chef Skill Book now. Use it. Instantly, a deluge of culinary knowledge flooded my brain. Techniques, recipes, flavor profiles. From the 8 great cuisines of China to classic French and Italian, all the way to bizarre molecular gastronomy, I felt like I could win any cooking show on the planet. Not bad at all. Now I could whip up some gourmet snacks while I watched the world burn. It was going to be a good life. I was just getting acquainted with my new palace when my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I answered it casually. Ethan. The voice on the other end was cold and familiar. Sophia. I was a little surprised. How did you get my new number so fast? Something I can help you with. I asked, my tone lazy. Where are you? In a beautiful, scenic place with lots of fresh air. Preparing for a quiet retirement. There was a pause on the other end. Then her voice came back, tight with suppressed fury. Ethan, I'm not in the mood for jokes. Do you really think you can take $10 million from the Vances and just disappear? Isn't that the idea? Clean break, all business settled. Settled? She scoffed. Did you forget what you did to me last night? What do you take me for? Some woman you can use and discard whenever you please? I rubbed my temples. This was giving me a headache. Look, that was an accident. And besides, we were technically engaged. It's not like it was illegal, right? You. My shameless logic had clearly left her speechless with rage. Ethan, I don't care what games you're playing. You have 1 hour to show up in front of my office building. If you don't, you'll face the consequences. She hung up before I could reply. Listening to the dial tone, I just shrugged. Face the consequences? Ooh, I'm so scared. I switched my phone to silent, tossed it on the couch, and kicked back to watch some TV. An hour later, Sterling Corp. CEO's office. Sophia stared at her phone. An hour and 5 minutes had passed. Ethan hadn't shown up. He hadn't even called or sent a text. He had completely and utterly ignored her. A wave of humiliation and fury, the likes of which she had never felt before, washed over her. Since she was a child, she had been the center of everyone's universe, adored and respected. No one had ever dared to treat her with such disrespect. Fine, Ethan, just fine. Sophia laughed, a cold, humorless sound. She picked up her office intercom, her voice devoid of any warmth. Give me security. I want them to run a trace on a man named Ethan Vance. I want his current location on my desk in 10 minutes. With the Sterling family's resources, finding one person in the city was child's play. Less than 10 minutes later, a file was on her desk. When her eyes fell on the line that read owner, Celestial Penthouse, the Pinnacle, Tower, Sophia's pupils contracted. The Pinnacle, the most exclusive address in the entire city. He was just kicked out of the Vance family with only $10 million. The cheapest unit at the Pinnacle started at $50 million. Where did he get the money? And he was the owner of the penthouse. She had toured that unit herself. It was listed for $380 million. Even she had thought it was too extravagant and passed on it. How could Ethan possibly afford it? A massive question mark hung in Sophia's mind. She suddenly remembered the way Ethan had acted when he left. Calm, collected, almost smug. Could it be? Was all of this part of his plan? Did he know he was the fake heir all along? Did he set everything up in advance, leaving the Vance family, even getting involved with her in such a way just to... A bold and unbelievable theory began to form in her mind. He was getting revenge. Revenge on the Vances for casting him aside, and revenge on her for her coldness. He intentionally orchestrated today's drama, making the Vances and Caleb lose face forcing her to break the engagement and jeopardizing the partnership between their two families. And he walked away with his seed money, a phoenix rising from the ashes, hiding in the shadows and watching everyone scramble in the chaos he created. This man, his schemes were terrifyingly deep. The more Sophia thought about it, the more convinced she became. She looked at the photo in the file. Ethan's seemingly harmless smile now looked like the smirk of a grandmaster moving his chess pieces. She took a deep breath, her expression hardening with resolve. "Ethan Vance, I'm going to find out exactly what you're up to." She grabbed her car keys, stood up, and strode out of her office. She was going to confront this hidden puppet master herself. I, meanwhile, was fully embracing my new life as a 100-millionaire, soaking in my infinity pool, sipping an ice-cold Coke, and gazing out at the city lights. Life didn't get much better than this. Suddenly, the danger sense in my head started beeping frantically. Warning, warning, high-level female, lead approaching. Proximity, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. I blinked. The female lead? Sophia? How did she find me? I just climbed out of the pool, still dripping, when the doorbell rang. Wrapping a towel around my waist, I walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Yep, it was her. She was wearing a black trench coat, standing there perfectly still, her face an unreadable mask. But her eyes were like X-rays, trying to see right through the door and into my soul. I opened the door and leaned against the frame. "Ms. Sterling, isn't this technically breaking and entering?" Sophia ignored my teasing. Her gaze shot past me, taking in the absurdly luxurious living room and the sparkling pool beyond. As she processed it all, a flicker of shock, impossible to hide, crossed her face. She had suspected Ethan was more than he seemed, but she never imagined this. This really was the celestial penthouse. He really had bought it. This only confirmed her theory. Ethan Vance was no simple character. "May I come in?" she asked, her voice returning to its usual cool composure. "Be my guest." I stepped aside and let her in. Sophia took off her trench coat, revealing a perfectly tailored white silk blouse that accentuated her stunning figure. She sat down on the sofa, her eyes scanning the room before locking back onto me. "Now, can we talk properly?" "Talk about what?" I poured myself a glass of water and sat down opposite her. "I thought we'd said everything there is to say." "Ethan, you can drop the act." Sophia's eyes were as sharp as daggers. "You knew all along you weren't a real Vance, didn't you?" I took a sip of water, saying nothing. "You intentionally slept with me the night before Caleb returned, and then you acted so nonchalantly today, all to escalate the conflict between me, the Vancess, and Caleb. You wanted me to be the one to break the engagement and torpedo the partnership between our families. Am I wrong?" I nearly spit out my water. "Lady, your imagination is wasted in the corporate world. You should be writing screenplays. You used the $10 million they gave you, combined with your own hidden funds, to buy this place. It was a statement, wasn't it? To show everyone that even without the Vancess, you could not only survive, but thrive. That you could do even better than before. Correct." I looked at her "I've figured it all out" expression and couldn't hold it in any longer. I burst out laughing. "Ha ha." My laughter seemed to confuse her. Her brow furrowed. "What's so funny?" "You are Ms. Sterling." I wiped a tear from my eye. "It's a real shame you're not a novelist." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you overthinking things," I said with a shrug. "I just figured taking the money and leaving was a much better option than staying and groveling. As for the house, it was an impulse buy. Simple as that." Sophia stared into my eyes, searching for any sign that I was lying. But I was now a man with the A-list actor skill set. My expression was as pure and sincere as a mountain spring. Sophia fell silent. Could it be? Was she really wrong? Was Ethan Vance just an ordinary guy who valued comfort and pleasure above all else? No, impossible. If he was that simple, where did he get the money for this penthouse? And how could it be a coincidence that the night before Caleb's return, he just happened to? None of it was a coincidence. He was putting on an act. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more it proved he had something to hide. Sophia's train of thought had completed a perfect, self-contained loop. She took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and adopted the tone of a seasoned negotiator. "Fine, Ethan, if you won't admit it, we'll move on. Let's talk about a partnership." "A partnership?" I looked at her intrigued. What could we possibly partner on? I know your targets are the Vance family and Caleb Thorne. Sophia's eyes burned with intensity. And thanks to you, I now stand in opposition to them as well. We have a common enemy. So, we join forces, Sophia said, each word deliberate. You pull the strings from the shadows, and I'll provide the support you need on the front lines. With your cunning and my family's resources, taking them down will be easy. I listened to her, feeling like I'd stepped into an alternate reality. Lady, Caleb is your destined partner, your soulmate from the novel. And you want to team up with me, the disposable side character, to take out your future husband? Isn't this plotline getting a little out of hand? Ding. Female lead storyline has undergone a major deviation. The spectators are pleased. Hidden quest triggered. Play along. Quest description. Agree to Sophia Sterling's proposal for a partnership. Reinforce her belief that you are a secret mastermind. Quest reward. 2,000 spectator points. Master Hacker Toolkit. My eyes lit up when I saw the quest. Master Hacker Toolkit. Now, that was a prize worth having. You can't be a proper spectator without access to all the juicy, hidden details. Looks like I had no choice but to agree. I paused for a moment, letting a mysterious smile play on my lips. Ms. Sterling, what makes you think I need your help? Seeing my expression, Sophia became even more certain of her theory. He was faking it. I know you're powerful, but you can't fight a war on your own. Caleb has a mysterious and powerful master behind him, and the Vance family has deep roots in the business world. It's better to have one more ally than one more enemy. Wouldn't you agree? I nodded, pretending to be convinced. You have a point, but how can I trust you? With this, Sophia pulled a file from her briefcase and pushed it across the table. It's a stock transfer agreement for 10% of Sterling Corp. Say the word, and these shares are yours. I picked it up. Sterling Corp was valued in the hundreds of billions. 10% was worth at least $10 billion. Holy hell, this woman did not mess around. I forced myself to remain calm, my face a mask of casual indifference. A nice gesture, but I'm a free spirit. I don't like being tied down. Don't worry, Sophia said immediately. This is purely a partnership. I won't interfere with your plans in any way. I will simply provide assistance when you require it. Deal. I picked up a pen and signed my name on the agreement. Seeing my signature, Sophia finally let out a breath she'd been holding, a small smile gracing her lips. To her, this wasn't just a contract. It was proof that she had successfully tethered this terrifyingly brilliant man to her side. Pleasure doing business with you, she said, extending a hand. I shook it. Her hand was cool and soft. Likewise. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden quest. Play along. Rewards have been issued. 2,000 spectator points, Master Hacker Toolkit. In an instant, endless streams of code, programming languages, and network security protocols flooded my mind. I felt like a digital god. Any corner of the world with an internet connection was now my personal playground. Sophia, oblivious to my internal power-up, stood to leave. Since we're allies now, I should warn you about Caleb's first move. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. What's that? From what I've gathered, to prove his worth to the Vances, Caleb is planning to bid on the East District Development plot in 3 days. A lot of companies have their eye on it, including mine. He's trying to secure that land. Exactly, Sophia nodded. He wants to use this project to make a name for himself in the business world overnight. I understood. Another classic scene from the book. Caleb was supposed to dominate the auction, win the bid at an unbelievably low price, and then it would be discovered that the land was rich with rare minerals, increasing its value 100-fold. He would become a legend, solidifying his position as the true Vance heir. Sophia looked at me, a question in her eyes. What are you going to do? I smiled, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking down at the city below. Don't worry, he won't be jumping for joy for much longer. Sophia watched my confident silhouette and felt a sense of calm settle over her. She knew it. This man already had everything planned out. All she had to do now was sit back and watch how he would play Caleb Thorne like a fiddle. After Sophia left, I immediately started testing out my new master hacker skills. I picked up a laptop from the sofa, and my fingers flew across the keyboard. In less than a minute, the entire city's traffic surveillance network was displayed on my screen. I easily pulled up Caleb's current location. He was driving a Porsche 911, a gift from the Van Cess, on his way to a private club. A smirk crossed my face as my fingers danced on the keyboard again. Moments later, I had the complete file on that private club. It was a den of debauchery for the rich and spoiled, a place for gambling, drugs, and every other vice imaginable. It was also a key base for one of the book's minor villains. Caleb was going there to recruit a local enforcer named Leo, the Leopard Mancino. Trying to build a crew? Not on my watch. I used my hacking skills to send an anonymous tip to the city's narcotics unit. The email contained detailed information about the drug deals happening at the club, times, locations, code words, and profiles of the key players. It was all there, complete with photographic evidence. Job done. I closed the laptop and went back to my pool. Mission accomplished. No fingerprints left behind. Meanwhile, Caleb pulled his sports car up to the valet at the Dynasty Club. He had just stepped out of the car when several police cruisers screamed around the corner, surrounding the building. A SWAT team swarmed out, storming the club. A few moments later, the sounds of shouting and screaming echoed from inside. A parade of well-dressed men and women were frog-marched out in handcuffs, looking like a conga line of shame. Among them was my target, Leo, the leopard. When Leo saw Caleb, he thought his savior had arrived. "Thorn! Mr. Thorn, help me!" he yelled desperately. Caleb's face went pale. "You idiot!" He wanted nothing more than to run over and tape Leo's mouth shut. The lead detective noticed the commotion and walked over, his sharp eyes sizing Caleb up. "You know him?" "And no, never seen him before in my life." Caleb shook his head frantically. "He doesn't know you, but he's calling you by name," the detective said with a cold smile. "You're going to have to come with us for questioning." "But Caleb wanted to resist, but looking down the barrel of a policeman's gun, he chickened out. He had returned to conquer the city, not to get shot for assaulting an officer. And so, our esteemed hero, on his very first day back, was cordially invited to the police station for a chat. As for me, the architect of his misfortune, I was comfortably watching my spectator points skyrocket on the system panel. Ding! Original hero Caleb Thorn has suffered a major public humiliation. The spectators are delighted. Spectator points plus 500. Ding! Villain Leo, the leopard, and his crew have been taken down. A cause for celebration. Spectator points plus 300. Excellent. This was almost too easy. By the next morning, the news that Caleb Thorn had spent his first night back in a police holding cell had spread through the city's elite like wildfire. Although the Van Cess quickly bailed him out, the story of the hero's grand return to jail became the hottest joke in every country club and boardroom. Caleb was so furious, he smashed an entire collection of antique vases at the estate. He swore he would find the person behind it and make them pay. His number one suspect was me, but he had no proof. The police had traced the anonymous tip, but the IP address was routed through a dozen foreign servers. It was a digital ghost. And according to the Vance's own investigation, I hadn't left my penthouse at the Pinnacle all day. I had a perfect alibi. The frustration was eating Caleb alive. He was sure it was me, but he couldn't prove a thing. After this series of fiascos, even the Vance family began to have doubts about Caleb's supposed greatness. This legendary figure, he seemed to be all hype. In contrast, the adopted son they had thrown out, Ethan, hadn't ended up homeless and broken as they'd expected. Instead, he had moved into the Pinnacle and was now tangled up with Sophia Sterling. The stark difference between their expectations and reality planted the first seeds of regret in Robert and Helen's minds. Had they made a terrible mistake? I couldn't care less what they were thinking. The past few days had been fantastic. I spent my days day trading, using a financial acumen skill I bought from the system store to make a little pocket money. At night, I experimented with my Michelin star chef skills, cooking myself gourmet feasts. When I was bored, I'd hack into Caleb's phone and computer to see what new brilliant plan he was cooking up, and then I'd help him out by creating a few minor complications. Like, for instance, anonymously forwarding his top secret bid proposal to all his major competitors. Or, for fun, packaging his flirty text messages with his various female admirers and sending them over to Sophia. Ding! Original hero Caleb Thorn's bid proposal has been leaked. Business secrets are no longer secret. Spectator points plus 1,000. Ding! Female lead Sophia Sterling has received evidence of the hero's infidelity. Drama levels critical. Spectator points plus 1,500. Watching the points roll in, I couldn't stop grinning. Caleb, you really are the gift that keeps on giving. After receiving those text message screenshots, Sophia locked herself in her office for the entire day. No one knew what she was thinking. All they knew was that the temperature in the entire executive wing had dropped to sub-zero. Our poor, clueless hero had no idea that I was orchestrating his downfall. All he could think about was how he was going to redeem himself at the land auction in 3 days, to reclaim his honor and silence his critics. He had no idea that a perfectly tailored trap was slowly closing around him. The auction for the East District plot was held as scheduled. The venue was the city's most luxurious 5-star hotel, and every major corporation was in attendance. Caleb arrived dressed in a sharp Armani suit, his hair slicked back, a confident, determined smile on his face. Robert Vance followed behind him, representing the family and offering his support. His entrance turned heads, but not for the reasons he wanted. His legendary first night in jail story had made him infamous. Everyone was looking at him with a mixture of amusement and pity. Caleb felt their stares, but he didn't care. Today, he would shut them all up with a display of absolute power. He was fully prepared. The proposal I had leaked was just a decoy. His real ace in the hole was a tip from his master. There were rare earth minerals under that plot of land. It was a secret that only he knew. He was going to use that inside information to make a killing and earn back the respect of the entire city. The auction began. After a brief introduction, the bidding started. The opening price was $100 million. $110 million. $120. $150. The price climbed steadily, quickly surpassing the $200 million mark. The market valuation for the land was around $250 million. Anything higher would cut into the profit margin, and the bidding began to slow. Caleb remained silent, waiting like a patient hunter for the perfect moment to strike. When the price hit $280 million, with only a couple of hesitant bidders left, he made his move. He raised his paddle, his voice booming through the hall. $300 million. A wave of murmurs swept through the room. $300 million. That was well over the market price. Had the new Vance heir lost his mind? Even Robert was shocked. He tugged on Caleb's sleeve. Caleb, that's too high. We'll lose money. Caleb shot him a look that said, trust me. Dad, he whispered, this land is a guaranteed win. Seeing his son's unwavering confidence, Robert backed down. The $300 million bid scared off the remaining competitors. The auctioneer began his final count. $300 million going once. $300 million going twice. A triumphant smile spread across Caleb's face. He could already see it. Winning the bid, discovering the minerals, stunning the world, marrying Sophia, and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Just as the hammer was about to fall, a cool, clear female voice came from the back of the room. $350 million. Swish. Every head in the room turned in unison. There, surrounded by a team of bodyguards, was Sophia Sterling, gliding into the room like a queen. She was wearing a black power suit, her presence commanding the attention of everyone there. Caleb stared, first in shock, then with a flicker of pleasure. She came to watch me claim my victory, but then he saw who was with her. Walking casually by her side, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with a lollipop stick hanging out of his mouth, was none other than me. Caleb's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Ethan, what was he doing with Sophia? And she had just bid $350 million. What was she doing? Was she trying to outbid him? Robert Vance's face paled. Sophia's sudden appearance had thrown a wrench in all their plans. Sophia ignored the stunned crowd and took a seat in the front row. I plopped down next to her without a care in the world. I shot Caleb a wide grin and gave my lollipop a little wave. My expression was pure provocation. Caleb looked like he was about to explode. Sophia, what is the meaning of this? He demanded. Sophia glanced at him as if he were a complete stranger. It's a public auction, isn't it? If the price is too high for you, Mr. Thorne, you're free to back out. Caleb was speechless. The auctioneer, recovering from shock, raised his gavel. Sterling Corp. bids $350 million. Do I hear a higher bid? Caleb's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles were white. He couldn't let her take this land. This was his one chance to turn everything around. He gritted his teeth and raised his paddle again. 400 million. The crowd gasped. 400 million. This wasn't just crazy. It was financial suicide. Robert Vance looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Caleb, be reasonable. We're already losing 150 million. Dad, stay out of this. Caleb's eyes were bloodshot. I have to win this land, no matter the cost. I watched his gambler's frenzy and clinked my water glass with Sophia's. The fish is on the hook. Sophia looked at me, a strange light in her eyes. Her admiration for me was growing by the day. It seemed like everything was unfolding exactly as I planned. She didn't bid again, instead making a small, gracious gesture as if to say, "It's all yours." The auctioneer's face was flushed with excitement. This was the most dramatic auction he'd ever hosted. The Vance Group bids 400 million, going once. 400 million, going twice. 400 million, going 3 times. Sold to the Vance Group for $400 million. Bang! As the gavel fell, Caleb slumped into his chair, a look of exhausted euphoria on his face. He did it. He had finally won. He shot a triumphant, gloating look in our direction. See that? His eyes screamed. That's the power of Caleb Thorne. You think you can compete with me? You're not even my league. I gave him a big thumbs up, my smile as bright and innocent as child's. I really hope you're still smiling in an hour, Caleb. As soon as the auction ended, Caleb rushed over to the East District plot with a survey team in tow. He was going to unearth those rare minerals in front of the whole world and rub it in everyone's faces. The media, sensing a huge story, flocked to the site, ready to broadcast the historic discovery. Robert, despite the $400 million hole in his wallet, felt a flicker of hope. Maybe his son really knew something they didn't. Meanwhile, Sophia and I were sitting comfortably in the back of a luxury SUV, watching a live feed from a drone I had hovering over the site. Are you sure there's nothing there? Sophia asked, still a little nervous. Relax. I peeled an orange and handed her half. When I do something, I do it right. I guarantee you, the only thing he's going to dig up is dirt. 3 days ago, I had used my hacking skills to break into the computer of Caleb's mysterious master. It turned out the whole rare mineral story was a fabrication, a test his master had designed for him. I had simply helped the test along by leaking that false information to Caleb through a dozen different untraceable channels. That's why he was so confident. At the survey site, engines roared to life. Caleb stood next to an excavator, confidently giving interviews to the reporters. Mr. Thorne, can you tell us why you were willing to pay $400 million for a plot of land that everyone else deemed worthless? Caleb gave the reporter a mysterious smile and pointed to the ground. Because I see value where others don't. Soon, you will all understand how wise my decision was. The reporters buzzed with speculation. Could there really be a hidden treasure beneath their feet? Finally, under the watchful eye of dozens of cameras, the survey results came in. An engineer in a hard hat ran over to Caleb, holding a report and looking very uncomfortable. Mr. Thorne, we have the results. Well, Caleb asked eagerly. Did you find a massive deposit of rare earth minerals? The engineer shook his head. Gold, then. The engineer shook his head again. Diamonds. Still shaking his head. Caleb's heart began to sink. Then what is it? The engineer swallowed hard and said, Mr. Thorne, according to our geoscan, it appears to be the site of an ancient public latrine. A what? Caleb thought he had misheard. A public latrine? Yes, sir. The engineer wiped the sweat from his brow. A very large one. Actually, historically significant. An archaeological treasure, you might say. I was taking a sip of water and sprayed it all over the car window. An ancient public latrine. You couldn't make this stuff up. Even I didn't see that coming. I thought it was just worthless dirt, not a historical monument to human waste. Sophia stared at the screen, her expression of disbelief slowly melting into a beautiful, undeniable smile as she watched Caleb's face cycle through shades of red, purple, and finally, the blackest despair. The site had erupted into chaos. The reporters were going wild. What? A public toilet? He paid $400 million for an ancient outhouse? Is this a joke? Has the new heir to the Vance fortune completely lost his mind? The camera flashes were blinding, capturing every agonizing second of Caleb's humiliation. Caleb felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the taste of iron filling his mouth. He doubled over and coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He, the great Caleb Thorne, had just spent $400 million on a 1,000-year-old toilet. How would he ever live this down? Ding. Original hero Caleb Thorne has suffered a legendary public humiliation, complete with blood spitting. The entire world celebrates. Spectator points plus 5,000. Ding. The Vance Group's reputation is in tatters. Stock prices are plummeting. A joyeuse occasion. Spectator points plus 3,000. I looked at the system panel, the points flooding in, and felt like I was on top of the world. Caleb, my dear friend, thank you for your invaluable contribution to my drama-watching career. The $400 million toilet incident made Caleb and the Vance Group the biggest joke in the city. The company's stock value evaporated overnight, losing tens of billions. The board of directors was furious, demanding Caleb be fired and held responsible for the catastrophic loss. Robert Vance was running around like a headless chicken, his hair turning gray as he begged and pleaded to save his real son's position. Caleb, meanwhile, locked himself in his room and didn't come out for 3 days. He couldn't understand it. How could this have happened? How could his master's information have been wrong? Where did it all go wrong? And then he thought of me. He thought of my smug, smiling face, watching him from the sidelines. It had to be him. He was behind this somehow. But how? How could he have possibly orchestrated all of this? The not knowing was worse than the failure itself. It was a creeping, terrifying dread that was driving him insane. And where was I during all of this? I was hosting a pool party at my penthouse. I had used some of my spectator points to buy a gene optimization serum from a store. Not only did it overhaul my physical fitness, but it also gave my looks a significant upgrade. I invited a crowd of gorgeous models to celebrate with me in my infinity pool. I had invited Sophia too. She hadn't wanted to come, but after some persistent nagging, she finally showed up, a reluctant storm cloud in our sunny celebration. She sat on a lounge chair in a conservative one-piece swimsuit, sipping juice and watching us with a perpetual frown. "Ethan, can you please be serious for 1 minute?" she finally said. "Caleb may have taken a hit, but he's not out of the game. If you let your guard down, you're going to get burned." I climbed out of the pool, dripping water all over the deck, and sat down next to her. "Relax, Ms. Sterling," I said, popping a grape into my mouth. "You've got to enjoy the good times. Life's too short." Sophia rolled her eyes, but there was less ice and more exasperation in her gaze. She was beginning to realize she had no idea who I really was. One moment, I was a master strategist, playing Caleb like a pawn. The next, I was a hedonistic playboy, acting like a kid with a new toy. Which one was the real me? Just then my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I answered it. A tired, aged voice came through the speaker. Is this Ethan?" I paused. It was Robert Vance. "What do you want?" My voice turned cold. "Ethan, so..." I know I was wrong. Robert's voice was pleading. Can you please come home? The family, it needs you." I almost laughed out loud. Now you need me? Where was this energy when you were throwing me out like garbage? "I believe we severed all ties," I said flatly. "No, we didn't," Robert said desperately. "You'll always be my son. I was a fool, Ethan. I was blind. Please come back. The CEO position at the company, it's yours. Just come back, and the whole company is yours." He was willing to promise me anything to get me to clean up Caleb's mess. Not interested. I hung up and blocked his number. Sophia had heard the whole conversation. She looked at me, her expression complicated. "You're not going back. He did raise you for 18 years. And that give him the right to treat me like a disposable placeholder?" I scoffed. "Come on, Ms. Sterling. You're not that naive." Sophia fell silent. She couldn't argue with that. The Van Cess actions had been unforgivable. "So what's your next move?" "Next move?" I leaned back on the lounge chair and put my feet up. "What do you think?" "I'm going to keep watching the show." I picked up my phone and pulled up a live news feed. It was a press conference for the Vance Group. A haggard-looking Robert Vance was at the podium, announcing mass layoffs and his own resignation as chairman due to the failed investment. And his successor? His real son, Caleb Thorne. Ding. Vance Group internal conflict is escalating. Father and son are turning on each other. The show is just getting started. Spectator points plus 2,000. I watched the screen, a slow grin spreading across my face. Oh, Caleb, don't you dare disappoint me. This drama was just getting good. On Caleb Thorne's first day as CEO of the Vance Group, his roars of fury nearly shattered the glass walls of his new corner office. $400 million. I spent $400 million on that land, and you're telling me the best we can do is a historical outhouse theme park? He slammed a stack of proposals onto his desk, spittle flying onto a terrified executive's face. I'm a legend, not a glorified bathroom attendant. The executive flinched but stayed silent, mentally cursing the new CEO. If you hadn't been so sure there was a gold mine down there, none of us would be in this mess. But Caleb was a believer in destiny. He remembered his master's parting words. From the ashes of defeat, a true victory is born. His eyes lit up with a manic gleam. That's it. We'll build the outhouse theme park. We'll turn this 1,000-year-old toilet into a world-class cultural heritage site. The announcement went viral. I am dying. Is the legendary CEO having a mental breakdown? Spent $400 million on a toilet. Now wants the toilet to make it back. Caleb Thorne is a business genius, suggested park slogan. Come for the history, stay for the smell. I scrolled through the comments on my phone, laughing so hard I had to wipe tears from my eyes. With a few quick taps, I hacked the marketing firm server. The official promotional banner, which read, "A millennium of sanitation, a cultural treasure," was stealthily replaced. The new banner read, "Infamously aromatic, the king of all toilets." For good measure, I replaced the artist's rendering with a meme of Caleb's face from the auction. The day of the groundbreaking ceremony, the East District plot was swarmed with press. Caleb, dressed in a bespoke suit, stood on a makeshift stage. Behind him, on a massive screen, the words "a king of all toilets" shone brightly for all to see. He cleared his throat, ready to deliver a rousing speech, when a wave of uproarious laughter erupted from the crowd. Caleb froze, glanced behind him, and nearly fainted. "Who did this?" he shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at the screen. "Get the marketing team in here. I'll have them all fired." But no one was listening. The reporter's cameras flashed like a lightning storm, capturing his apoplectic face and the glorious banner behind him. On the edge of the crowd, I leaned against Sophia's car, a lollipop stick hanging from my lips, grinning from ear to ear. "See? Told you this was better than the Super Bowl." Sophia, dressed in an elegant black dress, maintained her usual stoic expression, but her fingers tightened around her coffee cup. She looked from the sputtering Caleb on stage to the carefree man beside her, and the corner of her mouth twitched upwards. That tiny, almost imperceptible smile was captured by a bystander's phone and immediately posted to Twitter. "OMG. Sophia," Sterling smiled. "The Ice Queen is melting. Help. The way she looks at Ethan is everything. I ship it so hard. Ethan and Sophia is trending. I'm making this my whole personality now." At the same moment, the system chimed in my head. Ding. Original hero has suffered a career-ending public humiliation. The spectators are ecstatic. Points plus 5,000. Ding. Female lead has broken character. The entire internet is shipping them. Points plus 5,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Total points have surpassed 100,000. Unlocking ultimate reward, the easy life. Reward details, permanent financial freedom, unlimited global black card, cooldown-free danger evasion, automatic threat prediction. I raised an eyebrow and let out a low whistle. Not bad. A very good day's work. Sophia shot me a look. "This was you again, wasn't it?" "I'm wounded," I said, holding a hand to my heart. "I'm just an innocent bystander enjoying the show." She didn't call my bluff. She just watched Caleb, who now looked close to tears, and said quietly, "The Vance Group. I think this might really be the end for them." She was right. The king of all toilets ceremony was the final nail in the coffin. Investors dumped their stock, banks called in their loans, and suppliers picketed the headquarters. In 3 short days, the once mighty Vance Group was a hollowed-out shell. Robert Vance's hair went from salt and pepper to snow white. He finally swallowed his pride. The next day, as I was unlocking the doors to my new side project, a restaurant called the Spectator's Seat, I saw three familiar figures waiting for me. Robert was in a worn-out old suit. Helen, stripped of her jewelry, looked 10 years older. And Caleb, in a cheap tracksuit, stared at the ground, all his former arrogance gone. They were holding a small basket of fruit, looking like lost children. Ethan, Robert's voice was hoarse. The moment he saw me, his eyes welled up. I was wrong. Your father was wrong. Please, can you save the family? Helen started sobbing. Ethan, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you that way. For the sake of the 18 years we raised you, please help us. Caleb gritted his teeth and, after a long, painful silence, forced out a single phrase. I'm asking for your help. I leaned against the doorframe, a smirk playing on my lips. Save the family? Sure, I can do that. Their faces lit up with hope. But, I continued, pointing to a help wanted sign in the window, my new restaurant is a little short-staffed. Robert, you look like you could handle waiting tables. $3,000 a month, room and board included. Helen, you can wash dishes. And as for you, Caleb, I looked him up and down, my smirk widening. You've got the build for a doorman. Just remember to smile. Customer complaints get docked from your pay. $3,000 a month? Caleb looked like he was about to explode. He, the great legend, was being offered a minimum wage job. But then he saw Robert's pleading eyes, thought of the bankrupt company, and finally, his proud head bowed. Okay. And so, the formerly untouchable Vance family became the newest employees at my restaurant. Robert was a clumsy waiter, constantly dropping plates. Helen broke so many dishes she was always in debt to the kitchen manager. And Caleb, as a doorman, couldn't stop himself from sneering at the customers, getting so many complaints that he was eventually forced to plaster on a fake smile and bow to everyone who walked in. As for me, I spent my days in a comfortable booth by the window, eating gourmet food and watching the chaotic show unfold, feeling as relaxed as a retiree in Florida. Sophia became a regular. At first, she came once a week, then every day. She'd sit across from me, order a dessert I'd made myself, and watch me laugh at the Van Cess incompetence. One evening, after closing, she watched me clearing a table. Are you ever going to let them go? Go where? I said, polishing a glass. They're learning a valuable lesson here. It's called a job. Sophia was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, Ethan, who are you, really? 1 minute he was a carefree jokester, the next a calculating genius. It was impossible to figure him out, and impossibly attractive. I put the glass down, walked over to her, and leaned in close, my eyes locked on hers. What do you think? Her heart skipped a beat. She could feel the warmth of my breath, smell the faint scent of lime. Her ears turned a delicate shade of pink as she quickly looked away. Idiot! I chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Just then, Caleb emerged from the kitchen carrying a stack of plates. He saw us, and his face contorted with rage, nearly dropping everything. He hated me. He loathed me. But all he could do was lower his head and pretend he hadn't seen a thing. Of course, he didn't know I was doing it on purpose. Since unlocking my ultimate reward, I discovered a new item in the system store. Cheesy pickup line immunity. No matter how cringe-worthy my lines were, Sophia wouldn't get mad. She'd just blush. So, the restaurant became my stage. Sophia, are you a parking ticket? Because you've got fine written all over you. Sophia, do you believe in love at first sight? Or should I walk by again? At first, she would just glare at me. But slowly, she started firing back witty retorts, which only made me laugh harder. The staff all knew what was going on. They had a betting pool on when I'd finally ask her out. The breakthrough came a month later. I saw Robert Vance sighing in a corner and, taking pity on him, tossed him a folder. Here, follow this plan. It'll save your company. Robert opened it skeptically. Inside was a detailed proposal to turn the ancient latrine and the surrounding wasteland into a meme-land theme park, complete with designs for merchandise based on all of Caleb's most humiliating moments. Will this actually work? He asked, bewildered. Only one way to find out, I said, waving him away. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a date with Ms. Sterling. To everyone's astonishment, the ridiculous plan was a massive success. The theme park was a hit. It was filled with merchandise celebrating Caleb's failures, toilet-shaped keychains, T-shirts with the legend Weeps printed on them, and commemorative coins that read, "A $400 million lesson." People loved the irony. The park was packed every day. The Vance Group not only paid off its debts, but became more profitable than ever. Robert and Helen were eternally grateful, treating me like a king. Caleb was a changed man. He called me boss and never spoke of being a legend again. On the one-year anniversary of my restaurant, I threw a massive party on the rooftop garden of the Pinnacle. The night was clear, the city lights twinkling below. I stood in the center of the garden, holding a microphone, looking at the crowd of friends and employees, my eyes finding Sophia. "Everyone, I have an important announcement." The garden fell silent. My gaze locked with Sophia's, and a warm smile spread across my face. "Ms. Sophia Sterling, from the first moment I saw you in that villa, I knew that no drama in the world could ever be as interesting as you." Sophia's heart leaped. "I'm a simple guy," I continued. "I don't want to conquer the world. I just want to spend the rest of my life with you, watching other people's drama, laughing at the world, and building our own happy life." I got down on one knee and pulled a small box from my pocket. "Sophia Sterling, will you marry me?" A collective gasp went through the crowd, followed by thunderous applause. Sophia looked at me, her eyes shining, her lips curving into the most beautiful smile I had ever seen. She nodded, her voice clear and strong. "Yes, I will." I grinned, sliding the ring onto her finger before standing up and pulling her into a kiss. The cameras flashed, and the cheers were deafening. In a quiet corner, Robert and Helen were crying tears of joy. Caleb grumbled, he doesn't deserve her, but he was clapping along with everyone else. And in my head, the system delivered its final message. Ding! Host has completed the ultimate quest. Find a lifelong drama-watching partner. Congratulations on achieving the perfect ending. Reward: a lifetime of worry-free spectating and maximum happiness. System reminder: for the rest of your days, remember to enjoy the show. Together, I held the woman I loved in my arms, looked up at the stars, and smiled. This new life was definitely worth it. And the date on my phone screen was sharp and clear, July 2nd, 2025. 3 years. 3 whole years. My name is Leo Foster. 3 years ago today, I was just another recent grad scraping by in the city, another face lost in the crowd. That evening, on my way home from work, I saw an old man clutch his chest and collapse on the sidewalk. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. People hurried past, a river of bodies afraid to get involved. I didn't think twice. I rushed over, called 911, and rode with him to the hospital. I fronted the emergency room fees with my credit card and stayed by his side through the night. When the old man woke up, he couldn't thank me enough. He told me his name was Arthur Grayson, chairman of Grayson Global. He had only one heir, his treasured granddaughter, Isabel Grayson. His health was failing, and his biggest worry was Isabel. She was fiercely independent, completely devoted to her career, but she didn't know how to take care of herself, and her ambition made her a target. So, Mr. Grayson made me an offer that left me speechless, to thank me, and to give me a legitimate reason to look after Isabel for 3 years, long enough for her to secure her control over the company. He would give me a sum of money so vast I'd be set for life. The contract that would bind us? A marriage certificate. What was I thinking at the time? Maybe I was moved by his sincerity. Maybe the promise of that vast sum went to my head. But mostly, I was intensely curious about the enigmatic heiress I had yet to meet. So, in a moment that felt both insane and preordained, I agreed. Just like that, I, Leo Foster, a broke nobody, became the husband of the Grayson Global heiress. Married life was nothing like I'd imagined. Isabel Grayson was as beautiful as her name was elegant. Her features were cool and refined, her skin flawless, and her eyes were like chips of ice, so stunning they dared you to get close. She was the definition of privilege, a product of the finest schools, brilliant and driven, already a top executive at Grayson Global despite her youth. But to me, from the very beginning, she was nothing but cold. We lived in a sprawling Upper East Side penthouse, Mr. Grayson had arranged. The space was huge, but it felt as empty and cold as a mausoleum. We had separate bedrooms. And Isabel, she took it all for granted. She'd offer a quiet thank you or frowned slightly when I told her to bring a coat. If a meal wasn't to her liking, she would simply set down her fork without a word. There was never an extra ounce of expression, never a flicker of warmth. We were legally husband and wife, living under the same roof, but we were more distant than strangers. We had the title, but none of the substance. Her world contained only Grayson Global, only work. I was just a necessary, but ultimately irrelevant, tool in her life. I knew the deal. This was a transaction. I was here for the money. She was doing it to appease her grandfather and solidify her position. We were both getting what we wanted. So for 3 years, I buried every feeling, every frustration. Today, the contract expired. This morning, I made breakfast as usual. Oatmeal with fresh berries and the scrambled egg whites she liked. She sat at the dining table in a sharp, white pantsuit, eating in silence. "Leo," she said suddenly, her voice as flat as ever. "Let's go to my lawyer's office at 3. I've had him draw up the divorce papers." My heart gave a strange, sharp jolt. This was it, the day I've been waiting for. I'd get my payout, and I could leave this place and start my own life. I was relieved, giddy even. "Okay," I nodded, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. "Sound good." She said nothing more, finished her breakfast, and grabbed her purse. "I'm heading to the office." "Drive safe," I said out of habit. Her steps faltered for a fraction of a second, but she didn't look back. The front door clicked shut, and the enormous penthouse fell silent, leaving just me. I stared at her empty plate, a hollow feeling spreading through my chest. These 3 years felt like a long, strange dream. In the dream, I'd been orbiting an iceberg, slowly losing all my warmth, growing numb. But it was over now. After the divorce, she'd still be the untouchable Isabel Grayson, and I would take the money and finally be free. I shook my head, psyching myself up. A better life was waiting. 3 years. 3 goddamn years. It was a long time to hold your breath. 3 p.m. Outside a glass and steel, midtown skyscraper. Isabel was already there, her lawyer by her side. She had on the same cool, detached expression, as if we were here to close a business deal, not a marriage. The lawyer handed me the divorce agreement. I scanned it. It was straightforward. The division of assets was clean, especially the clause detailing my payout. The number was staggering, enough to make all my daydreams a reality. I picked up the pen without hesitation and signed my name, Leo Foster. The moment my pen left the paper, I let out a long, slow breath. The 3-year sentence was over. Isabel signed, too. When our 2 crimson marriage certificates were exchanged for the final signed divorce decree, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. "Mr. Foster, your compensation has been wired to your account, as per the agreement," the lawyer said, handing me a folder with a bank transfer confirmation. I took it. My heart still skipped a beat seeing that string of zeros. "Thank you," I said to the lawyer. Then I looked at Isabel. "Well, Ms. Grayson, I guess I'll see you around." Isabel looked at me, her gaze complicated, as if she wanted to say something more. But in the end, all that came out was a quiet goodbye. With that, she turned, got into a black Bentley with her lawyer, and vanished into the stream of city traffic. I stood on the sidewalk, clutching the divorce papers and the heavy proof of my new wealth. The sun was bright, almost blinding, but my future felt wide open. I tilted my head back and let out a shout, a raw, triumphant sound that seemed to carry all the frustration of the last 3 years with it. Goodbye, Isabel Grayson. Goodbye, 3-year contract marriage. Goodbye to be Mr. Grayson. As of today, Leo Foster was a free man. The first day after the divorce, I slept until I woke up naturally. No 6:30 a.m. alarm. No rush to prepare a specific breakfast. No cool, silent presence in the apartment. The quiet was almost jarring, but the unease was quickly replaced by the sheer joy of freedom. I rolled out of bed, made myself a bowl of instant ramen, and flopped onto the sofa to watch mindless reality TV. I didn't have to worry about when Isabel would be home, what to make for dinner, or how to read her moods. The feeling was incredible. I even started mapping out my future. First, use the money to buy my own place. Nothing huge, just a cozy apartment in Brooklyn. Then, maybe find a job I actually enjoyed, or open a small coffee shop. Live a simple, quiet life. As for romance, I wasn't even thinking about it. 3 years as a tool had given me a mild case of relationship PTSD. Around noon, my college buddy, Big Mike, called. Leo, I heard you're a free man. You gotta come out tonight, man. We're celebrating your emancipation. I'm in, I said, grinning. The usual spot? You know it. We're not going home sober. I felt even better after hanging up. A night out with the guys. A proper celebration. In the afternoon, I went to the grocery store to stock up on snacks and beer, ready for a lazy night in. As I was walking back to the temporary apartment I was crashing in, I saw a familiar black Bentley parked to the curb. My heart jumped into my throat. No way. The tinted window slid down, revealing Isabel's cool, beautiful face. She was wearing a simple white sundress, which softened the sharp edges of her usual corporate armor. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. She looked at me, her expression unreadable. Just passing by. Passing by? My friend's place wasn't exactly remote, but it was nowhere near Grayson Global or her penthouse. The odds of this being a coincidence were slim to none. Oh, I nodded, deciding not to push it. Well, if that's all, I'm going to head in. Wait, she called out. Yeah. Did you eat lunch? She asked, a slight hesitation in her voice. I froze. In 3 years, this was the first time she had ever asked me if I'd eaten. It was always me asking her. Yeah, I had some ramen, I replied. Oh, she nodded, her eyes flickering for a moment. What about? For dinner. Going out with some friends. Who? Guys or girls? The question was so fast, it was reflexive. I raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her behavior. My college buddies, Big Mike and the guys. Oh, she said again, looking almost relieved, though her face remained a perfect mask. Well, don't drink too much. Got it. I gave a small smile. You should get going too. The great Ms. Grayson has better things to do than worry about me. I gave her a little wave and turned into the building. In the lobby, I glanced back. The Bentley was still there, the window now rolled up. I couldn't tell if she was still watching. What the hell was that? She's acting weird. She gets a divorce and suddenly starts caring? Is she just not used to it? I shook my head, chalking it up to a temporary glitch in her programming. After all, 3 years is a long time. It was only natural she'd feel a little off when her live-in caretaker suddenly vanished. That night, I was with Big Mike and the guys at a packed sports bar in Brooklyn. Leo, you absolute legend. 3 years of hard time for a lifetime of freedom. You're financially independent. Big Mike clapped me on the shoulder, his face a mask of pure envy. So, tell us, is the Grayson Global Ice Queen really as cold as they say? Did anything, happen in those 3 years? Get out of here, I laughed, shoving him. What do you think? It was a business arrangement. A marriage in name only, you get me? Damn, what a waste, Mike grumbled. But seriously, man, you earned it. 3 years playing butler to a billionaire. Now you're free. It must feel good. It feels amazing. I raised my beer. To freedom. To freedom. We drank, laughed, and reminisced about stupid things we did in college. I let myself go, the tension of the last 3 years slowly dissolving in the alcohol. Halfway through her second pitcher, my phone buzzed. The caller ID was Isabel. I stared at it for a second, then answered. Hello, where are you? Her voice on the other end was tight, with an urgency I couldn't place. Out with my friends. I told you I would be. How much have you had to drink? Not much, just a couple of beers. Send me your location. What? Why? I was completely baffled. I'm coming to get you. You don't have to do that. I can get home myself, or Mike can give me a ride. The last thing I needed was her showing up. What would that even look like? Just send it. Her tone became commanding, a flicker of the old, imperious Isabel, but mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Fine. I gave in, texting her the bar's address. When I hung up, Mike and the guys were staring at me with huge, curious eyes. Dude, you're divorced and your ex-wife is still coming to pick you up? There's more to this story, isn't there? Shut up, I muttered, though my own mind was racing. She's probably just passing by. Before long, the black Bentley pulled up outside the bar. Isabel got out, in her white sundress, standing in front of the noisy, gritty sports bar. She looked completely out of place. Her beautiful face was a mask of cool detachment, but her eyes kept darting toward our table. More than a few guys at the bar stopped to stare, probably wondering what a goddess like her was doing in a place like this. Leo, your ex-wife, is here. Mike nudged me. I stood up and walked over. You really came. I told you not to drink too much. She glanced at my flushed face, her brow furrowing. How many did you have? Seriously, just a couple. I ran a hand through my hair. Get in. She didn't argue, just opened the passenger door. I turned back and waved to my friends. I'm heading out, guys. You have fun. You too, Leo. Be safe. Mike called back, wiggling his eyebrows. I slid into the car. Isabel started the engine. The car was silent, filled with the faint, clean scent of her perfume. It was the same as always, a cool, floral fragrance. Why? Why did you come and get me? I had to ask. She stared straight ahead at the road, her voice even. I was worried you'd drink too much and get into trouble. I'm a grown man. What kind of trouble could I get into? I was always the one you picked up, she said, so quietly I almost missed it. It was true. After her events, when she was drunk, I was always the one to get her. No matter how late, I'd be there to make sure she got home safe. That's all in the past, I said with a small smile. From now on, you need to take care of yourself. Drink less. She didn't respond, but her knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The car soon arrived at my friend's building. Thanks for the ride. I unbuckled my seatbelt, ready to get out. Leo, she said suddenly. Yeah. She turned to look at me. The streetlight cast a soft glow through the windshield, tracing the delicate lines of her face. Her eyes, no longer icy, seemed to shimmer with a complex emotion. If you're not busy sometime, you could come by the office. She paused, as if it took all her courage to say the words. I was stunned. Visit her? At Grayson Global? Why? Seeing the confusion on my face, she seemed to grow flustered and quickly added, I mean, if you need help with anything, or if you just want to talk, you can come find me. Oh, okay, I said, still processing. You should. Go on up, she said, looking down at her hands. Right, you get home safe too. I pushed the door open and got out. As the Bentley disappeared into the night, I stood there on the sidewalk, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside me. Isabel's behavior tonight was beyond strange. What in the world was wrong with her? In the days that followed, Isabel's bizarre behavior only escalated. She'd call me sporadically, asking the same questions. Have you eaten? What are you doing? Did you go anywhere? Her tone was still far from warm, but compared to the Arctic chill of the past 3 years, it was a heat wave. At first, I figured she was just adjusting to life without a personal assistant, a kind of phantom limb syndrome. But I was starting to suspect it was more than that. That week, my old high school lab partner, Chloe Davis, was in town for a conference. When she heard I was divorced, she insisted on taking me out for dinner to catch up. Chloe was a bright, bubbly person. We'd been good friends in school, and though we went to different colleges and drifted a bit, we'd always stayed in touch. We met at a chic bistro in Soho. Chloe looked great in a vibrant yellow dress. Leo, I still can't believe it. You married the Isabel Grayson, she said, her eyes wide. I seem to remember you in high school, saying you wanted to marry someone sweet and down to earth. I gave a wry smile. Don't remind me. That's all over now. Well, you must have gotten a pretty sweet payday out of it, right? Enough to live it up for a while. Chloe asked, her curiosity palpable. It's enough to get a place of my own, maybe start a small business, I said, skirting the actual number. We fell into easy conversation, laughing about old teachers and sharing stories about our lives now. Chloe was outgoing and funny, and I found myself laughing more than I had in a long time. Right in the middle of a funny story, my phone rang. It was Isabel. I stared at the screen, bewildered, before finally answering. Hello. Where are you? Her voice was probing. Out to dinner with a friend. A friend? Male or female? Same direct question as last time. Female. A friend from high school, I answered honestly. The line was silent for a few seconds. Then her voice returned, a few degrees cooler. Oh, really? Which one? Do I know her? You don't. Her name's Chloe Davis. We were lab partners. Oh, she said again, her tone unreadable. Well, have fun. And she hung up. I looked at my phone, completely mystified. Why did she need all the details? Who was that? The ex? Chloe asked. Yeah. I nodded, putting my phone away. Sorry about that. No worries, Chloe smiled. Sounds like she's still keeping tabs on you, checking in even after the divorce. Nah, just a random call, I said, trying to brush it off. The rest of the dinner was pleasant. Afterward, I walked Chloe back to her hotel. Thanks for dinner, Leo. It was so good to see you, she said with a bright smile. Next time, it's on me. You got it. Anytime. Okay, I'm heading up. Bye. She waved and disappeared into the hotel lobby. I turned to leave and had only taken a few steps when I saw it. A black Bentley parked just down the street. The window was down, revealing Isabel's impassive face. I stopped in my tracks, then walked over. What are you doing here? She just looked at me. Passing by. Again, with the passing by, the probability of this was getting ridiculous. What a coincidence, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. She ignored my tone and glanced towards the hotel entrance. Is your friend gone? Yeah, she went inside. You two seem to be having a good time. A sour note I'd never heard before laced her words. It was fine. She's an old friend. We were just catching up. She's very pretty. Yeah, she is, I agreed without thinking. The moment the words left my mouth, Isabel's expression hardened. Her eyes turned cold, a look I knew all too well. Is that so? You two seem to hit it off, she said, her voice devoid of any warmth. It finally clicked. Something was very, very wrong. What's the matter? I asked, confused. You seem upset. I'm not, she snapped, turning her face away. Why would I be upset? We're divorced. What you do is none of my business. She said the words, but her tense posture and clipped tone told a different story. Could it be? A preposterous idea flashed through my mind. Was she jealous? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was Isabel Grayson, the woman who had treated me like a piece of furniture for 3 years. She couldn't possibly be jealous over me. I had to be imagining things. Oh, good, I said with a small smile. Well, I'm gonna head home. You should too. Wait, she called out again. What now? You should avoid having dinner alone with women you don't know that well. She frowned, her words coming out like a command. Why? I was genuinely baffled. Chloe is a high school friend. We're just friends. Friends? A man and a woman, alone at a fancy restaurant, laughing and talking, and then you walk her to her hotel? You call that just friends? Her voice rose, edged with a raw emotion I had never heard from her before. Was it hurt? I was completely floored. Was she serious? Isabel, we are divorced, I said, my patience wearing thin. Who I see and who I'm friends with is my business, right? My words seemed to deflate her. Her face fell, her lips parted as if to say something, but she choked it back. All she could manage was a cold. Do whatever you want. Then she stabbed a button, the window shot up, and the Bentley peeled away from the curb with a squeal of tires. I stood there, watching her taillights disappear, my mind in a total fog. That reaction, that had to be jealousy. But why? After 3 years of utter indifference, why would she suddenly care who I was with now that we were divorced? The change was so abrupt it felt like whiplash. I shook my head, feeling like I was losing my mind. After the coincidental run-in outside the restaurant, Isabel's jealousy seemed to become more and more obvious. She started micromanaging my life. If I was at home, she'd call and ask, "What are you doing? Are you watching anything you're not supposed to?" If I went out, she'd ask, "Who are you with? Did you run into anyone?" I posted a picture on Instagram of me and Big Mike playing basketball, and she immediately slid into my DMs. Who's the person in the blue shirt? A guy or a girl? The most ridiculous incident happened when I helped my next-door neighbor, a young mom, carry her new washing machine up the stairs. She couldn't manage it alone. I have no idea how Isabel found out, but not an hour later, she was standing outside my apartment building. "Leo!" She yelled up at my window, her voice sharp with anger. I hurried downstairs to find her fuming, looking like a furious kitten. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" "Were you just helping that woman move something?" she demanded, pointing in the direction of my neighbor's apartment. "Yeah, my neighbor. The washing machine was too heavy for her, so I gave her a hand," I said, completely baffled. "What's the problem?" "Your neighbor?" She repeated the words through gritted teeth, her eyes practically shooting sparks of jealousy. "You sound pretty friendly. Are you too close? You're already helping her with chores? What if she has a thing for you?" I was speechless. "Isabel, the woman is married. She has a 2-year-old kid. Can you please stop being paranoid?" "So what if she's married?" "Married people can't have crushes," she shot back, relentless. "I'm telling you, Leo, even though you're divorced, you can't just get close to any woman, especially not the kind who needs your help. What does our divorce have to do with anything? It's called being a good neighbor, isn't it?" I was starting to lose it. What is your logic? I don't care. She put her hands on her hips, her expression petulant. You're not allowed to help her move things anymore, and you're not allowed to talk to her. Isabel, I was getting angry now. Don't you think you're overstepping? We are divorced. Can you please stay out of my life? Hearing the word divorced, her fire immediately died down. A flash of hurt crossed her face before being replaced by stubborn pride. I was just warning you. I don't want you to get used, she said, her voice softer. You've always been so naive. You're easy to take advantage of. Oh, thank you so much for your concern, I said sarcastically. I think I'm capable of judging character on my own. I don't need your help. I turned to go back inside. Leo, she called out, her voice now laced with a surprising vulnerability. Do you hate it this much when I get involved? I stopped and looked back at her. She stood there, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, looking small and lonely. That face, usually so composed and cool, was now etched with uncertainty and, was that a plea? I was at a complete loss. I don't hate it, I sighed. I just think, given our current relationship, it's not really appropriate for you to act like this. So what is our relationship? She asked in a small voice, her eyes filled with a hopeful light. I froze. What was our relationship? Divorced couple. Former employer and employee whose contract had ended. Neither felt right. Looking into her expectant eyes, I suddenly realized that I didn't want to define it. I didn't want to draw a hard, final line between us. I hesitated. We're still friends, I guess. Friends? She repeated, the light in her eyes dimming for a second before flaring up again. Okay, friends. And friends can care about each other and warn each other about things, right? Right, I said with a defeated nod. Then as your friend, I'm warning you to stay away from other women. Especially the pretty ones, she declared, instantly regaining her I'm right attitude. I just stared at her. Isabel fished her keys out of her purse and tossed them to me. I caught them confused. What's this for? Take me home, she commanded, crossing her arms. Ms. Grayson, we're divorced, I said, exasperated. Why should I still be your driver? I muttered under my breath. Next you'll be telling me to $2,000. Get in, I said, a grin spreading across my face. For $2,000, I'll be your personal chauffeur, valet, and sing you show tunes on the way. Your chariot awaits, Ms. Grayson. Who was I to turn down a payday from this infuriatingly rich woman? Isabel rolled her eyes, but a tiny smile played on her lips as she slid into the passenger seat of the Bentley. The drive was surprisingly quiet. Neither of us spoke. I pulled the car into the private garage next to her penthouse. Here we are. End of the line, Ms. Grayson. Isabel turned her beautiful face toward me, looking like she was about to say something serious. I didn't give her the chance. I whipped out my phone and pulled up my Venmo QR code. Cash, credit, or crypto. All payments due upon arrival. Isabel's expression remained perfectly calm as she took out her phone and scanned the code. A second later, my phone pinged. I glanced at the confirmation, then shot her a cheerful grin as I opened my door. Hey, Leo. Isabel called out as I got out of the car. I turned back and gave her a theatrical little bow. Thank you for your business, Ms. Grayson. Please ride again. And with that, I walked out of her garage and into the night. From then on, Isabel's unreasonable behavior became the new normal. If I texted a female friend, she'd ask, "What's so funny?" If I went grocery shopping, she'd demand to know, "Did you buy anything?" Weird. I even bought a houseplant, and she somehow concluded, "A woman gave you that, didn't she?" Honestly, at first, it was annoying. I felt like she was being nosy and totally irrational. But gradually, I realized that being managed by her wasn't actually so bad. And that realization made me feel a little thrilled and a little terrified. The days ticked by, punctuated by Isabel's random fits of jealousy. Our relationship settled into a strange, undefined space. We weren't a couple, but we weren't just friends either. We were somewhere in between, in a state of constant, unspoken negotiation. She started finding the most bizarre excuses to see me. "Leo, my laptop's acting up. Can you take a look?" It was always a minor issue she could have Googled and fixed in 5 minutes. "Leo, I'm craving those short ribs you make. Could you make some for me?" Then she'd devour the whole plate before declaring them just okay. "Leo, I want to watch a horror movie tonight, but I'm too scared to watch it alone. Can you come over? She ended up spending the entire movie hiding behind me. Every time she came up with an excuse, I could sense her nervousness, her awkwardness, and beneath the veil of pride, a fragile dependence I'd never seen before. And for my part, I went from initial resistance and exasperation to a quiet acceptance. It was becoming my new normal. One day, Isabel called, her voice hesitant. Leo, there's a charity gala tomorrow night. Would you come with me? A gala? What would I, an unemployed guy living off a contract payout, do at a place like that? Would that be appropriate? I asked. Of course it would, she said quickly. Just as a favor. A lot of people who have tried to sabotage me in the past will be there. I don't want to go alone. Hearing that hint of vulnerability in her voice, my heart softened. Okay, I'll go with you. Really? That's great. Her voice was suddenly bright with unconcealed joy. I'll have a suit sent over and have my driver pick you up tomorrow. Okay, sounds good. After we hung up, I felt a mix of anticipation and nerves. Was this our first official date since the divorce? The next evening, the driver arrived right on time. The suit Isabel had sent was a perfect fit. The gala was at a 5-star hotel, in a ballroom glittering with chandeliers and filled with a sea of tuxedos and gowns. Isabel was wearing a stunning red evening gown, her hair swept up to reveal the elegant line of her neck and collarbones. She looked like a blooming rose, and her entrance turned every head in the room. She walked over to me and slipped her arm through mine. Stay close to me tonight, she whispered. Her arm was slender, and through the thin fabric of her dress, I could feel the warmth of her skin. My heart sped up. Right, I nodded. We walked into the main hall together, and were immediately swarmed by people wanting to greet her. Isabel, darling, you look more beautiful every time I see you. Ms. Grayson, and who is this? This is Leo Foster. He's a friend of mine, Isabel said, the word friend hanging in the air with a strange weight. I smiled and nodded at the curious faces. I had to admit, these high society events were painfully boring. Everyone spoke in pleasantries while their eyes were full of calculation. Isabel navigated the crowd with practiced ease, but I could see the fatigue behind her perfect smile. Every so often, she would lean in and whisper, "Are you bored?" I'd shake my head. "I'm fine." Just then, a slick-looking middle-aged man approached us, a greasy smile plastered on his face. Well, if it isn't Ms. Grayson, and you brought a date tonight? I don't recognize this young man. Where do you work, son? Isabel's brow furrowed. She clearly disliked him. Mr. Vance, this is my friend, Leo Foster. Vance looked me up and down, his eyes dripping with condescension. A friend? Since when do you associate with friends so young? He looks like he just graduated college. A flare of anger shot through me, but I held my tongue. Isabel's face hardened. Mr. Vance, my friends are none of your concern. If you'll excuse us, we have other people to see. She started to pull me away, but Vance was persistent, reaching out to put a hand on her shoulder. Now, Isabel, don't be in such a hurry. We haven't had a chance to really talk in ages. Before his hand could touch her, I stepped in front of her, blocking his arm. I'm going to have to ask you to be respectful, I said, my voice ice cold. Vance, taken aback, scowled. And who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Who I'm doesn't matter, I said, my voice low and firm. What matters is that you don't touch my friend. Isabel looked at me, her eyes shining with gratitude and admiration. The people around us had noticed the commotion, and the air grew thick with tension. Vance grunted, shot me a dirty look, and slunk away. Thank you, Leo, Isabel whispered, a tremor of relief in her voice. Don't worry about it, I smiled. Guys like that aren't worth your time. For the rest of the evening, Isabel seemed distracted, her eyes constantly finding mine, her expression complex. Halfway through the gala, she pulled me out onto a terrace for some air. The night breeze played with her hair, and the moonlight softened the sharp angles of her face. Leo, she began, her voice low, thank you for coming with me tonight. You don't have to thank me. Before, she paused, seeming to search for the words. Before, when I had to go to these things, it was always my grandfather with me, or I was alone. No one has ever stood up for me like that. A sharp pang went through my heart. She had been this alone the whole time. From now on, if you need me, I'll always be there. The words tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them. I immediately regretted it. What right did I have to make a promise like that, given our undefined relationship? Isabel's head snapped up, her eyes bright with a dazzling light. Really? Looking at her hopeful face, I took a breath and found my courage. Really? A brilliant smile spread across her face, like the sun melting a glacier. It was the first time in the 3 years I had known her that I had seen her smile so genuinely, so completely. It lit up my entire world. Leo, she seemed to want to say more, but the words caught in her throat, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. We should go back inside. It's getting cold, I said quickly, afraid of what she might say next, of how I might react. Okay, she nodded, following me back into the ballroom. Inside, Isabel was like a different person. She took my hand and proudly introduced me to her colleagues, her voice ringing with a new confidence. This is Leo. He's very important to me. Then she started drinking, one glass after another. She was usually so careful, knowing her low tolerance, but tonight she seemed to let go of all inhibitions. Isabel, slow down. You can't handle this much, I warned her. I'm fine, she said, batting my hand away, her eyes hazy and her cheeks flushed. I'm happy tonight. I could only shake my head as I watched her. By the end of the night, she was completely drunk, leaning her entire weight on me, barely conscious. Leo, she murmured my name, her voice thick. My head is spinning. I know. I'm taking you home. I steadied her, told her driver I had it covered, and helped her into my Uber. In the back of the car, she rested her head on my shoulder, muttering incoherently. Leo, you're so mean. Why? Why did you have to divorce me? I don't want a divorce. 3 years. You know, I got used to it. Used to having you around. The milk in the morning. The soup at night. You were so good to me. I knew. I knew all of it. But I was afraid to say anything. I was afraid. Afraid you were just doing it for the money. Afraid you didn't like me. I thought, after the divorce, I would be free. But I'm not free at all. I miss you. Leo, I miss you so much. Her words came out in broken pieces, her voice growing smaller, tinged with tears like a lost and wounded child. I listened in silence, a storm raging inside my chest. So she knew. She knew it all. She wasn't cold, just scared. She had gotten used to me, too. She liked me. The car pulled up outside my apartment building. Leo, she lifted her head, her drunken eyes looking at me, filled with dependence and hurt. Don't take me home. I don't want to be alone. Looking at her like this, how could I possibly say no? Okay, we'll go to my place. I helped her out of the car and half carried her up to my apartment. I set her down on the sofa and went to get her a glass of water. Here, drink this. I helped her sit up and held the glass to her lips. She took a few sips, then suddenly threw her arms around me, burying her face in my chest. Leo, don't go, she mumbled. Her body was soft against mine, her scent a mix of wine and that unique, cool fragrance that was all her. My heart hammered against my ribs. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here, I whispered, gently stroking her back. Do you not like me anymore? She asked, looking up, her eyes wet with tears. Is that why you divorced me? No, of course I like you, I said quickly. The divorce was because the contract was up, and I thought you didn't like me. I thought you only cared about your work. I do, she said, her voice suddenly loud, her eyes wide like a startled deer. I like you. Leo, I've liked you for so long. From the first time you made me that soup for my stomach, from the first time you blocked a drink for me at a party, from every night you left a light on for me. I started to like you, but I was too scared to say it. I was afraid you were just an actor playing a part for the money. As she spoke, fresh tears streamed down her face, each one landing like a hot coal on my heart. You idiot, I whispered, reaching up to wipe her tears away. I like you too. From the first time I saw you fall asleep from exhaustion, from the moments I saw you lay your guard down, from every single day of these last 3 years. I've liked you. Really? She stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. You're not just saying that. It's the truest thing in the world. I smiled, pulling her into a tight embrace. I was the idiot. I was so focused on the contract and the money that I ignored what I was feeling, and I ignored what you were feeling. I'm so sorry, Isabel. So, can we go back to how things were? She asked from my arms, her voice small and hopeful. No, I said, pulling back to cup her face in my hands, looking her straight in the eye. not how they were. Before we were a contract. Now, I want to be your real boyfriend. And one day, I want to be your real husband. Her eyes lit up like the brightest stars in the night sky. The tears came again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Okay, kiss me, husband. She nodded fiercely, then leaned in and pressed her lips against mine. Her kiss was tinged with wine, a little clumsy and unsure, but it was filled with a sincerity and love that overwhelmed me. I kissed her back, holding her as if I could absorb her into my very being. 3 years of waiting, 3 years of distance, all of it melted away in that one perfect moment. Isabel slept at my place that night. In separate rooms, of course. She was passed out, and I was just looking after her. The next morning, when she woke up in an unfamiliar room, she first looked confused, then memories of the previous night came flooding back, and her face turned a deep shade of crimson. I walked in with a breakfast tray and couldn't help but smile at her mortified expression. "You're awake. How's your head?" She immediately pulled the comforter over her face, her voice muffled. "Last night, did I say a lot of stupid things?" "Not all," I teased, then held up my phone and played the video I'd taken of her drunken confession. "You." She peeked out from under the covers, her face somehow getting even redder. You recorded that. Every last word. Crystal clear," I said, setting the tray on the nightstand. "Sit up and eat something. I made you some oatmeal." She just stared at me, a mixture of shame and embarrassment in her eyes. "You?" She hesitated. "You have to delete that. It's so humiliating." "Nope." I pocketed my phone with a playful smirk. "I'm keeping it forever," I said, leaning in close, my voice low and serious. "As blackmail, to keep you in line for the rest of our lives." She looked at me, her eyes slowly filling with tears, and then she nodded fiercely. "Okay, the rest of our lives." In that moment, I knew we had finally, truly found our way to each other. From that day on, everything changed. We were no longer a contract, no longer cold and distant. We were a real couple. Isabel shed her icy armor completely, transforming into an affectionate, clingy, and adorably jealous girlfriend. She would call me every morning to wake me up, even though I was usually already in the kitchen making her breakfast. She would come straight to my apartment after work and collapse into my arms like a little girl, complaining about her day. She would take my hand without thinking and rest her head on my shoulder when we walked down the street. She would wrap her arms around me from behind while I was cooking and whisper, "Leo, you're so sexy when you cook." And, of course, her jealousy didn't diminish one bit. If anything, it got worse. One afternoon, I ran into another old college classmate at the supermarket, and we chatted for a couple of minutes in the cereal aisle. I don't know how she found out, but when Isabel came over that evening, she was sulking. "What's wrong? Who upset my girl?" I asked with a grin. She just huffed and turned away. "You know what you did?" "I really don't," I said, playing dumb. "I was a perfect angel all day. Didn't even leave the apartment." "Liar." She spun around, pointing an accusing finger at me. "You were talking to another one of your old classmates, weren't you? What are you talking about? Did you get her number?" Seeing her all puffed up with indignation was so cute, I couldn't help but laugh. I pulled her into a hug. Okay, you caught me. I ran into someone from college at the store. We talked for 2 minutes about which brand of shampoo is best. That's it. I swear. You can check my phone." "Really?" she asked, her voice skeptical. "Really?" Cross my heart. That seemed to satisfy her. She relaxed into my arms, burying her face in my chest. "Well, you're not allowed to talk to any more old classmates. If you need to talk about something, you can talk to me." "Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say," I said, my voice full of helpless affection as I tweaked her nose. That night, after Isabel got out of the shower, she cornered me and pushed me back onto the bed, a wicked glint in her eye. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. She smirked. "Tonight, I'm going to devour you, so you won't have the energy to even think about other girls." 2 hours later, Isabel was lying peacefully beside me, seemingly exhausted. I was still reeling from the experience. Wait a minute. Was I just taken advantage of? This injustice cannot stand. I have to reclaim my honor. With that thought, I rolled over, pinning her beneath me. Isabel jumped, startled. "What do you think you're doing?" I just smiled. "What do you think?" "You, be gentle," she whispered, her voice soft and sultry. We spent the rest of the night tangled up in the sheets. For the next few days, it was Isabel who was walking with a slight limp. These sweet, playful moments became our daily routine. I discovered that once an iceberg melts, the water is warmer and more wonderful than you could ever imagine. Isabel became brighter, happier, and laughed more often. At the office, she was still the formidable Ms. Grayson, but with me, she was just my Isabel. One day, I decided to bring a homemade lunch to Isabel's office. When I arrived, she was in the middle of dressing down a few employees who had clearly messed up. Watching her, so cool and commanding, I thought about the soft, sweet woman she was with me. The contrast was intoxicating. When she saw me, her expression softened for a split second before she turned back to her team. All right, that's all. You can go. The moment the office door closed, her corporate armor dissolved, and she launched herself into my arms. Leo, I missed you. What are you doing here? Did you miss me too? She asked, looking up at me with hopeful eyes. I reached out and pinched her cheek. Of course I did. I handed her the insulated lunch bag. You rushed out this morning and forgot this again. Looking at the still warm container, Isabel's eyes grew misty. You're the best, honey, she murmured, her voice a purr that melted my bones. I watched her eat, and when she was done, I was about to leave, but she stopped me. Honey, I have a surprise for you, she said, her expression mischievous. I looked at her, puzzled. She just smiled, told me to wait, and dashed out of the office. 10 minutes later, she walked back in. She was wearing a pair of sheer black stockings. What do you think? Do you like them? She asked, her voice dripping with seduction. Then, she slowly lifted the hem of her black pencil skirt, revealing a long, stocking-clad leg. Damn, a full-blown office fantasy. Who could possibly resist that? Let's just say there was another flurry of activity in her office that afternoon. Eventually, I started my own company. We supported each other, and both our businesses grew and thrived. Once we were both on solid footing, Isabel and I had a grand wedding, the real deal this time, to make up for the one we never really had. Afterward, we traveled the world, spending a few blissful months on an extended honeymoon. Our married life was perfect, except for one thing. Ever since we'd first been together, Isabel's appetite for me had become insatiable. It felt like every day was a new adventure. Honey, I bought some new lace lingerie. Honey, what do you think of this nurse's uniform? Master, today I am your obedient little maid. My body was starting to give out. Soon I was the one walking with a limp every morning. This continued until the day Isabel found out she was pregnant. At the OBGYN's office, the doctor was going over a list of things to expect during the pregnancy. Excuse me, doctor, I interrupted. Does pregnancy affect a couple's physical activities? The doctor's tone immediately turned stern. Your wife is pregnant. You shouldn't be thinking about things like that. As a husband, you should be more considerate. Before she could finish her lecture, I turned to Isabel with a solemn look. You heard the doctor. No funny business during the pregnancy. Isabel shot me a glare. Fine. You're off the hook. For now. I let out a huge sigh of relief. I knew we had lost 3 years, but that was okay. We hadn't lost each other. The road ahead was long, and we were finally walking it together. I've been married to the Ice Queen CEO for 3 years, so when she called me in the middle of the night, I figured this was it. The divorce talk. I was all set to put on the performance of a lifetime, a total emotional meltdown designed to squeeze a few more zeros out of the settlement check. But the voice on the other end of the line wasn't cold and distant. It was trembling, choked with tears, begging me not to go. I froze. Wait a second. This wasn't in the script. Bring 11 p.m. The shrill ring of my phone sliced through the silence of my studio apartment. I shot upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird when I saw the name flashing on the screen. Sophia Blackwood. It's time. It's finally time. 3 years I've been stuck in this world, in this book. 3 years I've been waiting for this exact day. It feels like a lifetime ago, I was just another corporate drone, grinding through the daily subway commute. Hello, Sophia. Ethan. Sophia's voice came through the speaker. But it was wrong. This wasn't right at all. There was none of the icy indifference I'd expected. Instead, her voice was trembling, fragile. It was a tone I'd never heard from her before. I could even hear the faint, suppressed catch of a sob. I was stunned. The lines I'd so carefully memorized were stuck in my throat. This wasn't how the scene was supposed to go. Ethan, where are you? Sophia's voice was as soft as a feather, brushing against my ear. I'm at the apartment I'm renting, I answered honestly. Ever since the day after our wedding, she had kicked me out of our marital home, citing a need for personal space. In 3 years, I could count the number of times we'd seen each other on 2 hands. Is it cold out there? She asked again. The question made no sense. It's fine. The heat's on. I was getting more confused by the second. What was this? A pre-divorce wellness check? Soften the blow before you drop the axe? The line went silent for a moment. Then I heard it, a quiet, choked sob. Was Sophia crying? The woman who could make or break companies with a single word, who wouldn't flinch while negotiating a $10 billion deal, was crying on the phone with me? I had to be dreaming. Ethan, she said again, her voice thick with tears. Don't leave. Please. I'm begging you. Don't leave me. Don't divorce me. Boom. My brain blue-screened. That line just fried my CPU. Divorce? She was the one divorcing me. I had my pants down. Wait, no. I had my tears locked and loaded, and she hits me with this? Sophia, have you been drinking? It was the only explanation I could come up with. No, she denied it instantly. I'm sober, Ethan. I've never been more sober in my life. Listen to me. It was all my fault before. I was a monster. I was blind. Just give me one more chance, please. We can make this work. I'll never make you leave again. You can move back in, okay? Her voice was thick and nasal, her words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent rush. She sounded terrified, like a drowning person clinging to the last piece of driftwood. I held the phone, completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Was she a regressor? Or had her body been taken over by someone else, like mine? But the book never mentioned anything like this. Was it me? Did my arrival cause some kind of butterfly effect? No, impossible. For the last 3 years, I've been the poster child for laying low. A king among slackers. There's no way I could have influenced the high and mighty CEO. Sophia, just calm down, I said, trying to get a handle on the situation. Did something happen? Nothing happened to me. I just need you to be okay. Her voice was laced with a chilling, residual fear. Ethan, promise me you won't go anywhere. Just stay home, please. No, home isn't safe either. Come to my office. No, I'll come to you. I'm on my way right now. Click. She hung up. I stood there, phone in hand, my world thrown into chaos by the cold night air. She said she was coming here. Right now. I looked down at my 300 square foot apartment, a minefield of takeout containers and empty beer cans. Then I thought about Sophia's 10,000 square foot mansion, the one with 8 maids where you had to change your shoes 3 times just to get to the living room. The thought of those 2 worlds colliding was just surreal. Half an hour later, a frantic knocking echoed through my door. I peered through the peephole, and my heart skipped another beat. It was really her, Sophia. She was wearing a designer Chanel suit, but a trench coat was thrown haphazardly over it. Her flawless makeup was smudged by tears, and her usually perfect hair was a mess. Her face was a canvas of anxiety and fear. She looked nothing like the proud, cold, impeccably polished queen I remembered. She looked like a completely different person. I took a deep breath and opened the door. The second it opened, Sophia launched herself at me like a startled rabbit, wrapping her arms around my waist and holding on for dear life. Her soft body, carrying a cool, floral scent, slammed into me, knocking me back a step. I went completely rigid. 3 years of marriage, and we hadn't just not hugged. We'd never even held hands. The most intimate we'd ever gotten was at the wedding when the officiant forced her to touch my fingertip with hers. I could still remember the icy chill of that brief contact. But now, she was clinging to me like an octopus, squeezing so tight I could barely breathe. Her body was trembling. She buried her face in my chest, taking greedy breaths as her muffled, tear-choked voice vibrated against my ribs. Thank God, you're still here. You're really still here. I could feel my shirt growing damp with her tears. I was completely lost. What was wrong with the world? I stood there stiffly in the doorway, letting Sophia hold me, my mind a swirling vortex of confusion. This woman's behavior was so far beyond my comprehension. Wasn't she supposed to find the very air I breathed repulsive? So what was with this? I found my long-lost treasure routine. Ms. Blackwood, I managed to say, trying to remind her that we weren't exactly on hugging terms. I think you might have the wrong person. The body in my arms went still. She pulled her head back abruptly. Those beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with ice, were now rabbit red and swimming with tears as she stared up at me. Ethan, do you have to call me that? Her voice was laced with hurt and disbelief. Have you hated me this much for 3 years? What? Lady, who hated who here? Did you give me a single pleasant look in 3 years? I distinctly remember you saying, just looking at you makes me sick. And now you're flipping the script on me? Are you serious? I don't. I mumbled. You do. She cut me off, fresh tears welling up. You call me Ms. Blackwood. You live in a place like this. You'd rather eat takeout than spend a single dollar of my money. Ethan, you're punishing me, aren't you? I opened my mouth, but found I was speechless. I don't live in a mansion because you kicked me out. I don't spend your money because you canceled all my cards. And the takeout, that's just because I'm lazy. But somehow, in her twisted logic, all of this fit together perfectly, becoming proof of my silent suffering and protest through distance. With an imagination like that, she should be writing novels. You should come inside. It's cold out, I sighed, stepping aside to let her in. Sophia sniffled, cautiously letting go of me and following me into the room like a child who'd been scolded. When she saw the state of my apartment, she froze solid. The cramped space, the cluttered mess, the strange, stale air that smelled like a mix of instant ramen and cheap beer. Her eyes scanned the mountain of empty noodle cups in the corner, then landed on the pilled sweater I'd been wearing for 3 years. The guilt and pity in her eyes were practically overflowing. Ethan, her voice trembled. This is how you've been living for 3 years. How have I been living? I've been living like a king. No boss breathing down my neck, no sales quotas to meet. I sleep in every day, play video games, read novels. My only worry is whether to have the spicy beef ramen or the chicken flavor for dinner. If you hadn't shown up and had a meltdown, I'd be collecting my settlement check tonight and flying to Hawaii tomorrow. My mind was screaming, but I kept my face a perfect blank. I just silently pushed a pile of clothes off the sofa to clear a small space. Have a seat. Sorry about the mess. Sophia didn't sit. She just stood there, staring at me, her eyes a tangled mess of emotions. Regret, pity, fear, and a profound, desperate relief that I couldn't quite decipher. I'm sorry, she said suddenly, bowing deeply. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I jumped back, startled. What are you doing? I've owed you this apology my entire life. She looked up, tears streaming down her face. In my last life, I was blind. I was a fool for pushing you away. I destroyed you. I destroyed the Blackwood family. She choked up, unable to continue. But I caught the key word. Last life. Holy crap. My eyes went wide. This woman, she was a regressor. She'd been reborn. No wonder her attitude did a complete 180. Of course, it all made sense. In the original novel, after Sophia divorced me, the hero of the book appeared out of nowhere and systematically destroyed her family's business empire. The Blackwoods went bankrupt, and Sophia ended up abandoned by everyone, dying alone on the street. It seems she came back with memories of her past life, reborn on the very day the story was supposed to begin. She thinks the tragedy of her last life happened because she divorced me, losing the protection of the hidden powerhouse she married. So now, her only mission is to cling to me, her golden ticket, at all costs. Once I figured it out, I almost burst out laughing. This was a colossal misunderstanding. Lady, you got the wrong guy. I'm not some hidden powerhouse. I'm just a bum waiting for a payout, so I can disappear. The reason you failed in the book wasn't because I was gone. It was because you were the villainess destined to be crushed by the hero. It was the author's will. It was plot, but maybe I could use this misunderstanding. An idea sparked in my mind. If she sees me as her savior, couldn't I raise my price? I was only hoping for 1 extra zero. Now, it looked like 2 extra zeros wasn't out of question. My heart pounded with excitement. On the outside, though, I was a picture of calm. I channeled the vibe of some all-knowing, mystical master, adopting a serene expression that said, I have seen through the veil of reality. What's past is past, I said slowly. Let it be. 8 simple words, dripping with class. It worked. Sophia was completely floored. She stared at me, her eyes filling with a new level of awe and reverence. You knew. I maintained my enlightened persona. I didn't nod, didn't shake my head. I just picked up a cup of cold tea from the table and took a small sip. Let silence be my answer. That air of mystery, that sense of you can talk, but I already understand everything, was devastatingly effective. Sophia was clearly taken in by my stoic act. The panic in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by the calm of someone who has finally found their anchor. Ethan, thank you, she said sincerely. Thank you for still being willing to give me a chance. I was celebrating internally, but my face remained as still as a pond. Sit, I said, gesturing to the sofa. This time, Sophia obediently sat down, but she only perched on the very edge, her back ramrod straight, her hands placed neatly on her knees like a schoolgirl waiting to be lectured by the principal. Ich glänzte her, secretly. To think, she used to not even bother looking at me. Now, she was hanging on my every move. This was the intoxicating power of having information she didn't. Sophia began, seeming to want to say something but not knowing where to start. I watched her, relaxed, waiting for her next move. After a long, internal struggle, she finally gathered her courage, looked up, and fixed me with a pleading gaze. Ethan, can you move back home? Move back home, I laughed inwardly. Dream on. I finally get to enjoy 3 years of freedom, and now you wanted to move back in, stare at your icy face all day, and pretend to be a loving husband? What's in it for me? Is the food at your place that good? Well, actually, the food at her place was pretty amazing, but freedom is priceless. I was about to make up an excuse to refuse when I caught a glimpse of her fingers, clenched so tightly they were white, and a fragile hope in her eyes that looked like it could shatter at any moment. A brilliant idea popped into my head. I couldn't refuse her directly. A flat-out no would make her think I was still holding a grudge, still punishing her. I had to make her think I wanted to come back, but there were complications. I had to put the ball back in her court and let her solve the problem. That's how a true hidden master forced into hiding would play it. So, I let out a long, theatrical sigh, gazed wistfully out the window, and filled my voice with the melancholy of a poet staring at the sky. Go back. Can we ever really go back? One sentence. It was enough to make Sophia's face turn another shade paler. Why can't we? She asked desperately. That's your home. I turned to her, my eyes screaming. You still don't get it, do you? Ms. Blackwood, 3 years ago, who was it that announced in front of the entire household staff that my very presence was polluting the air in that house? Sophia's body jerked as if struck, and the color drained from her lips. And who was it that told me, as I was packing my bags, that the Blackwood family doesn't support freeloaders? Sophia's face was now as white as a sheet of paper. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Tears, like broken pearls, rolled down her cheeks. These were all lines she'd said to my character in the book. I hadn't experienced them personally, but they were brutally effective at twisting a knife. Seeing her break down was incredibly satisfying, but I couldn't smile. I was the devoted and long-suffering hero. I slowly stood up, walked to the window, and turned my back to her, presenting a lonely, desolate silhouette. Ms. Blackwood, some words, once spoken, can never be taken back. Some wounds, once inflicted, are there forever. My voice was deep and magnetic, laced with just the right amount of sorrow. Perfect. I was almost moved by my own performance. Behind me, I heard Sophia's suppressed, desperate sobs. Cry. Go ahead and cry. The louder you cry, the better I feel. The more you regret, the more valuable I become. Once I've thoroughly manipulated you, we can talk about the divorce settlement. I'll be able to name my price. Then I'll walk away with more money than I can spend, a legend in my own mind. And you can live with the regret of your past life. Thinking about it, I could barely keep the smile off my face. That's not it, Sophia sobbed, getting up from the sofa and walking towards me. Ethan, it's not like that. I was possessed back then. She reached me, seeming to want to hug me, but not daring to. Her outstretched hand trembled in midair. Hit me, yell at me, do whatever you want. Just don't throw me away. Her voice was so small, so humbled. I was ecstatic, but I maintained my cold, aloof facade. I didn't turn around, afraid she would see the grin I was fighting to hide. It's late. You should go home, I said, dismissing her. I'm not leaving, Sophia said stubbornly. Not unless you come with me. I told you. I can't go back. Why? There is no why. We were a standoff. Sophia stood behind me, refusing to budge. I could feel her intense gaze burning into my back. Just as I was thinking about adding more fuel to the fire, my stomach, with impeccable timing, let out a loud grumble. It wasn't deafening, but in the dead silent room, it was crystal clear. Me. Sophia. The atmosphere instantly shifted from tragic romance to awkward comedy. I wanted the floor to swallow me whole. My grand performance, ruined by hunger. What kind of pathetic master was I? Sophia was taken aback for a second. Then, as if realizing something, she asked tentatively, You haven't had dinner. What could I say? I remained silent. Silence was my only friend. Silence was my last shred of dignity. Sophia looked at my rigid back, then at the half-eaten cup of instant noodles on the table I hadn't thrown out. The pity and self-blame in her eyes nearly drowned her. It's all my fault, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. How could I let you live like this? She sniffled, then seemed to make a decision. Wait here. She turned and rushed out of my apartment. I stared after her, completely bewildered. What now? Did the squalor finally get to her? Was she running for the hills? Good riddance. Now I can finish my noodles. But 20 minutes later, Sophia returned. She was carrying several large bags bearing the logo of Crestview's most exclusive private kitchen, the hearth. An intoxicating aroma instantly filled the room. My stomach growled even louder. I didn't know what you liked, so I just got a little of everything. Sophia started unpacking the containers on my tiny coffee table. Wagyu steak, lobster thermidor, seared scallops, truffle risotto. A parade of dishes I had only ever seen on TV. I swallowed hard, my eyes wide. This single meal probably cost more than my monthly rent. Go on, eat. It's still warm. Sophia handed me a pair of chopsticks, her eyes full of anticipation, like a puppy waiting for praise from its owner. I looked at her, then at the feast on the table, feeling a strange mix of emotions. On one hand, this was all ridiculous. She had no idea the person she was desperately trying to please was just a slacker planning to take her money and run. She had no idea the real threat was the book's hero, who was about to make his grand entrance. But on the other hand, this food smelled incredible. Fine. For the lobster, I'll let it slide for today. You eat too, I said, picking up my fork. Then, on a strange impulse, I cut off a piece of steak and placed it on her plate. Sophia's body went rigid. She looked at the steak on her plate in disbelief, then back at me. Her beautiful eyes instantly welled up with tears. Ethan, are you going to let your food get cold? I cut her off gruffly, popping a piece of risotto into my mouth. Perfectly creamy, worth every penny she spent. Sophia, however, acted as if she had been granted a divine favor. She carefully picked up the piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and chewed slowly, savoring it like it was the most exquisite delicacy in the world. When she finished, she looked up, her eyes crinkling with a contented smile. It's delicious. That smile was like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day, instantly brightening the dim little apartment. I have to admit, for a split second, my heart skipped a beat. The rest of the meal passed in a strange but harmonious atmosphere. Sophia insisted on cleaning up, even bagging all the trash to take with her. She even tried to mop my floor. I couldn't stand the surreal sight of a billionaire CEO cleaning my dump, so I practically pushed her out the door. Go home. I'll think about moving back tomorrow. I finally caved, if for no other reason than the Wagyu steak. Having a personal, mobile Michelin star restaurant catering to my every whim. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Really, Sophia's eyes lit up, shining brighter than any star in the night sky. Yeah, I mumbled. I'll come pick you up tomorrow, she said, locking it in before I could change my mind. 8 a.m. No, 7. I'll be here at 7. With that, she left, looking back every few steps. Watching her disappear down the hallway, I stroked my chin, deep in thought. This was not going according to plan. This reborn Sophia was a wild card, throwing my simple coast and collect strategy into total chaos. But for now, the situation seemed pretty good. At least I'd gone from being a disposable loser about to be kicked out to a hidden powerhouse being coddled by CEO. The change in status was exhilarating. The next morning, before 7, my door was ringing. I opened it to find Sophia standing there, looking fresh and poised. She'd changed into a sharp white pantsuit, her hair pulled back, with light, tasteful makeup. She had some of her business queen aura back, but the way she looked at me was still cautious, almost timid. She was holding a thermos. I made you breakfast, she said, a little embarrassed, handing it to me. I'm not a very good cook, so please don't be mad. I opened the thermos. A strong, burnt smell hit me. Inside were 2 blackened lumps of something next to 2 fried eggs that had burst, their yolks oozing everywhere. Me. It looked like a biohazard. I looked up at Sophia. She was nervously wringing her hands, avoiding my gaze. I noticed several fresh red marks on her delicate fingers, like she'd been burned by hot oil. Something in my chest softened. It's great, I said, my face a perfect mask of sincerity. I picked up a fork, speared one of the charcoal briquettes, and took a bite. It was dry, hard, and bitter. Cough, cough. I nearly choked. Don't eat it if it's bad. Sophia rushed forward to grab the fork, her eyes turning red. It's my fault I'm so stupid. No, it's good, I said, taking the fork back. I took a big gulp of the milk she'd also brought to wash it down, then stoically finished the rest of the briquette. Don't do this again, I told her, looking her straight in the eye. Sophia's expression immediately fell. I can learn. I'll get better. What I mean is, I paused, meeting her gaze, and said slowly, I don't want you to get hurt again. Sophia froze. She stared at me, then down at the burns on her fingers. Her lips trembled, and without warning, tears started to fall. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness or despair. They were tears of joy, of being deeply moved. Ethan, she choked out, throwing her arms around me. I sighed, a little exasperated, but I didn't push her away. Fine. Consider it a thank you for the steak and lobster. After that heartfelt breakfast, Sophia all but dragged me into her Bentley. Our destination, of course, was the marital home I had only set foot in once on our wedding day. It was a sprawling villa in Crestview's most exclusive gated community, complete with a pool and massive gardens, obnoxiously luxurious. When the car pulled up, the butler and the maids were already lined up waiting. When they saw me get out of Sophia's car, with her clinging affectionately to my arm, every single jaw hit the floor. The expressions were priceless, especially the head butler, Peterson, who had always looked down on me. His eyes were about to pop out of his head, his mouth agape. Sir, you're back, Peterson stammered, looking like he'd seen a ghost. I am, I replied coolly, savoring his shock. God, this felt good. Effortless flexing. It was amazing. Quickly, get the master suite ready for him. Sophia immediately commanded, and move all of my things to the guest room. The master bedroom is for Ethan now. What? Not just Peterson, but I was stunned too. Me and a master, her in a guest room? What kind of move was that? No, I said immediately. Sophia's face paled, thinking I was still angry. Ethan, what I mean is, I looked at her, a sly smile playing on my lips. We're married. Sleeping in separate rooms doesn't seem right, does it? If we were going to put on a show, we might as well go all the way. If I was going to play this game, I had to be thorough. I needed her to believe I'd forgiven her and was willing to be a real husband. That would make her even more devoted. Sophia was completely floored by my words. She stared at me, a deep blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks, from her ears all the way down her neck. That look of shock, joy, and shyness. There was no trace of the Ice Queen left. She looked like a teenager with her first crush. You mean? She stammered, not daring to believe it. I leaned in close, whispering so only she could hear. Tonight, we sleep together? Boom. Sophia's face was so red it looked like it might actually catch fire. She stood frozen, a wooden statue that had forgotten how to breathe. The surrounding staff couldn't hear what I'd said, but seeing us so close, they all started smiling knowingly. Only Peterson looked like he'd just swallowed a fly, his face a sickly green. I was in fantastic mood. With my arm around the still petrified Sophia, I strode into the villa like I owned the place. From now on, I was in charge here. My first day back at the mansion was everything I'd ever dreamed of. Sophia went to the office, but not before giving me 1,000 instructions to stay home and relax. She unblocked all my credit cards and gave me a new, unlimited black card, terrified I might suffer in any way. I lay on the $1,000,000 mattress, scrolling through my phone and staring at the long string of zeros in my bank account, grinning like an idiot. So this is what it feels like to be a kept man. I could get used to this. At noon, the head chef from the Hearth personally came to the house to prepare a 12-course lunch just for me. I dined on Australian lobster while sipping an 82 Lafite. Wait, no, I don't like wine. I had him give me a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle. Life should be this simple. In the afternoon, I lounged by the pool while one made peeled grapes for me and another fanned me. I closed my eyes, feeling like an ancient emperor. This decadent lifestyle was sinfully sweet. The only fly in the ointment was that butler, Peterson. He was always lurking nearby, shooting me strange looks, as if I were a flavor of the month boy toy about to be discarded. I couldn't be bothered with him. A mere butler. Once I had Sophia completely wrapped around my finger, he'd be the first to go. Just as I was about to doze off, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered it casually. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Ethan Vance? A clear, pleasant female voice asked. Speaking. Who is this? Hi. This is Chloe Summers, the owner of the Hearth. I was just calling to see if the meals we prepared for you yesterday and today were to your liking. The Hearth? My mind immediately flashed to the novel's plot. Chloe Summers. She wasn't just a chef. She was one of the original heroines of the book. A culinary goddess with a mysterious background and a kind, gentle personality. In the book, she and the hero had a classic enemies-to-lovers arc, and she ended up being his favorite. Her restaurant, The Hearth, was a front for an exclusive club where Crestview's elite gathered to exchange information and network. The fact that Sophia could even get a reservation there showed how serious she was. But why was she calling me personally? It was great, thank you. I replied politely. I'm so glad, Chloe said warmly. Mr. Vance, Ms. Blackwood has booked our services for you for the entire year, and she had a special request. What request? She'd like us to create a personalized wellness menu based on your specific health needs. I was hoping you might have time to stop by the restaurant tomorrow, so our team of nutritionists can do a full consultation. Would that be convenient? I was taken aback. Sophia was really going all out. An annual membership at the Hearth was rumored to be in the millions. Not only did she book me for a year, but she wanted to get me a personal team of nutritionists. Was she that scared I'd run away? Still, meeting the original heroine of the book did sound interesting. In the novel, Chloe was described as an ethereal beauty. I was curious. Sure. What time tomorrow? Would 10 a.m. work? I could send a car for you. No need. I'll get there myself, I said. Please. I had a Bentley at my disposal now, even if it was Sophia's. After hanging up, I felt a strange sense of anticipation. On one side, a reborn villainess desperately clinging to me. On the other, the perfect, gentle heroine about to make her appearance. How did I, a guy who just wanted to be a slacker, suddenly get the leading man treatment? I had to admit, it wasn't so bad. That evening, Sophia came home from work. The moment she walked in, she kicked off her heels, slipped on her slippers, and came right over to me, wrapping her arms around my neck from behind and resting her cheek on my back. I'm home, she said, her voice tired but full of contentment. The maid who was giving me a leg massage jumped, nearly falling to her knees in shock. I waved her away. Busy day at the office? I could smell the faint scent of her perfume mixed with paper and coffee. A few projects ran into some trouble, she mumbled. But I handled it. I knew what she was talking about. According to the original plot, this was when the hero, Rex Sterling, would start making his moves against the Blackwood family's businesses. The trouble she was dealing with was almost certainly his doing. But in this life, with her foreknowledge, she was able to fend him off. In her mind, though, she probably thought it was all because of me, her good luck charm. Good, I said, patting her hand reassuringly. Ethan, she nuzzled my back like a cat. I heard people at the office talking badly about you again today. Oh, what did they say? I was intrigued. They said you were a good-for-nothing freeloader, and that I'd divorce you sooner or later. Sophia's voice grew quiet, filled with a mix of anger and hurt. And what did you do? I fired them all. Her tone turned sharp as steel. Anyone who dares to say a single bad word about my husband gets thrown out on the street. Me? Damn, that's pretty badass. I like it. Ethan, you're not mad at me, are you? She asked, reverting to her cautious demeanor. Was that too impulsive? Not at all. I turned around and pinched her cheek. You did the right thing. My husband. I had to admit, I liked the sound of that. My approval made Sophia beam, her queenly aura vanishing in an instant. Oh, I made an appointment for you with a nutritionist at the Hearth. 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll go with you. You don't have to. I can go by myself. You're busy at work. No, she said, her tone firm and absolute. Your business is a million times more important than the company's. I have to go with you. Seeing her resolute expression, I had no choice but to agree. Fine by me. It would be a perfect opportunity for her to meet the original heroine. Two women, both convinced they were the one, in the same room. The drama would be delicious. I was actually looking forward to tomorrow. After dinner, I went up to the master bedroom. After a shower, I lay in bed in my bathrobe, scrolling on my phone while I waited for Sophia. To be honest, I was a little nervous. This was, in 2 lifetimes, my first time sharing a bed with such a stunning, wealthy woman. I knew, with her current mix of fear and reverence for me, nothing physical was likely to happen. But the thought alone was still a little thrilling. About half an hour later, the bedroom door creaked open. Sophia slipped in, wearing a pink silk nightgown. It was thin, clinging to her body and outlining her incredible curves. Under the soft light, her skin seemed to glow. Her long, slender legs looked like they went on for miles. I felt my mouth go dry. I had to admit, I was shamelessly turned on. This woman was a siren. Sophia clearly noticed my heated gaze, and her cheeks flushed as she nervously tugged at the hem of her nightgown. She walked over to the bed, but instead of getting in, she started laying out a blanket on the floor about 6 feet away. I stared at her. What are you doing? I'll just sleep on the floor, she said, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. I don't want to disturb you. I almost laughed out loud. So this was her idea of sleeping together? Her on the floor? Then what was the point of my power play this afternoon? Saying we're married? What about my pride? Get up here, I said, patting the empty space beside me. My tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Sophia's body stiffened. She looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. But, no buts. I lifted the corner of the duvet. Get in. My voice was quiet, but it held an undeniable authority I'd picked up from reading all those novels. As expected, Sophia didn't dare to argue. Biting her lip, she awkwardly shuffled over to the bed and laid down as stiff as a board. She was on the absolute edge of the mattress, leaving a good 3 feet of space between us. You could have fit another person in the gap. Her body was wound as tight as a spring. I looked at her, both amused and annoyed. Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? And no, she denied it. But her body scooted another inch towards the edge. I sighed. It seemed my character's actions in her past life had left some serious psychological scars. Fine. I wouldn't tease her anymore. Good night. I turned off the light and rolled over, facing away from her. In the darkness, I could hear her short, nervous breaths. A long time passed. Just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt a soft, cool body gently press against my back. Then, a pair of trembling hands slowly wrapped around my waist. Her movements were light, tentative, full of hesitation. I didn't move, pretending to be asleep. The arms around my waist slowly tightened, sensing no resistance. Her cheek gently rested against my back. Ethan, this time, I'm never letting you go. The next morning, I woke up to an enticing aroma. I opened my eyes. Sophia was no longer in bed. I sat up and realized that the woman who'd been as stiff as a board last night had, at some point, rolled over and ended up practically draped on top of me, one leg thrown over my waist. No wonder I dreamt I was being attacked by an octopus. I gently moved her leg and slipped out of bed. The delicious smell was coming from the kitchen downstairs. I walked down to find Sophia, wearing an apron, bustling around the kitchen. 2 other men were with her. One was the head chef on the Hearth. The other I didn't recognize, but from his uniform, he was clearly another top-tier chef. The 2 professionals were giving verbal instructions while Sophia fumbled through the practical application. Ma'am, lower the heat. Yes, a low flame. Ma'am, flip it now. Careful of the splashing oil. Oh dear, ma'am, it's burning, it's burning. The kitchen was in a state of controlled chaos. I leaned against the doorframe, watching the woman who commanded boardrooms with an iron fist now struggling with a single fried egg. A smile crept onto my face. The contrast was actually kind of cute. You're awake. Sophia turned, and her face broke into a huge grin when she saw me. Yeah, I nodded, walking over. What are you making? Breakfast for you. She proudly presented the one egg in the pan that wasn't burnt and was still mostly circular. See, I did it today. She was as proud as if she'd just closed a billion-dollar deal, not just cooked an egg. Impressive, I said with genuine admiration. Anyone who could reduce 2 master chefs to this state of panic was definitely impressive. Go get washed up. It'll be ready in a minute, Sophia said, pushing me out of the kitchen. When I came back down, the table was laden with a magnificent breakfast spread, both American and continental style, a dazzling array. And right in the center, on its own special plate, was the fried egg, Sophia's masterpiece. I sat down, and under Sophia's expectant gaze, I took a bite of her egg first. The taste, well, it was marginally better than yesterday's charcoal briquette. But looking at Sophia's sparkling eyes, I ate the whole thing without changing my expression. Delicious. Really? Yeah, better than anything from the hearth. I swear, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the head chef flinch. But Sophia believed me. She was as happy as a child. Throughout the meal, she kept putting food on my plate, fussing over me more than any of the maids. After breakfast, we set off for the hearth. The restaurant was located on the shore of Crestview's beautiful Moon Lake, a serene, traditional courtyard-style building. The place screamed exclusivity. As soon as we got out of the car, a woman in a simple but elegant white dress came to greet us. She had a gentle, calming presence like a cool breeze. She looked to be in her mid-20s, with delicate features, flawless skin, and a perfect, welcoming smile. Her eyes were especially captivating, as clear as a spring, as if they could see right into your soul. Without a doubt, this was Chloe Summers, a true goddess. Ms. Blackwood, Mr. Vance, welcome. Chloe gave a slight bow, every movement filled with a classic grace. Chloe, thank you for fitting us in, Sophia said politely, but the hand on my arm instinctively tightened. A woman's intuition is a powerful thing. Even though Chloe had done nothing, Sophia already sensed a threat. I hid a smile and gave Chloe a polite nod. Nice to meet you. Chloe's eyes rested on me for a moment, a flicker of surprise in their depths. But she hid it quickly, her smile never wavering. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Vance. Please call me Chloe. This way, the nutrition team is ready for you. We followed Chloe through a long, winding corridor to an elegant tea room. The consultation was simple enough. They asked about my eating habits and sleep schedule and used some high-tech equipment to check my vitals. The entire time, Sophia was glued to my side, as nervous as a parent whose kid is taking the SATs. She jumped in to answer every question, painting me as a paragon of health and virtue. My Ethan never smokes, never drinks, never stays up late. He works out every day, eats a clean diet, has a perfectly regular schedule. Listening to her spin this ridiculous tale, I almost choked on my tea. Lady, are we talking about the same person? Who is that guy living on takeout and beer, playing video games until 3 in the morning? The nutritionists were clearly confused by the massive discrepancy between Sophia's description and my actual test results. But they were professionals. In front of a major client like Sophia, they had to keep smiling no matter how many questions they had. Mr. Vance has a very strong constitution. He just, needs to slightly adjust his dietary structure to include more fiber and vitamins, the lead nutritionist concluded diplomatically. Did you hear that? Sophia immediately turned to me, deadly serious. No more junk food. From now on, I'm supervising all 3 of your meals. Me? Is this the end of my happiness? After the consultation, Chloe personally brewed us a pot of tea. Mr. Vance, I have a good idea of your preferences now. Starting tomorrow, we will prepare 3 customized meals for you every day, ensuring they're both nutritious and delicious. Thank you for your trouble, I said. Not at all, Chloe smiled, her gaze shifting to Sophia. Anyone, Ms. Blackwood cares about this much must be very special. Sophia's eyes instantly sharpened. She tightened her grip on my arm, as if declaring ownership. He's my husband. It's my duty to take care of him. I can see you two are very much in love. Chloe's smile remained flawless, giving nothing away. But as someone who'd read the book, I could see the curiosity and intrigue in her eyes. I knew she was interested in me. It made sense. In the book, Chloe was always drawn to interesting people and situations. And a useless kept husband so cherished by Crestview's top CEO was definitely interesting. A silent battle was about to begin, and I, the supposed prize, just wanted to yawn. This was so boring. I wanted to go home and play video games. On the way back from the hearth, Sophia was quiet and moody. She drove in silence, her brow furrowed in thought. What's wrong? I asked, playing dumb. That Chloe. Sophia hesitated. What do you think of her? Here it comes. The trick question. I looked straight ahead, my face a mask of sincerity. I didn't think anything of her. She's just a business owner. Really? Sophia was skeptical. Really, I said, my tone firm. As far as I'm concerned, every woman who isn't you looks the same to me. I swear, I've never said anything so cheesy in my life. But it worked like a charm. Sophia's frown instantly vanished. She stuck a glance at me, a smile playing on her lips, and even the car seemed to drive a little lighter. See, women are so easy to please. When we got back to the mansion, I was about to retreat to my room when Sophia stopped me. Ethan, come with me. Where? To the office. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. It's time to remind a few people who's in charge. I understood immediately. She was taking me to the office to declare her loyalty and establish my authority. A classic show of power. I loved it. All right, let's go. I agreed readily. Half an hour later, we were on the top floor of the Blackwood Corporation headquarters in the CEO's office. Sophia's executive assistant, a capable woman named Jessica, nearly dropped her stack of files when she saw us walk in hand. Ms. Blackwood, Mr. Vance. Jessica, inform all department heads and above that there will be a meeting in the main conference room in 10 minutes, Sophia commanded, ignoring her assistant's shock. Yes, ma'am. Jessica scurried off to do her bidding. I casually strolled around the office. It was decorated in cold shades of black, white, and gray, just like Sophia's personality. But on her desk, there was a new addition, a pink picture frame. Inside was our wedding photo. In it, I had a plastered-on, fake smile while Sophia looked like I owed her $1 million. Looking at it now, the irony was thick. Don't look at that, Sophia said, coming over and trying to hide the frame in embarrassment. Why not? It's nice, I said, stopping her hand. A handsome couple, a match made in heaven. Sophia blushed again. 10 minutes later, in the main conference room, all of Blackwood Corp's top executives were seated, a tense silence hanging in the air. They all knew this was an emergency meeting, but no one knew what their iron-fisted CEO had planned. When Sophia walked in with her arm linked through mine, the room went dead silent. Every eye was on me. I could feel their surprise, contempt, curiosity, and disdain. I could practically hear their thoughts. What's that loser doing here? Why would she bring him to the office? And holding his hand? Has she lost her mind? Maybe she's finally announcing the divorce. What a strange way to do it. I sneered internally, but kept a pleasant smile on my face, calmly accepting their scrutiny. Sophia led me to the head of the table. She didn't sit down herself. Instead, she pulled out the main chair, the seat of ultimate power, and had me sit down first. Only then did she take the seat beside me. That single action was like a bomb dropped in the silent room. The executives erupted. Sophia, what is the meaning of this? A balding middle-aged man demanded, standing up. He was a company VP and Sophia's uncle, Robert Blackwood. He'd always used his seniority to undermine her. In the book, he was the first to betray the family and side with the hero. The meaning? Uncle, are you having trouble understanding? Sophia's gaze turned cold. Ethan is my husband, the rightful son-in-law of the Blackwood family. Is there a problem with him sitting here? A good-for-nothing freeloader like him has no right to sit there. Robert sputtered, his face red with anger. Sophia, stop this nonsense. This is a company, not your home. Today, I'm making an announcement to everyone, Sophia said, ignoring his outburst and scanning the room. Her voice was clear and firm. From this day forward, Ethan is not only my husband, but he's also the chief executive advisor of the Blackwood Corporation. His Wort is my Wort. His decisions are my decisions. When you see him, you see me. Anyone who disrespects him is disrespecting me. And you can all figure out the consequences of that for yourselves. The room was utterly silent. Everyone was stunned. Chief executive advisor. Was this some kind of joke? Making a man who'd been a freeloader for 3 years the company's top advisor? Had Ms. Blackwood lost her mind? Had this pretty boy put some kind of spell on her? I object. Robert was trembling with rage. I will never agree to such a ridiculous decision. Your objection is overruled, Sophia said coldly. I am in charge of the Blackwood Corporation now. If you're not satisfied with that, Uncle, you are free to submit your resignation immediately. Robert looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Does anyone else have an objection? Sophia's gaze swept across the room like a sword. You could have heard a pin drop. No one else dared to speak. They all understood. Today, Sophia was going to back her useless husband no matter what. Anyone who challenged her now would be a fool. I sat at the head of the table, watching these arrogant executives, now silent as mice. It felt good. This was the thrill of power. Even if I was just borrowing it, it was intoxicating. Good. Since there are no objections, it's settled. Sophia nodded, satisfied. She then turned to me, her expression instantly softening. Honey, is there anything you'd like to say? That one word, honey, spoken so sweetly, sent a fresh wave of shock through the room. Everyone stared at me like I was an alien. I cleared my throat and slowly stood up. I knew it was my time to shine. I scanned the room, my gaze lingering on each face for a half second. Then, I smiled slightly and said only 5 words. I have nothing to say. Meeting adjourned. With that, I took Sophia's hand and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, walked out of the conference room, leaving a room full of shell-shocked executives behind. I knew that from this day on, the entire business world of Crestview was going to be in an uproar over me, the useless freeloader. And all I could think was, bring it on. CEO shocks board, appoints freeloading husband as chief advisor. Stunning reversal. Ice Queen dotes on husband. True identity a mystery. Blackwood Corp upended by mystery man. The next day, as expected, Sophia and I were on the front page of every business journal in Crestview. The speculation was rampant. Some said I was the heir to a secret, powerful family, just living a simple life to test the waters. Others claimed I was a government-trained business prodigy, a secret weapon finally being deployed. One even suggested I was an alien sent to help Sophia achieve global economic domination. I lay by the pool at the mansion, reading these absurd articles on my phone and laughing so hard my abs hurt. The imagination of these journalists was truly something else. Don't read that garbage. It's bad for your eyes. Sophia walked over, took my phone, and handed me a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. She was wearing a blue one-piece swimsuit with a white cover-up, her perfect figure tantalizingly visible. Not going to the office today? I asked, taking a sip of juice. No. She sat down on the lounge chair next to me and casually started peeling grapes. I'm staying home with you today. Can you afford to? With everything going on? I can. She popped a peeled grape into my mouth, her eyes meeting mine. I used to think work was the most important thing. Now I know that nothing is more important than you. Her words were so earnest. I actually felt a little embarrassed. I ate the grape. It was sweet. Oh, Sophia said, as if remembering something. Next week is my grandfather's 80th birthday. A lot of family and friends will be there. Will you come with me? There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. I raised an eyebrow. The patriarch's 80th birthday party? This was a major plot point in the book. In the original story, it was at this party that my character was mercilessly ridiculed by all the relatives, becoming the laughingstock of Crestview. It was also at this party that Sophia publicly announced she was divorcing me. And the hero, Rex Sterling, made his grand entrance, presenting an extravagant gift, winning the old man's favor, and beginning his glorious journey of crushing the Blackwood family and marrying one of Sophia's cousins. And now, the reborn Sophia wanted to take me with her. Her intentions were obvious. She wanted to use this opportunity to prove to everyone that I wasn't a loser. She wanted to repay every humiliation I had suffered in her past life, tenfold. Interesting. How could I miss such a dramatic event? Of course, I agreed readily. Sophia visibly relaxed, a happy smile spreading across her face. What? What kind of gift should we get for Grandpa? I can take care of it, she asked cautiously. No need. I'll prepare it myself, I said, shaking my head. No way. This was a key moment for showing off. I couldn't let someone else handle it. I had to do it myself to maximize the effect. Sophia was taken aback for a moment. Then the adoration in her eyes deepened. Okay, whatever you say. She had reached a point of blind faith in me. If I told her I could build a nuclear reactor in a backyard, she would probably believe me. The next few days were blissful. I had Sophia, a world-class beauty, by my side. Chloe, a gentle goddess, making me gourmet meals, and a whole team of staff waiting on me hand and foot. All I had to do was exist and enjoy it. Occasionally, Sophia would take me to the office. By now, no one in the company dared to look down on me. Everyone addressed me respectfully as Mr. Vance. Even Peterson, the butler who despised me, now bowed and scraped whenever he saw me. The feeling was incredible. Her uncle, Robert, after being put in his place a few times, had also quieted down, at least on the surface. But I knew he was still resentful, just waiting for me to fail, especially at the birthday party. I was looking forward to it too. Robert, the rest of the snide Blackwood relatives, and a soon-to-appear original hero. I couldn't wait to see the looks on their faces when I, the unpredictable transmigrator, completely derailed their carefully planned script. Just the thought of it was exciting. The day of the party arrived. I wore a custom-tailored suit that Sophia had prepared for me. Italian silk, cut to perfection, it accentuated the physique I had honed over 3 years of, well, lounging around. Okay, I admit, I did do push-ups and sit-ups in my old apartment. A man has to have some pride. When I came downstairs, Sophia, who was waiting in the living room, stared at me, mesmerized. She was wearing a stunning, strapless red gown that made her skin look like porcelain. Standing together, we looked like a power couple straight out of a magazine. How do I look? I asked, doing a little spin. Amazing, Sophia breathed, her eyes full of undisguised adoration. Ethan, you look so handsome tonight. You're beautiful too, I said, reaching up to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers brushing her cheek. She instantly blushed. Let's go. We don't want to keep Grandpa waiting, I said, taking her hand. Her hand was cool, but it slowly warmed in mine. We got in the car and headed for the Blackwood family estate. It was showtime. The Blackwood estate was a massive, traditional mansion nestled in the hills west of Crestview. Tonight, it was decked out with lights and decorations, the long driveway lined with luxury cars. It seemed like every important person in the city was here. When Sophia and I stepped out of the car, we immediately became the center of attention. Isn't that the Blackwoods' useless son-in-law? What's he doing here? Look, Sophia is holding his hand and smiling. Am I seeing things? So, the rumors were true? She's really fallen for that pretty boy. The whispers followed us like a cloud of gnats. I ignored them, a calm smile on my face, as I led Sophia into the grand ballroom. Inside, the Blackwood clan had already gathered, led by Robert. He greeted us with a fake smile. Sophia, you're finally here. We've all been waiting. His eyes swept over me, filled with undisguised contempt. And this must be, Ethan, what a rare sight. It's been 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen you at a family gathering. He emphasized the last part, and the surrounding relatives snickered. Yeah, I almost forgot we even had a son-in-law, a heavy-set woman dripping in jewels, Sophia's aunt, added snidely. He's not the same man he used to be. He's the chief executive advisor now. We'd better be careful. Another man, Sophia's cousin, chimed in, his voice dripping with jealousy. In a last life, these were the people who had trampled my character's dignity into the dust. Looking at their ugly, sneering faces now, I felt nothing. Why waste energy on a bunch of minor characters about to be written out of the story? But Sophia was trembling with rage. Uncle, Aunt, that's enough, she snapped, stepping in front of me protectively. Ethan is my husband. He's my guest of honor. If anyone disrespects him again, I won't care about family ties. My Sophia, what's gotten into you? Getting angry at your own family for an outsider. Robert feignait de surprise. We're just concerned about you. We don't want you to be taken advantage of. Some men will do anything for money, you know. His insinuation was clear, and the relatives chuckled again. I trust my husband. You don't need to worry about me, Uncle, Sophia retorted, not backing down. Fine, fine, Robert said, the sneer on his face growing wider. Since you trust him so much, let's see what kind of magnificent gift he's prepared for your grandfather today. I hope it's not another cheap, knockoff watch like the one he gave you at your wedding. That was so embarrassing for the family. He was bringing up my past failures. At our wedding, my character had indeed given a fake watch as a gift, a joke that had been circulating in Crestview for years. Sophia's face went pale. She looked at me nervously, worried the old wound would hurt me. But I just smiled. I patted her hand to reassure her, then stepped forward to face Robert. You jest, Uncle. Times have changed. The gift I prepared for Grandpa is, of course, very special. Oh, really? Robert said, his disbelief obvious. Well then, why don't you show it to us now? We're all dying to see. He was trying to humiliate me, certain that I couldn't possibly have anything of value. Not yet, I said, shaking my head with a mysterious smile. My gift can only be presented after a truly distinguished guest has arrived. Distinguished guest? What distinguished guest? Robert was confused. Everyone was. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance. A panicked butler ran in, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. Sir, outside. What is it? Pull yourself together. The family patriarch, a spry old man in a traditional suit, scolded him. It's Senator Hayes from Washington, D.C. He's here personally to wish you a happy birthday. Boom. The entire ballroom erupted. Senator Hayes, from D.C., a man from one of the most powerful political families in the country. The Blackwoods might be big in Crestview, but compared to the Hayes family, they were ants. The senator himself had come to the party. What incredible honor. Old Mr. Blackwood was flushed with excitement, his hand on his cane trembling. Quickly, everyone with me to greet him. The whole crowd surged towards the entrance. I took Sophia's hand and followed at a leisurely pace. Sophia looked at me, bewildered. Ethan, why would someone like Senator Hayes come here? I gave her a mysterious smile. I told you, I invited a distinguished guest. Sophia's eyes went wide. She stared at me in disbelief, her breathing growing ragged. You mean, you? I didn't answer, just gave her a look that said, you guessed it. Sophia gasped. The look she gave me was beyond admiration. It was as if she were looking at a god. At the entrance, an old man with an incredibly powerful aura, flanked by Secret Service agents, strode in. This was Senator Hayes, a man at the pinnacle of American power. Senator, what an honor. I'm truly humbled by your presence. Mr. Blackwood rushed forward, practically bowing. Happy birthday, old friend, the senator boomed, clapping him on the shoulder. You didn't think I'd miss a party like this, did you? After a brief exchange, the senator's eyes began scanning the crowd, as if looking for someone. Robert, ever the opportunist, immediately sidled up. Senator, a pleasure. I'm Robert Blackwood, VP of the corporation. I've admired your career for years. The senator gave him a brief, dismissive glance and looked right past him. Robert's smile froze on his face. Finally, the senator's gaze landed on me, at the back of the crowd. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he moved through the crowd, making a beeline straight for me. He stopped in front of me, and then he did something that made the entire room freeze. He bowed, a deep, respectful bow. Mr. Vance, it's good to see you again. Time seemed to stop. You could have heard a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. What were they seeing? Senator Hayes, one of the most powerful men in the country, was bowing to the Blackwood family's infamous freeloader, and he called him Mr. Vance? Had the world gone mad? Mr. Blackwood was speechless. Robert was dumbstruck. All the relatives were gaping like fish. Sophia covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She knew I was special, but she had never imagined my influence could be this immense. To have Senator Hayes himself come and show such deference. This wasn't just a hidden powerhouse. This was a dragon among men. And I, the center of it all, simply helped the senator straighten up. Senator, you're too kind. Tonight is my wife's grandfather's birthday. There's no need for such formalities between us. My tone was casual, as if I were talking to an old friend. But to everyone else, it was a thunderclap. He dared to be so casual with Senator Hayes? Who did he think he was? But the senator didn't seem offended at all. In fact, he smiled even more warmly. Of course. You're right, my boy. He turned to the petrified Mr. Blackwood and laughed. I must introduce you properly. This young man, Ethan Vance, is the man who saved my life. He is also a dear friend whom I respect immensely. The fact that he is your grandson-in-law is the greatest fortune your family will ever have. Boom. Another bombshell. Save his life? A dear friend? The family's greatest fortune? Coming from Senator Hayes, those words carried an incredible weight. Mr. Blackwood finally processed it all. He was trembling with a mixture of shock, elation, and a trace of fear. Fear that his family had almost thrown away a living god. Robert was ashen-faced. He looked at me with pure terror. He knew he was finished. How could he possibly survive after so brazenly insulting the man who saved Senator Hayes' life? I ignored the shell-shocked relatives and led Sophia to her grandfather. Grandpa, this is my gift for you. I took a small, ornate wooden box from my pocket. Inside, resting on a bed of silk, was a single dark pearl-like pill that gave off a faint herbal scent. What is this? Mr. Blackwood asked, confused. This is a longevity compound, I said simply. Something I created in my spare time from a few simple herbs. I can't promise immortality, but it will guarantee you another 10 years of life, free from all illness. My voice was quiet, but every word echoed in the silent hall. 10 more years? Free from illness? The claim was so audacious, it was almost laughable. Just as people were about to dismiss me as a charlatan, Senator Hayes rushed forward, his eyes wide with excitement. He stared at the pill, his breathing heavy. Is this the legendary compound? Mr. Vance, you actually succeeded. He had heard tales from his own secretive mentor about miracle workers who could create remedies that defied nature. This longevity compound was the stuff of legends, and he was seeing it with his own eyes. The senator's reaction was like a hammer blow to everyone's skepticism. If he was this excited, could this little black pill really be a miracle drug? Mr. Vance, this gift is too much. Mr. Blackwood finally found his voice, trembling. Not at all, Grandpa, I smiled. You're Sophia's grandfather, which makes you my grandfather. A simple pill is the least I can do. I placed the pill in the old man's hand. He took it, his hands shaking, tears welling in his eyes. A good grandson, a fine grandson, with you in the family. The Blackwoods will prosper for 100 years. He clasped my hand, too emotional to speak. Just then, there was another commotion at the entrance. A handsome young man in a flashy Versace suit, with a faintly arrogant air about him, strode in, followed by an entourage. He was carrying a large, ornate box. Rex Sterling wishes Mr. Blackwood a long and prosperous life. I present you with a 200-year-old bottle of scotch to mark this momentous occasion. His voice was loud and confident. So this was him, the hero of the book, Rex Sterling. He had arrived, with his rare scotch and his script for upstaging everyone. Too bad for him. He was late. Tonight, the star of the show wasn't him. It was me. Rex clearly sensed that something was off. Why was no one fawning over his incredible gift? Why was everyone staring at that freeloader? Why was Sophia looking at that loser with such love and admiration? This wasn't in the script. His eyes fell on the small black pill in Mr. Blackwood's hand. What's that? A ball of dirt? You're not going to accept that as a gift, are you? Mr. Blackwood, don't let this con artist fool you. Rex scoffed. His performance had begun. Step 1, expose the fraud. But instead of agreement, he was met with dead silence. Everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. Mr. Blackwood gave him a withering glance, then, in front of everyone, popped the ball of dirt into his mouth and swallowed it. In the next moment, a miracle happened. The old man's graying hair began to visibly darken. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. He looked 10 years younger. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Mr. Blackwood roared, his voice full of a newfound vigor. I feel like I could wrestle a bear. The hall erupted. A miracle. It was a real miracle. Everyone was now staring at me with a feverish, greedy light in their eyes. I wasn't a person anymore. I was a ticket to a longer life. Rex Sterling was completely dumbfounded. He stood there, holding his ridiculously expensive bottle of scotch, looking from me to the rejuvenated Mr. Blackwood. The expression on his face was priceless. He knew, in that moment, that he had just become the biggest joke of the night. I walked over to him, clapped him on the shoulder, and whispered with a smile, "The game has changed, kid." After the party, my name, Ethan Vance, was on everyone's lips in Crestview. No longer the useless freeloader, but Mr. Vance, a mysterious, powerful figure who could command the respect of A.D.C. Senator and produce miracle drugs. The Blackwood family's status skyrocketed overnight, and I finally began my true slacker life. Sophia's devotion to me was absolute. If I said the sun was square, she'd have her company's R&D department prove it. She handed over control of the entire Blackwood fortune to me. Not that I cared about the money. My days consisted of eating, sleeping, and spending time with Sophia. Oh, and occasionally, I'd visit the hearth to chat and play chess with Chloe and sample her latest culinary creations. Sophia was, of course, incredibly jealous, but she never dared to say anything, just stewed in silence. Every time I came back from Chloe's, she'd sniff me like a suspicious cat looking for evidence of infidelity. Then, at night, she would try, in her own clumsy way, to prove her dominance as the lady of the house. She would put on that pink silk nightgown I liked, mix a cocktail that tasted like poison, and stammer, "H, honey, have, drink." Her attempts to be seductive were so earnest and awkward. I found them both hilarious and irresistible. I knew she was trying so hard to be a good wife. She secretly enrolled in cooking classes, tea ceremony classes, even massage courses. Anything she thought would make me happy. Watching this once untouchable ice queen slowly shed her armor for me, becoming soft and warm, I wasn't entirely unmoved. I had to admit, my feelings for her were no longer just about manipulation and amusement. I had grown used to her presence, to her terrible but lovingly made breakfasts, to the warmth of her body pressed against mine at night. I was even starting to like this feeling of being completely and utterly loved. One day, I was playing chess with Chloe in the garden behind the hearth. She was a brilliant player, but always let me win. "Mr. Vance, you seem to have something on your mind," she said softly. "Oh, what makes you say that?" "Your game is in chaos," she said, looking up, her clear eyes seeming to see right through me. "There's a hesitation in your moves today." I was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "I can't hide anything from you, can I?" "Is it because of Sophia?" she asked gently. I didn't answer, which was an answer in itself. "Mr. Vance," Chloe said after a moment, "I don't know what your past with her was like, but I can see that she loves you. She loves you very, very much." "I know. And you?" she asked, her eyes holding mine. "Do you love her?" I was silent. Love? I didn't know. I knew I had started this as a game for money. But now the game was over, and I had more money than I could ever spend. I could leave any time I wanted, live the carefree life I'd always dreamed of. But I hadn't left, and the thought of her being hurt by my departure, it bothered me. "I don't know," I finally said. Chloe just smiled. "Follow your heart, Mr. Vance. It won't lead you astray. Follow my heart." What was my heart even trying to tell me? When I got back to the mansion, Sophia wasn't home yet. I sat alone in the vast, empty living room, and for the first time, the house felt cold. She didn't get home until 10, looking utterly exhausted. "What's wrong? Trouble at the office?" I asked, taking her bag. "It's nothing, just a small problem," she said with a forced smile, but I could see the weariness in her eyes. She was lying. After the party, Rex Sterling had disappeared. I thought he'd given up, but it seemed he'd just gone underground, plotting something bigger. And Sophia had been dealing with it all on her own, without telling me. She didn't want to bother me. "You foolish woman." "Sophia," I said, her name sounding serious. "Yes. From now on, you tell me everything that happens at the office." I cupped her face in my hands, making her look at me. "We're husband and wife. Your problems are my problems. I don't want you to carry them alone." Sophia stared at me, her eyes slowly filling with tears. "Ethan," she choked out, collapsing into my arms. I thought you'd be annoyed." "You're an idiot," I said, holding her close and stroking her back. "I'm your husband. If I don't have your back, who will?" She broke down then, sobbing into my shoulder, releasing all the stress and fear she'd been holding in. I just held her, letting her cry, and in that moment, the question that had been nagging at me was finally answered. I really do love this foolish woman. With my intervention, Rex Sterling's pathetic schemes were quickly dismantled. I didn't even have to lift a finger myself. I just made one phone call to Senator Hayes, asking him to look into the Sterling family's business dealings in D.C. 3 days later, their company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Rex's father broke his legs and shipped him out of the state. The so-called hero of the book didn't even last one round against me. When Sophia found out, she was stunned. The problem that had been tormenting her for months, I had solved with a single phone call. The look in her eyes changed from admiration to something closer to awe. She was more convinced than ever that I was some kind of deity. I didn't correct her. Some misunderstandings are best left as they are. After that, our lives settled into a sweet, peaceful routine. Sophia handed over the reins of the company to a professional management team and became a full-time housewife. Her greatest joy was experimenting with new recipes for me. The food was still an acquired taste, but seeing her in the kitchen, happy and focused, felt like home. Our relationship deepened. We went from sleeping in the same bed to, well, one night, when she presented me with another one of her poisonous cocktails in that pink nightgown, I finally gave in to my baser instincts. The night was a blur of passion and discovery. All I remember is her, beautiful and vulnerable, crying out my name. After that, everything changed. We were insatiable. By day, she was my sweet, doting wife. By night, she was a siren who drove me wild. I was so happy, I almost forgot that my original plan was to take the money and run. Today was our 4th wedding anniversary. Sophia told me she had a surprise. That evening, she took me to the restaurant where we first met. 4 years ago, our families had arranged for us to meet here, and the next day, we were married. I remember she wore a black power suit and didn't say a single word to me. Tonight, she was in a flowing white dress, looking like an angel. "Do you remember this place?" she asked softly. Of course, I smiled. "You look like you wanted to kill me." "I am sorry," she said, her eyes sad. I was so stupid and blind back then. "It's in the past," I said, squeezing her hand. "This is what matters." "Yes," she nodded, then pulled a manila envelope out of her purse and handed it to me. "What's this?" "Open it." I opened it. Inside was a divorce agreement. I froze. "Sophia, what is this?" My voice turned cold. "Don't be angry. Just read it," she said quickly. I read it, and I froze again. It stated that she, Sophia Blackwood, was voluntarily transferring all of her personal assets, including her 50% stake in the Blackwood Corporation, all real estate, savings, and investments, to me, Ethan Vance. The transfer was effective immediately. Furthermore, I had the right to file for divorce at any time, and she would agree without contest. My hand was shaking. "Are you insane?" I looked up at her. "No." She met my gaze, her eyes clear and steady. "Ethan, I know being with me has held you back. You were meant to soar, and I've kept you in this small pond. I know I can't keep you forever, and I don't want to trap you with this marriage anymore. So I want to give you everything. It's what I owe you. It's the only thing I can do. If you want to stay, I'll be here. If you want to leave, I'll let you go. Just as long as you promise to come back and visit me sometimes." Tears were streaming down her face, but she was smiling, a smile that broke my heart. I looked at her, at this absurd divorce agreement, and felt something shatter inside me. This woman, who I had planned to use and discard, was offering me her entire world, unconditionally. What had I, a cynical slacker, ever done to deserve a love so pure, so absolute? I tore the agreement to shreds in front of her. As she stared in shock, I got down on one knee and pulled a small box from my pocket. Inside was a ring I had forged myself from a piece of meteorite. It was one of a kind. "Sophia," I said, looking up at my queen, "my love, I was wrong before. I want to ask you again. Will you marry me, a good-for-nothing freeloader, and be my wife for better or for worse for the rest of our lives?" Sophia covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. She nodded frantically, unable to speak. "Yes, yes." I smiled and slipped the ring on her finger. Outside, fireworks lit up the night sky. Inside, our new life was just beginning. I knew in that moment that the transmigrator, had finally found my home in this world. As for my original plan to just coast, to hell with it. With a wife who loved me this much, why would I ever want to be a slacker? It was time to get to work and make her the happiest woman in the world. And the moment I signed the damn contract, I figured I was marrying a walking, talking hedge fund with no soul. On our wedding night, the Ice Queen CEO, Ava Sterling, slid a prenuptial agreement across the table and onto my face. The terms were so restrictive, I might as well have been a well-dressed inmate at a minimum security prison. I gripped the pen, ready to sign away my dignity, when a pink dialogue box suddenly materialized above her perfectly composed face. God, even the way he hold a pen is hot. Look at the veins on his wrist. So sexy. I want to lick it. No. Ava, get a grip. You're the boss. My hand jerked, the pen skittering across the page, leaving a long, black gash on the paper. Sign it. From now on, you are Ava Sterling's husband. Her voice was like shards of ice, hitting my eardrums with a painful sting. I looked up at the woman sitting across from me. Ava Sterling, the undisputed queen of Sterling City's corporate world. Devastatingly beautiful, ruthlessly brilliant. Right now, she was sizing me up like a piece of inventory, her gaze devoid of warmth, as if I weren't a person but an asset to be managed. 3 days ago, my father's company went bankrupt, owing the Sterling family $50 million. Ava showed up at our door herself, not with a team of lawyers, but with this marriage contract. I was to marry into her family, a substitute for some European aristocrat she was supposed to be engaged to who was too busy yachting in Monaco to come home. Behave yourself for 2 years, and your family's debt will be wiped clean, she'd said, her words concise and efficient, filled with a capitalist's cold calculation of profit and loss. I had no choice. My dad's hair had turned gray overnight. My mom had cried herself into a state of collapse. The entire Miller family was counting on me to sell myself to buy us a little breathing room. Fine, I'll sign. I picked up the pen, preparing to scrawl my name on this modern-day indentured servitude agreement. But that's when the weirdness started. Above Ava's frosty, beautiful face, a pop-up suddenly appeared out of thin air. OMG, he said yes. He really said yes. Mission accomplished. From this day forward, this ridiculously handsome man is all mine. Yes. Okay, my heart is beating way too fast. My boss lady persona is about to crack. No, be cool. Let him know who's in charge. That'll make him easier to handle later. Heh. I blinked. What the hell? I figured the stress was finally making me hallucinate. I blinked again. The pink pop-up, complete with little floating heart emojis, was still hovering there stubbornly. What are you staring at? Can't you read? Ava noticed my hesitation. Her brow furrowed, a hint of impatience in her tone, but the pop-up above her head refreshed. He's looking at me. Was he stunned by my beauty? Oh God, is this lipstick too bright? Does it make me look trashy? I knew I should have worn that killer red shade. This is all Lena's fault. She insisted this color had more executive presence. My hand shook again, the tip of the pen leaving another ugly smear of ink. Was this woman having a psychotic break? I'm sorry, Miss Sterling, call me Ava, or wife. She cut me off. As she said the word, wife, the tips of her ears turned a visible shade of crimson. I said it out loud. So embarrassing. Does he think I'm some kind of creep? No, I'm the one who bought him. I'm the one in control. That's right. Watching her, so nervous her fingertips were trembling, yet still trying to maintain her icy composure, the crushing sense of humiliation that had been suffocating me started to dissipate. It was actually kind of funny. I didn't hesitate any longer. I signed my name, Ethan Miller. Good. Ava collected the agreement and stood up, looking down at me. From now on, remember your place. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask, and don't do what you're not supposed to do. The first room on the left upstairs is yours. Don't take a single step out of it without my permission. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me with a view of her elegant and decisive back. Was I too harsh just now? What if I scared him? What if he hates me? No, I have to give him a little something sweet. How though? Just give him money? That's so tacky. I've got it. Ava, who had just reached the doorway, stopped. She turned back, pulled a black card from her wallet, and tossed it onto the table. Take this. No limit, no pin. Her tone was still frigid. Remember, you're a Sterling now. Don't go out and embarrass me. Oomph. Now he has to feel my overwhelming power, right? Come on, be conquered by my financial assault. Say thank you, wifey. Quick. I looked at the black card, then at the praise me message flashing above her head. For the first time, I felt like maybe I hadn't gotten the worst end of this deal. I picked up the card and, mimicking her earlier demeanor, tucked it into my pocket without a change in expression. Got it. Then, under Ava's expectant gaze and the frantic scrolling of her internal monologue, I turned and walked towards the stairs without a backward glance. Where's he going? That's it. Not even a thank you. He's not following the script. Damn it. This man. So arrogant. I love it. I pushed open the door to my room. A cool, crisp fragrance hit me. Ava's scent. The room was enormous, decorated in a minimalist black, white, and gray style. It was a world away from my own bedroom, which was now covered in foreclosure notices. But this place felt like a gilded cage. Even the air felt heavy with confinement. I lay on the bed, my mind a chaotic mess. What the hell were those pop-ups? Was I hallucinating, or was Ava Sterling really this deceptive? Just as I was pondering this, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A housekeeper in a neat uniform pushed a serving cart into the room, laden with exquisitely prepared dishes. Sir, Ms. Sterling asked me to prepare this dinner for you. Where is she? I asked casually. Ms. Sterling is in her study, working. She said she wasn't hungry. I nodded and said nothing more. But I couldn't help but wonder, was this woman really being that considerate? Starving. I'm so hungry my stomach is roaring. No, I have to stick to the character I just established. A powerful CEO doesn't eat dinner with a man. He has to believe I'm a heartless workaholic. Will he eat it? What if he doesn't eat because he hates me? No, I have to go check. An out-of-place dialogue box suddenly floated in from under the door. I froze for a second, then walked to the door and yanked it open. Ava was crouched down, her ear pressed against the wood like a spy, caught in the act of eavesdropping. We collided. She obviously hadn't expected me to open the door. She froze, her carefully constructed mask of icy indifference nearly shattering. Crap. Busted. What do I do? What do I do? So awkward. I'm cringing so hard I want the floor to swallow me whole. Why isn't he saying anything? Does he think I'm a total freak? It's over. My image is ruined. I watched her, panicked and flustered, and had to fight to keep a straight face. I deliberately hardened my expression. Ms. Sterling, what are you doing? Ava instantly snapped back into Ice Queen mode, smoothing her slightly messy hair. Just passing by. The soundproofing in your room is terrible. I'll have someone replace it tomorrow. What a stiff, unbelievable excuse. I'm a genius. That excuse was flawless. Look at him, he totally bought it. See, men are so clueless. So easy to fool. I almost lost it. Is that so? I stepped aside, letting her see the untouched dinner on the cart. Well, your timing is perfect, Ms. Sterling. I can't possibly eat all this by myself. Why don't you join me? At that exact moment, Ava's stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl. Her face flushed crimson, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. This is mortifying. Why is my stomach so useless? Ethan definitely heard that. Is he going to laugh at me? He invited me to eat with him? Is he making a move? I knew it. No one can resist my charm. No. Thank you. She refused curtly. I don't like eating with other people. She turned to leave. Really? That's a shame. I picked up a fork, speared one of the maple-glazed pork belly bites, her favorite, and dangled it in front of her. Maria is a fantastic cook. These are perfect. Sweet, savory, crispy on the outside, melts in your mouth. Ava's throat moved as she swallowed hard. Damn it. How does he know I love these? And he's eating them right in front of me. This man is a monster. I want one. No, must resist. Be cool. I am the cool, aloof CEO. Well, since you're not having any, I won't hold back. I let out an exaggerated sigh of satisfaction and slowly brought the piece of pork to my mouth. Ava couldn't take it anymore. She spun around, marched to the table, sat down, picked up her own fork, and began eating without a word. Oomph. It's not that I wanted to eat. I just hate wasting food. Yes, that's it. So good. Watching her, her mouth saying no, while her body screamed yes, I started to think this marriage might get more interesting by the day. When she finished, she put down her fork, wiped her mouth, and her frosty demeanor returned. My mother is coming over tomorrow. You know what to say. It's an act. I get it, I nodded. She seemed satisfied with my answer and stood up to leave. My mother, that old witch, is coming tomorrow. She's definitely going to give him a hard time. I should give him a little cheat sheet. How can I do it without revealing my true intentions, while still making it feel like a casual hint? Ava stopped at the door again, her back to me. In a carefully nonchalant tone, she said, "My mother loves it when people tell her she looks young, and she's especially fond of compliments on her new jewelry." She then walked out quickly, as if staying a second longer would expose her completely. I watched her retreating figure, the corners of my mouth turning up into a smile. This woman was something else. Tomorrow was going to be fun. The next morning, I was jolted awake by a series of sharp rings from the doorbell. Yawning, I walked out of my room to see Ava, already impeccably dressed, standing in the living room. Beside her was a regal-looking middle-aged woman. The woman radiated a do-not-approach vibe, and the way she looked at me was as if she were examining something unpleasant she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. This, I presumed, was Ava's mother, my mother-in-law, Eleanor Sterling. "Ava, is this the man you found?" Eleanor's voice dripped with undisguised contempt. "He looks presentable enough, I suppose. But who knows what kind of trash he is underneath." Ava frowned, a flash of annoyance on her face. "Mom's starting already. So annoying. My husband is gorgeous. And she calls him presentable? Does she even have eyes? No, I have to protect him. I can't let the old witch scare him off on the first day." "Mother, his name is Ethan Miller. He's my husband." Ava's voice grew colder. "Please show some respect." "Husband?" Eleanor scoffed. "A man who sold himself for money? Does a kept man deserve the title of husband?" "Ava, you're becoming more and more foolish." The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped below freezing. I stood off to the side, watching this mother-daughter showdown, calculating my next move. Just then, I noticed the massive, egg-sized diamond necklace around Eleanor's neck. The very piece of jewelry Ava had casually mentioned last night. My opening. I stepped forward, a perfectly measured, humble smile on my face, and gave Eleanor a slight bow. "Hello, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ethan." "Who are you calling, ma'am?" Such insolence, Eleanor snapped, giving me a dismissive glare. "My apologies, you're right. That was presumptuous of me. I didn't get angry. In fact, my smile widened. It's just that you look so incredibly young. I honestly didn't know how to address you. Calling you by your first name felt too forward, but ma'am makes you sound far too old." "Is my husband's mouth coated in honey? He's so smooth." The old, which is totally going to fall for this. Sure enough, Eleanor's expression softened considerably. She was still scowling, but the hostility in her eyes had faded. "Well, at least you have eyes in your head. It's not me. It's that you've taken such amazing care of yourself. Your skin looks like a 20-year-old's. I kept laying on the flattery, letting my gaze drift as if by accident to her necklace. And that necklace is absolutely stunning. The design is so unique, so brilliant. It's a perfect match for you. It must be from a world-renowned designer, I imagine." That string of compliments hit Eleanor's sweet spot perfectly. A smile finally broke through her stony facade. She raised a hand to touch the necklace, her voice full of pride. "This is the final piece from the legendary Italian designer Roberto Carlo. It's the only one in the world. You got a good eye, boy. Nice one, Ethan. High five. You've already got the old witch eating out of your hand." Ava stood nearby, watching me disarm her difficult mother with just a few sentences. Her face remained impassive, but the pop-ups above her head were practically shooting off fireworks. "Mother, Ethan may not come from money, but he's ambitious, and he's truly devoted to me. I hope you can accept him." Ava chimed in at the perfect moment. "Devoted?" Eleanor glanced at me. "Devoted to our family's money, you mean? Here we go again. All she ever talks about is money. So tacky." "Ma'am, you've misunderstood," I said, looking directly into her eyes, my tone sincere. "I know that given my current position, you won't believe anything I say, but time will prove everything. My feelings for Ava are genuine." Of course, what was genuine was my desire to keep reading her pop-ups. "Oomph. Silver-tongued devil," Eleanor said, but her attitude had clearly softened. "Fine. Since he's Ava's choice, I won't interfere. Just try to live your lives properly." With that, She turned on her heel and, with a satisfied swish of her hips, departed. A family crisis effortlessly diffused. Only Ava and I remained in the living room. Not a bad performance, Ava said, breaking the silence. OMG, my husband is amazing. He's a master of persuasion. He even has my impossible mother wrapped around his little finger. I'm so in love. I just follow the excellent advice my dear wife gave me last night, I said, mimicking her deadpan delivery. Ava's face flushed a brilliant red. What did he call me? Dear wife. Oh, he's so good at this. My heart is melting. No, be cool. Ava, you are a powerful CEO. Do not be seduced. She cleared her throat, forcing herself to sound calm. See that you remember it. Our marriage is a transaction. Don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies about me. Of course, I nodded, though inside I was laughing my head off. Unrealistic fantasies. Ava, honey, who do you think is the one with the fantasies here? After handling my formidable mother-in-law, my life at the Sterling estate got considerably easier. At the very least, the staff no longer looked at me with open contempt, but with something closer to awe. One afternoon, I was watering the roses in the garden when Ava's best friend, a woman named Chloe Maxwell, came storming in. Ava, did you really marry that pretty boy? Her voice preceded her. My hand, holding the hose, paused. I turned to see a woman dressed to the nines, a gossip-hungry look on her face as she barreled into the house. I turned off the water and followed her inside. In the living room, Ava was sitting elegantly on the sofa, sipping her coffee. She merely glanced at Chloe. He's not a pretty boy. He's my husband, Ethan Miller. Chloe in her big mouth. Can't she keep anything to herself? Good thing Ethan isn't here. That would have really hurt his pride. Although, the term pretty boy isn't entirely inaccurate when it comes to him. Heh. I just stood there. Husband, Chloe shrieked, flopping down next to Ava. Oh my God, you're serious? I thought you were just getting a decoy to keep your grandfather off your back. Look at him. He looks like he just fell off a turnip truck. How is he good enough for you? As she spoke, her eyes landed on me as I walked into the room. She looked me up and down without a shred of subtlety. Well, speak of the devil. You must be Ethan. I nodded, meeting her gaze evenly. Not bad looking, Chloe said, tapping her chin, her tone flirtatious. So, handsome, what's she paying you a month? I'll double it. How about you come work for me instead? Whoa, Chloe is trying to poach my husband right in front of me. Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against your best friend. The ancients were so wise. Is he going to say yes? He wouldn't really leave me for money, would he? No. If he leaves, where will I ever find another pop-up generator this perfect? Ava's expression turned thunderous. She slammed her coffee cup down on the table with a sharp crack. Chloe Maxwell, if you say one more word, you can get out. Ooh, getting protective, are we? Chloe laughed, delighted. I was just kidding with him. Why are you so tense? I'm not kidding. Ava's voice was cold enough to cause frostbite. Come on, Ethan. Show your loyalty. Tell her you're all mine. I saw the frantic pop-ups above Ava's head and knew exactly what to do. I walked over to Chloe, a playful smile on my face. Ma'am, thank you for the generous offer, but I think you've misunderstood a few things. Misunderstood? First, I held up a finger. I'm not for sale. Second, I held up another finger. Even if I were, I only sell to one client. My gaze shifted to Ava, my eyes full of mock devotion. My body and soul belong to my wife, and my wife alone. No amount of money could change that. The words were so cheesy they made my own skin crawl, but the effect was spectacular. Chloe was stunned into silence. As for Ava, while her face remained a mask of cool indifference, the pop-ups above her head had gone completely haywire. He said he belongs only to me. He said no amount of money could change that. This is the greatest love story of all time. I'm shipping us so hard right now, Ethan. You heart-stealing criminal. I want to have your babies. Staring at the pop-ups that were bright enough to blind me, I fought back a laugh and decided to up the ante. I moved behind Ava, reached out, and began gently massaging her temples, my touch so tender it was almost liquid. Honey, don't be angry. People like this aren't worth your time. Ava's body went rigid, and her ears turned so red they looked like they might burst in a flame. He's touching me. His fingers are so warm. I feel like I'm going to combust. That's it. I'm done for. I'm going to faint. Somebody help me. This man is going to kill me with sweetness. Chloe watched, dumbfounded, as if seeing Ava for the first time. All right, you win. I give up, she said, standing up, utterly defeated. I just came to see you, and to remind you, your arch-nemesis, Julian Croft, is going to be at the charity gala next week. Be careful. I know. Ava's voice sounded distant and airy. After Chloe left, the living room was quiet again. The atmosphere was charged. Thank you. For before, Ava said finally, her voice barely a whisper. It's my fault he had to go through that. I have to make it up to him. As a token of my gratitude, she cleared her throat, regaining a sliver of her CO swagger. You'll come to the office with me tomorrow. I'm giving you a position. The next day, I arrived at Sterling Enterprises in Ava's Rolls-Royce. The towering skyscraper and the swarm of sharp-dressed professionals all screamed power and success. Starting today, you're my executive assistant, Ava announced in her top-floor office. Keeping my husband close by, so I can see him every day. I'm such a genius. An executive assistant is the perfect role. I can keep him close for professional support, and also for him. I saw the unfiltered thoughts popping up above her head and felt a muscle in my jaw twitch. Ms. Sterling, I don't know the first thing about business. I don't think I can be your assistant. People won't respect me. If I say you can, Ava said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Your office is next door. If you don't know something, ask Lena. Lena was her lead executive secretary, a sharp, capable woman. And just like that, I, a former pre-med student, became the executive assistant to the CEO of Sterling Enterprises. The news sent shockwaves through the entire company. Everyone knew I was the kept man who had married his way to the top. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The feeling of being treated like a piece of furniture was never more obvious than during my first senior management meeting. The director of marketing, a Mr. Wallace, was presenting a new project, but his proposal was riddled with holes. It was clearly a half-hearted effort. Ava sat at the head of the table, her expression growing darker by the second. This Wallace, just because he's one of the old guard, he thinks he can walk all over me. This proposal is garbage. It's an insult to my intelligence, but if I fire him, the other old-timers will revolt. This is so frustrating. The conference room was dead silent. Everyone was staring at their notes, terrified of catching Ava's eye. Seeing Ava in a bind, I decided to help her out. After all, we were in the same boat now. I have a question, I said suddenly. Every head in the room snapped in my direction, their faces a mixture of shock and morbid curiosity. Wallace shot me a dismissive glance. A new assistant has no place speaking in this meeting. Mr. Wallace, I smiled. You're right, I am new. I don't know much, which is why I was hoping you could enlighten me. I picked up the proposal and pointed to a data sheet. Your report states that the target demographic is women aged 18 to 25. But your chosen advertising channels are daytime television shows whose audiences are primarily senior citizens. With all due respect, are you trying to sell this luxury skincare line to women on their way to bingo? A collective gasp went through the room. Wallace's face turned the color of a boiled lobster. That's ridiculous. What do you know? I don't know much, I said with a shrug. But I do know that you don't run ads for Chanel No. 5 during a commercial break for life insurance. Damn. So hot. My husband is so hot when he's calling people out. He's so right. He hit the nail on the head. I've been putting up with that idiot Wallace for far too long. Ava sat there, her expression unchanged, but the pop-ups above her head betrayed her inner delight. The look she gave me now held a new spark of admiration. Mr. Miller has a point, Ava finally spoke. Her voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a sledgehammer. Mr. Wallace, you have 3 days to redo this proposal. If it's still at this level, you can report to HR and arrange your own severance. Cold sweat beaded on Wallace's forehead. He nodded frantically, not daring to look at me again. After the meeting, the way the other executives looked at me had changed completely. Before, it was contempt. Now it was fear. Back in the office, Ava did something she'd never done before. She poured me a glass of water herself. Thank you for today. My husband made me look so good. He's the perfect partner. He's definitely getting a bonus tonight. Just doing my job, I said, taking the glass, feigning calmness. What did you do before this? She seemed genuinely curious about me now. I was in medical school. A doctor? Ava looked surprised. Why did you stop? The question brought a shadow to my eyes. Family trouble. We ran out of money. Ava froze. She clearly hadn't expected that answer. So that's what happened. He must have been devastated. God, I'm such an idiot. I shouldn't have asked. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, she said softly. It's okay. It's in the past. I smiled, not wanting her to see how vulnerable that topic still made me. Silence fell over the office. But this time, the silence felt different. It was filled with something new. After I became a legend for my performance in the meeting, no one in the company dared to underestimate me again. My relationship with Ava changed, too. It became more subtle. We weren't constantly at odds anymore. Instead, there was a new understanding between us. She was still the aloof, Ice Queen CEO, but the pop-ups above her head were growing more and more passionate. And I was getting used to my new life as a mind reader. I was even starting to find this two-faced woman kind of adorable. One evening after work, Ava suddenly said to me, "There's a charity gala tonight. You're coming with me." I remembered Chloe's warning that Julian Croft would be there. Okay, I nodded. The gala was held in the ballroom of a 5-star hotel. The place was teeming with the city's elite, a sea of tuxedos and evening gowns. I wore a well-fitted suit, and with Ava on my arm in a stunning black gown, we stepped into the ballroom. Our entrance immediately turned every head. Isn't that Ava Sterling? Who's the man with her? He's gorgeous. Never seen him before. A new boyfriend. Shoo. I heard that's her new husband. He married into the family. The whispers reached my ears, but I remained unfazed, acting as if I hadn't heard a thing. Ava, however, was not pleased. Listen to those gossips. All they do is run their mouths. My husband is brilliant and handsome. How does he look like a kept man? No, I have to make him the star of the show tonight. I'll blind these idiots with his radiance. She tightened her grip on my arm and leaned in close, whispering so only I could hear, "Don't listen to them. To me, you're the best man in the room." Her warm breath on my ear sent a shiver down my spine. It was the first time she had ever said something so gentle to my face, though I knew it was probably just another part of her powerful CEO performance. Just then, a smug voice cut through the air. Well, if it isn't Ms. Sterling, fancy seeing you here." I looked over to see a man in a white suit approaching us, a glass of champagne in his hand. He was handsome, but his eyes had a cruel, predatory glint. This had to be Julian Croft, Ava's biggest competitor, the arch-nemesis. Julian, Ava's voice went cold. And who is this? Julian's gaze fell on me, full of condescension and challenge. My husband, Ethan Miller. Husband? Julian let out an exaggerated laugh. Since when are you into this sort of thing? Ava? I thought your only passions were profit margins and hostile takeovers. What's the matter? Is the company in trouble? Needed to find a pretty boy to console you. His words were a direct insult. Before I could respond, Ava stepped in front of me. Julian, watch your mouth, or I'll have no problem tearing it off for you. That bastard. How dare he insult my husband? I'm going to destroy him. Is Ethan mad? Does he feel ashamed to be with me now? Julian, far from backing down, just grinned wider. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Getting angry. He reached out, as if to pat Ava's cheek. My eyes narrowed. In a flash, I grabbed his wrist. Mr. Croft, you can say what you want, but words have consequences. My voice was low, but my grip was like iron, and he couldn't move an inch. And I suggest you keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee they'll stay attached to your arms. Years of pre-med had taught me human anatomy. I applied pressure to a nerve cluster in his wrist, just enough to cause blinding pain without leaving a mark. The color drained from Julian's face. Sweat broke out on his forehead. You, let me go. I sneered and shoved his hand away. Get lost. Julian stumbled back a few steps, his eyes burning with hatred. Fine, just fine. Ava, Ethan, you'll regret this. After spitting out his threat, he scurried away under the curious stares of the other guests. The drama was over. Ava turned to me, a complicated expression on her face. The way he grabbed Julian's wrist just now. So dominant, so masculine. My heart is going to beat out of my chest. Was he protecting me? He was definitely protecting me. I'm so moved I could cry. Are you okay? She asked, a genuine note of concern in her voice. I'm fine. I shook my head. How about you? Did he scare you? Me? Ava looked at me like I just told a bad joke. You think Julian Croft could scare me? I was terrified. When that bastard lunged at me, my knees almost gave out. Thank God Ethan was here. Watching her try to be tough, I couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? She asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Nothing. I shook my head and reached up, gently tucking a stray piece of hair behind her ear. I was just thinking that my wife is really cute. Ava's face, once again, turned completely, beautifully red. After the charity gala incident, our relationship seemed to take another step forward. At least, she stopped intentionally putting on the Ice Queen act for me. She was still serious most of the time, but occasionally, I'd see a flash of a young girl's shyness in her pop-ups. At the office, it seemed Julian Croft had been genuinely rattled by my actions that night, because he didn't cause any trouble for days. Sterling Enterprises, buoyed by the success of a new project, saw its stock price soar, erasing all its recent losses. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction, but I had a nagging feeling that a storm was brewing just beneath the calm surface. A man like Julian wouldn't just let things go. My fears were confirmed one afternoon. I was organizing some files when Lena, Ava's secretary, burst into my office, her face pale with panic. Ethan, it's terrible. It's Ms. Sterling. She's been in an accident. My blood ran cold. I shot to my feet. What happened to her? She was inspecting a construction site and the scaffolding collapsed. They've taken her to the hospital. Her condition is. They don't know. My mind went completely blank. Without a second thought, I grabbed my car keys and sprinted out of the office. I floored it the whole way, my mind consumed by a single thought. Ava, you have to be okay? When I got to the hospital, the light above the operating room was still on. Ava's family and a few senior executives were huddled outside, their faces grim. How is she? I asked, grabbing the arm of a passing doctor. The patient suffered a blow to the head from a heavy object. There are signs of intracranial bleeding. We're doing everything we can. The family should prepare for the worst. Prepare for the worst. Those 4 words hit me like a physical blow. I leaned against the cold wall, feeling like all the strength had been drained from my body. Just then, I saw a familiar figure across the hall, Julian Croft. He was standing in a corner, a faint, cruel smile on his face as he looked towards the operating room. In that instant, a white-hot rage erupted inside me. I launched myself at him, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him against the wall. Did you do this? My eyes were bloodshot, my voice a raw, ragged yell. Julian was startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Ethan, are you insane? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't you dare play dumb with me. I slammed my fist into the wall next to his head, cracking the plaster. The scaffolding at the construction site. Why did it collapse? Did you tamper with it? I'm warning you. Don't make baseless accusations. Julian's eyes darted around nervously. It was an accident. It had nothing to do with me. An accident? I laughed, a cold, harsh sound. There are no coincidences in this world, Julian. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Ava, I will make your life a living hell. My expression must have been terrifying, because for the first time, I saw genuine fear in Julian Croft's eyes. He shoved me away, his voice cracking. You're crazy. You're a complete lunatic. He turned and practically fled. I didn't follow. I knew the most important thing right now was Ava. I went back to the operating room doors and stood there like a statue, waiting. Time crawled by. Every second felt like an eternity. I don't know how long I stood there, but finally, the light above the door went out. A surgeon emerged. Who's the patient's family? I am. I'm her husband. I was the first one there. The patient is out of immediate danger. Hearing those words, the tension that had been holding me together snapped. I sagged against the wall, nearly collapsing. However, the surgeon continued. Due to the severe head trauma, the patient may experience some side effects. What kind of side effects? For example, amnesia. Ava woke up, but she didn't remember me. She remembered everyone else. Her parents, her employees, even her rival, Julian Croft. She had forgotten only me. Forgotten the man who had signed a contract with her, lived under the same roof, her husband in name, Ethan Miller. Who are you? That was the first thing she said to me when she opened her eyes. I stood by her hospital bed, looking into her clear but utterly unfamiliar eyes, and felt my heart being crushed by an invisible hand. I'm Ethan. Ethan. She frowned, trying to place the name, but came up empty. I don't know you. In that moment, I would have given anything to see one of her pop-ups again, even one that was insulting me. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Her brain was like a hard drive that had been wiped clean, with every file related to me permanently deleted. Eleanor, my mother-in-law, seized the opportunity and immediately showed me the door. Ethan, since Ava no longer remembers you, there's no reason for you to be here. The Sterling family will honor its agreement and clear your family's debt. From now on, you and my daughter have nothing to do with each other. Her voice was thick with unconcealed glee. I ignored her. My eyes were fixed on Ava. I was searching her face for any flicker of recognition, any hint of our shared past. There was none, only the look of a stranger, wary and guarded. You should go, Ava said, her voice even colder than before. I don't want to see you. My heart hit rock bottom. I don't know how I managed to walk out of that hospital room. I just remember the sunlight outside was blindingly bright. I left the hospital and went back to the home I had shared with Ava. The whole house was filled with her presence. But now I was the only one there. I locked myself in my room and drank for days, until Chloe kicked my door down. Ethan, get a grip, she yelled, looking at the empty bottles scattered across the floor. Ava's in this state, and you're just going to give up? What can I do? I laughed bitterly. She doesn't remember me, so she doesn't remember. Make her remember again. Chloe said, don't you get it? Ava's accident wasn't an accident. It was Julian Croft. I have proof. What? I shot up, my head spinning. The foreman at that construction site is Julian's distant cousin. I got the bank records. Julian transferred a huge sum of money to him the day before the collapse. This is the proof. Chloe slapped a stack of bank statements down in front of me. Julian did this to destroy Ava, to destroy Sterling Enterprises. Now that Ava has amnesia, the company is in chaos. The old guard is making moves. Are you just going to sit here and watch everything Ava worked for fall apart? Her words were like a bucket of ice water, shocking me back to reality. She was right. How could I be so pathetic? Ava needed me now more than ever. Even if she had forgotten me, I couldn't forget her. I leaped to my feet, a new resolve in my eyes. Chloe, thank you. I know what I have to do. I went back to Sterling Enterprises. When I walked through the doors, everyone stared at me. They all knew about Ava's amnesia, and they all knew that I, the husband, had been kicked to the curb. To them, I was nothing more than a stray dog. I ignored their stares and walked straight to the CEO's office. Ava was inside, looking over some documents. She frowned when she saw me. What are you doing here? I'm here to work, I said calmly. Until you're discharged from the hospital, I'll be taking over your duties and running the company. You? Ava looked at me as if I just told the world's worst joke. On what authority? On the authority of this. I placed a document on her desk. It was our prenuptial agreement. There was a clause stating that if one party became incapacitated, the other party had the right to act on their behalf in all matters. Ms. Sterling, your current amnesia classifies you as having diminished capacity. Therefore, legally and contractually, I am your official representative. The color drained from Ava's face. She probably never imagined that the very clause she had created to control me would now be my tool to control her. You wouldn't dare. It's not up to you, I smiled. Of course, you could always file for divorce. But I should remind you, per the agreement, in the event of a divorce, 50% of Sterling Enterprises will be transferred to me as compensation. Ava was shaking with rage, but she was speechless. She knew I was right. And just like that, in a move that felt very much like a corporate coup, I took temporary control of Sterling Enterprises. The senior executives, of course, were furious. That director, Wallace, tried to undermine me at every turn. But I wasn't the same naive pre-med student anymore. I had learned a lot just by being around Ava, and I had Chloe feeding me information from the outside. I moved swiftly, firing a few of the deadweight old-timers and promoting a new generation of smart, hungry employees. I stabilized the company in a matter of days. At the same time, I didn't stop my investigation into Julian Croft. I anonymously sent the evidence Chloe had gathered to the police. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. Soon, Julian Croft was arrested for aggravated assault and corporate bribery. The news shook the entire Sterling City business community, and Sterling Enterprises' stock price shot up, surpassing its previous high. With the company secure, I went back to the hospital. Ava was still cold to me. The company is stable. As soon as you're discharged, I'll hand everything back to you, I told her softly. And Julian has been arrested. At the mention of his name, Ava flinched. She looked up at me, and for the first time, there was something other than unfamiliarity in her eyes. It was a complicated emotion I couldn't quite decipher. Why are you doing all of this? She asked. For you, I said, looking her straight in the eye. Because I love you. Without another word, I turned and left her room. Some things only need to be said once. The rest was up to time. I got all of Ava's old photos and home videos from Chloe and filled our house with them. I went to the hospital every day to be with her, telling her stories about her past. Most of the stories, of course, were cobbled together from my memory of her pop-ups. Do you remember? The first time you saw me, you acted so cold, but inside you were thinking, God, he's so hot, I want to lick him. And when your mother came, you were afraid I'd get bullied. So you gave me a cheat sheet and told me to compliment her necklace. And at the charity gala, you were so worried Julian would humiliate me that you stood in front of me to protect me. You were so cool. I watched her reaction as I spoke. Her face remained blank, but I could see her fingers clenching the bedsheets. I knew my words were having an effect, creating ripples in her memory. Day after day, I continued. Finally, on the day she was discharged, she spoke to me for the second time since her amnesia. Ethan, is what you said, is it all true? Yes, I nodded. I really used to think all that ridiculous stuff. Her cheeks were faintly pink. Yep. She was silent for a long time. Finally, she looked up at me, as if she had made a momentous decision. Well, can you do it again? The way you told off Julian Croft that night. My heart skipped a beat. I saw it then. In her cool, clear eyes, a familiar, mischievous glint. I leaned in close, lowering my voice and mimicking my tone from that night. Mr. Croft, you can say what you want, but words have consequences. And in the next second, a familiar, pink, heart emoji-filled dialogue box popped into existence above her head. OMG, that's the one. So freaking dominant. My husband is finally back. I stared, stunned. Then, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over me. I was faking. Ava finally broke into a laugh, though there were tears in her eyes. I remembered everything the day you walked into my office with a prenup and talked about a corporate coup. Then why did you? I wanted to see. She looked at me, her eyes filled with love and a little guilt. If you'd still be good to me, even without the pop-ups. Ethan, I'm so sorry. I didn't say anything. I just pulled her into my arms and held her tight. You little liar. Do you still love this little liar? I do. I lowered my head and kissed her. And this time, I didn't need to read any pop-ups to feel her heart beating wildly, just for me. And I got transmigrated into a novel, stuck as the live-in son-in-law of a powerful D. See, family. The problem? I'm just a side character, the one who's supposed to die a chapter in. I can't quote Shakespeare off the top of my head, and I sure as hell can't reinvent gunpowder or the internet. So on my wedding night, I decided to do the only logical thing. Run for my life. A system or something had given me one simple rule. As long as I don't die at the hands of the main characters, I can go back to my real life and my family's $10 billion fortune. According to the plot, my new wife, Clara Prescott, is destined to end up with the hero, Asher Vance. What the book didn't tell me was that she can hear my every thought. So, here I skied into a story on my own wedding day. For a second, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Then I remembered I was the tragic side character, the schmuck who gets offed so the real story can begin. The woman standing before me in a stunning white wedding gown was Clara Prescott, the female lead. But her true love was the male lead, and they were the ones who got the happily ever after. And me, the Prescott family's brand new trophy husband, I was scheduled to be discreetly murdered by the hero tonight. Tomorrow, my body would be decorating the bottom of the Potomac River. The soft glow of candles filled the bridal suite, and the air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. This was supposed to be a night worth $1 million, but I felt like I was sitting on a throne of needles. A mechanical voice echoed in my head. Survive the male and female leads. and you will return to your reality. My heart leaped. A system. A cheat code. My chance to change my fate. But after desperately calling out to it a dozen times, I got nothing but silence. Okay, so it wasn't a helpful system. It was just a return ticket. The trigger condition was to not get killed by those two. A nice, normal death from old age would send me home. Back in the real world, I was the long-lost heir who'd just been found by his ultra-rich family. I was literally days away from inheriting a fortune that would make Scrooge McDuck blush. And then I got zapped into this mess. No way. I couldn't touch the hero's girl. Knowing his petty, vindictive personality from a book, he'd find a way to make my death look like an accident. I had 10 billion reasons to stay alive. As that thought crossed my mind, I noticed Clara looking at me, a confused frown on her face. "Honey," she said, her voice soft. "What are you muttering about? The hero's girl?" I froze. I hadn't said a word. "It's getting late," she continued, her smile perfect. "Aren't you going to help me out of this dress?" Clara was a vision. Bright eyes, teeth like pearls, skin that seemed to glow in the candlelight. Her beauty was the kind that could start wars, and it was aimed right at me. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. I shot to my feet and made a break for the door. I gotta use the bathroom. Really bad. "There's an in-suite right through there," she said, pointing to a side door. "You don't have to go out." I left the condoms in my suit jacket. In the living room, I stammered. Clara's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. "Ethan, we're married. We don't need those." My panic was starting to boil over. If I delayed any longer, the hero's hired goons would be on their way. "Ethan, I'm your wife," she said, her red lips trembling slightly. "What are you so afraid of?" "It's all an act," I thought desperately. "You're in love with Asher Vance, not me. Just let me go." Clara's eyes widened again. She took a step closer, reaching out a delicate hand. "Sweetheart, I've waited for this day for so long. Just yesterday, you stood in front of my father and swore you'd take care of me for the rest of our lives." I subtly pulled my hand from her grasp and glanced toward the door. My voice dropped cold and serious. "Let's just be honest," I said. "I've sworn an oath to the Night's Watch." Clara just stared at me. "The what?" "Oh, right. No Game of Thrones in this world." While she was confused, I seized my chance. I kicked the main door open and bolted into the hallway. "Ethan, don't run," she yelled, her voice laced with panic. I didn't stop. I sprinted out of the manor wing and into the chilly night air. A sliver of moon hung in the sky. As I wondered where to hide, I practically collided with a shadowy figure lurking near the garden wall, anxiously peering into the suite I'd just fled. "Asher Vance." I blurted out. "I am." "No, I'm not," the figure stammered. "Yeah, right. Who else would be creeping around Clara's private garden on her wedding night?" It had to be him. I let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God I got out of there. "Here," I said, tossing him the silk handkerchief I'd been nervously clutching in my hand. "You can have it. You're the groom tonight." Asher stared at me in disbelief, his hands trembling as he held the silk. Then his face darkened. He threw the handkerchief to the ground and stomped on it. "Hayes, you don't have to humiliate me like this," he snarled, his voice dripping with rage. "I'll win Clara back on my own terms." I had no idea why he was so pissed. I was literally handing him a golden ticket to a night of passion. Was he dense? Afraid he might have a couple of thugs hiding in the bushes, I tried to reason with him. "Asher, my man, I know you're in love with her. I was wrong to get in the way. The spot is all yours now." He eyed me suspiciously, his fists clenched. "My marriage to Clara was arranged by our parents. I haven't touched her, so you can rest easy." I didn't have time to care whether he believed me or not. I pulled the marriage certificate out of my pocket and, right in front of him, ripped it into tiny pieces. "See? Certificate's gone. Clara has nothing to do with me anymore." My manic energy seemed to stun him. "You're really cutting all ties with her?" I clapped my hands together. Yep. The night is young and it's priceless. Go on, get in there." Just then, Clara's voice called out from behind us. "Ethan, why are you running?" Hearing her, Asher's entire demeanor changed. He plastered on what he must have thought was a dashing smile and sauntered toward her. That was my cue. I scrambled over the garden wall and dropped onto the street outside the Prescott estate. I was free. The world was my oyster. Whoever wanted to be the kept man of this family could have the job. I was done. You two can live happily ever after. Just please forget I ever existed. I'll go be a rich nobody, die peacefully in my sleep, and wake up a billionaire. What could be better? After leaving the estate, I went straight to a pawn shop and sold my designer wedding tux for a cool $5,000. I had to admit, my now ex-father-in-law wasn't the typical villain. He'd actually been pretty good to me. Even after my family, the Hayes, lost their prestige and fortune, he'd honored an old promise between our families and brought me into the Prescott fold. But right now, I was in survival mode. I couldn't worry about his feelings. With $5,000 in my pocket, I walked straight into the Gilded Cage. Tonight was the night the club's star performer, Vivian Starr, was hosting one of her famous spoken word salons. She was the most sought-after woman in the capital, a true bombshell who was also a genius with words. Countless rich and powerful men wanted to be with her, but she was an artist, not a prostitute. The rumor was only a man whose poetry could move her could earn a private audience. The Gilded Cage was glittering with lights, packed with D.C.'s elite, all waiting for the show to begin and debating the night's theme. Poetry? I couldn't write a haiku to save my life. I vaguely remembered a few lines from high school English, but they were mostly gone and probably wouldn't fit the theme anyway. Did these people think all the great poets were idiots? But as a transmigrator, I had an ace up my sleeve. I easily spotted a broke-looking guy hovering by the entrance, Simon Reed. In the novel, he becomes a literary titan, a future poet laureate. Right now, though, he was just a starving artist who couldn't even afford the cover charge. I spent $200 buying the rights to every poem he'd ever written. Then, I strolled inside and found a plush booth. Asher Vance was a decent poet himself, so I was lucky he wasn't here tonight. As for the star performer, I was definitely curious. If word got out that I spent my wedding night here, the Prescotts would have to disown me in a rage. It was the perfect excuse to get away. When Vivian Starr appeared on stage, veiled in silk, her bombshell figure drew a collective gasp from the room. The men around me practically vibrated with anticipation, each one determined to win her favor. These old money types care more about their reputation than anything, but I didn't give a damn. Plagiarize? You bet. I was just here for one night. In the end, thanks to Simon Reed's genius, I became the man of the hour. The other patrons gritted their teeth, but they couldn't deny the brilliance of the words I recited. Defeated, they sighed and filed out. "Sir," a hostess said, holding a lantern, "Miss Starr will see you now." I grinned and nodded, ignoring the daggers being stared in my back as I followed her to the club's private backstage area. The air was thick with a heady, intoxicating perfume. Vivian was leaning against a windowsill, dressed in little more than sheer silk. The way she was built could instantly shatter any man's defenses. "Your talent is breathtaking," she purred. I cleared my throat to cover my awkwardness. If Simon Reed knew his life's work had sold for $200 and landed some fraud in Vivian Starr's bed, he'd probably bang his head against a wall. "Please come in," she said. "I prepared some wine. I'd love to discuss poetry with you." These people were so formal. We were at this point, and she wanted to talk about poetry, but I couldn't let on that I was a complete literary fake. So I smiled. "I'd much rather discuss human anatomy with you." The night was long and speechless. My lower back, however, was screaming. The story of how the Prescott's new son-in-law ran away from his wedding to spend the night at the Gilded Cage spread through the capital's coffee shops and gossip columns like wildfire. It had to be Asher's doing, but it was exactly what I wanted. Go on, Prescott family, send me the official disownment papers. I sat brazenly in the main lounge of the Gilded Cage, waiting for my furious father-in-law to show up and kick me to the curb. A little walking away money would be nice, too. Enough to get me out of the capital for good. The other people in the lounge were giving me stunned, curious looks. Had the Prescott's son-in-law lost his mind? Not only did he spend his wedding night here, but he was just sitting around waiting to be caught. Amazingly, the poems I'd recited last night were already the talk of the town. But my father-in-law never came. Instead, Clara did. "Fine, let's get this over with." I sat there, bracing myself for the storm, running out on the wedding, spending the night with another woman. As a man who'd married in her family, no high society woman would ever tolerate that, right? But when she walked in, she just gave me a puzzled look. and the first words out of her mouth nearly made me spit out my coffee. I had no idea you were such a talented poet, darling. Excuse me? Shouldn't she be screaming? Cursing me out? Throwing divorce papers in my face? This wasn't in the script. I remembered clearly that in the book, after Asher kills me, she moves on with him pretty quickly. I just slept with the most famous courtesan in the city. How could she be okay with this? I thought. Clara smiled, not a hint of anger on her face. With a husband as gifted as you, I should be the one beaming with pride. Sweat beaded on my forehead. What game was she playing? Is Asher nearby? Is she putting on a show for him? Trying to make him jealous? Using me? If you're so fond of Miss Starr, she continued smoothly, then I'll handle it. I'll buy out her contract and bring her home to be your mistress. As she spoke, her assistant brought over a briefcase and opened it. It was filled with stacks of cash. It had to be at least $1 million. It's just that this place. It's so dirty, she said, her tone hardening on the last few words, the anger she was suppressing finally leaking through. You shouldn't come here anymore. Faced with an unexpected windfall, the club's manager was grinning from ear to ear. High society wives causing scenes was nothing new, but usually it involved screaming and threats. A wife who calmly paid to solve the problem was a rare and welcome sight. Vivian, for her part, gracefully bowed to Clara and then moved to stand behind me. Being bought out to become the mistress of a powerful family's son-in-law was a golden ticket for her. Thank you, madam, for your generosity, Vivian said sweetly. I promise to serve you and my new master well. Clara shot Vivian a cold look before turning her gaze back to me. She didn't lash out. Instead, she reached out and grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. My dear husband, she said, her voice like honey. Isn't it time we went home? The onlookers were completely floored. They were staring at me with something akin to worship. A beautiful, powerful wife who doesn't flip out when you cheat and even buys your mistress for you. Mr. Hayes, you're a legend, one man whispered. You have to teach us your ways. Teach you my ass, I thought bitterly. Can't you see the fire in this woman's eyes is about to burn me to a crisp? Her expression, which had been simmering with fury, suddenly softened. The fire in her eyes died down, replaced by a look of gentle affection. My heart started hammering against my ribs. Ethan, let's go home, she said. Before I could answer, she was pulling me out of the club. Two large, burly women who looked like bodyguards fell in a step on either side of me, boxing me in. My stomach churned. What was she up to now? The hero and heroine are supposed to end up together. What was the point of dragging me back? I literally pushed Asher into her arms last night. Thinking of that, I glanced at Clara. On her hand, she wore a simple silver ring, a maiden's bond that was enchanted to shatter the moment she... Well, you know, the ring was still perfectly intact. Wait, is Asher impotent? I wondered. Or is Clara incapable? Clara shot me a furious glare, though the tips of her ears turned red. Her grip on my arm tightened. Then she smiled. Darling, if you want a mistress, you just have to ask me. Why go to such a sordid place? You could catch something. I looked back for Vivian, but she was already gone. Clara's smile widened. Looking for Miss Starr? Don't worry. I've taken care of everything. The more she smiled, the more the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Sure enough, as soon as we turned down a quiet side street, her expression changed. She grabbed the soft flesh at my waist and twisted it a full 360 degrees. The pain was so intense, I nearly passed out. She leaned in close, her face inches from mine, and hissed, still looking. I shook my head frantically, begging for mercy. When we see my father, she ordered, you don't say a word. I blinked. I had planned to come clean with my father-in-law. What was this new twist? And what the hell happened last night? Full of questions, I was marched back to the Prescott estate. The festive decorations from the wedding were still up, mocking me. My father-in-law, Secretary of State Robert Prescott, was sitting in a large armchair in the main hall, sipping tea. Clara kicked me in the back of the knee. I had no choice but to stumble forward and bow my head. Sir, I'm home. He put down his teacup and gave me a brief, cool glance before his eyes settled on his daughter, his brow furrowed. Clara, you're a wife now. You can't be so crude. It's a good thing you married Ethan. Who else would put up with you? He turned back to me. A man needs to let off some steam now and then. Was it really necessary to make such a scene? Clara looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Dad, are you listening to yourself? I was just as stunned. This isn't right. Where's the righteous fury? The disownment? A son-in-law runs away on his wedding night. Who just shrugs that off? I had been fully prepared to face a hurricane. Clara shot me another glare, her eyes filled with a frustrated, wounded anger. Ethan, my boy, her father said with a sigh. I was a son-in-law who married into. I get it. You can stand up. Suddenly it all clicked. So that was it. Clara, you can go, he said. I need to have a word with Ethan. She clenched her fists, stomped her foot in frustration, and stormed out, her chest heaving dramatically. A spark of hope ignited in me. Was this it? Was he just saving face in front of his daughter, and now he was going to give me the boot? Just before she reached the courtyard door, Clara stopped. She turned back and gave me a worried look, then just stood there, refusing to leave. Ethan, I know you resent marrying into the Prescott family, the secretary said kindly. But the Hayes family is gone. You don't have a career or a title to your name. This was the only way to protect you. He was telling the truth. I was the last of the Hayes line, but I was a transmigrator. I couldn't exactly empathize with the tragic backstory of the body I was inhabiting. Whether you want to go into politics, the military, or business, I will support you, he continued. A man can't let a woman walk all over him forever. Take this family, for example. I'm still the one in charge. Your mother-in-law is, at the end of the day, just a woman. I had to bite my tongue to keep from pointing out that everyone in D.C. New Secretary Prescott was terrified of his wife. He'd once tried to set up a mistress in a Georgetown apartment, and she'd been kicked to the curb within 24 hours. He seemed to sense my thoughts, because his face flushed, and he quickly took a sip of tea to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. We've received intelligence from the North. The Northern clans are showing signs of aggression again. The president is leaning toward negotiation, which means a busy season for the State Department. Just as he finished, a butler announced that Mr. Asher Vance was here to see him. I excused myself and left. As I walked out, I saw Asher and Clara talking heatedly by the entrance. Asher held his head high. Clara, I know you've always loved me. Just divorce that idiot Hayes, and I'll... You're mistaken, Asher, Clara cut him off. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, I am a married woman. Her ears were bright red. Asher scoffed. Clara, with my current status and connections, I can easily erase any scandal a divorce might cause. She tried to speak, but he held up a hand. Don't answer now. Think about it. What future can the Prescott family have with a kept man like Ethan Hayes tied to it? Clara's smile vanished. Does Clarissa Sterling know you're saying these things? Ah, yes. Clarissa Sterling, the daughter of the president's chief of staff, was also in love with him. She was just waiting for Asher to pass the bar and get his big political appointment before asking the president to arrange their marriage. Asher looked flustered for a moment. I'll handle my own affairs. Just tell me what your heart wants. Clara's resolve didn't waver. I'm sorry, I already have a husband. And you should really stop lurking in the corners of other people's homes, Asher. It's bad for your reputation. His face went crimson, and his fists clenched at his sides. My heart sank. Clara was trying to get me killed. Since these two were obviously meant for each other, why shouldn't I give him a little push? I took 2 steps forward and said in a firm voice, I agree. My sudden appearance broke their standoff. Clara stormed over to me, her voice dangerously low. Ethan, Hayes, you want to divorce me? Asher feigned innocence. Ethan, my friend, I was just here to see the secretary and happened to run into Clara. The way he stressed happened to was infuriating. Who just happens to run into someone in their private residence? But I didn't care. All I wanted was to get away from these 2 drama magnets and save my own skin. The forces backing Asher were growing more powerful by the day. Besides his Ivy League connections, he now had the chief of staff in his corner. I couldn't compete with that. The Hayes family is a fallen house, I said quickly. Of course I'm not good enough for you. I know my place. Since you love Asher, I'm happy to step aside. I'm not divorcing you, Clara repeated firmly. This time, it was Asher's turn to be shocked. Clara, what are you saying? You don't want to be with me? Because of this house husband? Clara didn't answer. Instead, she stepped to my side and wrapped her arm tightly around mine, making her position clear. Asher's eyes turned red with fury. Clara, think this through. Oh, this is bad, I thought, trying to pull my arm away, but her grip was like iron. Sure enough, Asher's hateful gaze landed squarely on me, blaming me for everything. He stormed off, and if looks could kill, I'd have been turned into a pile of ash. I tried to escape, but Clara slammed me against the wall, pinning me there. Before I could say a word, her warm lips crashed down on mine. My eyes flew open. My mind was screaming. I'm being forcibly kissed by the female lead. Is she using me to make the hero jealous? Yep. A short distance away, Asher was staring at us, his face a mask of pure, venomous hatred. After what felt like an eternity, she pulled back, her hand still on the back of my neck. "My dear husband," she whispered, "I'm not divorcing you. I'm your wife. Don't even think about running away." I wanted to cry. I felt none of the excitement a man should feel when being kissed by his beautiful wife. This is it. I'm really done for now, I thought miserably. The hero officially hates my guts, and the heroine is playing some kind of hot and cold game. Why am I always the one who gets screwed? Clara looked at me with a sly glint in her eye, then tilted my chin up. "Call me Clara," she purred. Seeing her lips approaching again, I quickly turned my head away. The hero was still watching. "Say it," she insisted. I mumbled under my breath, feeling my face burn. "Clara," she smiled, satisfied, and finally released me, but not before grabbing my arm and pulling me along with her until we were out of Asher's sight. I didn't dare look back, but I could imagine the murderous look on his face. Back in her wing of the manor, she shut the door and told me to start studying for the Foreign Service exam. "Husband, if you run away again, don't blame me for being unkind." But I was no scholar. The first chance I got, when she wasn't looking, I slipped out again. I had to get out of the capital. According to the book's timeline, the big exams were coming up. Asher would ace them, become the top candidate, and get a position right at the heart of the nation's power structure. I wandered the streets for half the day, trying to figure out a plan, when I saw a crowd gathered around a bulletin board at Federal Plaza. It was an official notice from the State Department. The northern clans were invading. The president wanted to negotiate a peace treaty, but no one in the government was willing to be the envoy. So, they were putting out a public call for anyone brave enough to take on a mission. This was it. My golden ticket. The most official way to get out of D. See, even the plot of a novel couldn't argue with a presidential mandate. Just as I was about to step forward and tear the notice from the board, I heard Asher Vance's voice. I looked up and saw him standing there with a few of his university buddies, also reading the notice. One of them, a young man in a preppy blazer, spoke first. "This administration is all talk and no action. The only one who can fight is General Ironside up north. The president has no choice but to negotiate. Let's just hope the clans don't ask for too much." Another friend was more indignant. "This city is full of spineless bureaucrats. They're experts at backstabbing each other for power, but when a real enemy shows up, they all hide under their desks. It's pathetic." He sighed dramatically. "If only I were not so young and inexperienced, I would answer the call myself and serve my country." They both looked at Asher. As the top student from his class and a protege of a powerful political mentor, if anyone could take on this challenge, it was him. Asher fanned himself with a folded newspaper, shaking his head. "A wise man does not stand in the path of a collapsing wall," he said pretentiously. "The northern clans are savages beyond the reach of civilized discourse. We scholars will be useless there." His friends nodded in agreement. Then one of them spotted me. "Isn't that the Prescott's son-in-law? Does he think he can take the notice?" Asher sneered. "What's a trophy husband going to do? Make them laugh to death. He should go home and serve his wife and her father where he belongs." His comment got a round of laughter from the crowd. "Hayes, you're not a soldier or a scholar," someone shouted. "Don't embarrass yourself." Seeing a chance to attack me, Asher egged them on. The term trophy husband already carried a stigma. Anyone else would have shrunk away in shame. But I didn't care. In front of everyone, I reached out, tore the notice from the board, and turned to face them with a cold smile. "A bunch of cowards." Everyone gasped. "Prescott's son-in-law, are you insane? This is a suicide mission." I laughed. Better than being murdered by the main characters. Asher paused, thinking I was just acting out of desperation. A smug smile played on his lips, as if to say, "You're digging your own grave." Don't blame me. I guessed that, given how much he hated me, he'd be thrilled to see me leave D. See, he would probably even pull some strings to make sure my appointment went through. A short time later, a pair of Secret Service agents escorted me to the White House. The president and his cabinet were in the middle of a tense meeting about the crisis. When they saw me, the Prescott family's notorious son-in-law, their faces fell. They clearly didn't believe I was up to the task. Even though I was a Hayes, and the Hayes family had a long military history, that legacy was long dead. But I was prepared. I spoke in a clear, strong voice. Mr. President, my father fought the Northern clans for decades and never lost a single battle. As a Hayes, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Why should I be afraid of a few Northern savages? My words were bold. A flicker of admiration crossed the president's face. You have courage, I'll give you that, he said. But you're still just a son-in-law. My father-in-law, Robert Prescott, also married into his position, I countered. Sir, you of all people should know not to judge a man by his circumstances. Several of the secretaries nodded. Secretary Prescott may have married into power, but his competence and intelligence were undeniable. Finally, the president's chief of staff stood up and settled the matter. Mr. President, at the moment, no one else is willing to go. The young Mr. Hayes has the courage. Let's assign him a seasoned diplomat as a deputy. With the two of them, this mission could succeed. The president thought for a moment and agreed. And just like that, I became the lead envoy to the Northern clans. My deputy was a cautious, experienced State Department official, and we were accompanied by a team of diplomats. With an official reason to leave D.C. and a mission to the north, I had no reason to ever return to the Prescott estate. 3 days later, our diplomatic convoy left the capital, loaded with gold, silk, and other gifts intended to appease the enemy. Riding on a white horse, I took a deep breath of fresh air. The capital was already just a line on the horizon. I was finally free. Main characters, you can have your story. I'm done. After this mission, I'll skim a little of the tribute gold for myself, find a small town, marry a few nice girls, and live out my life in peace. Then, I'll wake up a billionaire. It was a beautiful thought. Just then, a rider on a chestnut mare galloped out from the city, chasing after us. It was Annie, Clara's personal maid. Mr. Hayes, wait. The missus has a letter for you. I took the letter. On it were a few lines written in a chillingly elegant script. Husband, if you dare take another woman along the way, I will personally cut off all 3 of your legs. Annie is my most trusted maid. Stay away from those unclean women. Annie, blushing to the roots of her hair, fell in line behind my horse. The missus sent me to look after your daily needs, sir. I sighed. If she wasn't the female lead in a story that was trying to kill me, she'd actually be a pretty great wife. What a shame. My plan to slip away at the first opportunity was thwarted. Annie guarded my tent every night like a hawk. There was no chance of escape. After 3 long months of travel, we finally arrived at the royal court of the Northern clans. We were there to beg for peace, but the Northern soldiers treated us with a strange reverence. There were no insults, no hostility. It was bizarre. Had something happened? Had they called off their invasion? I discreetly signaled one of my men to go gather some intel. I also ordered the tribute of gold and jewels to be kept locked away in our quarters for the time being. While we were waiting for an audience with the Northern king, my man came back with a shocking piece of news. General Ironside, in a single decisive battle, had annihilated a 100,000-strong Northern army in the Riverlands. The main enemy force was crushed, and the remnants had retreated all the way back to their capital. Ironside and his cavalry were in hot pursuit. I was stunned. That meant I wasn't a lowly diplomat begging for peace. I was an envoy from a conquering superpower, and all that tribute money was now mine. After a day of waiting, the Northern king finally summoned us. He was so eager, he even invited Annie to the welcoming banquet. Just as I expected, the king's posture was incredibly low. He came to our residence to greet us personally, and even held the carriage door open for me and my deputy. The old diplomat, puffed up with the news of our military victory, regained his usual air of smug superiority. Inside the king's grand tent, a feast was laid out, and beautiful Northern women were dancing. My deputy, the old goat, was practically drooling. Annie quickly covered my eyes and held up Clara's threatening letter. Master Hayes, you are not allowed to look. The missus will be angry. I waved her hand away. This is a diplomatic function, Annie. It would be rude not to watch. She clenched her little fists in frustration. They're all just a bunch of vixens. It's disgusting. I shook my head. With this little bodyguard shadowing my every move, how was I ever going to escape? Was I doomed to return to D.C. after this and face Asher's wrath? No, I had to find a way out. My eyes fell on the king, who was still bowing and scraping. An idea, a terrible, brilliant idea, sparked in my mind. The system said I couldn't die at the hands of the main characters. It never said I couldn't die at the hands of someone else. For the sake of my $10 billion, my courage soared to new heights. I picked up my wine cup and walked over to him. He immediately scrambled to pick up his own. Lord Ambassador, is my hospitality to your liking? I deliberately frowned. These women are all so plain. The king paled. Tell me which one has caught your eye. Lord Ambassador, I will see to it that you are satisfied. I pretended to think for a moment, then gave him a wicked grin. I hear the queen is the greatest beauty in the north, and that her charms are second to none. I would like to experience them for myself. My deputy choked on his drink. Lord Hayes, you can't. That's his queen. Annie stomped her foot in panic. It's over. The master is trying to get himself killed again. What do I do? But the king, glancing at the ceremonial sword at my waist, a symbol of my authority from my own government, didn't get angry. He simply ordered someone to summon the queen. It is her honor to drink with the Lord Ambassador. Now it was my turn to be shocked. This guy had no spine at all. He could tolerate this? When a beautifully dressed woman entered the tent, I knew it was the queen. I deliberately spilled my wine on her chest, then reached out to wipe it off. The king just kept urging everyone to drink, pretending he saw nothing. My deputy and Annie looked like they were about to have heart attacks, terrified the king would snap and have us all executed. After a few minutes, I had groped the poor queen from top to bottom. I even squeezed her so hard she winced, but the king still didn't react. He just kept drinking. The man's self-control was incredible. Was he a transmigrator, too? But his patience was ruining my plan. I stood up and walked over to him again. He bowed respectfully. Was the Lord Ambassador satisfied? I nodded. Then I said, I hear the Queen Mother is still a woman of considerable charms. I wonder if she could be called to join me for a drink. This time, my deputy's jaw hit the floor. His face screamed, we're all going to die. Dude, you can't do this. They may have lost the war, but you can't treat them like this. The northern officials and generals in the tent were glaring at me with murder in their eyes, just waiting for their king's command. My heart soared with joy. Come on, do it. One swing of a sword is all it takes. I want to go home. But the king, unbelievably, did not get angry. He just raised his cup and smiled. Whatever the Lord Ambassador desires, it shall be done. The Queen Mother. Summon the Queen Mother. I was speechless. Was that really his own mother? Annie shrieked. The master is finished. The missus is going to be a widow. Seeing that the king was as spineless as a jellyfish, I took matters into my own hands. I drew my sword and held it to my own throat. Suicide is still death. I was all in. Why couldn't this coward just kill me? Did he have no honor? The king immediately fell to his knees, crying, Lord Ambassador, let's talk this over. Please don't kill yourself. It would damage the peace between our nations. My deputy and Annie lunged forward and wrestled the sword out of my hands. They thought I was going to kill the king. Seeing me put the blade to my own neck completely broke their brains. Who knew diplomacy could be this extreme? The king quickly produced a scroll and held it up. Lord Ambassador, he whispered, we, the northern clans, are willing to cede the entire Shadow Mountain region. We will provide an annual tribute of 10,000 war horses and 100,000 cattle and sheep. Please, I beg you, persuade your president not to invade us. We are willing to be your loyal subjects forever. Let our nations be allies for all time. I didn't know what to say. General Ironside, what in the world did you do to these people to make them this terrified? You could have given me a heads up. My deputy and the other diplomats were ecstatic. They looked at me with eyes full of pure worship. As we left the tent, they swarmed me. Lord Hayes, that was incredible. I am truly impressed. From this day forward, I will follow your lead without question. I've never seen diplomacy conducted like that. It was an eye-opening experience. Even Annie gave me a thumbs up. Master Hayes is amazing. The missus will be so proud. But I wasn't happy at all. I had just worked up the courage to get myself killed, so I could go home. And this spineless king had ruined everything. I was more convinced than ever that he had to be a transmigrator. Who else could endure such humiliation? My deputy just chuckled. Don't worry about it, Lord Hayes. The Queen Mother isn't his biological mother. To the Northerners, women are like cattle. They belong to the strong. I slapped my forehead. What a strange culture. By the way, the deputy added, General Ironside's cavalry is only 30 miles away. They're probably on their way to welcome us now. I nearly smacked myself. No wonder the king was so scared. The main army was literally at his doorstep. When did Ironside get so damn effective? Our massive convoy, which now included 10,000 warhorses and 100,000 cattle and sheep, crossed back into our own territory. We had gone to offer tribute and had come back with a peace treaty that involved the enemy ceding land. It was a first in our nation's history. General Ironside became a war hero, and I became the diplomatic genius who had conquered our enemies with words alone. Life is a strange, unpredictable thing, but I really didn't want to go back to D.C. My $10 billion. Just as I feared, the book's plot was chugging along without me. Asher Vance had aced his exams, becoming the president's new golden boy and the talk of the town. He was appointed as a special advisor, a high-ranking position for someone's age, and was now working directly beside the president. The president had also arranged his marriage to Clarissa Sterling, the chief of staff's daughter. He was the hero of the story, after all. The universe bent over backward for him. Outside the Capitol, the president himself came with his entire cabinet to welcome us home. After the official greetings, Clara flew into my arms. Ethan, you're finally back, she cried, burying her face in my chest. Then she started sniffing me like a dog. Annie giggled beside us. Don't worry, missus. The master didn't cheat. Clara shot me a look, but I could see the relief in her eyes. Good. She took my hand. Now, tell me everything that happened. She pulled me onto her horse, sitting behind me and wrapping her arms around my waist. The feeling of her pressed against my back made my heart beat a little faster. Annie recounted the story of what happened in the Northern King's tent, though thankfully she left out the part about the Queen and the Queen Mother. Clara's adoring gaze slowly turned to one of pure worship. Her arms tightened around me. Ethan, she whispered in my ear. Call me Clara. Say it, or I'll throw you off this horse. My face flushed, and I mumbled her name. Clara. Afterward, I cursed myself. I was going soft. Her ears turned a deep shade of red. She rested her head against my back, her voice barely a whisper. Ethan, I don't care who you are or where you came from. I don't care what my role is supposed to be in some book. I love you. I'm your Clara. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Just please, stop trying to get yourself killed. So she really could hear everything. I sighed, my heart a tangled mess. Just then I felt a cold, sharp glare. I turned my head and saw him, Asher Vance, now a presidential advisor, staring at me with pure murder in his eyes. They were burning with hatred and jealousy. Clara gently turned my head back, forcing me to look away from him. Asher's face fell, but when he looked back at Clara, he saw her staring at me with rapt attention. Husband, she whispered, for my ears only, if I'm the female lead of this story, what makes you think I can't beat Asher Vance? I couldn't remember if this was supposed to be a male or female-led novel. I just gave a mechanical nod. How was I supposed to remain indifferent to a confession like that? But the plot of the story wasn't something I could control. All right, stop worrying, she said brightly. Father has a welcome home dinner waiting for you. You've achieved something incredible. The president might even grant you a title. My eyebrows shot up. According to the book, I was supposed to be dead on my wedding night. Maybe, just maybe, things really had changed. At dinner, my father-in-law toasted me again and again, praising my strategic genius and bravery. Even my mother-in-law, who I'd never seen smile, looked at me with approval. Clara sat beside me, piling food onto my plate, a soft, happy smile on her face. It felt like a real family. Maybe I should stay? A few days later, the official decree came down from the White House. For my service to the nation, I was granted the title Duke of Sterling. General Ironside was promoted to the highest rank in the military, and the other members of my delegation were also rewarded. The Prescotts threw a massive party. The Hayes family was history, and I had started as a mere son-in-law, but now that I was a duke, the line of people wanting to get close to me stretched around the block. Most of D.C.'s elite were there, old friends of the Hayes family, my father-in-law's colleagues. Even Asher Vance showed up, representing the president. But his eyes never left Clara. He noticed the maiden's bond, the silver ring, was still intact on her arm. A small, cruel smile touched his lips. He looked at me with open provocation. When no one was looking, he cornered me. You see, he hissed. Clara is still saving herself for me. I just shrugged. I gave you a chance. You're the one who fumbled it. His handsome face twisted with rage at the memory of that night. Hayes, if you know what's good for you. Before he could finish, Clara was at my side, her hand casually linking with my arm. Honey, I said, putting a hand to my forehead. I have a bit of a headache. Clara frowned. When did I learn to play the victim? But she loved it. My husband is finally acting normal, she thought. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't being dramatic. My head was actually pounding. It felt like it was about to split open, like 1,000 ants were crawling inside my brain. A strange heat was spreading through my body. My eyes snapped to the wine glass in front of me. The wine is poisoned, I managed to say. Get me out of here. Clara seized the opportunity, pinching my side playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. My husband's had too much to drink, she announced to the room. I'll take him to the back to rest. At the same time, a gasp came from another part of the room. Advisor Vance has fainted. My father-in-law rushed to help Asher, who was also clutching his head and groaning, his symptoms identical to mine. They hastily carried Asher to a back room to wait for a doctor. In the quiet courtyard, there were only 3 of us left. Me, Clara, and an unconscious Asher. I think I was starting to understand. These weren't poison symptoms. This was an aphrodisiac. Was she forcing a choice? I looked up at Clara, my voice like ice. Give me the antidote. I refused to be a pawn in someone else's game. Asher, meanwhile, was starting to stir, a triumphant look on his face. Now that we've both been drugged, who will you choose, Clara? We were childhood sweethearts. You'd never choose him. Just accept your fate, Hayes. A cold dread washed over me. So, I couldn't escape the plot after all. I was just a temporary obstacle in the main character's love story. My fate was still to die at their hands, wasn't it? I let out a bitter laugh. I looked at Clara, my voice hollow. Give me the antidote. I'll leave and never return. Her face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. Ethan, is that really what you think of me? Isn't it true? I shot back. Asher was practically floating with glee. This had to be a setup to humiliate me. Clara never loved you. Asher gloated. She shut up. Clara snapped, cutting him off. Her furious gaze landed on him. I never drugged you. I froze. If you didn't drug Asher, then how? He drug himself? To force her hand? A wave of intense heat washed over me. The world swam before my eyes. Asher was also clearly in the throes of whatever we'd ingested. I remembered a detail from the book. A rare, deadly aphrodisiac from a hidden society of chemists. The only antidote was a woman. Otherwise, the victim would die a gruesome death within hours. Clara, help me. Asher groaned, clutching his stomach. I must have drunk more than him, because I couldn't even move. Suddenly, I was being lifted into strong arms and thrown onto a bed. I heard Clara's cold voice. Take Advisor Vance to the gilded cage. Let them find a cure for him there. A moment later, I heard the rustle of clothing and a warm, soft body pressed against mine. Husband, she whispered, let me be your antidote. I tried to push her away, but she held me down with surprising strength. Clara, take me to a monastery. I gasped. I want to be a monk. Don't be silly. Husband, she murmured, her lips finding mine. Call me Clara. Now. When I woke up, it was the next morning. Clara. No, I should call her my wife now. Was curled up in my arms like a kitten, drooling slightly on my shoulder. This was insane. She had completely. I'd rather not talk about it. Husband, she mumbled, her eyes fluttering open. Do you still want to be a monk? A slow smile spread across my face. I pulled the blanket over both of us. No way. Being a trophy husband is way better. I was the side character in a book destined to die in the second chapter. By knowing the plot, I had somehow managed to survive for this long. I always thought the hero and heroine were fated to be together, until the day my wife drugged me. Turns out, it was her parents' idea. They had planned to drug both of us to seal the deal. But Asher, in his arrogance, had swapped her drug cup with his own. Luckily for me, the old folks still had things under control. I almost wanted to thank them. Asher's forced visit to the Gilded Cage caused a huge scandal, embarrassing the administration. The president, furious, had him reassigned to a remote backwater town in the north. For months later, my wife, her belly just starting to show, sat beside me as I fished in the river that flowed through the city. Annie had a small grill set up, ready for our catch. "Honey, I want crayfish. Make sure you kill them before you grill them." She saw one scuttling away. "Oh, no, you don't. I'll get you." I put my head in my hands. Her demure, elegant persona had all been an act. The sharp crack of shattering porcelain made half a dozen heads turn in the Greenwich Village Cafe. On Caleb Reed's white button-down, a dark coffee stain was rapidly spreading, steaming in the cool air. "Oh my God, I am so sorry," Victoria Nolan said, setting down her empty cup. Her red-lacquered lips curved into a smile that held zero apology. My hand slipped. Caleb could feel the searing heat of the liquid, at least 170 degrees, soaking through the fabric. A muscle twitched at the corner of his eye, but he merely picked up a napkin and began dabbing calmly at his shirt. "It's fine. I was in your way," he said, his voice as steady as a trained news anchor's. "The temperature's perfect, barely hot." Victoria narrowed her eyes. 3 years. For 3 years, no matter how she tested him, the man's expression remained a perfect, unreadable mask. Today was her college graduation. It was time to end this pointless game. "Do you know why I asked you to meet me today?" Her long fingers tapped a staccato rhythm on the tabletop, her new acrylic nails glinting in the sunlight. Caleb reached down and retrieved a paper bag bearing a luxury logo, pushing it across the table toward her. The new limited edition Hermes. "You mentioned you wanted it last month." Victoria let out a cold laugh, not even glancing at the handbag countless girls dreamed of. "You really think you're worthy of dating me? A scholarship student who's been my family's lapdog for 3 years. Did you really think a few handbags would win me over?" More heads turned. Whispers started to ripple through the cafe. Caleb's name was infamous in the Stern School of Business. The resident simp who came running whenever the Nolan Industries heiress snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Caleb smiled. It wasn't his usual gentle, compliant smile. It was a smile that sent a chill down Victoria's spine, a smile of pure, unadulterated relief. "Actually, Ms. Nolan," he said, pulling a document from his briefcase and spreading it flat on the coffee-stained table. "Our relationship has, from start to finish, been a business contract." Victoria frowned at the document. The bold, black words Emotional Support Services Agreement stabbed at her eyes. Client, Nolan Industries. Contractor, Caleb Reed. Date of signing, 3 years ago, the day she started at NYU. "What is this, some kind of sick joke? Your father didn't tell you?" Caleb's voice was still polite, but it held a new, chilling distance she'd never heard before. 3 years ago, Mr. Nolan hired me for an annual salary of $300,000 to act as your behavioral companion. Primary duties included satisfying your need for male attention and," he paused, "facilitating the development of your pro-social interpersonal skills." Victoria's face went bone white. She snatched the contract and flipped to the last page. Her father's flamboyant signature and the corporate seal were stamped there, mocking her. "The contract term is 3 years, concluding today at 5:00 p.m. Caleb glanced at his watch. "That gives us 4 hours and 13 minutes. However, given your explicit desire to terminate the relationship, we can conclude early." He pulled a leather-bound notebook from his bag. "This is a 3-year log of all your preferences, habits, and emotional patterns. Coffee with 2 sugars, but the sugar-free label must face outward. You get migraines on rainy days and need ibuprofen on hand. Your mood fluctuates around the 20th of each month due to your cycle. It's all categorized by date." A wave of dizziness washed over Victoria. All those thoughtful gestures she'd mistaken for adoration. They were all just part of the job? You people. Her voice trembled, whether from rage or some more complicated emotion. She couldn't tell. Caleb was already on his feet, placing the notebook beside her hand with the precision of someone completing a final work task. As per the supplementary clause, I'm obligated to inform you that the next 3 months are a designated emotional disengagement period. I recommend you gradually adapt to a life without dedicated personal care. He gave a slight, formal nod, a gesture of respect that was utterly unapproachable. It was an honor to be of service for 1,095 days, Ms. Nolan. Starting tonight, you will no longer receive my goodnight text. His back was straight as a ruler as he turned and walked away without a flicker of hesitation. Victoria sat frozen, a stunning realization dawning on her. For the first time in 3 years, Caleb Reed had walked out on her first. The contract was a crumpled mess in Victoria's hand by the time she reached the door to her father's study. She didn't even bother to knock, shoving the heavy oak door open. Robert Nolan looked up from a pile of documents, the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. The light glinted off the lenses as he saw the papers in his daughter's hand, but his expression remained calm. "Explain this," Victoria said, slapping the contract down on his mahogany desk. The words were squeezed out between clenched teeth. Her father slowly removed his glasses and began polishing the lenses with a velvet cloth. She knew that gesture all too well. It was what he always did before announcing a major, non-negotiable decision. "I thought Caleb would wait until the contract expired to tell you." Robert sighed. "It seems he showed his hand early." "So it's true?" Victoria's voice shot up an octave. "You paid someone to be my simp. Behavioral companion," her father corrected. "It's a highly professional field, very popular in Japan. I went through a headhunting firm, vetted 12 candidates. Caleb was the most qualified in every respect." The room spun. Victoria gripped the edge of the desk, her nails digging into the solid wood. "Why? Do you remember your high school prom?" Her father's voice turned cold. "You made the boy who drove you home cry on the spot because the roses he bought weren't the exact shade of pink you wanted." Victoria's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Of course she remembered. The way the nerdy kid's face had flushed crimson before he'd fled had been a source of amusement for a whole week. "I did some research after that," her father continued, pulling a file from a drawer. "Your last 6 boyfriends all developed varying degrees of anxiety after breaking up with you. The worst was the Thompson kid. He was in therapy for 6 months. That's because they were too weak, not good enough for you." Her father cut her off. "Tori, the problem wasn't them. It was you. You treat your admirers like disposable cutlery." Victoria felt her cheeks burn. She wanted to argue, but the memory of just last week when she'd thrown the boba tea Caleb had waited in line for 2 hours to buy into a trash can in front of her whole class silenced her. "Caleb has a master's in psychology. His specialty is attachment theory." Her father's tone softened. "I hired him to help you develop a healthier understanding of intimacy, and," he chose his words carefully, "to let you experience what unconditional care felt like in the hope that you would learn to value it." "So you use me as a lab rat?" Victoria's voice shook. "No," her father said, looking her directly in the eye. "I just wanted you to understand that no one in this world owes you their kindness. Not Caleb, not me, not even your mother, if she were still here." That last sentence was a knife to the chest. Her mother had died when she was 8, and her father had filled the void with a never-ending stream of material things. "He recorded everything about me," Victoria mumbled, thinking of that terrifyingly detailed notebook. "Professional requirement," her father said, putting his glasses back on. "Now that the contract is over, what are your thoughts?" Thoughts? Victoria's mind flashed through everything Caleb had done for her over the last 3 years. The 3 food deliveries, the umbrella that always appeared just as it started to rain, the offhand wishes that would magically come true the next week. All of it had a price tag. "I think it's disgusting," she said, turning toward the door. By the way, her father's voice followed her. "Caleb is quite popular at school. It was only because of you that he turned down every single invitation to mixers and parties." Victoria slammed the door behind her. When Caleb pushed open the flimsy metal door of his apartment, his roommate, Jake Miller, was sprawled on the couch, mashing buttons on a game controller. "Yo, parole's up," Jake quipped without looking away from the screen. "The princess didn't treat you to a farewell dinner." Caleb managed a smile, tossing his keys onto the coffee table. This cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in Bushwick was his only sanctuary outside of the university. For 3 years, coming back here for Victoria's Upper East Side penthouse felt like stepping between worlds. 4 hours ahead of schedule, Caleb said, pulling a black notebook from a shelf. It was 3 times thicker than the one he'd given Victoria. Jake finally paused his game and leaned over, intrigued. What's that? Your lapdog logs. More accurately, a complete personality analysis of Victoria Nolan, Caleb said, flipping it open. The pages were crammed with observational notes, some sections adorned with sticky tabs and photos. The source material for my master's thesis. Jake let out a low whistle. Damn, dude. Getting paid and getting your research done at the same time. So, was Her Highness really what you diagnosed? Presenting with subclinical narcissistic traits? Caleb didn't answer right away. He walked out to the fire escape and flicked a lighter, the blue flame stark against the deepening twilight. More complicated than I thought, he said, touching the flame to the corner of the notebook. She actually knows how to care about people. She's just. The fire greedily consumed the paper, illuminating the sharp angles of his face. For once, Jake leaned against the doorframe without making a joke. Just what? She's terrified of being rejected, so she rejects the entire world first, Caleb said, letting the burning notebook fall into a metal bucket. It's a classic defense mechanism. Jake raised an eyebrow. Sounds like someone's getting a little attached. Caleb watched the last page turn to ash. Taped to it was a candid photo he'd taken of Victoria asleep in the library. The sunlight had been soft that day, and her face, free of makeup, looked surprisingly gentle. Just professional analysis, he said, turning back inside. Starting tomorrow, I can finally take on that adolescent counseling project. Celebration? Jake pulled 2 beers from the fridge. My treat. Caleb took the can, its cold surface reminding him of the scalding coffee from earlier that day. The triumphant look in Victoria's eyes then, and the shock on her face when he'd produced the contract, formed a perfect, exquisite contrast. He smiled and pulled the tab. To freedom. When Chloe Vance showed up, Victoria was sitting on the floor of her walk-in closet, surrounded by dozens of designer bags, all gifts from Caleb over the past 3 years. So, I hear you threw coffee on Caleb, Chloe said, plopping down unceremoniously on a Hermes Birkin. Nice work. You finally forced his hand. Victoria's head snapped up. You knew. Hello. The entire school knew, Chloe said, rolling her eyes. You were the only one who thought you were genuinely that irresistible. Honestly, Caleb deserves an Employee of the Year award for lasting 3 years. Victoria snatched the nearest Chanel bag and hurled it at Chloe, who caught it effortlessly. This season's new model. Shame to scuff it. Get out. Not a chance. Chloe scooted closer. Do you have any idea how many girls Caleb has turned down? There are at least 3 certifiable goddesses in the psychology department alone. The man was practically celibate for the sake of professional ethics, and you were acting like you were empress of the universe. Victoria suddenly remembered last Valentine's Day, when she'd seen a flirty text on Caleb's phone. She'd thrown the phone into a fountain. Now, she realized it was probably just retaliation from some girl he'd rejected. He's popular. Duh. Chloe threw her hands up dramatically. Top 3 in his class, backup forward on the varsity basketball team, and that whole stoic, handsome face thing he's got going on. If he hadn't been trailing you like a puppy, the line of girls trying to get with him would stretch to Washington Square Park. A strange annoyance prickled at Victoria. She'd always assumed Caleb was some kind of dateless nerd who would have drowned in the campus social scene without the lifeline she'd thrown him. So what? He's single now. Go for it. I don't want your sloppy seconds, Chloe said, getting to her feet. She gave Victoria a knowing look. But I'll bet you anything that within a month, you're going to regret this. In your dreams. After Chloe left, Victoria mechanically hung the bags back in their places. Tied to each handle was a small, handwritten card from Caleb, noting the date and occasion of the purchase. She had never bothered to read them closely. On the oldest one, an LV wallet, the card read, Congrats on winning the debate tournament, Tori. While I found the opposition's argument more compelling, your performance was undeniably brilliant. November 2nd, 2018 foot. Victoria frowned. She had no memory of Caleb ever disagreeing with her. In her memory, he just nodded and smiled and said, You're right. A bizarre feeling crawled up her spine. It suddenly occurred to her that she might never have known the Real Caleb read at all. At 3:17 a.m., Victoria jolted awake from a nightmare. She'd been running down an endless hallway. At every turn, she saw Caleb's back, but every time she called his name, a stranger wearing Caleb's face would turn around. She fumbled for her phone, the screen's harsh light making her squint. The notification bar was empty, no unread messages, and definitely not the steadfast good night. See you tomorrow. Victoria opened her message thread with Caleb. The last exchange was from yesterday morning, her command for him to meet her at the cafe at 2 p.m., and his simple okay. On a whim, she started scrolling up. Thousands of messages cascaded down the screen, almost all of them one-sided instructions and complaint from her. Caleb's replies were always concise and respectful. On the log for April 12th, she had sent 17 voice memos complaining about a group project, the last one at 1:14 a.m. Caleb had replied within 2 minutes. I've contacted your group members. The issue is resolved. Get some rest. Victoria's finger hovered over the keyboard. She suddenly couldn't remember how she'd handled these kinds of problems in a world before Caleb. Outside, a late spring breeze rustled the sheer curtains. She stared at the ceiling and noticed for the first time a sticky note on the AC vent. Cleaned. 5.15 C. So he even took care of things like that. Victoria swung her legs out of bed and walked barefoot to the closet. In the bottom drawer, she found the notebook Caleb had left her. She opened it to the first page. A neat table listed her basic information. In the aversions column, it read, hates being compared, especially to her mother. Dislikes mint, dislikes having her plans disrupted. She flipped randomly to a page in the middle, dated on her birthday last year. Unlike the objective tone of the other pages, the handwriting here was slightly rushed, exceeded budget today, birthday gift plus surprise party, but it was worth it. Tori smiled when she blew out the candles, a real smile. Note, her eyelashes trembled when she made her wish. Beautiful. Victoria's heart skipped a beat. She slammed the notebook shut as if it were a dangerous animal. Back in bed, she stared at her phone for a full 10 minutes before finally typing in a message box. How often do you change the AC filter? Before sending, she hesitated. Her thumb hovered over the send button as she suddenly realized. This was the first time in 3 years she'd had to think about what to text Caleb. In the end, she deleted the sentence and tossed the phone aside. Outside, the eastern sky was beginning to pale. Victoria pulled the pillow over her head, but sleep would not come. Beneath the ginkgo trees in front of the psychology building, Victoria adjusted her oversized sunglasses for the third time. The June sun was like molten gold, casting dappled shadows on her pale dress through the leaves. She glanced at her watch, 10:15 a.m. According to the class schedule she'd hacked from the university system, Caleb's lecture should be ending in 5 minutes. I must be insane, she muttered, her fingers unconsciously stroking the file folder in her hands. On a Wednesday morning, she had canceled her equestrian lesson and spent 2 hours on hair and makeup, all for a chance encounter with a man who used to be at her beck and call. Students began to pour out of the building. Victoria quickly pulled out her compact to touch up her non-existent makeup flaws, then started walking forward, feigning a sense of urgency. At the precisely calculated moment, she happened to run right into Caleb as he exited the main doors. Oh, when they were only a few feet apart, Victoria feigned a stumble. The folder flew from her hands, papers scattering across the steps. Caleb's reaction was faster than she'd anticipated. He lunged forward, one knee touching the ground as his long fingers scooped up most of the documents. A familiar wave of triumph washed over Victoria. See? 3 years of habit couldn't be erased that easily. Your files, Caleb said, standing up and handing the neat stack back to her. His face wore a polite smile she had never seen before. Watch your step. No extra pleasantries. No concerned questions. Not even a second glance. After speaking, he moved to walk past her as if she were just another student who had dropped her things. Victoria instinctively grabbed his wrist. Is that all you have to say to me? Caleb's gaze fell to her hand on his arm, and only then did Victoria realize how forward her action was. She snatched her hand back as if she'd been burned. You usually have French class on Wednesdays at this time, Caleb said calmly. Skipping class isn't a good habit. Victoria's eyes widened. He still remembered her schedule? Did that mean? Professional habit, Caleb said, as if reading her mind, tapping his temple. Part of the memory training. Have a good day. With that, he gave a slight nod and strode toward the library, his back as straight and unbending as a stalk of bamboo. Victoria stood frozen on the steps, feeling an unprecedented sense of absurdity. Her carefully orchestrated encounter must have looked like a childish game to him. Asshole, she seethed, unsure if her anger was directed at Caleb or at herself for dressing up for such a pathetic charade. The glass door of the university newspaper office reflected Victoria's hesitant figure. She had paced the hallway 3 times, stopping at the door each time only to turn away. If you want to look, just come in. What are you doing lurking out there? The door suddenly swung open, and Mark Chun, the editor-in-chief, nearly collided with her, a thick stack of magazines in his arms. Victoria took a step back, lifting her chin to hide her embarrassment. Who's lurking? I'm here to pick up the latest issue. That's a new one. When did the great Tori Nolan get interested in our little publication? Mark raised an eyebrow, but stepped aside to let her in. Latest issue is on the left shelf. Help yourself. The office smelled of ink and coffee. Victoria walked straight to the magazine rack. The cover of the newest issue was emblazoned with the headline, "The Emotional Support Industry, Professional Companionship and Its Ethical Boundaries." The accompanying photo was a profile shot of Caleb on a lecture stage. Her fingers trembled, nearly tearing the cover. Flipping it open, she found a 2-page spread dedicated to an interview with Caleb, with a large photo of him leaning against a wall in the psychology building. In the picture, he wore a simple white shirt and black slacks, his gaze focused and profound behind his metal-rimmed glasses, a world away from the man who always kept his head slightly bowed in her memory. Many people mistake behavioral companions for premium simps, which is a complete misunderstanding, Caleb was quoted as saying. We are more like emotional trainers, using professional techniques to help clients build healthier relational cognitions. For instance, some clients who have long been in positions of privilege may lack empathy. Victoria snapped the magazine shut. That paragraph was practically a public execution of her character. When was this interview done? She asked Mark, forcing a calm tone. Last week, Mark said, not looking up from his proofs. Caleb is a big get for us. The youngest master's candidate in the psych department. He was even published in Psychological Science last year. Victoria's chest tightened. Caleb had published an academic paper, the same Caleb who used to help her with homework and never dared to offer his own opinion. Oh, right. Mark suddenly remembered something, pulling a ticket from his drawer. Caleb has a public lecture this Friday on power dynamics in intimate relationships. Want to go? Guaranteed to be an eye-opener. Victoria took the ticket. The gold foil letters read, Caleb Reed, Covert Control and Counter-Control in Modern Intimacy. Thanks, she said, stuffing the ticket in her purse and turning to leave. Hey, you haven't paid for the magazine. Mark called after her. Victoria waved a dismissive hand without looking back. Put on my tab. As soon as she was out of the office, she pulled out her phone and Googled Caleb's name. A dozen academic records instantly popped up. The top result was a co-authored paper titled Emotional Dependency and Personality Formation in Privileged Environments, a 3-year longitudinal study. Victoria's breathing grew ragged. 3 years? A longitudinal study? Her hand shaking, she clicked on the abstract. Keywords like narcissistic tendencies, privilege class, and emotional manipulation stabbed at her eyes. So that's how it is, she said with a cold laugh. I wasn't just a client. I was a lab rat. The clock tower chimed 11. Victoria suddenly remembered something and quickened her pace toward the library. If she remembered correctly, Caleb studied in the 3rd floor psychology section every Wednesday at 11:30 a.m. The library's air conditioning was frigid. Victoria hugged her arms as she moved between the towering shelves. Through a gap in shelf G, she spotted Caleb at a window seat. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting stripes of light across him, outlining the profile of his focused face as he read. Victoria took a deep breath and casually walked to the adjacent aisle. She pulled a random book, An Introduction to Social Psychology, off the shelf, but her ears were tuned to the sounds coming from Caleb's table. The rustle of a page turning, the scratch of a pen on paper, an occasional soft cough. These sounds had been the background music of her life for 3 years, but now they felt separated by an invisible wall. She peeked around the shelf and saw the cover of the thick book in front of him, Treatment and Intervention for Narcissistic Personality Disorder. Blood rushed her head. Victoria slammed her book shut with a loud bang, startling several nearby students. Caleb looked up, his gaze meeting hers through the gap between the shelves. For a split second, Victoria expected him to look flustered, to try to explain, to at least show a hint of embarrassment. But Caleb just calmly pushed his glasses up his nose, gave her a brief nod, and went back to his book as if she were a complete stranger. The feeling of being ignored was more infuriating than any insult. Victoria strode over to his table and slammed her hand down on his book. "Interesting reading choice," she hissed, her voice low but sharp. "Doing some follow-up research, Professor Reed?" Caleb slowly closed the book, his movements infuriatingly graceful. "Just standard academic reference. Is there a problem?" "Cut the crap." Victoria's nails dug into her palms. "That so-called longitudinal study. I was a guinea pig, wasn't I? For 3 years, you took my dad's money with one hand and collected data for your paper with the other. What a brilliant scheme." Students were starting to stare. Caleb stood up. His height forced Victoria to tilt her head back to look at him, a height difference that had never existed in the past 3 years, as he had always deliberately kept himself slightly shorter than her. "Let's take this outside," he suggested, his voice low but firm, leaving no room for argument. The lawn behind the library was empty. Caleb stopped under an oak tree and turned to face her, his expression more serious than she had ever seen. "First, that paper used completely anonymized data and was approved by the ethics committee," he said, his voice as cool as if he were delivering a lecture. "Second, while I did have academic considerations when I took the job, all my services strictly followed the terms of the contract." "Services?" Victoria repeated mockingly. "Does that include remembering the anniversary of my mother's death, staying up all night with me when I had a fever, and—" Her voice suddenly caught. "And every time I threw a tantrum, you would always apologize immediately, regardless of whether it was my fault," Caleb finished for her, a bitter smile touching his lips. "Because that was Article 17 of the contract. The contractor must unconditionally maintain the emotional stability of the client's daughter." Victoria felt a wave of dizziness. She had always thought it was because Caleb was weak-willed, or at least partly sincere. "It was all an act?" "Not entirely," Caleb said, looking into the distance. "We're professionally required to maintain distance, but we're not robots." He paused. "But there's no point in discussing this now." Victoria wanted to say something sharp, something hurtful, something that would crack the damnable calm on his face. But her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't squeeze out a single word. "There's a lecture on Friday, if you're interested." Caleb took a ticket from his pocket, identical to the one in her purse, and placed it on a nearby stone bench. "It might help you understand a few things." His retreating figure cast a long shadow in the midday sun. Victoria stared at the ticket, suddenly realizing that this was the first time in 3 years Caleb had ever invited her anywhere. Victoria and Nolan stood in the center of the private karaoke room, a champagne flute held high above her head. Light from the crystal chandelier refracted through the glass, casting glittering specks across her face. 23 immaculately dressed people surrounded her, shouting in unison, "Happy birthday! Make a wish! Make a wish!" Chloe Vance goaded from the side, her cheeks flushed with alcohol. Victoria closed her eyes. In years past, Caleb would have been standing at the edge of the crowd, quietly holding a camera to document the moment. The second she blew out the candles, he'd be there with a moist towelette because she hated getting frosting on her fingers. "I wish for even more limited edition Hermes bags next year," she announced loudly, sparking a round of cheers. When she opened her eyes, her gaze instinctively darted to the doorway. Of course, it was just a waiter bringing in a fruit platter. "Where's your little follower?" A guy with silver-dyed hair sidled up, handing her a brightly colored cocktail. "Isn't he usually the one taking pictures?" Victoria's smile froze. 3 months had passed, and Caleb Reed is no longer Tori Nolan's lapdog, had graduated from rumor to common knowledge on campus, but this guy had clearly just gotten back from semester abroad. Oh, him. Chloe jumped in, winking at Victoria. Tori dumped him. He's probably crying in a corner somewhere right now. The group roared with laughter. Victoria downed the cocktail in one gulp. The liquid burned her throat, but did nothing to extinguish the nameless fire in her chest. The party raged until 1 in the morning. Victoria couldn't remember how much she'd drunk, only that people kept toasting her, spouting insincere compliments. When the last guest finally left, she collapsed onto the velvet sofa, staring at the spinning disco ball on the ceiling, and was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to hear Caleb's voice. In her contacts, Caleb Reed was still at the top of her recents. She pressed the call button, holding the phone to her ear and listening to the long, empty rings. Hello, you've reached the psychological support hotline. We are currently closed. The robotic female voice made Victoria freeze. She pulled the phone away to check the number. It was Caleb's, but the greeting had changed. For the last 3 years, no matter how late, Caleb's phone had always been answered within 3 rings. She refused to give up and dialed again. Hello, you've reached the... Caleb, she yelled into the microphone. I know you're listening. It's my birthday and you. How dare you? Beep, beep. The line went dead. Victoria stared at the screen, unable to believe Caleb had just hung up on her. She dialed again, but this time it went straight to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is unavailable. She hurled the phone against the wall. The latest iPhone model split in two with a dull thud. Tears welled up without warning, blurring her vision. This was not how her 23rd birthday was supposed to go. No handwritten card from Caleb delivered at the stroke of midnight. No hangover remedy prepared in advance. Not even the quiet figure who always drove her home after the party ended. Bastard, she sobbed, though she wasn't sure if she was cursing Caleb or the version of herself who was just now realizing how pathetic she was. Caleb put down his phone and glanced at Sophia Ross, the wide-eyed undergrad staring at him from across the lab. Sorry, did I interrupt the experiment? He asked softly. Sophia shook her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Was that Victoria Nolan? Caleb didn't answer, simply switching his phone to airplane mode and putting it back in his pocket. Moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting stripes of shadow across his face. Let's continue. Where were we? He turned back to the computer screen, which displayed the flowchart for the emotion recognition algorithm Sophia was designing. Caleb, aren't you going to go? Sophia asked timidly. It is her birthday, after all. Our contract was terminated 3 months ago. Caleb's voice was as placid as if he were discussing the weather. Besides, he pointed at the screen, if we can finish this algorithm before next month's symposium, it will be a great boost for your Stanford application. Sophia bit her lip, saying nothing more. The lab fell silent again, filled only with the rhythmic clicking of the keyboard. 2 hours later, Caleb walked Sophia back to her dorm. The campus path lights stretched their shadows long and thin. At the entrance to the women's residence hall, Sophia suddenly turned. Caleb, I heard Tori has been asking about you. He raised an eyebrow. Such as? Like about your presentation at the Neuroscience Forum last week. And Sophia's face suddenly flushed. And whether we're dating? Caleb chuckled. Campus gossip is always so creative. So, we're not, right? Sophia asked, looking down at her canvas sneakers. You're an excellent research partner, Sophia, Caleb said gently. Good night. On the way back to his own dorm, Caleb's phone vibrated incessantly. A stream of messages from Jake, complete with photos from Victoria's birthday party. The last one read, Dude, you sure you're not going to go get her? Looks like she's wasted. Caleb enlarged one of the photos. Victoria, in a silver sequined mini dress, was dancing on a coffee table, her skirt flying, a wild, exaggerated smile on her face. He knew that smile all too well. It'd never reach her eyes. He deleted all the photos and replied, Not my problem. A familiar figure waiting under the dim lights of his dorm building made Caleb stop in his tracks. Robert Nolan was leaning against a black Mercedes, his tailored suit looking out of place in the campus environment. Mr. Nolan. Caleb frowned slightly. Is something wrong? Robert Nolan straightened up. It's Tori's birthday. I know. She's drunk at the Diamond Karaoke Lounge. He held out a car key. Go get her. Caleb didn't take it. With all due respect, Mr. Nolan, our contract is over. And besides, he paused. Are you sure this is what's best for Tori? The night wind blew through the space between them. Robert Nolan's expression was unreadable in the faint light. You're right, he said finally, withdrawing the key. I wasn't thinking clearly. Caleb nodded and turned to leave, but Robert Nolan spoke again. By the way, that contract, the version Tori saw, was abridged. Caleb turned back, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? The complete version is in my safe, Robert said, getting into the car, including the addendum that states, for a period of 3 years following contract termination, the client's daughter shall not pursue the contractor in any form, or she shall be liable for $1 million in liquidated damages. Caleb froze. He remembered that clause. At the time, he dismissed it as one of Robert Nolan's overprotective measures. Does she know? She found out this afternoon. Robert Nolan looked at him through the lowered window, his gaze meaningful. Her exact words were, "It's only $1 million. I can afford it." The Mercedes slid silently into the night. Caleb stood alone under the dorm lights, a strange fluttering in his chest, like a dormant butterfly trying to break free from its chrysalis. The lecture hall in the business school was packed. Victoria sat in the back corner, a baseball cap pulled low over her eyes. This was Caleb's undergraduate course, consumer psychology, and she had slipped in unnoticed. On the stage, Caleb was dressed in a simple white button-down and black slacks, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing well-defined forearms. He was explaining the scarcity principle, his voice calm and measured, punctuated by occasional jokes that drew laughter from the entire room. Victoria had never seen this version of Caleb, confident, poised, charismatic. For the past 3 years, he had always stood before her with his head slightly bowed, his voice soft, as if afraid to startle her. Looking back, she realized it had all been an act, the performance of a professional. Now, let's do a little experiment, Caleb said, picking up a stack of papers. My TA will pass these out. A girl with a high ponytail walked briskly to the front to take the papers. Victoria narrowed her eyes. It was Sophia Ross, the girl rumored to be close to Caleb. She was dressed in simple jeans and a white t-shirt, a small dimple appearing on her left cheek when she smiled. Victoria looked down at her own meticulously assembled Chanel suit and suddenly felt ridiculous. What was she even doing here? Trying to prove she was more attractive than an undergrad? For this questionnaire, I'd like you to work in pairs. Caleb's voice cut through the noise. Please team up with someone sitting near you. The room erupted in chatter. Victoria sat in place. She hadn't anticipated an interactive segment. A few guys in the rows ahead had already turned around, their curious gazes sweeping over the mysterious, well-dressed woman in the back. You can be my partner. A familiar voice sounded right next to her. Victoria looked up to see Caleb standing by her desk, a questionnaire in his hand. I'm just auditing, she stammered, her heart suddenly racing. That's fine. Caleb pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. He smelled faintly of cedarwood. Part 1 is simple. Describe your most recent impulse purchase. Victoria took the pen, her fingers trembling slightly. This was the first time since the contract ended that Caleb had willingly approached her. She stole a glance at his profile and noticed a tiny mole near the corner of his eye that she'd somehow never seen before. I'm done, she said, pushing the paper toward him and accidentally knocking over her water bottle. The water spread quickly across the desk, flowing toward Caleb's side. Careful! Victoria scrambled to wipe it up, but Caleb caught her hand midair. Don't move, he said, pulling a towel from under the lectern and expertly soaking up the spill. These desks are designed with a slight incline. The water flows toward me. Victoria froze. He'd thought of details like that. Or was it, you knew I would be here? Caleb didn't deny it. He just set the wet towel aside. Question 2. Analyze the psychological motivation behind your impulse buy. Why do you think people pay for things they don't need? Because... Victoria stared into his eyes. Because you always want what you can't have. The classroom lights reflected off Caleb's glasses, obscuring his expression. Silence stretched between them until Sophia's voice came from the front of the room. Professor Reed, time's up. Caleb stood and collected the questionnaire. Thanks for participating, he said, his tone polite and distant, as if speaking to any other student. The bell rang, and students swarmed out of the room. Victoria remained seated, watching as Caleb was surrounded by a few students with questions. Sophia stood beside him, naturally taking the lecture notes from his hand. The easy rapport in their shared smile was a sting to Victoria's eyes. "Forgot to tell you," a female voice said from behind. Victoria turned to see Chloe leaning against the doorframe, twirling a car key. Caleb was voted most popular lecturer this semester. His class filled up within 3 minutes of registration opening. Victoria scoffed. So he's not your beck and call boy anymore," Chloe said, moving closer and lowering her voice. "The campus forums are all placing bets on when the high and mighty Tori Nolan will finally stoop to chasing him." Victoria shot to her feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. A few students, including Caleb at the front, looked over curiously. "That's ridiculous," she said, lifting her chin, though her voice trembled slightly. "I lost interest in him a long time ago, outside the building. The June sun was so bright it hurt her eyes." Victoria pulled out her sunglasses, but froze as the frame touched her cheek. They were a birthday gift from Caleb last year, the arm specially adjusted to fit the curve of her face. Her phone buzzed in her purse. Victoria pulled it out to see a picture message from an unknown number. It was a photo of Caleb and Sophia in a lab, the girl smiling as she offered him a piece of cake. The caption was a single sentence. "Got that $1 million ready?" Victoria clenched the phone until her knuckles turned white. She was standing at a crossroads. She could either walk away and salvage what was left of her pride, or she could step into a game she was destined to lose and become the laughingstock of the entire university. In the distance, Caleb emerged from the building with his students, the sun casting a golden halo around him. Victoria took a deep breath and made her choice. Victoria's finger hovered over the reason for consultation field as she edited the appointment form for the third time. Sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, the glare from her tablet making her squint. Emotional dependency issues. No, too obvious, she thought, deleting the text. Academic stress? Insomnia? Her phone vibrated. Chloe's name flashed on the screen. Victoria declined the call. Ever since the campus forum had blown up with photos of her auditing Caleb's class, every call from her best friend had been laced with "I told you so." The cafe door opened, and a familiar scent wafted in. Victoria instinctively ducked her head, using her hair to shield her face. She didn't need to look up to know who it was. Sophia Ross, Caleb's current rumored girlfriend, wearing her signature citrus perfume. "I'm so nervous." Sophia's voice came from the booth behind her. "My first time on TV, and Caleb isn't even fazed." "He's been prepping for 2 weeks," another girl replied. "He tried on 5 different ties. He's just pretending to be cool." Victoria tightened her grip on her coffee cup. Caleb was going to be on TV? The same Caleb who had always been so meek and subservient in her presence? "I heard it's because of his paper on the ethics of emotional support." Sophia's voice dropped to a whisper. "Sure, he's here." The bell chimed again. Victoria peeked over the rim of her cup and saw Caleb walk in, wearing a dark gray suit. The fine tailoring highlighted his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His hair was perfectly styled, and his gaze behind the metal-rimmed glasses was sharp and steady, a world away from the slightly stooped figure she remembered. "Caleb, over here." Sophia waved. Caleb headed toward their booth, a slight breeze stirring the air as he passed Victoria. The scent of cedarwood and sandalwood, the cologne she'd casually tossed to him as a birthday gift last year, brushed past her nose. "I read the script. The host might ask about the case study." Caleb's voice faded as he walked away. Victoria only caught a few fragments. Privileged environment, emotional manipulation, 3-year longitudinal. Her coffee cup clattered against the saucer. A 3-year study? Was he talking about her? On her tablet, the reason for consultation field was still blank. Victoria took a deep breath and quickly typed. Difficulty forming intimate connections, accompanied by mild social anxiety. She then selected a time slot for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Caleb's only open slot on Thursdays. The moment she hit submit, her heart hammered against her ribs. This was insane. If he recognized her, her phone buzzed again. A text from her father. "Tori, is the $1 million ready?" Victoria let out a cold laugh and typed back. "Get ready to cash a check, Dad. Please fill out this intake form, and then we can begin." Caleb's voice was unnaturally clear in the soundproof consultation room. Victoria took the tablet, her fingertips mechanically swiping across the screen. She had completely changed her appearance for this. A brunette wig, thick-rimmed, non-prescription glasses, and she was even speaking in a deliberately altered, lower tone. "Ms. Lee," Caleb prompted gently. "You need to complete the form first." Victoria started, realizing she'd been stuck on the same page for too long. "Sorry, I zoned out," she said, her voice husky, as she quickly checked off the boxes. The room was simpler than she'd imagined. A beige sofa, a natural wood coffee table, a few abstract watercolors on the wall. The only out-of-place object was a flourishing pothose plant on the windowsill, her favorite plant, one she'd once mentioned helped with her anxiety. "The reason you selected for consultation is..." Caleb began, looking at his own tablet, his expression behind the glasses professional and detached. Victoria twisted her fingers together, reciting her prepared lines. "I always seem to be unable to maintain long-term relationships. Whenever someone is kind to me, I just push them away." The half-truth made her throat tighten. Caleb nodded slightly, not responding immediately. Light filtered through the blinds, casting stripes of shadow across his face. Victoria noticed the tiny mole near the corner of his left eye, something she'd never seen before. "Could you be more specific?" he asked. "For example." Victoria stared at her knees. "There is someone who is very good to me, incredibly attentive, but I always gave him a hard time. Now that he's gone, I find myself missing the feeling of being taken care of." "No." Victoria's head snapped up, then dropped again just as quickly. "I mean, not entirely." Caleb set his tablet down, lacing his fingers together in his lap. The gesture reminded Victoria of their very first meeting, when he'd sat just like this in her father's office, as still and silent as a painting. "Ms. Lee, do you know why some people hurt those who are kind to them?" Victoria shook her head, the wig brushing against her neck with an unfamiliar sensation. "Because being loved requires more courage than loving." Caleb's voice was very soft. "To accept love is to expose your vulnerabilities. To inflict hurt is a defense." Victoria's chest constricted. His words were like precision-guided missiles, striking deep inside the fortress she'd built around herself. "So you're saying, I'm afraid of being seen?" "I'm merely offering a possibility," Caleb smiled. "Therapy isn't about giving answers. It's about finding the questions together." The session lasted 50 minutes. By the time she left, Victoria's wig was damp with sweat, but a strange sense of relief was blooming in her chest. Caleb walked her to the door and handed her a business card. "You can book another session if you feel the need. My regular schedule is quite full, but..." He paused. "For special cases, I can be flexible." Victoria took the card. For the briefest moment when their fingers touched, she could have sworn she saw something flicker in Caleb's eyes. But he quickly resumed his professional smile, as if it had been nothing more than her imagination. On the TV, Caleb was analyzing a case of emotional dependency, sitting poised on a blue sofa in a television studio. Victoria was curled up on her own couch, hugging her knees as she stared at the screen. "Professor Reed, you mentioned that the emotional support industry has some ethical gray areas," the host asked. "Could you elaborate?" Caleb leaned forward slightly, the platinum cufflinks on his shirt glinting under the studio lights. They were a Christmas gift she'd given him last year, so casually that she hadn't even noticed they were engraved with his initials. "For instance, what happens when the service provider develops genuine feelings?" Caleb's voice came through the speakers, deep and clear. "A contract can regulate behavior, but it's very difficult to regulate emotion." Victoria's heart skipped a beat. "Have you ever encountered that dilemma yourself?" The host pressed, sharp as a tack. Caleb smiled, a confident, easy smile Victoria had never seen before. "Trade secret." A wave of laughter rippled through the studio audience. The camera panned to the crowd, and Victoria's stomach clenched when she saw Sophia Ross sitting in the front row, clapping with an adoring expression. She grabbed the remote to turn it off, but the program cut to a pre-recorded man-on-the-street segment. "Caleb Reed? Of course I know him," a female student said excitedly into the microphone. "He's amazing. His last lecture actually made me cry." "Youngest lecturer candidate in our department," a bespectacled male student added. He's published in 3 major journals. I heard Harvard is trying to recruit him. Victoria was stunned. This was Caleb? The Caleb who would cross the city to buy her late-night snacks? The Caleb who would just smile after she'd thrown coffee on him in public? On the screen, the host was wrapping up. Thank you, Professor Reed, for pulling back the curtain on this fascinating industry. The doorbell rang. Victoria shut off the TV and looked through the peephole to see Chloe standing outside, dangling a bottle of champagne. Open up. I know you're home. Chloe's voice came through the door. Victoria reluctantly opened it. Chloe swept in like a whirlwind, heading straight for the living room. Did you see it? Caleb's show. Oh my God. I had no idea he was so. Her voice died in her throat. Her eyes widened as she stared at the TV console. Victoria followed her gaze, and her blood ran cold. The wig and glasses she'd worn today were lying right there. Oh, Chloe drawled, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. So today's mysterious disappearance was actually a trip to. Shut up. Victoria threw a couch pillow at her. Chloe dodged it gracefully, shaking the champagne. I came to celebrate. The campus forums are on fire. Everyone's betting on when the high and mighty Tory Nolan will finally admit defeat. What's there to celebrate? To celebrate you finally acting like a human being with feelings. Chloe expertly popped the cork. For 3 years, this is the first time I've seen you this invested in someone, even if he did use you as a research subject. Foam bubbled over, splashing onto Victoria's new rug. Normally, she would have flown into a rage, but she suddenly remembered Caleb's words from the consultation room. Hurt is a defense. Chloe, she asked softly, was I really that awful before? Chloe paused, mid-pour. Why the sudden self-reflection? Just answer me. The champagne flute reflected the light from the chandelier. Chloe sighed. Remember freshman year? That time I got my heart broken? Do you remember what you said to me? Victoria frowned, trying to remember. It was right before Christmas. Chloe had found out her boyfriend was cheating and had cried all night in their dorm. What are you crying for? He's just a guy. My driver is better looking than him. Those were your exact words. Chloe swirled the champagne in her glass. The next day, Caleb showed up with hot chocolate and a blanket and said you sent him. I knew it was a lie, but you know what? I was still grateful. Victoria's chest tightened. She had no memory of that, and she certainly didn't remember sending Caleb with anything. The point is, Chloe leaned in. Caleb was the only one who saw you were covered in thorns and still tried to get close. Now that he's not playing anymore, you finally realize the game is over. Her phone buzzed. It was a picture from an unknown number, Caleb and Sophia in the lab, the girl smiling as she fed him a piece of cake. Victoria stared at the photo, a strange, sharp pain spreading from her chest to her fingertips. Who sent that? Chloe peered over her shoulder. Whoa, trying to provoke you. Victoria turned off the screen. It doesn't matter. What mattered was that she had another appointment tomorrow at 3 p.m. And this time, she was determined to ask the question that had been circling in her mind for weeks. The door to Caleb's apartment was slightly ajar. Victoria stood in the hallway, clutching the fake medical file she was pretending she'd forgotten in the consultation room, listening to the conversation inside. Why are you keeping all this junk? It was Jake's voice, full of disbelief. Movie ticket stubs? Candy wrappers? This rubber band is so old it's turned yellow. Don't touch that. Caleb's voice was deeper than usual. It's categorized. Categorized? Jake laughed. Dude, don't tell me you actually fell for the princess. It's been 3 years. Are you seriously hoarding every piece of trash she ever threw at you? Victoria's breath caught in her throat. She peeked through the crack in the door and saw Caleb kneeling on the living room floor, surrounded by neatly arranged storage boxes. Jake stood over him, dangling a crumpled piece of paper. Give it back. Caleb reached for it. Jake dodged him playfully, reading aloud. Caleb, I'm thirsty. Go get me a boba. Iced 1/3 sugar with the rest is covered in a coffee stain. He shook his head. What the hell is this? A slave contract. Victoria recognized it as a note she'd scribbled in her sophomore year. It had been a hot day, and she couldn't be bothered to walk to the boba shop. You don't get it, Caleb said, snatching the note back and carefully smoothing out the creases. This is all data. Data? Jake waved his hand dismissively. Give me a break. I'm a behavioral scientist, and even I'm not this much of a hoarder. Just admit it. You're into her. Caleb silently placed a note back into a box labeled 2019.6-8. Victoria counted at least 12 such boxes, all arranged chronologically. So what if I am? Caleb said suddenly, his voice so quiet Victoria could barely hear it. We're not from the same world. But she's chasing you now. Jake slapped his thigh. The $1 million penalty clause isn't stopping her. The forums were full of pictures of her spying on you this morning. That's just her pride talking, Caleb said, closing the box. When she realizes the real me is nothing special, without a contract, without professional protocols, just a guy who's... A guy who's what? Caleb shook his head, not finishing the sentence, and walked toward the kitchen. Victoria's heart was pounding. The file in her hand was now mangled. She should have left, but on some strange impulse, she pushed the door open. "Excuse me," she said, her voice artificially loud, pretending she had just arrived. Jake jumped as if he'd seen a ghost. Caleb peeked out from the kitchen, his eyes widening behind his glasses. "Ms. Lee," his expression quickly shifted back to professional calm, but not before Victoria had seen the flicker of panic. "My file." She held up the folder. "I think I left it in your office." Caleb wiped his hands and walked over. "The office is locked for the day. I can get it for you tomorrow." "It's okay. It's not urgent." Victoria cut him off, her gaze sweeping over the boxes that were being hastily pushed under the coffee table. "Sorry to bother you." As she turned to leave, she was sure she heard Jake mutter, "Holy crap, the resemblance is uncanny." The motion sensor lights in the hallway lit up one by one as she walked away. Stepping into the elevator, Victoria finally allowed a smile to spread across her face. So, the junk she'd carelessly discarded had been preserved like scientific specimens. So, behind his cool professional mask, he was just as insecure as she was. The elevator doors slid shut. Her phone vibrated with a push notification from the campus forum. Confirmed. Victoria Nolan goes undercover in psych department. Chase for Caleb Reed heats up. The post was accompanied by a photo of her in the wig, walking into the consultation building. Victoria turned off her phone and started humming. Let the whole world laugh. She had finally figured out how to play the game. The forecast had called for rain, but not a deluge like this. Victoria stood under the eaves of the psychology building, the rain driving against her bare legs, chilling her to the bone. She glanced at her watch, 9:47 p.m. The light in Caleb's lab was still on. The campus forum said he worked late every Wednesday, usually until 10. Her phone lit up with a text from Chloe. "Are you crazy? Waiting in this weather?" Victoria didn't reply, just hugged her purse tighter. Inside were printouts of all of Caleb's recent publications. It had taken her 3 full days to slog through them, only to discover that the acknowledgement section of each paper contained the line, "With thanks to V.N. for providing research inspiration. V.N. Victoria Nolan." Rainwater began to creep up the steps, soaking her heels. The Jimmy Choos were new, a pale blue satin, like Cinderella's glass slippers. But there was no magic to protect them. The water stains were already permanent. At 10:03 p.m., the side door of the building finally opened. Caleb emerged, holding a large black umbrella, the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up to his elbows. He froze when he saw her, his feet stopping on the top step. "What are you doing here?" His voice was nearly lost in the downpour. Victoria lifted her chin, even as rain dripped from her hair down her neck. "Just passing by." Caleb's gaze swept over her drenched dress and trembling fingers, his lips tightening into a thin line. For a split second, Victoria thought he would shrug off his jacket and drape it over her shoulders, just like he used to. "The rain's not letting up," was all he said, holding his umbrella out to her. "Take this." The handle was still warm from his hand. Victoria didn't take it. Rain clung to her eyelashes, falling like silent tears. "Why did you thank me?" she asked directly, her voice hoarser than she expected. "In your papers." Caleb's hand hung in the air, rain drumming a frantic rhythm on the umbrella. "Academic integrity," he said. "You provided the research setting. Is that all?" "What else would it be?" he countered. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the sharp angles of his face. For the first time, Victoria saw something in his eyes she didn't recognize. Not the old deference, not the recent distance, but a restraint that bordered on pain. "I have to go," Caleb said, pulling the umbrella back. "I'm leaving for Boston next month. I got an offer from Harvard psychology department." The news hit Victoria like a punch to the gut. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Rainwater trickled into the corner of her lips, tasting as salty as the ocean. "Congratulations," she finally managed, forcing a smile, the kind of flawless, practiced smile she'd perfected at countless parties. "You're finally free of me." Caleb just looked at her, his gaze as deep and dark as the storm. Then he turned and walked into the rain, the umbrella closing behind him like a curtain falling on a stage. Victoria stood rooted to the spot, the downpour washing away her carefully applied makeup and her pride. Only when Caleb's back had completely disappeared into the deluge did she allow herself to sink to the ground, wrapping her arms around her shaking knees. So this is what heartbreak felt like. The door to Caleb's office flew open and Jake burst in, dripping wet. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he demanded, slapping a stack of photos onto the desk. "Look at this." She waited in the rain for 2 hours. The photos showed Victoria's back as she huddled on the steps of a psychology building, her white dress plastered to her body, looking like a broken bird. Caleb's fingertips creased the edge of a photo, but his voice was steady. "She brought it on herself." "Brought it on herself?" Jake waved his hands dramatically. "Dude, I don't get you. You're obviously in love with her. You've collected every scrap of paper she's touched for 3 years, and now that she's finally coming around, you're acting like some kind of saint." Caleb pulled open a drawer and pushed a file across the desk. Jake glanced at it, his brow furrowing. "A non-disclosure agreement?" "I signed it," Caleb said, taking off his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. "In addition to the behavioral companionship, I was also contracted to assess her psychological fitness." Robert Nolan wanted to know if his daughter was stable enough to take over the family business. Jake let out a low whistle. "So, all those notes you took were partially a job requirement," Caleb said, gazing out the window at the now lessening rain. "And what about her?" Jake pointed at the photo. "She didn't sign any damn NDA." Caleb silently opened his laptop and pulled up a security video. The footage showed Victoria in his office, rifling through his files, then slipping a neatly bound document from her purse into his drawer. "Last week's footage," Caleb said. "She thinks I don't know." Jake leaned closer to the screen. "What is that?" "A report on the last 3 years of financial irregularities at Davenport Industries," Caleb said, a barely perceptible softness in his voice. "I've been researching corporate psychopathy lately." "So, she's helping you?" "Using her father's corporate intelligence network," Caleb said, closing the video feed. "That only makes things more complicated." Jake collapsed onto the couch, shaking his head. "I get it now. You two are a matched set of masochists. One would rather stand in the rain than say she's sorry, and the other is pretending to be made of ice when he's obviously melting." Caleb didn't argue. He picked up the photo of Victoria's back and gently wiped a stray drop of water from the surface. "Is the Harvard offer for real?" Jake asked suddenly. "Yes. When do you leave?" "The 5th of next month." Jake stared at the ceiling. "You think if she knew you were leaving, she'd—" "It doesn't matter anymore," Caleb said, locking the photo in his desk drawer. "My contract with the Nolans is over." Outside, the last drop of rain fell from the eaves, vanishing silently into the night. A long line snaked out from the psychology department's volunteer sign-up table. Victoria stood in the middle of it, enduring the curious stares of her fellow students. Since the forum had posted the pictures of her waiting for Caleb in the rain, she had become a #1 topic of campus gossip. Next, the upperclassman at the registration table said, without looking up, "Name, major, and why you want to join the peer support group." "Victoria Nolan, Stern School of Business." She paused. "Because I want to understand people." The girl's head snapped up, her eyes wide behind her glasses. The area fell silent for a moment before erupting in a low hum of whispers. "Quiet," a familiar voice called from behind the table. Caleb walked up, carrying a stack of files, a few pins sticking out of the pocket of his lab coat. He looked like he'd just come from the lab. "Professor Reed," the girl stammered, "this student." "I see her," Caleb said, his gaze lingering on Victoria's face for less than a second. "The support group has selection criteria. Anyone who meets them can participate." Victoria bit the inside of her cheek. This was the first time they'd spoken since the night of the storm, and he was treating her like any other student. "Fill this out," he said, handing her a form, his fingertips not betraying the slightest tremor. The questions were standard, until the last one. Describe a time you helped someone else. Victoria's pen hovered over the paper. She racked her brain, but couldn't think of a single time she had selflessly helped anyone. Finally, she wrote, "I once gathered research materials for someone who needed them, though he didn't know it." When she handed in the form, Caleb was gone. The girl took her paper and said, with a meaningful look, "Training is Saturday morning. Don't be late." Walking out of the psychology building, Victoria noticed the sky was an intense blue, as if it had been scrubbed clean by the storm. She took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to cancel her nail appointment. She needed time to prepare for Saturday. Her phone's calendar showed 23 days until Caleb's flight to Boston. The volunteer training was 10 times harder than Victoria had imagined. At 9 a.m. on Saturday, 20 volunteers were crammed into a small classroom in the psychology building, listening to Sophia Ross explain basic counseling techniques. "Empathy is not sympathy," Sophia said, standing in front of the projector, her ponytail swinging with her gestures. "It's about putting yourself in the other person's shoes to understand their feelings." Victoria sat in the back row, trying to ignore the probing glances from those around her. She had stayed up all night reading the copy of nonviolent communication that Caleb had recommended, and now her eyelids felt like they were lined with lead. "Okay, let's practice in pairs." Sophia clapped her hands. "One person will role-play the person seeking help. The other will be the listener." Victoria was paired with a girl with a round, friendly face. The girl began hesitantly. I don't know what to say." "Imagine you have a problem," Victoria recited mechanically from the book. "Any problem at all." "Okay." The girl wrung her hands. "My boyfriend has been acting really weird lately." "Stop." Sophia suddenly appeared at their table. "Tori, when you're listening, you need to lean forward to show you're engaged. Like this." She demonstrated the posture, then lowered her voice. "Professor Reed said you can leave early if you're not feeling well." Victoria's back straightened. "He's here." "In the observation room," Sophia said, pointing to a camera in the corner of the ceiling. "He's supervising this training." A jolt went through her. Victoria adjusted her posture and gave the round-faced girl her most engaging smile. "Please continue. I'm very interested." After the role-playing came the practical exam, taking calls on the campus support hotline. Victoria was scheduled last. One by one, the others went in and came out, some looking grave, some with red-rimmed eyes. "You're up," Sophia said, pushing open the door to a small office. 15 minutes. A supervisor will be monitoring from the next room." The office was stark, with just a desk and 2 chairs. A timer next to the phone was counting down in red numbers. 15:00. The phone rang. Victoria took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. "Hello, this is Pierce Sup. I'm dropping out." A male voice cut her off, hoarse and raw. "I can't take it anymore. Everyone is smarter than me. I study until 3 in the morning every night, and I'm still." Victoria's fingers tightened on the receiver. Her mind went blank. All the theories from Caleb's book were a jumbled mess. "You've worked really hard," she said lamely. "What good is hard work?" The voice on the other end yelled. "My dad said if I fail another class, he's cutting me off. I'm screwed." The timer read 12:34. Victoria's palms were slick with sweat. What would Caleb do? She suddenly remembered his expression in the consultation room. Calm and accepting, like the deep ocean. "Failing a class is scary," she said slowly, "but it's not as bad as the feeling of disappointing yourself. Is it?" There was a pause on the other end. "How did you know?" "I guess," Victoria said, relaxing slightly. I disappoint myself a lot." The timer hit 8:15. The rest of the conversation flowed surprisingly well. The caller even laughed when she suggested he talk to his professor. When she hung up, the timer read 00:03. Her back was soaked with sweat. The door opened, and Sophia walked in. "The supervisor wants to see you." In the next room, Caleb was sitting in front of a bank of monitors, the lines of his shoulders visibly more relaxed under his lab coat. An evaluation form was on the desk in front of him. In the final column, he had written, "Natural empathy, excellent." "You did well," he said, his voice holding a warmth she'd never heard before. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, creating a golden line on the floor between them. Victoria stood at the edge of the light, feeling an overwhelming urge to cross it. "Thank you," she said softly. I learn a lot." Caleb looked up at her, his eyes unreadable behind his glasses. "Why did you volunteer?" "Because." Victoria gathered her courage. "I wanted to know how you see me, not as a client or a research subject." The air in the room seemed to solidify. Caleb's pen left a dot of ink on the form, which slowly bled outwards. "It's getting late," he said finally, standing up. "There's more training next week." Victoria didn't move. "Boston, what time is your flight?" "The 5th of next month," Caleb said, his hands pausing as he gathered his papers. 10 a.m. I'll be there to see you off." "You don't have to." "I'll be there," Victoria insisted, her voice firmer than she expected. "It's my decision. It has nothing to do with any contract." Caleb finally looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But before he could answer, Sophia burst through the door. "Professor Reed, we have a problem. There's an issue on the B line." Caleb strode out of the room, the hem of his lab coat swirling behind him. Victoria stood alone, watching the ink blot on the evaluation form dry into a small, dark planet. Victoria's heels clicked an urgent rhythm on the marble floor. The Nolan Industries headquarters was eerily quiet, the reception desk deserted. As the elevator ascended to the top floor, her phone vibrated again. The 17th unread message from Chloe. "Answer your phone. It's a disaster." The door to the chairman's office was ajar. Inside, she could hear her father's voice, weary in a way she'd never heard before. "Salvage what we can." Pushing the door open, Victoria saw her father slumped in his leather chair, his suit jacket tossed on the floor, his tie loosened around his neck. His desk was buried under files, the one on top stamped with a bright red court-ordered asset freeze. "Dad!" Robert Nolan looked up, his eyes shot with blood. "Tori, sit." Victoria had never seen her father like this. Even at her mother's funeral, he had maintained his perfect corporate facade. She carefully navigated around the scattered papers and sat in a visitor's chair, her fingertips cold against the polished wood. "The company's in a bit of trouble," Robert said, rubbing his temples. "Davenport Industries reported us for accounting fraud. The SEC has opened an investigation. But our books are clean, right?" Victoria's voice was tight. "They were," her father said with a bitter smile. "But someone hacked our financial system last week, cooked the books. Now, all the evidence points to us." The sun still shone brightly outside, glinting off the gold Nolan Industries logo. Victoria suddenly remembered a phrase from Caleb's paper. Personality formation in privileged environments. Now that her privilege was crumbling, the room started to spin. "How bad is it?" "Very bad." Her father's voice seemed to come from far away. "Assets frozen. Stock has plunged 60%. Bank loans are due next week. If we can't find a way out of this, Nolan Industries will be bankrupt within a month." Bankrupt. The word hit Victoria like a sledgehammer. The gilded cage she'd lived in her whole life. The endless stream of limited edition bags, custom shoes, rare sports cars. Everything built on the Nolan empire was about to vanish. "What can I do?" she heard herself ask. A flicker of something crossed her father's face. "Ryan Davenport came to see me yesterday." Ryan Davenport, heir to the Davenport fortune, a Wharton graduate, a rising star in the world of finance, and the man behind the attack on their company. "What does he want?" Her father said, looking her straight in the eye. "He proposed a merger, a marriage. If we agree, Davenport will withdraw the complaint and inject the capital to save Nolan Industries." The air conditioning in the office suddenly felt arctic. Victoria clenched her fists, her new acrylic nails digging into her palms. "That's extortion." "It's business," Robert Nolan sighed. "Of course, the decision is yours." Her phone vibrated again. A news alert popped up. Ryan Davenport, the new titan of industry. The accompanying photo showed Ryan, handsome and victorious in a tailored suit, standing in front of the NASDAQ stock ticker. Victoria looked out the panoramic window of her father's office. From the 38th floor, you could see the entire city, the ant-like people and cars, the ordinary world she had never really known. "I'll do it," she said. It was late when the knock came on Caleb's apartment door. Through the peephole, he saw Robert Nolan, his suit wrinkled, looking as if he'd aged 10 years overnight. Mr. Nolan. Caleb opened the door, his brow furrowed. Robert Nolan dispensed with the pleasantries, handing him a tablet. I need your help. The screen was filled with complex financial charts and email chains. Caleb swiped through them quickly, his eyes growing sharp. The forgery is professional, but the pattern is obvious, he said, pointing to several transactions. This kind of hedging strategy is inconsistent with Nolan's established investment philosophy. You can read this? Robert asked, surprised. Caleb took off his glasses and cleaned them on his shirt. My dual degree from Penn was in finance and psychology. You didn't run a background check when you hired me as a behavioral companion. Mr. Nolan. Robert gave a weary smile. Of course I did. I chose you precisely because of your business acumen. Tori will take over the company someday. She needs a partner who can both manage her moods and her portfolio. Caleb finished calmly. Unfortunately, the contract was terminated. The situation has changed. Robert pulled up a photo on the screen. Victoria and Ryan Davenport, seated across from each other at a restaurant, Ryan leaning in to pour her wine. Tori accepted Ryan's proposal. Caleb's thumb left a smudge on the screen. Under the harsh apartment light, his face was a perfect mask, betrayed only by a tiny, flickering muscle near his eye. Congratulations, he said. But what does that have to do with me? Ryan is not a good man. Robert's voice was suddenly exhausted. He orchestrated this whole thing. He doesn't just want Tori. He wants Nolan's core technology. Caleb set the tablet on the coffee table, the movement light, but final. With all due respect, Mr. Nolan, that's not my problem. My contract with your family is over. $5 million, Robert said. Help me find a thread that unravels Davenport's fabricated evidence, and I'll pay you $5 million. I don't need the money. Then what about Tori? Robert looked directly into Caleb's eyes. Can you really stand by and watch her walk into a trap? Caleb turned to face the window. The city was a glittering web of lights. In the distance, the Nolan Industries tower still shone brightly, but it was a light on the verge of being extinguished. He thought of Victoria's back, huddled in the rain. He thought of what she'd said in her first consultation. I always push them away. I'll need the communication records and system access logs for all key personnel, he said finally, especially the IT department. Robert Nolan let out a long breath and pulled a flash drive from his briefcase. I already have it. Caleb took the drive. The metal was cold against his skin. Why me? You must have more qualified teams. Because you're the only one who understands Tori. Robert's voice softened. And you're the only one she might actually listen to. After Robert left, Caleb stood on his fire escape and lit a cigarette. He rarely smoked, but tonight he needed it. His phone screen lit up with an automatic push notification from a campus news site. Breaking. Nolan heiress and Davenport heir, T.O., celebrate engagement this weekend. Through the smoke, Caleb remembered the look on Victoria's face the day she'd thrown coffee on him. So proud, so entitled. Could she still hold on to that pride now? The ballroom at the Peninsula was a blaze of light. Victoria stood before a full-length mirror in the dressing room. The white couture gown hugged her slender waist, and the diamond necklace on her throat was worth a fortune, but it felt as heavy as a yoke. Smile, darling, Chloe said, leaning against the doorframe with a glass of champagne. The press is waiting. Victoria tried to curve her lips. The girl in the mirror offered a hollow smile back. It had only been 72 hours since she'd agreed to the engagement, but it felt like a century. Ryan's efficiency was terrifying. The press conference, the party, even the honeymoon itinerary had all been arranged. Your dad looks terrible, Chloe said, offering her a glass. I've never seen him like that. Victoria didn't take it. He didn't come home again last night. Pulled an all-nighter at the office. I heard he hired some finance, was to help go over the books. Chloe's voice trailed off, as if she'd said too much. Victoria spun around. Who? No idea, just something I overheard, Chloe said, avoiding her gaze. Come on, it's time to make your entrance. The ballroom doors swung open, and hundreds of pairs of eyes turned to her. Ryan stood at the end of the aisle, his black tuxedo accentuating his athletic build, a charming smile on his handsome face. But Victoria could only see the calculation in his eyes, like a snake watching its prey. The music began. She took her father's arm and walked toward Ryan. The flashes of the cameras on either side of the red carpet were relentless, like a silent fusillade. "My beautiful bride," Ryan said, taking her hand. His lips brushed her skin, but they were as cold as ice. "I've waited so long for this day." Victoria forced a smile. Ryan's fingers tightened around her wrist, hard enough to leave a bruise. It was a warning, a reminder of who was in control. The ceremony was brief and ostentatious. When Ryan slid the 5-carat diamond ring on her finger, the room erupted in applause. Victoria's gaze swept the crowd and suddenly landed on a familiar figure in the corner. Caleb, dressed in a waiter's uniform, quietly clearing plates. What was he doing here? Ryan followed her gaze and chuckled. "Oh, I hired a team of professional psychological consultants to ensure the event runs smoothly." "Do you know him?" "Not well," Victoria said, quickly looking away. "He used to do some work for my family." "People from his background are only fit to be servants," Ryan whispered in her ear, his hot breath making her skin crawl. "Remember your place, Ms. Nolan." Halfway through the reception, Victoria escaped to the restroom, using the excuse of touching up her makeup. In the shadows of the hallway, a figure blocked her path. "Caleb," she whispered, "what are you doing here?" He held out a small plate with several delicate pastries on it. "You haven't eaten anything all night." The simple gesture made Victoria's eyes sting. For 3 years, Caleb had always been like this, anticipating her needs before she was even aware of them. Now, when everyone else cared only about her status, her family, and her use value, only he remembered she might be hungry. "Thank you," she said, picking up a pastry but finding she had no appetite. "Did my father send you?" Caleb didn't answer directly. "Ryan is not the right choice for you." "I don't have a choice," Victoria said with a bitter smile. "If Nolan Industries collapses, thousands of people will lose their jobs. My father will." "Never mind. You wouldn't understand." "I do understand," Caleb's voice was soft. "But you don't have to sacrifice yourself." Victoria looked up at him. In the dim hallway light, his eyes were as deep as wells, swirling with emotions she couldn't read. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to drop everything and throw herself into the arms of the man who had once been so devoted to her, and just cry. But instead, she straightened her spine. "This is my decision. Just wish me well." From the ballroom, Ryan's voice called out, "Tori? Darling, it's time to cut the cake." Caleb took a step back, his waiter's mask falling back into place. "Your fiancé is calling you." Victoria wanted to say more, but in the end, she just gathered her skirt and turned to leave. After a few steps, she heard Caleb say, so quietly she almost missed it, "Just hold on for 3 more days." When she looked back, the hallway was empty. Only the plate of pastries proved he hadn't been a hallucination. Caleb stripped off the waiter's uniform and changed back into his own shirt. In the employee locker room of the Peninsula, Jake was typing furiously on a laptop. "Got it," Jake hissed. "The private email records of Davenport's head of IT. Look at this attachment." Caleb leaned over. On the screen was an encrypted file titled Nolan Industries Playbook. "A detailed guide on how to forge their financial statements," Caleb said, a cold smile touching his lips as he scanned the contents. Ryan got arrogant, using his personal email for this. "Is it enough evidence?" "No," Caleb shook his head. "We need a more direct record of the transaction. Keep digging into all of that IT guy's social media accounts." Jake whistled. "You're terrifying when you're like this. All for $5 million bucks." Caleb didn't answer. His phone vibrated. A text from Robert Nolan. "Ryan just accessed the complete archive of Nolan's core tech. We're running out of time." Outside, the night was deep. Caleb looked toward the peninsula, still lit up, full of laughter and music. Victoria was probably cutting the cake right now, Ryan's hand on her waist as he declared his ownership to the world. 3 days. He just needed 3 days to find the evidence, to turn the tables. But could Victoria hold on for that long? "Hey," Jake said, breaking his train of thought. "If you really save Nolan Industries, are you going to tell her?" Caleb closed the laptop. "No." "Why not?" "Because she deserves better," Caleb said, grabbing his jacket. "A future that doesn't require her to sacrifice herself." Jake shook his head. "So self-righteous. Did you ever ask her what she wanted?" Caleb didn't reply. The security camera in the hallway silently recorded his departure, his back straight, resolute, and completely alone. The ground floor press hall at Nolan Tower was packed. Victoria stood in the wings, watching her father command the stage under a barrage of camera flashes. A month ago, this place had been shrouded in the gloom of bankruptcy. Now, it was the stage for a victory speech. The SEC has officially dropped all charges against Nolan Industries. Robert Nolan's voice was firm and powerful. The illegal activities of Davenport Industries will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Victoria's gaze drifted to a corner of the room. Caleb was leaning against the wall, dressed in a simple white shirt and black slacks, looking like any other assistant. If it weren't for the stock market data flickering across the tablet in his hands, no one would have guessed this young man was the mastermind behind their comeback. Lost in thought, Chloe appeared at her side, handing her a glass of champagne. Victoria took the glass, her fingertips tapping against the cool surface. Did my dad invite him? Who? Oh, your former behavioral companion? Chloe grinned. No, I did. Can't have a celebration without the man of the hour, can we? Victoria sipped her champagne. The bubbles burst on her tongue with a subtle, bittersweet tang. They hadn't seen each other since that night. She'd kissed his cheek in the car. He had declined every invitation to celebrate. If Chloe hadn't pulled some strings, he probably wouldn't have shown up today. After the press conference, the guests moved to the penthouse ballroom. Victoria deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for Caleb to draw near. Long time no see, she said, feigning casualness. About Harvard. I deferred, Caleb said, his gaze sweeping over her deep blue cocktail dress. You look good. The simple compliment made Victoria's ears burn. Over the past 3 years, Caleb had given her countless compliments, but those had been professional services. This simple, you look good, made her heart beat faster than any flowery praise ever had. I need to talk to you, she said, mustering her courage. After the party, can we speak alone? Caleb pushed his glasses up, his expression unreadable. Of course. The party was more raucous than she'd expected. The employees of Nolan Industries celebrated their narrow escape with wild abandon, popping bottle after bottle of champagne. Victoria navigated the waves of congratulations, her eyes constantly searching for Caleb. He stood by the food table, talking quietly with Jake, politely acknowledging guests but always remaining an outsider. Around midnight, when most of the guests had left, Victoria seized her chance and led Caleb out to the rooftop terrace. The night sky was full of stars, the city lights glittering below. First, thank you, she said, turning to face him, for everything you did for my family. Caleb leaned against the railing, the night breeze messing up his hair. I told you, I was just paying off a debt. No, it was more than that. Victoria took a step closer. Thank you for your patience over the last 3 years. Thank you for helping me even after the contract ended. Thank you for... Tori, Caleb interrupted softly. What are you trying to say? In the moonlight, his features were sharper than ever. Victoria took a deep breath, memories of the past 3 years flashing through her mind. The way he'd taken drinks for her, the way he'd stayed up all night organizing her notes, the image of his back as he walked away in the rain. I like you. The words tumbled out, surprisingly simple. Not as an employer likes an employee, not as a research subject likes an analyst, just, I like you. The terrace fell silent. Caleb's expression froze, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. You know there's a clause in our contract. He finally said, prohibiting me from pursuing you. Penalty of $1 million, Victoria said, pulling a check from her clutch. Here, $1 million to buy my right to pursue you. Caleb didn't take it. He stood up straight and suddenly laughed, a real, unreserved laugh she had never seen before. Are you sure about this? He asked. I'm not the same Caleb who came whenever you called. I'll be busy with my own career. I have a temper, and I probably won't remember that you like 2 sugars in your coffee. I remember you like your Americano black. Victoria cut him off. You like the color blue, you hate cilantro, and you touch your earlobe when you're reading. Caleb raised an eyebrow. You've been observing me? Living with someone for 3 years. You're bound to learn a few things, Victoria said, stuffing the check into his breast pocket. So, what's your answer? Caleb's hand covered hers, warm and dry. The answer is, I can't accept this check. Victoria's heart sank. Because that clause, Caleb said slowly, became void the moment our contract ended. He leaned in, his breath brushing her lips. So you can pursue me for free. Before Victoria could respond, the terrace door opened. Her father stood there, a complex expression on his face as he looked at their joined hands. Dad! Victoria instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Caleb held it firm. Mr. Nolan, Caleb nodded, his posture respectful but not subservient. Robert Nolan sighed. I knew this would happen. He pulled an envelope from his jacket and handed it to Caleb. Take it. I had it ready. Caleb opened the envelope. Inside was a check for $1 million. What is? Victoria's eyes widened. Liquidated damages, her father said, shaking his head. The contract stipulates that if my daughter pursues you, I have to pay you $1 million. Remember? Caleb laughed. That clause was meant to restrain Tori, not you. Legally, I'm the client, Roberts said, clapping Caleb on the shoulder. Take it. Consider a bonus. And by the way, he turned to his daughter, if your mother were still here, she would have loved this kid. After her father left, Victoria and Caleb looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. So, Victoria bit her lip. Are we? Let's take it slow, Caleb said, gently squeezing her hand. You just got out of a relationship. You need time to figure out what you really feel. I know exactly what I feel. Then prove it to me, Caleb said, a challenge glittering in his eyes. Prove that you're not acting out of gratitude or habit, but that you're truly ready to love someone as an equal. Victoria wanted to argue, but she suddenly realized he was right. For 23 years, she had never truly lived independently, never made a decision on her own. If she rushed into this now, it would just be a repeat of the same old patterns. Okay, she said, meeting his gaze. Give me time. Caleb smiled and nodded, releasing her hand. I'll wait. 3 years later, the psychology department's graduation ceremony was a packed house. Victoria stood at the back of the auditorium, watching Caleb accept his doctoral degree on stage. He was even more poised than he had been 3 years ago, his shoulders broad and straight under his black academic gown. In those 3 years, she had moved out of the Nolan mansion and into a small apartment next to Caleb's. She paid her own utility bills for the first time, nearly burned down her kitchen trying to cook, and felt her palms sweat with nerves before a job interview. These countless firsts had built the foundation of her new life. And through it all, Caleb had maintained a perfect, supportive distance. He showed her how to read the electric meter, but never paid the bill for her. He rushed her to the hospital when she got food poisoning, but refused to cook for her. He helped edit her business plan, but wouldn't use his connections to open doors for her. And now, please welcome our doctoral student speaker, Caleb Reed. As applause filled the hall, Caleb walked to the podium. Victoria clutched the document in her purse, her heart pounding. Today, she would finally make good on her promise from 3 years ago to prove her growth and her love. Finally, I want to thank a very special person. Caleb's voice resonated through the auditorium. She taught me that the most authentic feelings are often hidden beneath the most imperfect exteriors. Victoria's eyes stung. In the past 3 years, she had founded an NGO that provided psychological support to children of privilege, using her own experiences to help them navigate the world outside their bubble. Caleb had been her first consultant and her harshest critic. After the ceremony, she found him under the cherry blossom tree in front of the psychology building. The June sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on him, just as it had 3 years ago. Dr. Reed, she said, smiling as she walked up to him. That was a great speech. Caleb placed his doctoral cap on her head. You like the last part? Conceited, she said, taking the cap off and handing it back. I have something for you. She pulled a manila envelope from her purse and handed it to him. He opened it with a raised eyebrow. Inside was a carefully drafted contract, a lifelong partnership agreement. The terms are simple. Victoria's voice trembled slightly. Party A, Victoria Nolan, and Party B, Caleb Reed, agree to a life of mutual support and shared existence. The term is forever. Caleb finished for her, his eyes shining. No penalty clause? None. Victoria shook her head. This isn't a business deal. Caleb read every line, the smile on his face growing wider. Finally, he took out a pen and signed his name with a flourish on a line for Party B. That's it. Victoria blinked. No negotiations? Caleb tucked the contract back into the envelope and pulled her into his arms. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? 6 years. Since the first time I ever saw you. The first time? I thought it was at the cafe. No, it was here, Caleb said, gesturing to the cherry tree. Your freshman year. You fell asleep under this tree. I was walking by, and the sun was on your face. You looked like a painting. Victoria remembered the photo he had used as his phone's lock screen. So you've been, all this time, love at first sight. Caleb chuckled. You could say that. When your father approached me, I couldn't believe my luck. Victoria's eyes welled up. 6 years had passed, moving from a fake service to a real relationship, from imbalance to equality. They had finally arrived. So, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you going to kiss me now, doctor? Caleb's answer was a deep, searing kiss, as gentle and firm as the man himself. Cherry blossoms drifted down around them as the cheers of other graduates echoed in the distance. Victoria closed her eyes, thinking that this must be what happiness felt like. Not being a princess on a pedestal, but standing shoulder to shoulder with the man she loved. A short distance away, Robert Nolan and Jake Miller tactfully turned to leave. Did you win a bet? Jake asked with a grin. Robert Nolan pulled out a check. $1 million. I said they'd be together within 6 years. I should have placed a bet myself, Jake said, shaking his head. But seriously, did you really choose Caleb back then just because he was a good match for Tori? Not entirely, Robert said, his gaze fixed on the embracing couple. It was also because the way he looked at my daughter was the exact same way I used to look at her mother. Sunlight bathed the campus. Under the cherry tree, the lifelong partnership agreement lay on the grass, a silent witness to two hearts finally finding their own true rhythm.